Upon awakening, he found himself momentarily disoriented by his surroundings. The ground was strewn with endless yellow sand, and remnants of crumbling walls surrounded him. A sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. "It appears I have perished," he mused. He faintly recalled being struck by a speeding vehicle while crossing the street. His consciousness hazy as he glimpsed figures in white coats desperately attempting to revive him. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. How terrifying! He had no desire to endure such an experience again. Yet, remarkably, he bore no signs of any injuries from the accident, nor any lingering effects from the resuscitation. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that I have been reborn? Surveying his surroundings, he was struck by the impression that he stood within a long-abandoned military base. Rising from the ground, he dusted off his clothes. The desolation surrounding him resembled a relic forgotten by time. Several military vehicles and tanks were arrayed neatly along the square. Yet they had lost their former glory, reduced to a heap of rusted metal entombed in the shifting sands. Where exactly have I arrived? A new thought crossed his mind. Could it be that I have traversed time and space? Such inquiries compelled him to observe his surroundings with caution. Underfoot, a section of ground appeared to be a platform, yet untouched by the encroaching sand, adorned with peculiar engravings. A dim luminescence flowed continuously, resembling a station for the supply of blue blood. Gazing into the distance, the watchtower ahead captured Song Ye's attention. Its towering form resembled a steadfast guardian, dutifully standing its ground. The sight of the watchtower ignited within him an urge to ascend. Not only would it provide a better vantage point for surveying the surroundings, but it would also offer refuge from the myriad dangers that lurked on land. Now, he found himself in a solitary world, engulfed in a sense of helplessness, confusion, and fear. At that moment, he felt akin to a child who had unwittingly wandered into a minefield, as if he could glimpse the path to safety. Moreover, being alone in this desolate ruin instilled a profound sense of dread within him. He yearned to muster the courage to explore the nearby, collapsed edifices. Caw, caw. The distant calls of birds shattered his fleeting bravery. The resplendent hues of the setting sun captivated his gaze. Yet time was slipping away. He had to reach the watchtower before nightfall descended. As he traversed the path, he sought a suitable weapon from the vicinity. The emptiness of his hands left him feeling vulnerable. He hesitated to venture into the ruins, opting instead to remain vigilant of the surroundings. Fortunately, a shovel came into view, awkwardly embedded in the earth, resembling a flower bed, with only a protruding long handle visible. After considerable effort, he managed to extract it. Although the handle had long since broken, the jagged end was now surprisingly sharp. Without further delay, Song Yu picked it up, brushed off the dirt, and continued his march toward the watchtower. The journey, though merely a matter of minutes, was fraught with difficulty, not only requiring vigilance towards the surroundings, but also the need to traverse numerous uneven pits, large and small, before finally arriving at the base of the watchtower. Throughout this arduous trek, a persistent anxiety loomed, a fear that a beast might suddenly emerge from the ruins, ready to snatch him away. At the foot of the watchtower, Song Yu gazed at the rusty ladder, its rungs marred by decay, with several sections completely broken. It was evidently perilous. Observing the dimming light, he hesitated momentarily, yet steeled himself and cautiously began his ascent. The unknown terrors lurking below filled him with far greater dread than the dangers of climbing. As he reached the midway point, the ladder, weakened by age, almost betrayed him, threatening to give way beneath his feet. Fortunately, he had taken each step with utmost care, his hands gripping the outer railings tightly, preventing a fall. Upon reaching the top, he found that the glass overhead had shattered, revealing a chamber shrouded in a thick layer of dust, with corners festooned with intricate webs spun by spiders. The table that once held instruments had succumbed to decay, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. Scattered across the floor were remnants of documents, their ink blurred and nearly illegible, ravaged by the relentless winds and sands. On the walls of the room, faint traces of graffiti and markings lingered, perhaps remnants of soldiers' thoughts from years past. A dilapidated chair leaned precariously to one side, its leg broken, and the cushion rendered unrecognizable by the gnawing of rodents. Peering through the shattered window, he could see nothing but an expanse of endless yellow sand. while the fierce winds howled incessantly, as if attempting to erase the last vestiges of existence from the world. He had failed to uncover any useful items within the watchtower. Reluctantly, he cleared a patch of ground to serve as a temporary resting place. Outside the watchtower, the cawing of a crow echoed, even closer than before, unsettling his thoughts. Approaching the fence, he refrained from leaning against the decaying barrier. He craned his neck towards the source of sound and beheld 3 shadowy figures moving into view. A crow relentlessly swooped down upon them, pecking at the morsels of flesh upon their bodies. Witnessing this scene, he surmised that these figures could not possibly be human. Who would allow a crow to attack without a hint of resistance? Continuing to wander aimlessly, he immediately crouched down, fearing that they might notice his presence. Through the gaps in the fence, he observed their movements as they drifted away from him, which brought him a measure of relief. Along the way, another figure emerged from a nearby building, joining their ranks. With the threat diminished, Song Yu suddenly realized that his vision had significantly improved without his glasses. He could clearly discern scenes 1,000 meters away. He touched the corner of his eye and wondered, "Where are my glasses?" It seemed that his rebirth had also restored his eyesight. While this was indeed fortunate, he found himself unable to feel joy. After observing the 4 silhouettes, his mood grew increasingly despondent. Such a world evidently lacked peace, resembling a realm forsaken by the divine. He yearned to escape from this place, seeking refuge beyond the distant mountains. With nothing to occupy his mind, he reclined on a platform, aimlessly gazing at the distant crimson glow. The evening glow was dimming, and a deep red darkness was gradually emerging. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar. The sound was low and cracked, reverberating like distant thunder, causing his heart to constrict involuntarily. Song Yu rose and looked up. The world devoid of flames resembled a pitch-black hell, yet scattered pairs of scarlet points of light flickered in the distance, until one pair of red lights raced toward a brilliant blue point. That was the place of Song Ye's rebirth. That it was then that he discerned the nature of those crimson lights. A figure emerged on the platform, wandering back and forth as if sniffing the air before vanishing at the blue platform's edge. Surely, it cannot be searching for me. Instinctive fear gripped him, aware that this creature must be perilous. Disregarding his need for rest, he immediately seized a broken chair and some miscellaneous items, hastily blocking the ladder's entrance, determined to endure the night. Having completed this task, he cautiously returned to the cleared space and lay down. The hissing sounds and the commotion outside rendered sleep utterly elusive. He speculated that they must have discovered his trail and were now searching for his presence in the surroundings. This night was devoid of the moon's glow and the twinkle of stars. His eyes, having adjusted for a considerable duration, still found themselves enveloped in inky darkness. Reluctantly, he could only suppress his fear, closing his eyes to allow himself to acclimate. Yet in the next moment, he opened his eyes once more. I have seen something. Gazing at the emptiness before him, he could not help but wonder if his taut nerves were playing tricks on him. Then he closed his eyes again. Before him, he beheld a structure resembling a tower, materializing in his vision. Chapter 002. The Glazed Pagoda. Upon closing his eyes, Song Yu distinctly sensed his entry into a completely new realm. Surrounding him was a shroud of inky mist, leaving only a small area in the center bathed in a faint, ethereal glow. It seemed as though this light was being constricted by the darkness, desperately striving to evade total consumption. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, a structure resembling a pagoda, illuminated by a shimmering glaze of multicolored lights, suddenly materialized. The glazed illumination flickered in a kaleidoscope of hues, alternating between brilliance and dimness, clearly outlining the pagoda's silhouette. The edifice exuded an otherworldly aura, with each tier's eaves appearing exquisitely crafted under the light, as if rendered by the most delicate brushstrokes of a meticulous painter. As he silently observed the transformation, the depths of his gaze reflected the resplendent pagoda aglow with its glazed lights, entwined with the layers of encroaching darkness. Once the surroundings were fully formed, he found himself free to traverse the illuminated space. How magnificent! Could this be my fortuitous advantage? Though such thoughts flickered through his mind, uncertainty lingered. Following the light, he approached the base of the pagoda, where the bold golden characters on the plaque caught his eye. Arms Glazed Pagoda. Upon seeing the words arms, his heart jolted. a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. Curiosity and excitement intertwined with a tinge of anxiety and apprehension. Without lingering hesitation, he stepped inside. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Perhaps this was the very reason he had traversed into this world. A fortuitous advantage, indeed. Many novels have alluded to such things. Yet, he feared encountering scenarios that were entirely contrary to his conjectures. As he stepped inside, a beam of white light illuminated his surroundings. Moments later, a list of various weapons appeared before him. They were categorized as knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, polearms, hooks, forks, whips, hammers, claws, cudgels, staffs, spears, rods, and meteor hammers. Upon selecting these items, the weapons lay quietly on display, akin to merchandise. Filled with excitement, Song Yu approached these weapons. The names of the weapons were presented on the counter, accompanied by their respective prices. It was reminiscent of clearly priced goods in a supermarket. As Song Yu gazed at the showcased ring-headed knife, its blade glimmered with a silvery sheen, and the handle was wrapped in black non-slip fabric, marked at 1,200 disaster points. It appeared exceptionally sharp and offered a sense of security. Automatically disregarding the price, he reached out to grasp the ring-headed knife when suddenly, an electronic voice echoed. Insufficient disaster points. Taken aback, Song Yu glanced at the figure indicating 1,200 disaster points. Confused, he was unaware of what disaster points were. Upon clicking, a pop-up window appeared. Catching his attention, this interface was strikingly familiar, resembling the recharge interface from his world. Moreover, it was automatically linked to the bank card he used in his own realm. Without any action required, it had bound itself to him. The displayed recharge amount dazzled his eyes. Upon encountering the numbers 100, 200, 500, 1,000, and ultimately 10,000, he instinctively understood the course of action required. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely selected a figure for recharging. After all, having arrived in this new realm, the currency of the blue star could no longer hold any significance for him. Thus, he opted for a complete recharge, choosing the minimum amount of 100. Upon entering his bank card password, an electronic tone reverberated once more. Recharge failed, insufficient balance. How infuriating. Do I not even possess a mere 100? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he was grateful for his transmutation. Otherwise, he would have felt ashamed of his impoverished state. After considerable contemplation, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of purchasing a weapon and instead began to explore the surroundings. This place resembled a weapon museum, showcasing an array of ancient armaments, none of which conformed to contemporary aesthetics. Firepower was the undeniable truth, especially when it came to large-caliber weapons. After wandering to the right for a while, he stumbled upon a section dedicated to armor. Upon entering, a comprehensive list of various protective gear materialized before his eyes. The assortment included an array of ancient armors, encompassing diverse types from both Eastern and Western cultures. The indicated calamity points were astonishing, ranging from tens of thousands to millions, leaving him too intimidated to linger excessively. Fortunately, during his aimless wandering ahead, he discovered a staircase leading to the second floor. As he ascended, he encountered a large door that was tightly sealed. The moment Song Yu reached out to touch it, a melodious electronic tone echoed once again. Is it necessary to spend 1,000,000 disaster points to unlock the privileges? Upon hearing this, he had grown accustomed to such derision. For someone as impoverished as he, it seemed he was unworthy of possessing such things. Resolutely, he stepped back. Without the support of wealth, he lacked even the right to wield a weapon. After all, what did this place mean to him? He might as well leave. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness and haze. The rustling sounds of movement echoed below, as if they had detected his presence, growing in number until he could discern 5 or 6 distinct sounds of scurrying. At that moment, Song Yu dared not utter a single sound. He stealthily approached the ladder once more to ensure the passage was blocked securely. Having completed this task, he felt a modicum of relief. Fortunately, he had not heard any indications of them attempting to ascend the ladder, which brought him some solace. However, the continuous sounds of movement below kept him in a state of heightened anxiety. Curling up, his nerves taut, he dared not succumb to slumber. Time trickled by, and as the first light of dawn began to break, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion or a surge of courage, he unknowingly drifted into sleep. He awoke to the cacophony of raucous voices surrounding him. Although he could not discern their words, the outside world buzzed with activity. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately moved to the railing, peering down from his elevated vantage point to behold a throng of people below. They surged forth like a relentless tide, each individual brimming with curiosity about the people and surroundings that enveloped them. Their startled expressions were undoubtedly comical. Some shed their garments, others rolled in the sand, and a few buried their heads in the sandy mounds. There were even those who shamelessly relieved themselves right there on the ground. The scene was almost unbearable to witness. Yet every face radiated a joy akin to the discovery of a new world. Chapter 003. The resurrection point is overrun in that fleeting moment. Song Yu's heart surged like tumultuous waves, with excitement and joy crashing upon him in relentless succession. It was the elation of encountering kindred spirits at that instant. All his fears and apprehensions faded into oblivion. His lips parted involuntarily, longing to utter something, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Being inherently introspective, the sight of so many companions stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. However, as the individuals below noticed his presence above, one called out, "Hey there, you're quite fast. Have you discovered something up top?" Song Yu, perplexed by this remark, could only stand there. A companion of the speaker gave him a nudge and then surpassed him, not waiting for a response before darting away. Their playful antics seemed almost surreal. Song Yu continued to gaze into the distance, hoping to discern the origin of their emergence, wondering if he too could trace his way back along the network. On the blue platform where he had appeared the previous day, an unfamiliar square edifice now towered above, exuding an air of advanced technology. A multitude of individuals surged forth from the edifice, eagerly exploring their surroundings with an air of curiosity. As more and more of his kind emerged from within, Song Yu experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Even if he were unable to return to his original world, he would no longer have to confront the unknown creatures of this realm in solitude. Lost in thought, he was suddenly called out to from below. "Hey, brother, have you discovered anything up there?" Another voice echoed, urging him to look down once more. In a short span, a considerable crowd had gathered beneath him. Fearing they might attempt to ascend and damage the dilapidated ladder, he hastily shouted, "Do not come up. There is nothing of interest up here." He conveyed the situation above, hoping to dissuade their intentions. However, this group appeared to be quite unconventional. One individual clambered upward, and with a sharp crack, the sound of metal fracturing echoed, causing him to plummet. Though he sustained no injuries, he brushed off the dirt and quickly set off ahead. Ultimately, whether it was the effect of Song Yu's words or the actions of that individual that spoke volumes, those who had intended to climb ceased their efforts. Soon after, voices from below called out, "If there's something valuable, you can't keep it all to yourself. Remember to share." It was somewhat perplexing. These few did not seem to have been persuaded by his earlier statements, but rather were deterred by the sight of the broken section of the ladder, which made climbing exceedingly arduous. Regardless, any valuable items were likely seized by the opposing side, rendering any further attempts futile. Therefore, it would be more prudent for them to surge forward, striving to collect resources before others could. As Song Yu observed the swelling crowd around him, he felt a profound sense of security enveloping him. Just as he reveled in this atmosphere of safety, a cacophony of noise from afar drew his attention. A large group of individuals inexplicably began to engage in mutual violence. With a tremendous roar, he witnessed the structure above the blue platform slowly descending into the ground. The throng of people embroiled in conflict only increased, resembling a riot of unprecedented chaos. Although his vision was keen and he could discern the general situation, the scene before him was one of brutal confrontation. Some individuals charged at others, biting and clawing, while attempts to intervene only resulted in others becoming targets of aggression. This sight sent shivers down Song Yu's spine, instilling a creeping dread within him. The chaos escalated to an extreme. Even those observing from a distance felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Many began to flee in all directions, striving to distance themselves from the origin of the turmoil. Yet, for reasons unknown, others launched attacks on those engaged in biting frenzies. However, their charges proved in vain, as those who had fallen rose again to charge at them. An increasing number of individuals joined the ranks of the frenzied attackers, biting and tearing, as the situation gradually tilted in favor of the assailants. The fallen arose once more, charging wildly towards the panicked crowd. Song Yu had already formed a rough conjecture. This was a theme he cherished in films and dramas. Zombies. The word escaped his lips without a moment's hesitation. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, another wave of the fallen stood up, and, moments later, surged towards those still resisting. Witnessing this scene, many began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Some who remained to watch were now being pursued by stray zombies. The scattering crowd, accompanied by their relentless pursuers, rushed in the direction where he stood. Good heavens! As he observed them drawing the zombies closer, Song Yu acted without a second thought, seizing a shovel and swiftly kicking aside the debris that blocked his path. He then slid down from above. Ascending had been effortless, but descending proved challenging. Several sections had already fractured, compelling him to remove his coat and tie it around the railing for support before he finally descended. However, retrieving his clothing would now pose a dilemma. Without lingering too long, Song Yu discarded the garment and proceeded downward. Upon reaching the ground, he glanced back towards the blue platform, seeing nothing but clusters of people seemingly enjoying a leisurely outing. As he prepared to leave, a man approached him. Having witnessed the seamless descent he had just executed, he inquired eagerly, "Hey, have you had some training?" Song Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, too preoccupied to engage in conversation, and urgently replied, "You need to get out of here." He then sprinted towards the hill he had previously observed from the lookout. There lies a steep slope, which could serve as a fortification against the onslaught of the attacking zombies. However, the approaching individuals clearly had no intention of retreating and continued their pursuit. "Why are you running, boss? Did you see something up there?" Song Yu disregarded the question, continuing to run while inquiring, "Did you discover any treasures above? I am willing to purchase them." Upon hearing the mention of his willingness to buy, Song Yu finally glanced back at his companion, yet his feet showed no sign of halting. He was in dire need of funds to exchange for disaster points, and an idea to earn those points sparked in his mind. He quickly responded, "Let us discuss the trade later. For now, we must leave this place." Huang Yi initially struggled to comprehend why his companion was fleeing, as if they were escaping for their lives. However, the answer soon revealed itself as the surrounding players began to sprint frantically. At that very moment, a series of game notifications reverberated in their minds. The resurrection point has been overrun by zombies. Surviving players must swiftly distance themselves from the vicinity of the base. Otherwise, they will be unable to respawn upon death. The ominous message repeated thrice, before another notification echoed in each player's ears. Long-term mission issued. Recapture the resurrection point. The resurrection point has been overrun by zombies. Survivors are urged to reclaim it while ensuring their own safety. The reward includes a level 2 enhancement potion and 10,000 contribution points. A long-term mission has been issued. Reclaim the resurrection point. Once again, the electronic voice echoed, repeating the message thrice before a new announcement emerged. Currently, there are 10,086 surviving players. Should all players perish, the game will be permanently shut down. Chapter 004. Players in an instant. The nearby players were left in a state of bewilderment. Upon hearing the electronic announcement, confusion washed over their faces. What does this mean? One player inquired of a nearby companion. "I have no idea. This situation is far too sudden." Another responded, "Could it be that we've triggered a storyline event? Look over there. That person has already started to run. Who knows? Let us not dwell on it. Survival is paramount. Yes, we must flee quickly. Surely, they wouldn't initiate a plot-driven demise." Another player questioned, perplexed. "Let us escape from here first," his companion declared before dashing out. A solitary player took the lead, prompting the others to follow suit, racing forward as if some malevolent force were in pursuit. This surge of runners ignited a competitive spirit, each fearful of lagging behind. Some were genuinely swept up by the atmosphere, convinced that something sinister was chasing them. As Song Yu observed the throng of individuals, akin to a legion of Usain Bolts, overtaking him relentlessly, he too felt compelled to sprint, dreading the thought of being left behind. Those who had initially surged ahead, upon noticing the horde approaching from behind, instinctively welcomed him into their fervent ranks. The scene grew increasingly grandiose, resembling a stampede of countless steeds. The oblivious bystanders speculated about the nature of the entity pursuing them. In that moment, the tidal wave of runners engulfed those still in confusion. After all, everyone was running, and they dared not fall behind. Believing it to be the safest course, those who had once trailed far behind him now surpassed him one by one, instilling a sense of inexplicable defeat and panic within him. Meanwhile, the individual who had sought him out for weapons had already left him in the dust, racing towards the distant hills. Damn! Song Yu couldn't shake the feeling that this crowd was extraordinarily fit, their stamina almost inhuman. As he ran, he frequently glanced back. anxious to see if any zombies had closed in on him. Fortunately, it was merely his overactive imagination. The only beings approaching were these vibrant individuals. Yet, their frenzied appearance bore an unsettling resemblance to that of deranged zombies, prompting him to maintain a prudent distance. He could not comprehend why everyone had suddenly begun to run. However, there was no time to ponder such matters. Reaching the summit of that mountain was the only objective. The scene resembled a desperate struggle for survival, with the fear of the crowd behind him surging forth. Once they started running, no one wished to be left behind. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted, attempting to organize the group towards a common direction. Let us not scatter. We should converge at the top of that mountain. Perhaps due to the presence of a leader. Those who had fallen behind began to gather, while some who had strayed were called back. After more than an hour of frenzied running, Song Yu was utterly exhausted, unable to perform any further actions. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his body too weakened to rise. Thankfully, the fervent crowd around him, propelled by their own desperation, compelled him to persevere. Being situated at a higher altitude made them more visible to those below, and soon, the number of individuals gathering at the summit increased. Some had already begun to inquire about the situation. However, the responses were uniformly vague, lacking clarity. Why are you running? I don't know. I saw everyone else running, so I joined in. Did you think something was pursuing you? Who knows? Everyone is running. Following along seems prudent. Indeed. The game alert signaled to run. It could be a perilous situation, and lagging might be disastrous. Yet, at this moment, no one truly understood what was unfolding. Let us see how it unfolds first, they murmured, their voices a cacophony of excitement. Song Yu stood by, listening to their conversation, already aware that each of them was a player engaged in a post-apocalyptic survival game. However, Song Yu did not perceive this world as merely a game, unlike them, who had awoken from sleep pods. He had traversed here in his physical form, as evidenced by the scars on his arm from childhood. He was certain that this world was not a game, but a tangible reality. The sensations of hunger, touch, and the fatigue he experienced while fleeing with all his might were far from the ease exhibited by the players. Although he lacked concrete evidence to substantiate his belief, his conviction remained unwavering. Meanwhile, these players were engrossed in discussions about reclaiming revival points. Song Yu had no intention of engaging in their discourse. After all, he had not received any notifications or tasks akin to theirs. Speaking too much could lead to misunderstandings, and he feared being mistaken for a wild monster by the players, leaving him with no recourse to defend himself. Although he gleaned from their exchanges that they hailed from the same blue star as he did, players could not be perceived through a conventional lens. Without the constraints of law and unafraid of death, who truly feared whom? In the realm of players, NPCs were categorized simply as invincible or non-invincible. Even NPCs that posed no threat to players were often treated as mere resources for experimentation. What would happen if one were to kill, and what if one chose not to? Would there be another hidden pathway? Who could fathom the thoughts of the players? In this world, aside from the gaming company, they were akin to deities. He had no desire to reveal his true self. One can aptly utilize the fragments of their conversation to enhance one's understanding of the world. For these players, experiencing such events on the very first day of the game's launch filled their faces with expressions of sheer joy. Most discussions revolved around the game's remarkable qualities. Laughter echoed among them, and the potential dangers were entirely disregarded. After resting for half a day, Song Yu noticed an increasing number of players gathering on the hillside. Suddenly, someone shouted, "He has been bitten." At this, everyone turned their attention towards the commotion. The bitten player nonchalantly replied, "So what if I've been bitten? Why shout so loudly? You nearly scared me to death." Although there were speculations among the crowd, they were aware that this was merely a game. Even in such immersive circumstances, fear was minimal as long as there were enough players around. The players casually approached the scene, intrigued by the unfolding drama until the one who had shouted explained, "Are you foolish? When we left the base, didn't we encounter zombies? One person was bitten to death, and several others suffered injuries." "Yes, I remember. Didn't we eliminate the last few monsters?" Someone responded. However, not long after, the fallen player revived and suddenly attacked others. I surmised that this aligned with the narrative conventions of novels and films, where those infected by a zombie virus, even from a mere bite, would undergo mutation. At this moment, the bitten player began to argue. "That's merely your conjecture. I refuse to believe it." However, it was quickly countered by a player who posed the question, "Then tell me, why did the base suddenly fall? Clearly, We had eradicated the surrounding zombies, except for those who had been bitten. Just as their discussion continued, someone shouted, "Zombies are approaching." The group momentarily halted their conversation and gathered at the summit to observe the situation below. A small cluster of players was being pursued by a horde of zombies, making their way towards them. Chapter 005. Infection Song. You could not discern how the players differentiated between zombies and themselves, but soon he grasped the distinction. Those emitting red smoke were undoubtedly zombies. It seemed that way, though he was uncertain if that was the sole method of identification. Regardless, as long as he signaled towards those surrounded by red smoke, it would suffice. The zombies moved with remarkable speed, and the players matched their pace, unable to shake off the relentless horde behind them. Song Yu noted that the zombies trailing behind were nothing like the few he had encountered the previous day. They bore no signs of withered, decaying flesh, nor did they exhibit sluggishness. He could only speculate that these players must have undergone some form of enhancement, and thus, the zombies inherited a similar augmentation. Glancing at the players atop the summit, he understood why they appeared unfazed and hardly fatigued upon reaching the peak. How enviable! The small group of players, upon noticing the individuals on the mountain, immediately began to ascend the slope, while those already on the incline started to search for usable weapons. With no useful weapons at hand, the players resorted to picking up stones, charging towards the horde of zombies. "Brothers, follow me." One among them had initially contemplated formulating a tactical plan, but upon witnessing the chaos, he too joined the fray. From above, they launched their stones, each one striking the zombies squarely on their foreheads, instantly shattering their brains. Just as one player celebrated his success, a zombie lunged forward, sinking its teeth into his arm. Despite the pain, he refrained from crying out, pulling the creature closer before delivering a fierce blow with his stone. Thanks to their numerical superiority and advantageous positioning, the players managed to momentarily stem the tide of the zombie onslaught. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease gripped Song Yu. Trusting his instincts, he hesitated not, departing from the group of players to run towards the unknown distance. The others continued to fight with indifference, seemingly unfazed by their bites. But he had no desire to linger among those already infected. For the players, death was merely a temporary setback. They still existed in the realm of Blue Star. For him, however, death would be final. Ahead, players bustled about, showing no signs of halting, all advancing toward an uncertain future. Though the path was unclear, it was far better than remaining in that perilous spot. Before long, he had distanced himself from the group atop the mountain, unaware of their ultimate fate. He could only hope they would endure a while longer, granting him precious moments to escape. At that moment, the players cooperated seamlessly, successfully vanquishing the encroaching horde of zombies. However, this battle left many players marked with the telltale signs of bites. These zombies, having once been players themselves, exhibited a physical prowess far superior to the feeble creatures encountered when they first emerged from the base. Lacking the sensation of pain, the players fought recklessly, even when bitten, determined to flay the undead of their flesh. Some mimicked the zombies' brutal tactics, engaging in a tit-for-tat biting contest. This reckless exchange of life for life resulted in the injured multiplying from 1 to a dozen. Their gruesome appearances struck fear into the hearts of some nearby young girls. While the boys remained indifferent, tearing away the bloodied remnants of their flesh, removing their standard-issue clothing, and hastily bandaging their wounds. With no medical supplies available, this was their sole means of stemming the bleeding. Although they felt no pain, a profound weakness enveloped them, akin to a drunken stupor where one struggles to maintain their balance. Heavy eyelids and a swaying body rendered them unable to command their own movements, leading to a state reminiscent of intoxication. Among certain couples, the girls tenderly cared for their boyfriends. "It's all right, love, I just need a moment to rest." The bitten boy reassured his girlfriend. She leaned against a large rock, allowing her boyfriend to rest his head upon her knees. Meanwhile, those players who were injured and alone had no choice but to lie down and tend to their wounds, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. At that moment, a female player endeavored to tend to the injured players. Seeing them succumb to slumber, she swiftly plunged the dagger in her hand into their skulls with remarkable speed and utter silence. Not a single player noticed any irregularity. She feigned care for a brief moment before departing hastily. The players atop the mountain were still deliberating on how to exploit the terrain to vanquish the zombies, aiming to reclaim their base and resurrection point. "We could set traps on both sides of the slope to lure the zombies over," one suggested. "That won't work. We lack the tools to dig deep pits, another countered. We could also use the boulders on the mountain, pushing them down from above to crush the zombies. But how do we entice the zombies to roll beneath the boulders? Perhaps we could send a few individuals to create a distraction, someone proposed. Yet, if those luring the zombies strayed from their path, the zombies would inevitably follow, unless it resulted in mutual destruction. That won't do. Without weapons, a direct confrontation would spell our doom. We must rely on cunning, they agreed. Is there anything else we can utilize? Even simple spears made from branches would suffice. The atmosphere among the players was fervent as they passionately exchanged ideas, completely oblivious to the infected individuals nearby. Suddenly, a man resting beside his girlfriend launched an attack on her. His girlfriend was instantly terrified, her scream drawing the attention of the surrounding players. At that moment, the man had already bitten through her carotid artery, extinguishing her breath. The players suddenly awoke to the grim reality that the infected would transform into zombies. Before long, the man who had attacked his girlfriend was overwhelmed and slain by the surrounding players. His skull was shattered, and his corpse was unceremoniously discarded down the mountainside. In less than a minute, the young girlfriend, who had succumbed to her injuries after being bitten, abruptly rose from behind the players and lunged at an unsuspecting individual. Fortunately, she only managed to bite his arm, sparing his life for the moment. Reacting swiftly, the player retaliated by snapping her neck. Yet the severed head remained clamped onto his arm. At that moment, another player rushed to assist, using a rock to crush the young woman's skull. And together with her boyfriend, they were cast off the cliff. The player who had been bitten on the arm soon found himself isolated alongside those who had yet to mutate, standing in opposition to the unscathed players. I was merely bitten. Surely I won't become a zombie like them. Look at me. I'm still lively. Despite his protestations following the recent chaos, few were willing to believe his claims. Buddy, given your condition, it's best not to feign strength. If we reclaim the revival point, you can still respawn. Just let go. Chapter 006. Mutation. At this juncture, a player whose complexion had begun to pale spoke up. I believe I can still be saved. Please don't abandon me. If I recover, wouldn't we lose a valuable combatant? Perhaps you should assess your current state and spare us the dilemma. The injured individuals were acutely aware of their own physical frailty. Although they did not experience any pain, it was evident that their bodily functions had begun to deteriorate. The game's announcement had explicitly stated that resurrection was impossible upon death, which rendered them unwilling to relinquish their hope for survival. After all, it was a rare opportunity to engage in such a remarkably realistic game, and they were reluctant to abandon it. At this moment, someone exhaled deeply, feeling a pang of compassion, and spoke on their behalf. What if some among them are uninfected? Wouldn't it be unjust for us to act so decisively? After a brief pause, the individual continued, perhaps we should allow them to descend the mountain. If they transform, it would not be too late to eliminate them then. This suggestion garnered the agreement of the majority. Despite it merely being a game, the players were loath to extinguish a living being's existence with their own hands. The game's realism weighed heavily on them. Players accustomed to a peaceful life were reluctant to assume the role of executioner. Slaying zombies was inconsequential, for they were grotesque and dared to attack. However, killing fellow players came with penalties, as stipulated by the game's rules. Very well, we shall depart, declared one of the injured players. Upon uttering this, a group of over a dozen injured players supported one another as they began their descent down the mountain. The others watched from the summit, observing their retreating figures. Yet, before they could reach the base, one player coughed up blood and collapsed, rolling down the slope. Before his companions could rush to assess the situation, the fallen player rose once more, turned to face them, and charged directly towards them. Soon, the dozen or so individuals transformed into soulless husks. At this moment, Songyu had already followed the majority of players, traversing the hillocks and moving towards a more expansive area. In this desolate place, devoid of any supplies, lingering here was merely a waste of life for the players. The immediate priority was to locate food and water sources, along with weapons for self-defense. Otherwise, survival would be at stake. Without the support of a base, the survival difficulty of this game had significantly escalated, a consensus reached by many players. However, this aligns perfectly with the game's purpose, post-apocalyptic survival. It was precisely due to this realistic survival environment that players, like wild stallions set free, charged ahead with fervor in their explorations. This was beneficial for Songyu, as he need not worry about the dangers surrounding him. By merely following in their footsteps, he could evade most uncertainties. Upon the hill, a series of peaks stretched out, and from their elevated vantage point, they spotted a distant lake. This sight ignited excitement among the players, who rushed eagerly towards it. For Song Yu, who had not consumed anything for a day and a night, the overwhelming sensations of hunger and fatigue compelled him to slowly follow in the wake of the other players. Exhausted from the earlier sprint, thirst and hunger weighed heavily on him, preventing him from racing alongside the others in pursuit of dreams. He could only progress at a leisurely pace, a strategy to conserve energy. Moreover, from the summit, he had observed what appeared to be the traces of some creature moving in the heart of the lake. The ripples stirred were precisely captured by him, who had excellent vision in the present moment. Let them venture forth and scout the path. Should any peril arise, these players could serve as the first line of defense, granting him a fleeting moment to escape. At that moment, a hand reached out from behind and patted his shoulder. "Brother, I finally found you." Song Yu turned around to discover that it was none other than the individual who had sought to acquire his weapons earlier. He scrutinized the man, noting that he held a steel pipe, seemingly procured from some unknown source. A flicker of urgency crossed Song Yu's gaze as he stared intently at the stranger and hurriedly inquired, "Where did you obtain that weapon?" He was reluctant to let this business opportunity slip away. This was Song Yu's greatest concern. Without the disaster points, he could not purchase weapons, leaving him at a loss for survival in this world. I found it on an abandoned vehicle down the slope. By now, it's probably been ransacked by others," the man replied, gesturing in that direction. Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt a flicker of intrigue yet hesitated momentarily. After a brief pause, he asked, "Are you still buying weapons?" Hearing this, Kwang Yi began to assess the man's condition, glancing at the shovel in his hand and surveying the rest of his meager equipment. Clad in only a short-sleeved shirt, with no backpack, he was easily discernible at a glance. He gazed at the steel pipe in his hand, favoring it over his counterpart's weapon. There was no need to pursue a trade. He politely declined, stating, "No, I already possess a reliable weapon." After a brief pause, as if struck by an idea, he weighed the weapon in his hand and continued, "Brother, shall we form a team to eliminate some zombies?" Upon hearing this, Song Yu's mind drifted away from the notion of teaming up. Instead, he felt a pang of disappointment at the loss of an opportunity to earn disaster points. He replied, "Let's skip the teaming. I prefer not to log off just yet." Indeed, once players acquired new weapons, their immediate instinct was to test their performance. They would become increasingly ferocious, consumed by thoughts of where to hunt and level up. He had no desire to partake in such fray. His life was paramount. Listening to Song Yu's words, the other party did not press further and instead offered encouragement. "Hey, it's just a game, right? It's all about having fun. Life and death should be taken lightly. If you're not satisfied, just fight back. This failure could very well be the catalyst for your future strength." With a faint smile, Song Yu mused, "You may die, only to continue living in another world. But for me, death may very well be the end." He thought to himself, "I still refuse." Thus, he walked alongside his companion towards the lake, unconvinced that the latter's words could sway him. In the face of adventure and challenge, he prioritized the simple desire to survive. "Think it over. Don't be so hasty in your refusal," echoed in his mind. "Life is undeniably precious. You would not comprehend this. Alas, perhaps we shall have the opportunity to team up in the future. I am Kwang Yi. May I inquire how to address you, my friend?" Song Yu. Chapter 007. The river. At this moment, by the riverbank, a multitude of players had gathered, many of whom lay incapacitated on the ground, suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress. Although their expressions did not fully reveal the extent of their agony, they resembled individuals rendered helpless, sprawled on the ground as they simultaneously retched and purged. In an instant, a significant portion of the area was tainted by the players' excretions. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Song Yu and Kwang Yi were immediately confronted with this repugnant sight, causing their stomachs to churn uncomfortably. "What has happened to them?" Kwang Yi inquired of a nearby onlooker. "They drank from the river and ended up like this." "Is the water toxic?" Kwang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "Who knows? It could be contaminated, or perhaps there are pathogens at play," the bystander shrugged. "Has anyone died from drinking the river water?" Kwang Yi pressed on. "Not that I am aware of." After listening to their exchange, Song Yu suddenly felt less parched. Although he still desired water, witnessing their condition prompted him to reconsider. He certainly did not wish to gamble with his life here. While these players were still able to move, he could not guarantee that his body would withstand such torment as theirs had. As for Kwang Yi, he simply wished to avoid the same fate of vomiting and purging, leaving him in a filthy state. Most players remain indifferent to such matters. As they lack the sensation of pain, it is merely their bodies that act uncontrollably. A trivial concern. One after another, they approached the riverbank, cupping their hands to drink the water. Moments later, they found themselves in the same predicament as many others, succumbing to the inevitable cycle of vomiting and diarrhea. Observing this, Song Yu could only remark on the stubbornness of these players, who seemed intent on bringing suffering upon themselves. Surely, by boiling or filtering the impurities from the water, consumption should pose no issue. Just as Song Yu was preparing to craft a filtration device, someone produced a plastic bottle-like object and began filtering the water. Upon attempting to drink the treated water, that individual experienced no discomfort, which enlightened many players, prompting them to embark on crafting their own filters. The players largely perceived this world as merely a game, failing to consider the application of knowledge from the real world to overcome challenges. They viewed the consequences of drinking untreated water as merely a negative buff within the game. Who could have anticipated the game's overwhelming realism, ensnaring them in the misconceptions of their past gaming experiences? Inspired by this incident, the players began exploring various approaches. Some ventured to create fire by friction, and the rising smoke revealed a crucial truth to the players. All technological advancements within this game could be realized through manual ingenuity. Thus, they need not wait for the timeline to unlock. With a clearer understanding of the nature of this game, the players' enthusiasm burgeoned. They found themselves eager to explore experiences they had never encountered in reality, all within this immersive game world. Upon discovering the authenticity of this game, one player remarked, "I must say, this game is truly remarkable. I cannot fathom how the developers managed to accomplish such an extensive undertaking. Indeed, after immersing myself in this game, I feel that the games I previously played were nothing but trivialities." Another player expressed similar sentiments, stating, "I believe this will be my second life. The only lament is that communication within the game is rather inconvenient. Furthermore, the limited capacity for resource collection proves to be quite cumbersome, as it becomes impossible to carry everything. Perhaps the game developers intentionally emphasized realism, sacrificing various aspects to allow us, the players, to gradually construct a world of our own through diligent effort." A female player's response resonated with many, garnering widespread agreement. "I concur. Our primary objective must be to establish a safe zone, lest our characters fall prey to danger while offline." This player's suggestion quickly gained favor among the majority. But where should we construct this safe haven? "I believe the riverbank would be ideal, offering a broad view to spot enemies." No, another interjected. "The riverbank is too damp, risking illness, and flooding could pose significant problems." "What about a cave?" came the alternative. "Caves are also unsuitable. They lack proper ventilation and may harbor wild beasts." With so many options dismissed, one player inquired, "Then where do you propose we build it?" "I envision a high-level expanse surrounded by a wooden fence." "Ah, this idea is indeed commendable, but where shall we procure the timber?" "We could venture into the woods to fell some trees. Strength lies in numbers." "Very well, let us proceed with this plan. We shall first divide into groups, one to scout for a suitable location, another to prepare the necessary tools, and a third to gather provisions and water." "Excellent, that sounds agreeable." The player's suggestions resonated well with Bailu, prompting her to instruct her aides to rally manpower, offering incentives in the form of currency from the real world, in preparation for establishing her own guild. She even conceived a name for it, Wangchuan. Song Yu observed these naive players and felt a sense of joy at their aspirations. This way, he could reside within the safe haven they would create, free from the anxieties posed by the outside world. All challenges would be addressed by the players. Meanwhile, some players, eager to explore the game's authenticity and alleviate the adverse effects of hunger, chose to plunge into the water to fish. Under the sweltering summer sun, the moment they leapt into the river, a refreshing chill enveloped them. Though they felt no pain, their other senses remained intact. Otherwise, they would lose much of the enjoyment of the experience. As long as they refrained from drinking the river's untreated water, concerns about illness were unfounded. One player dove into the water, prompting a wave of others to follow suit. Song Yu felt a twinge of temptation, yet the sight of ripples emanating from the lake's center swiftly dispelled such thoughts. After sharing a bowl of boiled water with another player, he found relief for his parched throat. Moreover, Huang Yi gathered some materials to ignite a fire, attempting to create flame by drilling wood. After much effort, he was met with disappointment as no sparks emerged. Reluctantly, he sought assistance from others to borrow a fire starter. As he gazed at the flickering flames, A childlike smile spread across his face. Song Yu observed this scene, and what caught his eye was the fire, a symbol of life, banishing the darkness of the world. He looked into the distance, feeling as though he was no longer alone. However, a player in the river, while attempting to catch a large fish with bare hands, lost an arm. In a fleeting moment, the crimson hue stained the waters. Chapter 008. The fish in the river. The silhouette of that player quickly vanished beneath the surface. Increasingly, other players in the river began to realize they had lost certain limbs. Without the sensation of pain, they were oblivious to the danger until it was too late, struggling to stay afloat only after losing parts of their bodies. It was not until large swathes of bright red blood gradually tinged the water that they became aware of the dire situation. No one cried out in alarm when attacked. By the time they sensed discomfort, they had already been dragged underwater, losing their final opportunity to call for help. The vast expanse of crimson liquid caught the attention of players on the riverbank, prompting some to take notice. One individual immediately rose and shouted towards the players in the river, urging them to come ashore, warning of the lurking danger. A chorus of shouts resonated, causing those who had not ventured far to look towards the unfolding events in the river. After a brief moment, they surged from the river, their bodies undulating with a fierce momentum that sent the players on the shore into a state of panic. Those players who had been ambushed found themselves unable to emit any distress signals. It was as if a force from the river had ensnared them, engendering an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Soon, they lost control of their bodies, gradually being dragged down to the riverbed. It was then that the players discerned the nature of their assailants. The fish from the river were attacking madly, biting and tugging at their bodies. Lured by the bloodshed, more and more fish joined the fray, until the players were rendered completely immobile. Before their final departure, many players lamented their decision to enter the water. Their deaths sealed their fate. They could not resurrect and would no longer have the freedom to enjoy this game, a realization that dawned only after the experience. Amidst the chaos, one fish, propelled by its excessive speed, leapt onto the shore in a single bound. Players standing at the riverbank finally beheld the true visage of these creatures. Their faces were grotesque, filled with large, menacing teeth resembling sharp daggers, pointed and powerful. Their appearance was alarmingly hideous, covered in uneven, bumpy scales that sent shivers down one's spine and utterly quashed any semblance of appetite. The fish that had landed on the shore continued to snap its jaws open and shut, attempting to launch an attack on the players before it. Witnessing this dire situation, the players spoke little, seizing their weapons and striking fiercely at the creature's head. The fish was of considerable size, measuring over a meter in length. Under the relentless assaults of the players, even the most resilient of heads could be smashed, yielding its brain matter. This could be seen as a form of vengeance for their companions who perished in the river. The slain fish was swiftly divided among the participating players. Observing them carve the fish meat, one person curiously inquired, "Is this fish truly edible?" The players shared the same curiosity. Upon removing the fish skin, the smooth, pristine flesh was revealed to all. I saw no issue with it. After peeling off the skin, a player cut a piece of meat and headed towards the campfire. "Let me test for poison," he declared. Before the flickering flames, the player sliced off a small portion of the fish meat, skewered it with a twig, and placed it directly over the fire to roast. The high heat of the flames combined with the diminutive size of the piece resulted in it becoming perfectly charred and appetizing in no time. Seeing this, Song Yu could hardly contain his saliva. The player, in front of everyone, took a bite without any regard for the scalding heat. Indeed, the players had long since lost their sensitivity to pain. Such minor burns were inconsequential. After all, a first-tier body possessed a commendable recovery capability. A touch of salt would enhance it further, commented the players savoring the fish. After considerable time had passed without any adverse effects from the chosen player, someone remarked enviously, "Damn it, these guys beat us to it." The fish had already been completely devoured by the players involved in the attack, leaving only the sight of them proudly showcasing their culinary skills by the campfire. Upon witnessing this, Song Yu became certain of the fish's edibility, and the anxiety that had weighed heavily on his heart finally subsided. He had previously feared that these fish might also be infected, posing a risk of viral contamination. Meanwhile, those players who had missed the opportunity could only lament their fate before eagerly anticipating the next large fish to leap ashore. Were they merely waiting for fish to come to them? The commotion drew numerous players away from their tasks, gathering around. Seeing others grill meat felt akin to food calling out to them, prompting many to join the fishing brigade without a second thought, driven by their own gnawing hunger. After the river's bounty had been consumed, they waited for a lengthy period, yet no fish returned to the surface. Some attempted to use themselves as bait, hoping to entice the fish to leap onto the shore. Perhaps this player had underestimated the situation or believed the fish were not so astute. Their efforts, however, ended in failure. The fish approached the riverbank, but unlike their predecessors, they did not launch a leap attack. Instead, they swiftly swam towards the player, who promptly retreated to the shore, only for the fish to scatter in all directions. With no blood to entice them, or perhaps lacking food to compete for, the fish exhibited a notable calmness. Upon reaching the bank, they began to patrol the vicinity like vigilant soldiers, entirely disregarding the players on the shore. Their jaws opened and closed, and the obstacles in their path were swiftly dismantled by their sharp teeth. Seizing the opportunity as the fish lingered near the shore, a player brandished a makeshift spear and lunged towards their bodies. This player demonstrated remarkable skill, striking true with a single blow, a clear testament to years spent gathering seafood along the coast. Alarmed by the assault, the fish desperately struggled to escape the player's grasp. Darting towards the depths of the river, the player endeavored to thwart this escape, yet their body was gradually being dragged closer to the water's edge. Perhaps sensing the scent of blood, several nearby fish began to swim towards him. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the player hastily called out to those around him, urging them to assist in capturing the fish so they could share the spoils. His words ignited a fervor, and in an instant, a throng of players gathered. United in their efforts, they swiftly brought the large fish ashore. "I'm not here to claim the fish. I simply refuse to watch someone get dragged under," one player quipped, teasingly. "That's unacceptable." As they beheld the fish's menacing visage, the player who had nearly been pulled into the river delivered a swift kick. "Damn it, you almost cost me my life." The fish, still lively, attempted to retaliate by leaping and turning to strike its assailant. Chapter 009, Grilled Fish. Fortunately, the player evaded the attack just in time, narrowly escaping a counterstrike. The sight elicited laughter from the assembled players. Without delay, they plunged their spears into the creature's head, delivering a fatal blow. With a sense of urgency, they began to slice the fish into portions, each claiming their rightful share of the meat. The commotion soon inspired others to adopt the same fishing technique. Some seasoned fishermen quickly became role models for others, who emulated their movements and techniques with great enthusiasm. Regrettably, a few individuals overestimated their own capabilities and, in a moment of carelessness, were dragged into the water by startled fish. The scent of blood attracted other large fish, which converged upon them in a frenzy. In a fleeting moment, players gathered en masse along the shoreline. Seizing the opportunity presented by the crimson blood staining the banks, they brandished various weapons, launching attacks at the fish in the river. Ultimately, the sharpness of the weapons became inconsequential as they thrust them into the water, determined to strike anything that could reach the schools of fish. Some even resorted to hurling stones into the depths, regardless of whether they made contact. The psychological impact was undeniably fulfilling. In the end, the players returned triumphantly, each sharing in the spoils of their catch. Even Song Yu managed to capture a fish with his battered iron shovel, joining forces with fellow players to haul it ashore. After dividing the meat, they made their way towards the campfire. Upon arriving, they found Kwang Yi skewering chunks of fish meat on a steel rod, roasting them by the fire. The fish sizzled delightfully, releasing its oils as the golden hue glistened enticingly in the flickering light. Noticing Song Yu's impressive haul, Kwang Yi exclaimed, "Wow, you've had quite the catch." He added with a smile, "Tonight, we shall feast." "Indeed," Song Yu replied, his face beaming with pride. Song Yu approached the campfire and settled beside it, grasping a shovel to slice off a piece of meat, which he then skewered onto the top of the shovel. He firmly embedded the bottom into the earth beside the fire, allowing the flames to gradually envelop the morsel. Having fasted for 2 days, he gazed longingly at Kwang Ye's fish, which was steadily exuding grease and turning a rich golden hue, and swallowed hard. He feigned an inquiry, "Is it not ready yet?" In truth, he wished to express a desire to trade for a portion. Kwang Yi glanced at the fish before responding, "It should be soon." Yet, Song Yu refrained from voicing his true thoughts and diverted his gaze from the tempting fish, for the longer he stared, the hungrier he became. He rose to search for a flat stone nearby, washed it clean, and skillfully used a sharp rock to cut the remaining fish into small pieces. Arranging them atop the stone, he then constructed a makeshift stove from piled stones and rekindled the fire, placing the stone over it to gently heat the fish. transforming it into jerky for the morrow's provisions. After completing this task, he returned to his seat by the campfire. At that moment, Kuang Yi inspected the fish once more and offered it to Song Yu, saying, "You should eat first. I noticed you were staring at it." Feeling a tad embarrassed, Song Yu quickly waved his hand. "Oh, I couldn't possibly. You should eat first." Kuang Yi chuckled, "Do not be so polite with me." Gratefully, Song Yu accepted the fish, remarking, "Very well, brother, I shall remember this kindness." Kuang Yi patted him on the shoulder, urging, "Enough talk. Eat quickly." Having gone 2 days without sustenance, Song Yu's yearning for food had reached its zenith, and he subsequently returned his portion of fish to Kuang Yi. After the meal, nightfall descended, and the scattered bonfires nearby dispelled the surrounding darkness. Players gathered either alone or in small clusters. The day's experiences had led them to find reliable companions among one another. Strangely, Song Yu had also become teammates with Kuang Yi. As he gazed at the flames of the bonfire, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Having been too frightened to sleep the previous night, his mind began to grow heavy with fatigue. In contrast, Kuang Yi remained energetic, diligently sharpening his steel pipe against the stone wall, seemingly intent on transforming it into a lethal weapon. Song Yu found a peculiar sense of relief in watching Kuang Yi's meticulous focus. In a half-dream, he thought he heard the sounds of a scuffle, abruptly dispelling his sleepiness. He quickly rose and turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. His line of sight traversed the flickering bonfires until he spotted a group of figures engaged in a fierce confrontation, illuminated by the firelight. Rubbing his eyes to gain clarity, he took a few steps closer and saw several silhouettes emerge from the shadows. Alarm surged within him as his heart raced. He shouted anxiously to Kuang Yi, "Kuang Yi, we might be in danger ahead." Kuang Yi had already halted his actions, fixated on the unfolding battle. The conflict intensified, with individuals collapsing intermittently. Clenching his fists, Song Yu was consumed with anxiety and apprehension. Just as he pondered his escape route, Kuang Yi charged forward, calling back, "Let us go, quickly gain some experience. We must not let them get ahead." Song Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. He had initially intended to invite his companion to relocate with him, but given the present circumstances, he was left with no choice but to escape alone. As he began to gather the roasted fish from beside the campfire, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the direction of the battle with the zombies. A swift glance revealed that the conflict had concluded. Song Yu's taut nerves began to relax, and he exhaled deeply, abandoning his escape plans. He turned and returned to his seat by the campfire. The other players had dispersed, and Kuang Yi approached him. "Is everyone unharmed?" Song Yu inquired hurriedly as Kuang Yi drew near. "All is well. We dug a trench, and the zombies fought us within it." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's worries dissipated entirely, allowing him to feel at ease enough to sleep. However, Kuang Yi suddenly asked, "Why didn't you join in to gain experience earlier?" Song Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "There were only a handful of monsters, not enough to share among us." He then glanced at Kuang Yi, recalling something, and asked, "By the way, did you manage to gain any experience?" "This game does not display an experience bar, so I cannot ascertain whether I gained any. But I did receive several contribution points," Kuang Yi replied. Song Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation, piecing together the information he had gathered throughout the day. He began to suspect that leveling up in this game might not solely depend on defeating monsters. Perhaps it required the completion of tasks to exchange for enhancement potions. With that thought, Song Yu found a comfortable spot beside the campfire and lay down. Kuang Yi frowned slightly, remarking, "But the main storyline tasks are not so easily accomplished. How could one know without attempting?" Song Yu had no intention of continuing the conversation. The more he spoke, the more he risked revealing himself. Fearing exposure, he simply turned over and lay down. Kuang Yi also ceased the related topic, opting instead to return to the stone where he had been sharpening the steel pipe. Chapter 010. The discrepancy between reality and game time. At that moment, Song Yu found it impossible to fall asleep. The instant he closed his eyes, he would immediately reopen them, terrified that a zombie might claim his life while he slumbered. He could only watch Kuang Yi as he diligently sharpened the steel pipe, seeking to alleviate his anxiety. Once Kuang Yi had completed his task, he began searching for other objects to test the sharpness of the pipe. Song Yu couldn't help but marvel at their remarkable stamina. More precisely, the exuberance of this group of players was astonishing. After a day of exertion, they remained vigorous, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever, which was somewhat enviable. The night, which ought to have been tranquil, was instead filled with lively chatter. Perhaps this was the daily routine of the dedicated gamers. At that moment, the voices of a nearby group reached his ears, instantly reviving his drowsy spirit. I just logged off. Can you guess how much time has passed in the real world? How long? It can't possibly be dawn already, can it? No way. When I logged off, I checked the time, and it had barely been 30 minutes outside. Impossible. You must be joking. We've been in the game for a whole day. I'm not deceiving you. I found it hard to believe myself and checked several times. The date and time were all accurate. Initially, I suspected there was an issue with my phone. So I verified with another device, reluctantly coming to accept the reality. I find it hard to believe. Surely, you are deceiving us. If you doubt my words, why not log off and ascertain for yourselves? Furthermore, after I logged off just now, how long did I remain here? The player pondered for a moment before responding. Approximately 2 hours, I suppose. Indeed, upon awakening and checking the time, I merely stepped away for a brief moment, and upon my return to the game, not much time had elapsed in the outside world. Their conversation was distinctly overheard by Song Yu, who lay beside the campfire. At that moment, the group, eager to verify the truth of one another's claims, decided to log off for confirmation. The player who remained, observing his teammates had all departed, also rose from his spot by the fire. Song Yu found himself envious of these players. They faced no mortality, and the hours spent in the game translated to mere minutes in reality. Though he was uncertain of the precise equivalence of a minute in the real world to time in the game, the notion alone filled him with longing. Why must he have traversed into this realm? It seems so unjust. While he harbored envy, he was powerless to change his circumstances. After all, he had crossed over along with his physical form from the original world into this one. He still had to live and strive for survival. Resigned, he closed his eyes, determined to think of nothing further, and surrendered to sleep. Ultimately, he stole one last glance at his surroundings before finally permitting his eyelids to fall. Song Yu found himself situated at the heart of the players' gathering. Surrounded by dozens of campfires, both large and small, he felt a sense of security. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the night, the commotion generated by this group of players would serve as a warning, allowing him to escape. Moreover, with such a vibrant assembly of players keeping vigil, he could rest more peacefully. After Song Yu succumbed to slumber, a figure gradually approached him. As she neared, she regarded the sleeping Song Yu with an unusual gaze. After observing him for some time, she stepped forward to ascertain his breathing pattern and physical features. Though she refrained from making physical contact, she remained cautious, fearing that she might awaken him. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, seemingly satisfied with her findings, she lay down on a nearby patch of ground, her heart secretly elated. When Kwang Yi returned to Song Yu's side, weapon in hand, he discovered that Song Yu had already logged off. He had intended to venture across the road with him towards the source of the sounds, but seeing the situation, he had no choice but to abandon that plan. Grasping his weapon, he felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. At some point, a woman had appeared beside him. Perhaps she was a newly acquainted friend of Song Yu's. Approaching the campfire, he glanced at the sky and noted that his teammate had indeed logged off. Realizing that he had spent an excessive amount of time in the game, he decided to log off as well. Selecting the log out option in his mind, he felt his consciousness hazily detach from his body. When he awoke, Kwang Yi found himself in a dimly lit room. He looked out at the night through the uncurtained window, where silence enveloped the outside world. A thought crossed his mind. Had he truly played for an entire day and night? Reaching out to the bedside table for the switch. The moment the light illuminated the room, his eyes squinted in discomfort. Once his eyes adjusted, he swiftly rose from the bed and exited the room. Peering down the staircase from the second floor, he spotted his younger brother sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in the television. As Kwang Ye descended, Rousheng, noticing his brother's arrival, eagerly inquired, "Bro, have you also logged out?" "I'm still alive and kicking. How did you get out so quickly?" Kwang Ye replied while making his way towards the kitchen. "I am utterly speechless. Just as I stepped out of the base, I was thrust forward by that bunch of ruffians. Before I could even comprehend the situation, they had already claimed my life." Kwang Heng's frustration escalated as he vehemently tossed his phone aside. It was absolutely unnecessary to die. I watched helplessly as they were bitten and transformed into zombies. He sighed. I intended to flee at that moment, but they blocked my escape route. I had no chance to get away. Sigh. I should have sprinted towards safety the instant I exited the base. After listening to his brother's grievances, Kwang Ye found himself at a loss for words. The two siblings had played together, and now he was left alone. Is there really no way to revive? Kwang Ye mused as he opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of cola. No chance of revival. Upon hearing this, his brother's emotions flared. What kind of ridiculous game is this? Once you die, they don't offer a single opportunity for resurrection. The moment I put on the helmet, there's nothing but a blank screen, just a line of text. Oh, this revelation piqued Kwang Ye's curiosity. What does the text say? The younger brother wore a discontented expression and retorted impatiently. What other words could it be? They say we need to reclaim our revival points before we can re-enter the game. Such a worthless gaming company. Listening to his brother's incessant complaints, Kwang Ye casually picked up a can of cola and lay down beside him. So, what have you been up to today? Kwang Ye inquired nonchalantly. What else could I do? Ever since the game was forcibly taken offline, I simply couldn't sleep, so I decided to watch a movie, Kwang Heng replied helplessly. Kwang Ye took a sip of cola, slightly furrowing his brow in contemplation. Surely you didn't spend the entire day watching television? Not the entire day. I just came out not long ago. Kwang Heng raised his voice in protest. Chapter 011. Departing from the riverbank upon hearing this, Kwang Ye turned to glance at the time displayed on the television, 9:36:53. Seeing this number, he abruptly sat up. Kwang Ye swiftly asked his brother, what date is it today? The 10th. His brother responded, perplexed. Brother, are you losing your mind over the game? Ignoring his brother's remark, Kwang Ye hurried back to his room to check his phone. Holy cow! He exclaimed excitedly as he rushed outside, calling down to his brother on the second floor. Hey, did you know? I've spent a whole day in the game while only 37 minutes have passed in reality. Kwang Heng looked up, bewildered, and questioned, Brother, are you pulling my leg? Observing his brother's puzzled expression, Kwang Ye eagerly added, Brother, this is absolutely true. This means we will have more time to explore and embark on adventures within the game. With that, Kwang Ye excitedly returned to his room, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he donned his helmet. Upon opening his eyes once more, as he regained consciousness, the surrounding commotion continued unabated. Amidst the cacophony, Song Yu slowly opened his eyes. Although somewhat noisy, it was not entirely unwelcome. At least the environment remained under the control of the players. He noticed a woman beside him, who had appeared without his awareness. Upon gazing at her delicate beauty, Song Yu could not help but reflect. Regardless of gender, the players tend to possess striking appearances. The girl, sensing a gaze upon her, soon stirred from her slumber. Their eyes met instantly, and the two shared a moment of mutual scrutiny, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Song Yu who broke the uncomfortable silence, greeting her with a simple hello. The girl did not respond. Instead, it was Kwang Ye, who had awakened beside them, eager to seek out Song Yu. Brother, did you know? The time in the game is equivalent to. The girl rose, gently brushing off the dirt from her attire. Noticing Kwang Ye's eagerness to elaborate, Song Yu decisively interrupted him. I understand. A few minutes in reality equates to several hours in the game. Kwang Ye responded with urgency, exactly. This means we can accomplish so much within the game without worrying about running out of time. Gazing at the still exhilarated Kwang Ye, Song Yu remained silent. Yet he felt a sense of joy at his friend's aspirations. As long as the players continued to strive, he could soon lead a tranquil and fulfilling life. After listening to their conversation, the girl beside them turned and departed without a word. Ultimately, only Song Yu and Kwang Ye were left, staring blankly at her retreating figure. Is she your girlfriend? Kwang Ye suddenly inquired. No, why do you ask? Song Yu responded, puzzled. When I returned last night, I saw her sleeping next to you. I thought you two were acquainted, Kwang Ye remarked. After his words, Song Yu muttered silently to himself. What a peculiar person. Morning arrived. But Kwang Ye's appetite seemed rather poor, or rather, the same could be said for all the players. Having dined the previous evening, he felt little hunger today and could only manage a small piece of dried fish before being unable to consume any more. This left him with ample provisions to relish at his leisure. Just as he finished the dried fish, a throng of players surged toward the riverbank. The night before, some players had already ventured along the river's edge. Although the reasons remained unclear, after receiving the latest survival notification, few players dared to act independently. Listening to their exchanges, Song Yu gradually discerned the current situation. Originally over 10,000 players, only a little more than 7,000 remained after a single night. Song Yu felt a profound unease regarding the rapid rate of player fatalities, contemplating the sheer number of lives lost. Song Yu could easily imagine that, given the player's current rate of demise, it would not be long, perhaps 5 days, before he found himself utterly alone. Fortunately, among this group of players, a leader had emerged. guiding the team along the riverbank in search of a defensible location to establish a camp. Although Song Yu held a favorable view of this riverbank, the sight of numerous corpses strewn about the perimeter swiftly extinguished his desire to set up camp there. While he was not privy to the specifics of the battle from the previous night, the murmurs of other players provided him with a general understanding. They had been relentlessly assaulted, a never-ending onslaught. One player lamented with lingering dread. Indeed, any player who suffered a bite would soon transform into a zombie, and without firearms. They were ill-equipped to withstand such attacks, another player chimed in, their face etched with frustration towards the game. Furthermore, it seemed the zombies were growing increasingly ferocious and agile, making them exceedingly difficult to combat, another player added. Regardless, this riverbank was no longer a viable option. They must hasten to find a new location for their encampment. Song Yu listened intently to their discourse, his expression growing increasingly grave as he contemplated their next course of action. Once the main group departed, Song Yu and Kwang Yi followed closely behind. Aside from a few players who preferred to venture solo, the majority were inclined to stick with the larger group. This not only provided mutual support, but also facilitated cooperation in the face of danger, enabling them to collectively fend off the relentless zombie assaults. Moreover, strength in numbers confers a significant advantage in the quest for resources and the establishment of new camps. Occasionally, a few wandering zombies emerge along the way, charging frantically at the players upon sight. After a night of combat, the players, armed and coordinated, efficiently dispatch the undead with a clean and decisive precision. Those capable of ranged attacks refrain from engaging in melee, and those wielding weapons adamantly avoid hand-to-hand combat. This collective wisdom was gleaned by the players over the course of a single day. The river lies in proximity to the highway, and upon realizing this, the leader of the group commenced their journey along the road. Though the players feel no pain, the rugged terrain of the riverbank, with its steep ascents and descents, proves to be quite bothersome. The once expansive and dilapidated roadway has become riddled with potholes, yet it remains far more traversable than the riverbanks. Abandoned vehicles and military transports lining the roadside quickly become the sole targets for the players' scavenging endeavors. Consequently, many players compete fervently, eager to forge ahead and scout the path, while simultaneously rummaging for weapons and gear. However, the reality differs markedly from the realm of the game. Chapter 012. The Forgotten River Guild. One player discovered a rusted handgun atop a military vehicle, though rendered inoperable. It did not deter him from showcasing it proudly among his peers. For those unaccustomed to firearms, this moment felt akin to the discovery of a new world. They eagerly grasped the weapon, some even beginning to devise plans for its restoration, while others hastened forward in pursuit of further exploration. The ability to discover firearms within the game signifies the presence of weaponry in this virtual realm. For players from the Dragon Kingdom, this revelation is undeniably exhilarating, suggesting that they may soon wield these formidable arms with impunity. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Kwang Yi, who trailed behind, is one such individual, repeatedly urging to hasten their pace, only to be met with the unperturbed demeanor of Song Yu, who consistently thwarted his attempts. "What of my brother? You should quicken your pace. The valuable items will soon be plundered by others," Kwang Yi exclaimed, piquing Song Yu's curiosity. "What need do I have for such trifles? Transfer me 1,200 coins, and I shall provide you with what you desire." This seemed to present an opportunity for Kwang Yi to amass calamity points, a chance he was unwilling to forfeit. Yet, Kwang Yi clearly held skepticism towards Song Yu's words. "Keep spinning your tales. If you don't believe me, go ahead and transfer a sum and see for yourself. I assure you, I will not deceive you." A glimmer of sincerity flickered in Song Yu's eyes, inadvertently urging Kwang Yi to hasten even further. However, he did not choose to depart alone. After all, he had already regarded Song Yu as a comrade. In a team, one must advance and retreat together, naturally not abandoning a cautious ally. Kwang Yi observed that Song Yu was perpetually vigilant against lurking dangers, even while gathering water by the riverside. He meticulously confirmed the area's safety before daring to approach the bank. This caution extended to unexplored territories as well. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely a day, Kwang Yi felt as though he had gleaned profound insights into Song Yu's character. His caution had indeed reached an excessive degree, to the point where Kwang Yi began to question whether he had become an NPC within this game. Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed such notions, recognizing their implausibility. Setting aside these thoughts, he found himself trailing among the leisurely players. Were they merely here to indulge in sightseeing? Kwang Yi couldn't help but ponder, observing this languid group. He felt a pang of regret for his earlier prejudice against Song Yu. He realized he was not alone in this sentiment. The entire assembly exhibited the same demeanor. They resembled curious infants, stopping at every novel site to investigate. Gradually, Quan Yi assimilated into their ranks, advancing along the path that had been thoroughly explored and deemed safe by the larger contingent ahead. As they progressed, the monotony of the chase had long since dulled their senses, leaving a sense of weariness in its wake. Players engaged in a relentless pursuit, their stamina waning significantly. Many had already taken a seat by the roadside to rest, though their physical condition was markedly superior to that of the real world. Enduring over 20 kilometers of such intense exertion was still quite taxing. The players at the forefront had lost their desire to explore the abandoned vehicles strewn across the highway. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from casting an occasional glance, wary of any valuable items slipping past unnoticed. Yet, the abundance of discarded debris was gradually robbing them of the enjoyment this game once afforded. Either they were hurrying along or rummaging through refuse. Not a single formidable weapon had been discovered. Even the occasional finds were but rusted relics, rendered unusable. If this continued, the players would soon be driven to the brink of abandoning their quest, overwhelmed by the tedium and monotony of it all. After traversing the road for an entire morning, their spirits lifted slightly as they began to glimpse some dwellings lining the sides of the highway. Upon awakening, the zombies confined within these houses stirred, roaring and clawing in their frenzied attempts to escape. They had caught the scent of fresh human life, each one striving wildly toward the crevices of their prison. Although the houses were dilapidated, they still managed to contain the ravenous creatures. The ensuing combat offered a modicum of enjoyment to the players, who eagerly seized their weapons and charged forth, striking fiercely at the skulls of the undead until they were swiftly returned to the embrace of death. After hammering at the doors for a while, the silence from within was disconcerting. Seizing the moment, the players, much like invaders in an unguarded village, forcefully breached the homes, rummaging through every corner in search of hidden treasures. The stale, oppressive scent of decay lingered in the air, yet the players disregarded it, fervently sifting through items they deemed valuable, stuffing their bags with whatever they could find. A rusted iron pot, though appearing worn and battered, might still prove useful after some polishing. A chipped ceramic bowl was also taken, with hopes it could serve to hold water or small trinkets in times of need. And even the dulled knives, their edges long since blunted, were cherished by the players as if they were rare gems. The entire room lay in disarray. Yet not a single player paid it any heed. Their eyes were solely focused on items of potential utility. Particularly, those hard and sharp objects were swiftly transformed into spears, bound to handles, thus becoming effective weapons. Song Yu observed and felt an urge to persuade them. There was no need for such trouble. They could simply purchase from him. Gazing at these prospective customers, Song Yu was troubled about how to seek financing from them. However, he was unable to disclose his possession of a golden finger. Alas, what a headache. Everything possesses its value. What one group overlooked, perhaps the next would covet. After being ransacked by players multiple times, the previously chaotic room had become considerably tidier. Song Yu, left behind, did not believe he would have the chance to search through the remnants. Moreover, there was a weapon shop. He had little interest in the meager finds the players had unearthed. His only thought now was how to acquire disaster points from the players. The value of 1,200 was indeed exorbitant. No one was foolish enough to believe that. Upon learning that the Wanchuan Guild was recruiting, he rushed over without hesitation. Chapter 013, The Courage to Face. Earning 3,000 a month, Song Yu was elated. Undeniably, he would have agreed on the spot. After all, he was desperately impoverished. Fortunately, a player inquired whether the wages were calculated based on a game time or real-world time. Upon receiving the answer, Song Yu felt a surge of frustration. It was all in vain. According to the information gleaned from the players, in the realm of the game, a single day equates to less than an hour in the real world. If he were to accept this position, how many years would it take to earn a mere 3,000 coins? Would this not amount to a form of servitude? Thus, he resolved to seek alternative means, taking each step as it comes, hoping perhaps to fortuitously discover items deemed rare by the players. Selling himself was a path he would not entertain. With this thought in mind, he pondered whether he should join the expedition team. As they ventured further, the number of buildings proliferated like an ascending sequence, until they arrived at a colossal bridge that had succumbed to collapse. From their elevated vantage point, they gazed upon the raging river that had submerged the mountains, all surrounded by dense, verdant jungles. Only a fragment of residential structures peeked through the foliage. From this perspective, the towering edifices lay in ruin, overtaken by lush greenery, transforming what should have been a desolate scene into one teeming with life. In the distance, it resembled a tranquil small town. At this juncture, numerous players congregated around the Rousheng Guild, deliberating their next course of action. Naturally, the members of the Rousheng Guild did not refuse, assuming the role of spokespersons for this assembly of players. The wages they offered attracted a significant influx of participants, creating an atmosphere of singular dominance. Meanwhile, those aspiring to establish their own factions had already formed small groups, yet they too found themselves compelled to temporarily align with the esteemed lady of the guild. After all, the number of players was still limited, and only through unification could they reclaim revival points and address the pressing issue of insufficient manpower. At this moment, the esteemed young lady's butler stood upon a stone pedestal, proclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we can no longer fight in isolation. It is imperative that we unite." With the resurrection points having been overtaken, players found themselves unable to revive upon death. If this continues, we shall inevitably be overwhelmed and exhausted by the monsters within the game. Ultimately, this could lead to the game's demise. Upon hearing this, some players expressed their disagreement, stating, "The game shutting down seems unlikely. After all, the game company exists to generate profit." This sentiment was echoed by the majority. However, a small faction voiced their dissent, remarking, "Many players log in only to log out shortly thereafter, and numerous individuals have taken to the game forums to berate the company." The company's response appears to substantiate this issue. Curiosity piqued. A player inquired, "What exactly did they say?" Another player recounted, "The company representatives insulted the players, labeling them as worthless, and yet so many of us allowed the base to be overtaken. Is it truly appropriate for the company to speak in such a manner?" One pondered. The situation escalated as the game company ultimately declared, "We shall resume operations when the base is reclaimed." The crowd fell into a state of speechlessness. What kind of game company engages in such verbal altercations with its players? This is utterly audacious. However, after some reflection, the players came to a realization. They may cease operations, but we have no choice but to play. By that logic, do we not find ourselves akin to beta testers? This appears to be a rather challenging predicament, with the limited arsenal at our disposal. Reclaiming the revival point seems nearly impossible. After this exchange of gossip, the steward of the Rousheng Guild continued, stating that our immediate priority should be to locate a secure place to establish a temporary stronghold. Subsequently, we can gradually bolster our strength and ultimately seize the revival point. This suggestion met with unanimous agreement, as they indeed required a base of operations. With no suitable location to store the gathered supplies, carrying them became quite cumbersome. The steward of the Rousheng Guild then spoke with a grave demeanor, emphasizing that we can no longer act independently. Every loss of life significantly undermines our chances of reclaiming the revival point. Thus, I propose that the Rousheng Guild take the lead in guiding us forward. The players recognized their desire for authority, yet they were not entirely naive. After all, those who chose to follow them were likely attracted by their considerable numbers, which seemed reasonable enough. In truth, everyone indeed needed a leader to navigate through this chaos. If the tasks assigned were not to their liking, they could simply choose to disregard them. For the time being, they required a commander to prevent them from disbanding into disarray. As Songyu arrived at the bridge, the majority of players had already made their way towards the small town, leaving only a handful lingering near the bridge. From their conversations, it appeared that they intended to designate the town as a temporary stronghold. This aligns with Songyu's interests. Constantly wandering brings him considerable anxiety, as he fears the day he might encounter misfortune. At the very least, the players seem intent on settling down, which offers him a glimmer of hope for a brighter future. Upon reaching the bridge, he glimpses a corner of a small town in the distance. He remains uncertain about the players' choices, deciding to follow their lead and take things step by step. After all, in such a situation, having a temporary direction is far preferable to aimlessly wandering without purpose. Seizing the moment amidst the picturesque scenery, he takes out some dried fish and shares a portion with Kuang Yi, knowing he cannot consume so much alone. Kuang Yi accepts it and promptly heads towards the path, preparing to join the group ahead. Meanwhile, Songyu leisurely follows, snacking as he trails behind the others. Players nearby engage in cheerful banter, their laughter contrasting sharply with the apocalyptic backdrop. Their demeanor resembles that of a leisurely outing rather than a world in ruin. Surrounding the dense forest, zombies sporadically emerge. Yet the path they traverse has already been cleared by the leading group, ensuring their safety. Among this gathering of players, Songyu feels a sense of reassurance. He gazes upward. The canopy obscures the light, scattering it into twinkling fragments. A wave of emotion washes over him. having traversed into this world. Everything feels so alien and perilous. Yet, the presence of these players rekindles a flicker of warmth and hope within him. Silently, he quickens his pace, yearning to draw closer to the heart of the group, as if proximity to them could further enhance his sense of security. Ahead, the path was fraught with unknown challenges awaiting him, yet in this moment, surrounded by comrades, he felt the courage to confront whatever lay ahead. Chapter 014, The Town. After traversing for over an hour, Kuang Yi had grown weary of the leisurely pace of their journey. When would they finally reach the town? The new district had just opened, and it was a critical time for seizing resources, yet only his teammates leisurely trailed behind, fearful of encountering even the slightest danger. Kuang Yi felt a pang of embarrassment for him. Not even a glance was cast at the abandoned houses they passed. Was he truly here to play a game? It seemed more akin to a leisurely outing. Such doubts plagued Kuang Yi throughout the day spent together. He could hardly recall how he had initially invited him to join the team. Each hesitant step seemed to delay their progress further. However, through diligent effort, he managed to fill his pockets with a collection of debris scavenged from the ruins. Song Yu held this view as well. Kuang Yi had also modified his steel pipe, ingeniously assembling a haphazard amalgamation of materials that ultimately resembled a weapon akin to a wolf-esque fang. While it bore an appearance of potential, it emanated a somewhat lackluster impression. Nevertheless, Kuang Yi was quite pleased with his creation, wielding it with a sense of pride. It could restrain opponents when necessary and, at its sharpest points, pierce through enemies. Its only flaw was its somewhat unsightly appearance, but aside from that, it seemed devoid of any other issues. He truly was a budding artisan of weaponry. Kuang Yi could hardly contain his eagerness to find a solitary zombie and test the potency of his newly fashioned weapon. Throughout the journey, Song Yu observed the anxious demeanor of his companion, yet he remained reluctant to embrace any form of risk. Adventure was acceptable, but he preferred not to be entangled in it. Ever since Kuang Yi had crafted that weapon, Song Yu had maintained a considerable distance from him. The sight of the rusted, jagged edges filled him with trepidation. He feared that Kuang Yi might inadvertently injure himself, leading to a potentially fatal case of tetanus. "You are my dear brother. I implore you, let us proceed more swiftly," Kuang Yi urged from the front, his impatience evident as he yearned to test the weapon's efficacy against the undead. However, he was met with the cautious Song Yu, who could only be incessantly pressed to hasten his pace. "Stop urging me. It's not as if I am racing to the afterlife," Song Yu retorted, exasperated by his brother's incessant pestering. Was it a fault to exercise caution? After all, it was for the sake of his own survival. Unlike others who seemed immune to danger, he understood the necessity of vigilance in such a perilous world. "Have you considered that a town of this magnitude could harbor threats? Should I sustain an injury, all the resources I have scavenged would simply benefit others." Attempting to soothe Kuang Yi's fervor, Song Yu's words appeared to have a calming effect. "Nevertheless," Kuang Yi responded, "but one cannot travel at a snail's pace like you." "Am I truly so slow?" Song Yu countered. "I am moving as swiftly as I can. Furthermore, upon entering the town, we must eliminate the zombies and clear the surrounding dangers. By the time we arrive, they certainly won't have the opportunity to scavenge everything. It would be wiser to wait until they have cleared the area. This way, not only would you be able to scavenge more conveniently, but you would also significantly reduce the likelihood of encountering danger." Why not embrace such a strategy? Song Yu's words, however, lacked persuasive power. He simply wished to survive. Dismissing any opposition, he had no desire to accompany this individual into perilous adventures. Kuang Yu could only sigh deeply, tacitly agreeing with Song Yu's perspective. Throughout their journey, Song Yu found Kuang Yu to be quite loyal. Often, Kuang Yu would anxiously urge him to hasten forward, fearing they might miss the opportunity to seize resources when the server opened, thus falling behind. Ultimately, regardless of the dangers and temptations they faced, Kuang Yu never abandoned him, never chose to leave alone. This made Song Yu gradually appreciate having a companion on the road. Although there were other players around, most were casual gamers, unfamiliar to him. The only one he could truly rely on in critical moments was Kuang Yi. At this moment, he was still contemplating the feasibility of Song Yu's previous remarks, more as a means to comfort himself, considering the unfortunate fate of having such a cowardly teammate. Let the other players take the lead, while they linger behind, swiftly scavenging the spoils. This line of thought seemed plausible, and their pace quickened accordingly. At that moment, they emerged from the dense forest and beheld the towering remnants of the ivy-covered stone wall, its shattered eaves and broken walls evoking a subtle impact. The scene was imbued with a profound sense of desolation reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world, as a series of vivid images flooded his mind. It felt as if the desolate landscapes awaiting them in the town were already etched into their memories. Surrounded by lush greenery, the grass rises to conceal half of a figure, creating a stark contrast with the desolation of the crumbling city walls. One cannot help but feel a sense of regret for these remnants of a bygone era. The collapsed sections have long been brushed away by the passage of time, leaving behind an air of desolation. If the players were to undertake some restoration, this place could transform into a commendable sanctuary. Song, you find satisfaction in such a locale. After all, with the protection of walls, the zombies would be unable to breach their defenses. At this moment, the players have ventured into the heart of the town, engaging in combat with the zombies that wander the streets. The moment the undead catch a whiff of their presence, they charge frantically towards the players. Suddenly, they appear from all directions and corners. The players quickly realize that these zombies differ markedly from those they encountered previously. Their bodies are not only emaciated but also lack the speed of their earlier counterparts. The players utilize car doors and wooden planks collected along the way as shields to fend off the zombies' ferocious onslaught. As long as they can withstand the initial wave and prevent the zombies from closing in, coupled with the support of their attacking teammates, they can gradually bring this horde of zombies to the ground. Maintaining a tight formation, the players strive to keep the zombies at bay with their shields. After dispatching several undead, they have begun to feel more at ease. Remarkably, amidst the onslaught of zombies, no one has sustained any injuries. The skulls of the zombies are ruthlessly shattered by the fierce players as they form a line, steadily advancing towards the town's center. After clearing the road of the undead, players were greeted by their most cherished segment, scavenging for spoils. Although the town still harbored zombies, the majority were ensnared within the confines of various rooms. As the players dispersed into smaller teams, gaining a tactical advantage, even the slightest sound from outside would rouse the dormant zombies within, akin to a cat's instinctual response to a mouse, prompting them to charge forth recklessly. Unfortunately, most would find themselves thwarted, clawing and gnashing through the gaps, desperately attempting to rend the players asunder. Chapter 015. Zombie Onslaught. However, there were exceptions. In instances where windows stood ajar or the doors that sealed the rooms had succumbed to decay, the force with which the zombies burst forth could easily shatter obstacles or allow them to vault through the windows. At such moments, players were compelled to exert considerable effort to eradicate these threats. Fortunately, the players approached the task of dispatching the zombies within the rooms with utmost caution and diligence, resulting in no casualties. The instant the undead emerged, two shield-bearing players swiftly positioned themselves, flanking the creature to ensnare it between them, thereby facilitating their teammates in delivering the fatal blows. This time, the extermination became considerably more manageable, and before long, a designated area had been cleared. With the area secured, players scattered into the various rooms to scavenge their rightful treasures, canned goods, weaponry, and tools essential for crafting armaments and armor. Although the players were unaware of the duration for which the canned provisions had been stored, upon discovery that these delicacies remained edible, they became an indispensable resource among the group. The taste proved to be far superior to the blandness of fish or meat. It is evident that the players possess a discerning palate. They indulge in the practice of dipping fish into the sauce from the canned goods. And although the broth has thickened, this does not deter them from using the concoction to simmer a pot of fish. After all, it is far more palatable than consuming the fish in its raw state. The players are diligently scavenging through the various rooms for spoils. A particular squad has ventured beyond the safe zone cleared by the players, delving deeper into the town. Along their cautious journey, they remain vigilant. Yet the recent skirmish has attracted nearby zombies. Aside from a few scattered undead, they encounter no significant threat. As they pass by the rooms on either side, the eerie sounds of the zombie snarls can frequently be heard as they claw and attempt to assail the group of players. There is no time to clear out the zombies trapped within the rooms. They must seize the opportunity to locate the warehouse storing essential supplies in the town before the other players catch on. If the warehouse remains elusive, the police station will suffice. This conclusion has been unanimously agreed upon by the squad members. They quicken their pace, their heartbeats racing in tandem with the mounting tension. At that moment, one player exclaims, "Goodness, this game feels astonishingly real. My heart just leapt. Haha, this is exhilarating. If it were too easy, it wouldn't be any fun." Another chuckles. Stay focused. Be mindful of your surroundings. The captain cautions. The group refrains from further banter, following the captain's lead as they advance deeper into the town. Zombies frequently emerge along the way, prompting the assignment of two shield-bearing team members to protect their flanks. They encircled their teammate responsible for the attack in a formation reminiscent of a turtle's shell, advancing steadily. When zombies suddenly ambushed them, two shield-bearing players would charge forward to defend, creating opportunities for the attackers behind. Although their movements were sluggish, they sustained no injuries along the way. Upon discovering an abandoned warehouse, one player, unable to contain their excitement, dashed out ahead. At that moment, the captain leading the team shouted, "Maintain formation, return quickly." Nevertheless, several players disregarded his command and rushed out, prompting the remaining players, fearful of losing any advantage, to follow suit. The team ultimately dispersed, racing toward the warehouse entrance. The deserted warehouse lay at the heart of the town, surrounded by a labyrinth of narrow streets. The exterior walls bore the scars of time, the bricks dulled in hue, and the base was overrun with moss of a deep green shade. The ground at the entrance was uneven, with resilient weeds sprouting through the crevices of the cobblestone path. A massive iron lock, rusted and weathered, hung on the main door, as if resisting external scrutiny. As this group of players approached the warehouse entrance, their commotion attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Fortunately, only a few were present. Otherwise, this scattered team would inevitably be overwhelmed by the horde. After quickly dispatching the zombies, the players returned to the warehouse entrance. They surveyed their surroundings, finding no gaps through which to glimpse inside. One individual crawled to peer through the narrow gap beneath the door, but was met with an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light, rendering the interior completely inscrutable. At that moment, someone, after surveying the surroundings, approached the iron gate. With a resounding thud, he struck the warehouse door repeatedly. "What are you doing? Be careful not to attract the zombies," a player shouted immediately. After a few knocks, the one at the door, noticing the persistent silence, retorted, "What are you afraid of? If they come, we shall simply eliminate them." He then struck the door with renewed vigor, yet still, no sound emanated from within the warehouse. Instead, a few zombies emerged from the nearby shadows. With the cooperation of the players, they successfully dispatched the creatures. At this juncture, someone inquired, "Shall we open it? Since we're here, we must certainly open it," one declared, seizing a large axe and delivering a powerful blow to the heavy lock on the door, producing a resounding clang. The lock shattered in response. The surrounding zombies were once again drawn to the commotion, but this time, only one came rushing forth. It appeared that the nearby zombies had all been vanquished. A player stepped forward and swiftly slashed at the approaching zombie, severing its head from its body. The blade, having dulled with time, lacked its former sharpness, yet the player tenderly polished it to restore its gleam. Following this brief interlude of zombie slaying, several players joined forces to attempt to push open the heavy door. The creaking of the hinges echoed, revealing the door's long-neglected weight. Fortunately, the players had enhanced their physical strength. Even though the rollers could no longer turn, their combined might was sufficient to budge the door. Observing their labored efforts, a few more players came to assist. Finally, after considerable exertion, they managed to pry open the warehouse door. The light from outside filters into the warehouse. Yet the vast space remains shrouded in gloom, with the farthest corners enveloped in utter darkness. A stifling atmosphere, long undisturbed, assaults the senses, tinged with the fetid scent of decaying flesh. In that moment, from the shadows, a pair of scarlet eyes fixates upon them, lurking in the corners. The players cautiously attempt to venture further inside, just as the foremost player perceives the unsettling crimson glimmer before they can utter a warning to their comrades behind. A massive zombie suddenly leaps down from above the doorway, overpowering the player and severing their neck in a single, brutal bite. Only then do the others behold the creature, a hairless, pallid corpse with blood-red eyes. Chapter 016. The shift of offense and defense. The other players are momentarily paralyzed by this unforeseen spectacle. In the next heartbeat, the zombies within the warehouse unleash a frenzied charge towards the players, who are still reeling from shock. A few manage to regain their composure and attempt to flee, only to be overwhelmed by several equally formidable zombies, their agility a terrifying advantage, toppling them to the ground. Before the group of players can escape the threshold of the warehouse, they are engulfed by the horde. In mere moments, only a heap of bones remains, devoid of even a fragment of flesh. Once the zombies have satiated their hunger, they catch the scent of the living in the air and turn their attention towards the players. Soon after, a diminutive zombie emerges from the depths of the warehouse, crunching on the remnants of the player's remains. With a piercing shriek, it leaps eagerly in pursuit of the survivors. At that moment, A pair of crimson eyes flickered to life in the dim surroundings, as if summoned by an unseen call, converging from all directions towards the players. The shrill cries of zombies echoed from afar, yet the players paid them no heed. They had grown accustomed to such perilous signals each evening. Their focus lay instead on the thrill of scavenging for spoils. Now, they busily transported their gathered treasures to the rooms they had claimed as their own. Initially, players would merely gather supplies and depart, but one player, taking the lead, occupied a house as his territory. This act seemed to trigger a cascade of imitation among the others, who fervently began to seize their own abodes. The once abandoned houses were revitalized, transforming into sanctuaries for the players. After a flurry of activity, the unclaimed residences were stripped bare, while those who had not secured their bounty either rushed towards unscavenged areas or collaborated with others to cultivate their own small havens, blissfully unaware of the encroaching danger. A player, having just returned with supplies, took a moment to tend to the overgrown weeds in the building, rendering the once wild structure much more pleasing to the eye. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps erupted behind him, prompting him to instinctively glance back. His expression shifted dramatically as he beheld a throng of zombies charging towards the very street they had just cleared. Several large zombies lunged at nearby players, toppling them to the ground. The player ceased his labors and sprinted towards the gathering of his fellow players. As they ran, they incessantly shouted, "Everyone, come help. Zombies are charging towards us." Upon hearing this, the players turned their gaze towards the one who called out, only to witness him being tackled to the ground by a colossal zombie, swiftly engulfed by the horde. In that moment, the players still on the street discarded their belongings and hurried into nearby houses. They were not foolish enough to offer themselves as easy prey for the undead. Others emerged from their rooms, brandishing weapons to resist the approaching zombies. Witnessing this, the majority retreated back into their shelters, understanding that discretion was the better part of valor. This was not the time for reckless bravado. Some, however, harbored ambitions akin to Zhao Zilong of Changshan, yearning to carve a path through the undead. Yet, the instant they made contact with the zombies, they too were swiftly overwhelmed by the relentless throng. The sounds of defiance were gradually silenced, leaving scattered players to engage in their own desperate battles. At that moment, the players had missed their chance to intercept the horde, becoming scattered and driven into various rooms. The tide had turned, and now they could only await the arrival of reinforcements. The zombies continued their relentless advance towards the players in the forefront, surging forward in a frenzied pursuit of any living creature in sight. Their incessant gnashing and growling filled the streets with an unsettling cacophony. As Song Yu and Kuang Yu entered the town through the collapsed city wall, they were greeted by a scene overrun with vibrant green foliage. Beneath the bluestone slabs, resilient green weeds sprouted, enduring and tenacious. The cacophony of players demolishing structures transformed what should have been an eerie and tranquil atmosphere into a bustling spectacle. They flitted about the streets, hauling items scavenged from unknown sources. Some tossed refuse from windows, casting debris into the open air. Evidently, they had come to regard this place as their home. Witnessing this scene, Kuang Yi felt an irresistible urge to join their ranks. Not for any particular reason, but the thrill of scavenging and establishing a homestead held an inexplicable allure. It was a trait deeply ingrained in the DNA of the people from the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Kuang Yi was about to rush forward to join them, the sudden emergence of a horde of zombies filled Song Yu with dread. The players closest to the undead became their immediate prey in a harrowing onslaught. Some zombies, upon noticing the city gate, forsook the scraps on the ground and charged madly towards Song Yu and his companions. A chilling sense of foreboding surged within Song Yu, a grim intuition of impending doom. He truly felt that this group of players had led him into peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted into the nearest small house. As he entered, he saw Kuang Yi preparing to wield his wolf spear, eager to engage in battle. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" he exclaimed, swiftly pulling Kuang Yi into the safety of the room. Behind them, other players followed in a frantic bid for refuge. Two players, upon witnessing this scene, did not retreat. Instead, they bravely advanced to confront the oncoming zombie assault. The first two zombies that charged were swiftly dispatched by their coordinated efforts. This fortuitously bought time for Song Yu and the others to escape. Subsequently, the two individuals were swiftly overwhelmed by the zombies that followed closely behind, succumbing to the sheer number of adversaries. As they burst into the room, Song Yu promptly secured the door, and the group hastily moved heavy objects to barricade it. Thanks to the diversion created by the two players, the remaining zombies momentarily lost interest in their direction, instead focusing on devouring the corpses of the fallen players. Inside the room, Years of neglect had left the windows and the back door half hanging from the walls, blending seamlessly with the surrounding overgrowth. Should the zombies desire, they could easily intrude without hindrance. This was compounded by the aftermath of a recent raid carried out by players, leaving the first floor vulnerable to a potential zombie incursion. Chapter 017. Zombies. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "We must ascend to the second floor." The group turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, only to discover a staircase leading upward nestled in the corner. Without further deliberation, as they prepared to sprint towards the second floor, Song Yu's urgent command halted them. "Everyone, hold on. Let us first move some debris to block the staircase before we ascend." Upon hearing this, the group sprang into action, swiftly dragging tables, chairs, and cabinets to obstruct the stairway entrance. These items, having succumbed to decay, would serve their purpose of providing a barrier. However, the commotion within the room caught the attention of a lone zombie, which slowly rose to its feet and began to stagger toward the source of the noise. In the next moment, upon catching sight of the figures within the room, its crimson eyes widened in a ferocious glare, and it surged towards them with reckless abandon. The obstruction at the doorway momentarily thwarted the zombie's assault. However, the clamor of its attack drew the attention of other zombies. The surrounding undead halted their feasting and turned their gaze towards the room. In an instant, the zombies, with their blood-red eyes, rushed forward like a relentless tide. Witnessing this, the group unhesitatingly abandoned their efforts to move the clutter, scrambling one by one to ascend to the second floor from the piled obstacles. It was unclear who among them had the bright idea to carelessly heap the items they had brought into the stairwell, nearly trapping them below. Once the last person managed to reach the second floor, they gathered all usable items and, in a frenzy, hurled them down the stairwell. The cacophony attracted the attention of the majority of the nearby zombies. Yet, simultaneously, the second floor was effectively barricaded with various objects, rendering it impossible for any zombies to ascend. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from below, the sound of shattering glass resonating through the air. Song Yu peered out from the second floor window, witnessing the zombies surrounding the first floor attempting to force their way through the shattered window. Meanwhile, the bodies of the fallen players quivered briefly before gradually rising to their feet. Lacking some flesh, they moved with a distinct limp, swaying unsteadily as they slowly approached the house where Song Yu and the others were situated. Among them lay a corpse, its abdomen nearly torn asunder from incessant gnawing, while the upper body struggled to drag its lower half in a torturous crawl. How revolting. You would end up like this if bitten. I refuse. Nearby, players exchanged their thoughts on the gruesome scene. Suddenly, a cacophony echoed from below, the unmistakable sound of zombies breaking through the door. As they pushed against the object barricading it, creating an excruciating cacophony, a horde of zombies surged in, their relentless rush audible in the stairwell. The room began to fill with the metallic scent of blood, mingled with the repugnant odor reminiscent of stagnant sewage. Before long, their grotesque visages peeked through the gaps in the staircase, ensnared yet thrashing violently, desperate to attack. Standing on the second floor, they could clearly discern the zombies' gnarled fangs and terrifyingly ferocious expressions through the obstructing crevices. Each zombie bore a unique appearance. Some were muscular and imposing, while others appeared emaciated and skeletal. Their hair hung disheveled, matted with filth that blended with the grime on their faces, a sight of utter squalor. Their gaping mouths revealed darkened gums and teeth, leaving one to ponder whether this was a consequence of the virus or merely the result of prolonged decay. In stark contrast to the bloodied corpses of the players they had devoured, the vivid crimson of the blood and the ebony of their mouths created an eerie and unsettling tableau. Song Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, unable to bear the sight any longer. However, the other players could not resist the allure of such scenes. Although somewhat frightening, these moments posed no immediate threat to their safety, naturally igniting their curiosity. The cries of a Wu echoed back and forth, intensifying the foul stench in the air. Dayu, one player, thoroughly exasperated by the grotesque display, chose to exact retribution. Yet, despite wielding a long stick, he found it impossible to pierce the throat of his adversaries, which only served to heighten the frenzy of the zombies, who writhed in exhilaration. "They are remarkably tenacious," remarked one player. At that moment, no one echoed his sentiments. All were preoccupied with attempting to strike the zombies using whatever could fit through the narrow gaps. The makeshift weapons, once promising, had now become mere ornamental fixtures. With a resounding crack, the chairs and tables buckled under the mounting pressure of the encroaching horde, resulting in a cascade of debris tumbling down upon them. For a fleeting instant, the zombies were momentarily subdued, their eyes fixated hungrily on the group, arms flailing desperately. The players, constrained by the short range of their weapons and the unexpected collapse, found themselves compelled to halt their assault. Following the commotion, the group instinctively scavenged the room for discarded materials, reinforcing the barricade at the stairwell. After a thorough inspection, and with the assurance that the zombies could not breach their defenses, they finally exhaled in relief. Song Yu finally directed his gaze towards the living room on the second floor. Upon careful observation, he discerned that there were a total of 8 individuals present in the dwelling. Including himself, the group comprised 5 men and 3 women. They refrained from introducing themselves, maintaining a triangular formation as they kept their distance. 3 male players positioned themselves at the staircase, exerting every effort to fend off the encroaching zombies, while the 3 female players sat huddled beside a broken television cabinet. Among them was one whom he recognized, the peculiar woman who had slept beside him the previous night. Meanwhile, Song Yu and Kwang Yi remained opposite the trio of women. Having just reinforced the corridor, Song Yu relaxed, leaning against the wall as he racked his brain, contemplating how to survive in such a perilous environment. After placing his wolf spear down with care, Kwang Yi approached and sat beside him, also leaning against the wall. They exchanged no words, simply existing in silence together. He was acutely aware of the apprehensions harbored by his companion. After all, their journey thus far had been fraught with caution and trepidation. Yet now, they were compelled to seriously deliberate on how to escape this predicament. Chapter 018. Trapped in the small room at this moment, his greatest fear was what to do if the zombies charged at them. Would he meet a tragic end, becoming yet another member of the undead? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the envy he felt intensified. He increasingly admired the other players who, even in death, could return to Blue Star. Unlike him, who would be condemned to remain forever in this foreign land after death. Nevertheless, despite these thoughts, he was resolute in his refusal to succumb to fate. There remains hope. Surely there is still hope. He cast a glance around the second floor at the few individuals present, feeling a profound uncertainty within himself, doubting their ability to withstand the impending threat for long. At that moment, Kwang Yi suddenly spoke. Alas, I should have heeded your advice and proceeded at a slower pace. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves trapped here. Song Yu yearned to respond, expressing relief at their entry into the small town, for being pursued by zombies outside would have rendered their situation far more perilous. He was not convinced that his stamina could outpace those relentless creatures. Yet, he remained silent, leaning against the wall, racking his brain for a solution. Time was of the essence. If they lingered too long in such an environment, the players' mental states might shatter, leading to a far graver predicament. Perhaps they would be compelled to fight to the death, at which point survival would seem inconsequential. Moreover, their food supplies were insufficient to sustain them for an extended period. Although the players could last quite a while with a single meal, he was not in the same position. The only apparent solution seemed to lie in his arsenal. Yet it contained solely melee weapons and lacked the disaster points for exchange. As he pondered desperately, the conversation of 3 girls nearby reached his ears. Xiaoqi, you can't possibly be frightened, can you? The player named Xiaoqi offered no reply, clutching her legs tightly, covering her head, and remaining silent as she began to weep softly. Don't worry, this is merely a game, comforted the long-haired girl sitting to Xiaoqi's left. Upon hearing the cries of little Qi, the female player with short hair on the right glanced toward her, gently stroking her small head, and said, Do not be afraid. Dear, your sisters will protect you. It was only then that little Qi lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and weakly asserted, I am not afraid. However, the tremor in her voice clearly betrayed her fear. Instantly, the 2 girls on either side enveloped her in their embrace, continuously reassuring her, Do not fear, do not fear. We are here. When those zombies attack, we will stand in front of you, and I will shield you, little Qi. One of them gently pinched little Qi's cheek, promising to keep her safe. Meanwhile, the 3 male players stationed at the stairway overheard and joined in the comforting chorus. Leave it to us. We will ensure your safety. With my very life, I vow to protect you. After making this solemn declaration, one male player dramatically thumped his chest. Another player nearby playfully shoved him, exclaiming, You are being so over-dramatic. To which he retorted, What's wrong with being dramatic at a time like this? It provides the girls with a sense of security. The lady perched on the abandoned television cabinet seized the moment to praise them. Gentlemen, we are counting on you. We will cheer you on. She continued, Rest assured. With you brave fellows around, not a single zombie shall harm you. Indeed, we will surely devise a plan to deal with these creatures. Yet, it was clear that the zombies blocking their way posed a significant problem. They needed to take the initiative. Do not rush. Let us prepare our weapons first. The discourse spurred several male players to intensify their efforts, devising methods to extend their weapons to reach the zombies. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi's condition improved considerably, and a smile graced her face at the sight of their antics. Observing this scenario, a female player on the right, sitting with a slight bend, proposed, "If we unfortunately meet our demise, shall we meet offline?" The female player on the left, equally cheerful, chimed in, "I find this suggestion delightful. It would be splendid to dine together and perhaps explore the streets." After a brief pause, during which Xiaoqi offered no response, both turned their heads toward her. "Xiaoqi, what do you think of this proposal? Would you like to meet us offline?" The left female player playfully made a face, as if to say that a refusal would not bode well for her. Taken aback by their eagerness, Xiaoqi hesitated, her mind momentarily blank before she finally replied, "Sure." The right female player exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Then we must plan meticulously. How about we start with a spicy hot pot?" The left female player hesitated slightly. "Isn't hot pot a bit too spicy?" The right female player laughed, occasionally indulging one tea hurt. "I assure you, it will be exhilarating." Their conversation continued to flow, shifting to discussions about where to eat and what to do the following day. Observing Xiaoqi's quiet demeanor amidst the chatter, Song Yu noted her disinterest in interjecting. His pallid countenance clearly reflected his deep-seated anxiety regarding the current predicament. His gaze remained fixated on Xiaoqi's face, revealing her evident lack of enthusiasm, as she was engulfed in profound fear. This left Song Yu perplexed, while he could comprehend her terror. After all, death meant an irrevocable end. He could not fathom why she too was ensnared in such dread. This seemed decidedly amiss. However, at that moment, Song Yu found little inclination to ponder these matters. He was not particularly interested in delving deeper, thanks to the relaxed atmosphere exuded by the other players. His own fears began to dissipate. It was only then that he commenced a meticulous examination of the second-floor rooms, searching for a potential escape route. Even if they were confined in this place, he was determined not to await his fate passively. Should the zombies surge forth, he could always make his way to the rooftop for refuge. Resolutely, he set about seeking a means to ascend to the roof. The second floor comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room, one being the master bedroom and the other a secondary room. The beds, cabinets, and tables had been relocated to the living room to fortify the staircase's security. Now, as he surveyed these rooms, although they appeared considerably more spacious, they were also markedly tidier. The window panes had long since shattered, with the fallen shards strewn beneath the windows, now indistinguishable from the dirt that had merged with them. Upon inspecting the condition of the roof, it became evident that climbing up was rather impractical. Not only was the eaves overhang difficult to grasp, but the beams of the house were also somewhat dilapidated, unable to bear the weight of their bodies. Thus, the only viable option lay in accessing the armory. Song Yu returned to the doorway of the master bedroom, gently patting Kuang Ye's shoulder, signaling him to enter alongside him. At this juncture, he had no intention of concealing his advantageous abilities any longer. Chapter 019, The Players in the Opposite Room. Having exhausted all means of procuring funds from the players, he had no choice but to devise a plan with Kuang Ye. He needed to acquire weapons from the marketplace. Otherwise, should the zombies surge forth, they would be utterly defenseless. Receiving the signal, Kuang Ye naturally followed suit. "Zombies are coming in. Hurry and help." As the two stepped into the room, they heard urgent cries emanating from the adjacent chamber. Song Yu and Kuang Ye approached the window cautiously, peering to assess the situation outside. The scene was harrowing. The area had been completely overrun by a horde of zombies. Kuang Yu exclaimed in terror, "There are far too many zombies. Can we hold our ground?" Gritting his teeth, Song Yu replied, "I don't know, but we must find a way." The air was thick with the shouts of players coordinating their defense. "Hold the line. Do not let them breach our defenses. Lure them away. Do not allow them to cluster together." One player cried out, "Is anyone there to assist me? I can't hold them off much longer." Another responded, "Hang in there. I'm on my way. Target their heads. Strike them through the openings." A player roared, charging bravely into the fray. Kuang Yi voiced his concern. "Do you think we will succumb just as swiftly?" Song Yu frowned, hesitating to respond to Kuang Ye's words as he observed the situation beside him. Another player's stronghold had been breached by zombies. Meanwhile, the door of the opposite room had been kicked open after the players eradicated the zombies inside and surged into loot. Now, with the door unable to close, the players could only resort to barricading it with heavy objects. However, the windows on the first floor stood wide open, allowing zombies to clamber through. Just as others vanquished the incoming undead, the makeshift blockade at the door was on the verge of being overrun. Reluctantly, the players charged forward, risking their lives to keep the zombies at bay. Song Yu and Kwang Yu noticed that one among them had already been bitten by the zombies that had just entered. That player continued to fight valiantly against the encroaching horde. Perhaps lured by the scent of blood, more and more zombies gathered beneath the window of the opposite room. The pressure at the front door lessened considerably, allowing them to divert some of their forces to deal with the zombies surrounding the window. The battle continued in a tense stalemate until the injured player collapsed, motionless beside them. Suddenly, Kwang Yu shouted to the players across the way, "Watch your backs. Someone is about to mutate." In an instant, some of the zombies encircling the opposite room turned and charged toward their building. Song Yu immediately pulled Kwang Yu down, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed?" His tone was unmistakably reproachful. "What is there to fear? They can't reach us," Kwang Yu replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Song Yu felt a surge of anger, yet he chose not to engage further on this topic. Thanks to Kwang Yu's timely warning, one player managed to evade the attack from the mutated teammate just as the latter transformed. In an instant, the opposing players found themselves divided. Those who had been attacking the zombies from the window retreated to the doorway. With no players to obstruct them, the zombies swiftly seized control, pouring through the windows into the room. Fortunately, a player brought a chair to shield the mutated player, thus protecting the remaining players long enough for them to retreat to the second floor. Unprepared as they were, their downfall seemed merely a matter of time. An increasing number of zombies surged inside, relentlessly assaulting the players in the opposite room with frenzied bites and gnawing. They struggled to fend off the relentless onslaught, as the zombies appeared to possess an inexhaustible strength, continuously launching their attacks. Ultimately, they retreated to a room on the second floor to make their stand. The two sides pushed against the door until one player leapt from the second-floor window to escape. However, upon landing, he barely managed to flee before being besieged and devoured by nearby zombies, vanishing amidst the horde. Meanwhile, the remaining players on the second floor fell victim to the zombies due to the reckless actions of others, collapsing to the ground and becoming fodder for the undead. Witnessing this scene left Song Yu in a state of lingering dread, his body trembling. He had no desire to meet such a grim fate. He quickly turned to Kwang Yu and said, "I won't keep it from you any longer. Do you know what I discovered from that watchtower?" "What did you find?" Kwang Yu asked, curiosity piqued by Song Yu's words. "Transfer 1,200 yuan to me, and I will show you." Song Yu, disregarding whether his words could persuade the other party, was solely focused on preserving his life. Observing the skepticism on the other person's face, he hastily amended, "In truth, I am a hacker capable of altering game data. I have currently discovered a vulnerability within the game." He was beyond caring, as long as he could obtain the catastrophe points. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who would believe such claims?" Kwang Yu frowned, his face etched with doubt. "A hacker? Able to modify game data? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Please believe me. I am not deceiving you. I can provide proof," Song Yu implored urgently, for he indeed spoke the truth. As long as the funds were secured, producing a few weapons would be a mere trifle. Kwang Yu, however, remained unconvinced, his deadpan gaze fixed on Song Yu as he coldly retorted, "Do you think I would believe you? I am not lying, Kwang Yu. This pertains to both our lives. If we miss this opportunity, we may find ourselves with no chance of survival." Song Yu's expression was one of desperation. Yet, upon witnessing Kwang Yu's demeanor, he had already relinquished all hope. Suddenly, Kwang Yu spoke, "Send me your bank card details. I will transfer the money offline." "Really?" Song Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly leaping with excitement. "Humph. I cannot fathom why I would transfer the funds to you. Perhaps it is the camaraderie we have nurtured over the past few days. You do not strike me as someone who would deceive me, and since the amount is not substantial, I have chosen to trust you this once," Kwang Yu said with a resigned shrug. With his disappointment transformed into elation, Song Yu promptly recited a string of numbers to the other party. Before Kwang Yu went offline, he stated, "If you dare to deceive me, even amidst a zombie apocalypse, I shall ensure you pay the price." "Very well, I assure you," Song Yu replied helplessly. Kwang Yu logged off, leaving Song Yu pleasantly surprised by how easily he had been swayed. He reveled in his triumph, pacing excitedly within the confines of his room, anxiously awaiting the other's return online. In the realm of reality, Kwang Yu, upon reviewing the figures recorded by the gaming device, unhesitatingly transferred 1,200 Blue Star coins to Song Yu's account. The absurdity of Song Yu's words had initially struck him as ludicrous, yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, The earnest and urgent demeanor of the other stirred within him an inexplicable inclination to place his trust in him. He decided to extend his faith this once, believing that such a modest sum could truly reveal a person's character. Chapter 020. The long-awaited acquisition of weaponry. Meanwhile, in the game, Song Yu remained in a state of anxious anticipation. As seconds turned into minutes, Quan Yi's presence remained elusive. He stepped out of his room and ventured into the hallway, cautiously surveying the situation below. The moment he made his appearance, the zombies erupted into a frenzied chorus of howls, as if invigorated by some stimulant. The debris accumulated at the foot of the stairs had been clawed aside, creating an opening ample enough for a single zombie to squeeze through. Observing this precarious situation, Song Yu pushed against the obstruction above. A resounding crash ensued as the clutter blocking the staircase tumbled down, once again burying the zombies beneath the rubble, while one unfortunate creature sustained a grievous head injury. Now moaning and wailing in agony. He was not dead, Song Yu couldn't help but think. However, upon hearing the commotion, the others turned their gazes towards him. "What is happening?" one of them inquired. Not wishing to admit the issue was of his own making, Song Yu maintained his composure and shouted back, "Quickly! Bring something to block the gap. They have undermined the area below." In the corner, 3 individuals dismantling Quan Yi's weapons immediately stood up, joining Song Yu in the search for debris, wooden chairs, and bookshelves to reinforce the breach in the corridor. After a flurry of activity, they confirmed that everything was secure before returning to their original positions to continue improving their weapons. With Quan Yi offline, the trio had their eyes set on the wolf spear left in the corner. They wished to utilize his weapon. Upon learning that they intended to modify the weapon to slay the zombies below, Song Yu readily acquiesced to their request, even lending them his shovel. After all, those inferior items would hardly matter to Quan Yi once he returned and witnessed the true weapons. At that moment, the components bound to the steel pipe had been dismantled, revealing the sharpened sections initially honed by Quan Yi. They reattached the iron wire to their long poles, resulting in an elongated and sharpened iron rod. They did not abandon the other parts either, taking up a shovel to attempt further modifications. Let them tinker away, he thought. Meanwhile, several female players remained vigilant at the window, observing the external situation and seeking ways to signal other players for assistance. Song Yu did not linger long, returning to the room to make preparations while awaiting Quan Yi's return. Time passed slowly, each second slipping away as the sky gradually darkened. Upon logging in, Quan Yi observed Song Yu with his back turned, testing the resilience of a door panel. After jumping on it, a sharp crack resounded, confirming his suspicions. The panel was not entirely ruined. A gaping hole had formed at its center. He contemplated augmenting its sturdiness with additional materials, yet nothing seemed satisfactory. In his frustration, he relocated the panel outside the window, angling it against the neighboring rooftop, evidently strategizing how to traverse to the adjacent building. Song Yu's intense focus was so profound that he remained oblivious to Quan Yi's awakening. Quan Yi's gaze followed to the neighboring rooftop, estimating the gap to be nearly a meter wide. While a leap across a flat roof would pose no challenge, the adjacent rooftop presented a steep incline, rendering such a jump impractical. Observing Song Yu's attempts to secure the panel at an angle, it became evident that all chosen positions lacked adequate support. Someone would need to brace the panel from below to prevent it from tumbling down. It was then that Quan Yi rose and approached him, remarking, "Are you intending to cross over?" He had intended to assist in stabilizing the panel, facilitating Song Yu's endeavor, but was taken aback when Song Yu abruptly turned, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "You've finally logged in." With an uncontainable smile, he swiftly reclaimed the panel, leaning it against the wall. Once he completed this, he eagerly inquired, "So, has the money been transferred?" "Yes, it has." Quan Yi offered a simple response, contemplating what to say next, particularly regarding his prior agreement. At that moment, Song Yu unexpectedly sat down and closed his eyes. This left Quan Yi utterly bewildered. Was he about to make a hasty exit? Suddenly, a dazzling glass tower materialized before Song Yu's eyes. In his previous visits, he could only gaze longingly at the merchandise, but this time, he was finally able to acquire an item. The instant he stepped through the entrance, he unhesitatingly recharged 200 blue star coins through the pop-up window. "Recharge successful," chimed a melodious notification, yet it could not conceal the broad grin that spread across his face. Eagerly, he checked the coveted disaster points. "What?" he exclaimed in shock. To his astonishment, the disaster points displayed were not 200, but rather 12,000, tenfold. This meant that blue star coins converted into disaster points at a ratio of 10 to 1, granting him the opportunity to select a weapon that suited him perfectly. His face was a canvas of astonishment and exhilaration, an emotional whirlwind that rendered him momentarily speechless. Was it excitement, elation, or perhaps surprise? A myriad of complex feelings surged within him, igniting his passion. With this newfound wealth, he hurried towards the weapons section, meticulously choosing a fitting weapon for Kuang Yi, tailored to the current circumstances. Spear, a classical cold weapon composed of a long shaft and a sharp tip, historically utilized in warfare and martial arts, showcasing techniques such as thrusting and parrying. Measuring 3 meters in length, it is priced at 3,600 desolation coins. This spear is not only aesthetically pleasing, but is also forged from cold iron, ensuring it will not easily break. It is perfectly suited for Kuang Yi to confront the horde of zombies lurking below, alleviating his concerns of being overwhelmed. He promptly adds the spear to his shopping cart. Eagerly, he then approaches the coveted ring-handled saber, pausing before the display to read its description. Ring-handled saber, an essential cold weapon from ancient China, featuring a slender, straight blade that measures approximately 70 to 110 centimeters. The handle is reinforced at both ends, with a ring at the end for balance and carrying. Originating in the Western Han Dynasty, it played a significant role in warfare, with its crafting process encompassing material selection, forging, and decoration. Priced at 1,200 desolation coins, he unhesitatingly adds the ring-handled saber to his cart and eagerly clicks to purchase. The total comes to 4,800 desolation points. Song Yi remains unfazed. Glancing at his remaining balance of 7,200, a broad smile spreading across his face. Just as he prepares to depart, he suddenly recalls the substantial balance left. Realizing it would be unreasonable not to purchase a set of armor. It would provide excellent protection against potential attacks, preventing any bites. With this thought in mind, he strides toward the armor section. As he walks, he notices something amiss with the exhibited items around him, in stark contrast to his previous visit. A plethora of living forms now graced the surroundings. Song Yi was inclined to step closer for a better examination when a pop-up abruptly materialized before him. The prominently displayed words "Mounts area" loomed above a long list of various animal names. For instance, horse, donkey, mule, elephant, and camel. Additionally, there were names like anteater, lion, tiger, and cheetah. What on earth was a sea turtle doing there? Upon reviewing the list, he noted that every creature found on Earth was represented. He discerned a peculiar trend. The more ferocious the animal, the steeper the price. Take the tiger, for instance, which commanded a staggering 38 million disaster points. Completely unaffordable. Utterly beyond reach. As he perused the extensive list, his curiosity piqued. He harbored no intentions of purchasing any creature. The sole being that sparked a flicker of interest was the donkey, priced at 3,300 disaster points. Yet, what purpose would such a purchase serve? To provide sustenance for zombies? Upon reflection, perhaps acquiring that donkey was indeed sensible. In the event of a food crisis, it could serve as a reserve supply. After a cursory glance, Song Yi dismissed the list and wandered around the mounts area once more before departing toward the armor section. He recalled that he had traversed the right side during his last visit. Otherwise, how could the offerings differ so drastically? With this thought in mind, he chose the left path this time, encountering a selection of goods that stood in stark contrast to those he had previously observed. Not long after leaving the mounts area, he noticed a transformation in the display case before him. Approaching the list of ranged weapons, it unfolded before his eyes. Song Yu glanced over the array of items, which included not only bows and crossbows, but also large catapults and ballistae, truly encompassing the ancient instruments of warfare. What was the purpose of this? Were they urging him to wage war against other nations? Nevertheless, in the realm of ranged weaponry, he had long harbored a yearning for such arms. Discovering them now ignited a sense of urgency within him to select one. Archery was not his forte. He possessed the self-awareness to acknowledge this fact. Thus, he opted for the more convenient crossbow, particularly one capable of rapid fire. As soon as he laid eyes on it, he found himself entranced, unable to divert his gaze. The graceful lines and intricate design of a repeating crossbow captivated him instantly, filling him with joy. Yet, in the next moment, as he glanced at the price below, his aspirations were dashed. Although 28,000 disaster points was not an exorbitant sum, it was beyond his current means. Hoping to find something more affordable, he surveyed the options available, but none could match the allure of the first crossbow he had admired. Either they were single-shot models, cumbersome to load, or their prices exceeded his budget. With no viable options, he reluctantly set aside his aspirations and continued onward. As he moved forward, he spotted the staircase leading to the second floor. Beyond it lay the section dedicated to protective gear. Having nearly completed his exploration of the glazed tower, he passed by the staircase without pausing, heading straight for the armor section. However, after perusing the offerings there, he left empty-handed, for he was, after all, financially constrained. A mere glance revealed astronomical figures. Even the more economical leather armor sets commanded a price of 20,000 calamity points, a sum that staggered his imagination. He had entertained the notion of finding bargain basement deals, akin to heavily discounted merchandise, but alas, such hopes were dashed. Unable to afford such luxuries, he dared not linger, lest temptation overwhelm him. Promptly, he resolved to depart from the resplendent tower. Upon regaining consciousness, Kang Ye's visage was practically pressed against Song Yu's. The instant Song Yu's eyes fluttered open, Kang Ye exclaimed with fervent excitement, "Song Yu, I feared you had absconded with the funds." Caught off guard by Kang Ye's proximity, Song Yu recoiled, his head colliding sharply against the wall behind him. "Ouch! Why must you invade my personal space?" Song Yu lamented. Kang Ye, as if jolted from a trance, swiftly retreated, offering a hasty apology. "Forgive me, I merely sought to ascertain whether you had truly disconnected." Nursing his throbbing head, Song Yu slowly rose to his feet, a tinge of irritation coloring his thoughts. However, he quickly reconsidered his reaction, acknowledging that anyone in Kang Ye's position might harbor similar suspicions. "Do I strike you as the type to deceive you?" Song Yu inquired. "Surely, your astute mind could deduce that my brief absence was to amend the data." Kang Ye, abashed, scratched his head, discerning the implied meaning behind Song Yu's words. "I was merely concerned," he admitted. Observing Kang Ye's ascent from the ground, Song Yu dismissed the earlier incident. In the subsequent moment, with a mental command, Song Yu retrieved the long spear he had acquired from the tower's repository. The sudden manifestation of an object instantly convinced Kwang Yi of the undeniable fact that Song Yu was indeed a hacker. "My friend, you truly are a hacker." Song Yu chuckled helplessly. "Now do you believe? In the future, whatever you desire can be arranged, provided the funds are sufficient. Then give me an AK-47 to play with," Kwang Yi said. Song Yu nearly choked on his saliva. "As for firearms, I currently cannot modify those." Subsequently, he handed Kwang Yi a long gun. "For now, this will suffice. Remember to inform me when you can modify it," Kwang Yi grumbled as he received the long gun. The moment he grasped the weapon, he was taken aback by its weight, examining it with an enamored gaze. No man could resist the allure of a straight long rod, and even more so a long gun. "My brother, you are truly impressive," Kwang Yi exclaimed with excitement. Observing his delight, Song Yu smiled contentedly. At last, they had acquired a semblance of self-defense capability, and he suspected he would gain a loyal customer in the process. After toying with the weapon for a while, Kwang Yu leaned closer to Song Yu. "Can you modify other data as well?" Eagerly, he responded, "Absolutely. Ancient melee and ranged weapons, mounts, armor, any equipment you can name. I can modify it for you." However, after a brief pause, Song Yu gestured to indicate financial constraints. "As long as the payment is in order, everything is possible." Kwang Ye's eyes widened with urgency as he exclaimed, "Money is not an issue. First, procure for me a complete set of top-tier armor and a crossbow. Let me know the cost, and I will transfer the funds to you offline." Song Yu's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "All right. But there's no rush on that. I will draft a list for you shortly." Chapter 022. Killing zombies yields points. Kwang Yi, exhilarated, stepped out of the room with his spear in hand. The three players had already completed modifications on his weapon and were attempting to attack the zombies below through a gap at the staircase. After several attempts, they discovered that the steel pipes were utterly ineffective against the zombies' heads, nearly resulting in them being caught. "Still not working?" Kwang Yi remarked as he approached, weapon in hand. The group finally turned their gazes towards him, astonished by the sight of Kwang Yi advancing towards them with a raised spear. "Where did you acquire that weapon?" one player inquired immediately. "Hey," Kwang Yi could not help but smile, casting a sidelong glance at Song Yu behind him. "I bought it from my buddy." He stepped closer, showcasing the weapon he held, then approached the staircase, reaching into the cluttered gap. Kwang Yi was cautious not to reveal too much, fearing that any mention of data modification might attract the attention of the game company's staff, leading to a potential ban. Thus, he concealed the fact that the weapon was acquired through data alteration, leaving the handling of such matters to his friend. Song Yu wanted to say, "You are overthinking." Upon hearing this, the three immediately rushed to Song Yu's side. "Brother, where did you find that weapon? Is there more?" Song Yu, recognizing the business opportunity before him, could not contain his delight. He brandished the ring-handled saber in front of them and asked, What do you think of this weapon? The group gazed eagerly at the gleaming blade, all desiring a chance to wield it. However, in the next moment, Song Yu interrupted their fantasies, declaring, "I'll sell it to you for 1,000 coins." Upon hearing the price, the trio was momentarily stunned. "Brother, are you serious?" Although the weapon's blade and body were indeed impressive and matched their desires, the steep price of 1,000 coins compelled them to hesitate. Observing their wavering interest, Song Yu secretly rejoiced. He could negotiate. As long as he earned half of the disaster points, it would suffice. Just then, the notification of a zombie kill echoed in Song Yu's ears. "Kill the zombie, rewarded with 100 disaster points." "What is happening?" Song Yu exclaimed in astonishment as he glanced around. He had not killed a zombie. His gaze then fell upon Kwang Yi, who was engaged in combat with the zombie. Kwang Yi withdrew his spear, now aiming for the head of another zombie, preparing to strike with all his might. Song Yu positioned himself at the staircase, closely observing Kwang Yi's every move, eager to ascertain whether the weapon had indeed been purchased from the tower. Regardless of the wielder, any zombie killed would grant him disaster points. In the next instant, he confirmed his suspicion. With his preparation complete, Kwang Yi thrust his spear with great force, and the notification of a kill resonated in his mind once more. Eliminating a zombie grants 100 disaster points. How exhilarating! This way, he need not devise schemes to swindle money from players. Suddenly, Song Yu was struck by a brilliant idea. He would sell weapons to these players at cost price. They would then slay zombies, acquiring weapons in the process while he earned points. It was a win-win situation. Not only would he spend nothing, but these players would also become his laborers. The mere thought filled him with delight. Without further ado, Song Yu returned to the three players, who had already reached a consensus and were preparing to negotiate with him. "This price is too steep. We might not be able to bear it." "Not to worry," Song Yu replied, casually placing a hand on the shoulder of the nearest player and guiding him into the room. Once inside, he got straight to the point, announcing the price. "This weapon is 120. What do you think?" In other games, purchasing a skin costs far more than this. His voice was barely a whisper, intended solely for their ears, lest the outside world catch wind and confront him. Upon hearing this, the trio, initially intent on haggling, was taken aback by the significant reduction in price. Without hesitation, they agreed. "All right, but I require payment before delivering the goods," Song Yu stated. "No problem." While a price of 1,000 might deter buyers, removing a zero made it irresistibly attractive. It was simply too cheap to pass up. Similarly, after Song Yu announced a long string of bank card numbers, the three individuals gleefully logged off to transfer the funds. He then promptly placed an order to purchase 3 ring-hilted swords from the Liuli Tower, expending 600 disaster points in the process. Fortunately, he refrained from allowing them to buy long spears. Otherwise, he would not possess sufficient disaster points to cover the cost. As he prepared to depart, he recalled the fervent instructions from Kwang Yi and decided to review the price of a complete set of top-tier equipment once more. The figure was astronomical, making it quite difficult for him to broach the subject with Kwang Yi. Even selling it at cost would require over 100,000 Blue Star coins. This staggering sum truly intimidated him, leaving him to wonder if Kwang Yi would still be inclined to purchase upon hearing the price. Perhaps he could offer a discount of 10,000 disaster points, considering Kwang Yi was his first customer. At that moment, Kwang Yi had already dispatched 5 zombies, resulting in an additional 500 disaster points in Song Yu's account, bringing the total to 100. He hoped that these players would continue to eliminate more zombies. Otherwise, he pondered how long it would take to unlock the next level. With this thought, he felt a wave of anxiety. Gazing at the numbers, Song Yu silently reflected, "You all must strive harder. My path to wealth depends entirely on your efforts." Just as Song Yu exited the tower, he turned back to see Xiao Qi standing at the entrance. Their eyes met, yet neither spoke. Song Yu intended to greet her and inquire if she was also interested in weapon purchases, but before he could voice his thoughts, Xiao Qi turned and walked away, leaving him in a state of perplexity. What, after all, had she come to see? As the 3 players logged off to transfer money to her, it was evident they would not return swiftly. Observing the encroaching darkness, Song Yu silently prayed, hoping that Kwang Yi would muster his strength to slay a few more zombies, ensuring a peaceful night without the dread of the undead invading during his slumber. After adjusting his attire, he exited his room, noting that the commotion below had significantly diminished. The zombies, once their skulls had been penetrated, remained motionless, a scenario reminiscent of many portrayals in film and television. Rather than peer over the staircase to witness Kwang Yi combating the zombies, or engage in idle chatter with the female players, Song Yu chose to stand by the window, observing the scene below. Chapter 023. Parasite beneath the window. The zombie that had previously been gnawed to the point of dismemberment was astonishingly beginning to recover. The remaining skeleton was gradually sprouting fresh flesh. The creature, dragging itself along the ground, had managed to support its weight, yet standing proved to be a greater challenge. As it soon collapsed once more, it persistently attempted to climb through the window into the room, only to falter repeatedly, unable to breach the barrier. Song Yu watched with intrigue, captivated by the zombie's relentless spirit, curious as to when it might finally succeed in its endeavor. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. It was Xiao Qi. This was the effect of a first-tier potion. As long as the head sustained no fatal damage, the injured areas would swiftly regenerate. So engrossed was Song Yu in observing the zombie that he had not noticed the person standing beside him. He swiftly turned, not feeling any curiosity regarding her knowledge of these matters. After all, she is a player, so it is not surprising that she possesses such intelligence. Perhaps the individuals from that base have been detailed on the official website, or maybe there were designated instructors who provided players with an overview upon entering the game. It is indeed perplexing. Given their capabilities, why do they not prey upon one another? Why must they complicate matters for us, the unfortunate souls? Song Yu mused that with such regenerative abilities, they ought to be utilized effectively, rather than treating the living as mere targets. After all, they have been parasitized and will not turn against one another. Xiao Qi's words left Song Yu profoundly astonished. He yearned to inquire how she had come by this knowledge. Yet he feared that the players might already be aware of such mechanics, and asking would only reveal him as an outsider. Thus, he remained silent, gazing at her, hoping she would enlighten him with relevant information. Clearly, Xiao Qi did not grasp Song Yu's intentions, fixating her luminous eyes upon him. In that moment of mutual gaze, Song Yu felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, a subconscious desire to possess her. Once that thought emerged, he dared not maintain his gaze any longer, awkwardly turning his head to feign interest in the zombie outside the window. However, Xiao Qi seemed undeterred. Her shimmering eyes sought to penetrate the very essence of the person before her, unwavering in their scrutiny. As dusk descended, the zombies appeared to have activated some sort of switch, their speed increasing with alarming intensity. Their behavior was no longer confined merely to collisions, vaulting, and tackling. Some zombies had begun attempting to leap in an effort to attack them. At this moment, beneath the second-floor window, a zombie was persistently jumping towards the window where Song Yu and his companions were situated, but due to its lack of strength, it repeatedly collided against the wall. Song Yu felt that with each leap, the height attained by this zombie marginally exceeded the previous one, which filled him with considerable unease. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Qi swiftly distanced herself from the window, opting to join her close friend instead. How amusing. She was even more timid than he. As a player, he could not fathom what she was afraid of. After all, they could not die. They should just give it their all. Observing that the zombie's jumping ability had already reached a sufficient height, he found it increasingly difficult to remain calm. He had intended to call Kwang Yi for assistance, but the escalating frenzy of the zombies below, accompanied by incessant crashing sounds, rendered him restless. Ultimately, he decided against summoning him, allowing Kwang Yi to focus on eliminating the zombies downstairs. After surveying the area, he noted that 3 male players had logged off to transfer him funds, leaving only 3 female players nearby. He contemplated asking them for assistance but ultimately dismissed the idea, opting to handle the matter personally to avoid any underestimation from them. After all, the zombie's leaping capability had yet to reach his position, and with carefulness, he could avoid harm. Resolutely, he grasped his weapon and extended it out of the window, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the creatures had the moment it leaped once more. As the zombie leapt once more, due to a lack of proficiency with the blade, the timing to deliver a fatal blow was off, resulting only in a deep gash across its chest. The creature could not continue its assault and collapsed to the ground, momentarily halting its actions. Remarkable. How extraordinarily sharp this weapon is. Song Yu retracted his weapon, admiring it in his grasp, utterly captivated. Truly, a product of a master craftsman, it was no ordinary item. Just as Song Yu was about to resume his observation of the leaping zombie, he heard Kwang Yi's urgent voice from the stairwell. Come quickly. We can barely hold them off with these obstacles. Without hesitation, Song Yu turned and swiftly ran to Kwang Yi's side, inquiring, what is happening? Kwang Yi, wielding a spear, relentlessly struck at the zombies attempting to dislodge the barriers. Amidst his attacks, he explained, they seem to have gone mad, relentlessly digging at these obstacles. They are nearly hollowing out the area below. Peering down, Song Yu's expression darkened. The zombies were methodically excavating the impediments before them, and some had even begun to shift the obstacles that obstructed their path, making it easier for their comrades to pile the excavated debris behind them. Good heavens! When did they become so astute? Song Yu thought to himself, recognizing that this was not a promising sign. The 3 male players had yet to log in. Should the zombies surge forth, he and Kwang Yi would be unable to withstand their onslaught. He said to Kwang Yi, do not focus on their heads for now. Prioritize attacking their bodies to incapacitate them temporarily. He then shouted to the 3 female players, stop chatting and quickly gather some items from the room to block the passage. The 2 female players were engrossed in conversation and showed no intention of moving. However, Xiaoqi promptly stood up and began scavenging the room for various objects to obstruct the staircase. Only then did the 2 female players leisurely rise to assist in moving the clutter. Song Yu had no time to pay attention to them. After calling out once, he immersed himself in the task at hand. He must secure the staircase, for otherwise, he would face certain doom. The players, however, seemed unconcerned. For death in this game was merely a temporary setback, with opportunities for revival. They had little to worry about. Yet, Xiaoqi was particularly earnest, prompting her 2 friends to question the necessity of such anxiety. Without uttering much, Xiaoqi continued her efforts, fortifying the blockade. At last, she succeeded in making the staircase even more robust. Chapter 024. The anxious Xiaoqi. Kwang Yi gripped his spear tightly, relentlessly attacking the bodies of the zombies, rendering them temporarily immobile. With the staircase now barricaded, he could not find a suitable angle for assaulting their heads, forcing him to retract his weapon and reposition himself. In this brief interval, he had already dispatched 15 zombies, accumulating a total of 1,500 disaster points. The series of notification sounds brought him immense joy. This indeed contributes another weapon to his arsenal, much to his delight. After engaging in some physical exertion, Song Yu was not idle. At this moment, he wielded the curved saber, practicing his strikes incessantly within the confines of the room. Just moments ago, while assailing the zombie outside the window, he had discerned his inadequacies in weapon handling. Thus, he felt compelled to intensify his training. Although this might seem like a last-minute effort, he had no intention of becoming mere fodder for those wretched creatures. After a spell of practice, the 3 players who had previously logged off began to awaken one by one. The first to regain consciousness exclaimed, "Hey, we've already transferred the money. What about our weapons?" Upon hearing this, Song Yu halted his blade's arc and closed his eyes to verify the transaction. Once assured, he wasted no time in retrieving the 3 curved sabers he had previously purchased from the storage and handed them over. The trio eagerly accepted the weapons, showing no hesitation about the method of acquisition. Each focused intently on their newfound armaments, caressing them as if they were cherished children. Absolutely magnificent, one of them exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Let us quickly test the power of these weapons. Another urged, his face alight with anticipation. Haha, let us charge forth. The last one laughed heartily in agreement, and together they dashed towards the door. As they departed the room, they boasted of their intent to clear the clutter obstructing the staircase, declaring their determination to fight their way out. How could Song Yu have overlooked this? This group of players was certainly a restless bunch. Song Yu could no longer continue his practice and hurriedly pursued them, exclaiming, "The day is drawing to a close, and soon the outside will be engulfed in darkness. Are you not courting death by venturing out at this hour? What if a zombie lies in wait in a shadowy corner, unnoticed, and suddenly launches an attack? Wouldn't your newly acquired weapons fall into the hands of others?" As soon as Song Yu finished speaking, Kwang Yi approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, and replied, "Precisely because night is approaching. We must take the initiative to strike forth. Otherwise, with them lurking downstairs, our sense of security would be utterly diminished." He then hefted his long spear in his hands. "Moreover, you need not worry excessively. I will certainly strive to secure an opportunity for your escape before I meet my end." Upon hearing his words, Song Yu felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. They truly did not regard his life with any seriousness. He could only respond, "Should I then express my gratitude to you?" At that moment, Kwang Yi smiled and replied, "That is unnecessary. A mere 10 or 8 pieces of equipment will suffice." Song Yu was utterly speechless. He had never expected to find himself in agreement with their proposal. A marksman, clearly possessing the advantage of distance, was now mingling in their reckless venture. Meanwhile, the three male players had already begun to clear the debris that obstructed the stairwell. They had only just blocked it, and now they were watching it being moved aside. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and reprimand them. Must they truly embark on such a perilous endeavor at this moment? Song Yu realized he could no longer remain among these players. If they could manage to escape safely this time, he would have to part ways with Kuang Yi. He had no desire to partake in such reckless undertakings. If this madness continues, one cannot be certain that his life will not be forfeited here. Just as Song Yu was about to step forward to dissuade him further, Shaoqi, almost in a fit of rage, cried out to them, "You promised to protect us." The crowd fell into a profound silence, bewildered by the turn of events. The short-haired girl, witnessing Shaoqi's sudden outburst, called her name, Shaoqi. Meanwhile, the long-haired girl held her tightly in an embrace. Shaoqi was utterly devastated, tears streaming down her face. The tears of a girl have always possessed a certain power. Observing this poignant scene, the others ceased their efforts to clear away the debris. In an attempt to alleviate the tense atmosphere, one individual broke the silence, remarking, "I suddenly no longer wish to proceed." Instantly, others echoed, "Indeed, this blade is insufficiently sharp. It requires further honing." Shaoqi's outburst had prompted the crowd to abandon their tasks, gathering instead in the living room to form a large circle. Some began to boast about their plans for conquest the following day. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, only the faint outlines of the individuals were discernible. Laughter and conversation filled the air, as if they had entirely forgotten the earlier discomfort. Through the dimness, Song Yu observed the three figures across from him. His vision had improved considerably. After some time adjusting to the shadows, he could discern their facial features with clarity. Shaoqi remained nestled in the arms of the long-haired girl, but as a smile graced her lips, she suddenly turned to gaze at him. It was as if she sensed his unwavering stare. The moment she glanced back, her smile blossomed even brighter. Song Yu instinctively turned his head away, pretending not to see her. The girl, as if she could see through his thoughts, broke free from the embrace of the long-haired girl and walked straight to his side. Shaoqi said nothing, merely sitting quietly beside him. After the earlier events, Kuang Yi sensed the girl's emotional instability and chose not to provoke her further. He ceased to engage Song Yu in conversation, giving his shoulder a light pat and whispering in his ear, "Brother, you'd best look after yourself," before distancing himself from Song Yu. It was then that a soft murmur from the long-haired girl caught his attention. What a fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship. I truly pity her. Only then did he grasp why Kuang Yi had chosen to keep his distance. Suddenly, the distant glow of flames illuminated the area outside the window. Everyone turned their gaze towards the flickering light, unaware of who had ignited the fire along with the building. The flames were rapidly advancing towards them. It appeared that tonight, they had no choice but to confront the chaos head-on. Song Yu mused silently, feeling utterly speechless. Shaoqi's behavior was rather unusual as she suddenly lunged forward, grasping Song Yu's arm and pleading, "Brother, could you please protect me?" Her attempt at a coy demeanor revealed a keen cunning beneath the surface. "That hurts. Let go," Song Yu exclaimed, feeling the pain from her surprisingly strong grip. He was baffled by her strength, which seemed to surpass expectations. After a moment's contemplation, he found some solace in the thought that she, too, was a player. Song Yu wanted to say, "Are you not aware of your own strength? Who is it that needs protection, really?" Chapter 025, Flames and the Extermination of Zombies. Song Yu was perplexed as to why this woman had sought him out. Rubbing his red and swollen arm, he gazed at her, pondering, how could she be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Her grip had been excessively harsh. He had intended to reprimand her, but observing her genuinely fearful expression, which seemed far from feigned, he could only muster a faint smile to reassure her, "It's all right. We will surely survive." It was merely an attempt to comfort himself. Upon uttering those words, even he felt a lack of conviction, primarily due to a pessimistic outlook on their current predicament. He was counting on these players to safeguard him, yet here he was, having inadvertently stumbled into a den of wolves, with people now approaching him for assistance. Had he truly been so valiant and noble? The relentless flames, fueled by the surrounding underbrush, grew fiercer, gradually consuming the nearby area. Although the fire was still a distance away, the wind propelled the flames, causing them to blaze ever more fiercely. A moment of inattention could swiftly bring the inferno to their midst. The group was unwilling to succumb to the fiery abyss and hastily sought ways to save themselves. Fortunately, many of the zombies trapped by the doors had been drawn towards the fire, allowing them to wander off in that direction. Seizing this opportunity while the zombies were momentarily distracted, Most of the players began to methodically eliminate the undead surrounding the houses. The cacophony of battle, the crackling of flames, and the anguished moans of the zombies intertwined in a symphony that painted a hellish tableau along the street. With their newfound weapons, Kuang Yi and the 3 male players had already conceived the idea of charging forth. At that moment, as the flames surged forward, they hesitated not for an instant. Swiftly clearing the obstacles blocking the staircase, Songyu, naturally, did not attempt to impede them any further. After all, what was there to fear when death was the worst outcome? Remaining would only lead to a slow demise by fire. It was far better to fight tooth and nail for survival. Without a moment's hesitation, he procured 3 weapons from the shop and handed them to the 3 female players, stating, "These weapons are temporarily for your defense. Remember to return them afterward." With that, he offered no further explanation and returned to his post by the window, resuming his vigil over the tumultuous street below. The significance of disaster points had diminished, survival was paramount, and points could always be earned again. If they failed to escape, they would merely be left with a string of numbers. The street was teeming with the grotesque figures of the undead. Standing at the window, Songyu observed the movements of the zombies, contemplating which direction would offer the best chance of escape. Meanwhile, Kuang Yi and the 3 male players had successfully cleared the stairwell of debris. Upon sighting the living, the zombies emitted terrifying shrieks. In the confined space, Kuang Yi and his companions engaged in fierce combat with the undead. Utilizing the advantages of the narrow terrain and their weaponry, they managed to prevent the zombies from breaching the obstacles before them, dispatching several in the process. After receiving a series of 7 notifications announcing the successful kills, Kuang Yi and the others finally descended to the ground floor, clearing away the zombies previously impaled by Kuang Yi. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the zombies surged toward them. Drawn by the sounds, each of them picked up a wooden plank from the ground to use as a shield, bracing themselves against the onslaught of the encroaching horde of zombies. Kuang Yi wielded a spear, capable of serving as a ranged weapon, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the charging undead, thereby incapacitating their fleeting mobility, even if he failed to strike their heads. Meanwhile, a player armed with a saber seized the opportunity to swiftly decapitate them. They formed a fan-like formation at the staircase, exterminating the zombies that surged forward. Through their coordinated efforts, they had firmly established their ground on the first floor. As the last of the invading zombies fell, they successfully took control of the entire area below. The first floor now lay strewn with corpses and the aftermath of chaos. Collapsed tables and chairs obstructed the passageways, while shattered window glass glimmered ominously in the flickering firelight. The bloodstains on the ground had dried, forming dark red patches. Yet outside the window, the frenzied, anguished roars of the zombies still tore through the air, echoing the fury of their slain companions. Kuang Yi approached the window and tapped on the doorframe. 2 zombies, huddled in the corner, flailed their arms desperately, their grotesque forms attempting to attack him. Their bodies had not fully recovered, yet the fresh flesh that had grown over them was now widespread. Each attempt to rise was quickly met with their collapse. This sight filled Kuang Yi with revulsion. After confirming that no other zombies were present, he raised his spear and extended it outside the window, methodically executing them one by one. Once this task was complete, the group swiftly barricaded the door again and gathered by the window to assess the situation on the street. The small town is now engulfed in flames, and at this moment, an intense heat wave is palpable. Surrounding players are compelled to engage desperately in fierce battles against the relentless zombies. It is evident that they are preparing to break through the encirclement. Suddenly, a prolonged, piercing howl resonates from a distance. The roar of the undead captures everyone's attention, leaving them momentarily bewildered about the situation. Some players speculate that new monsters may be spawning. However, moments later, a majority of the zombies in the street begin to charge towards the source of the sound. Observing this, the players in the vicinity are left in confusion. Yet they dare not linger and begin to methodically eliminate the remaining zombies around them. Surely, a boss won't spawn, will it? One player remarked. Upon hearing this, Kuan Yi and the others felt it was quite plausible. Indeed, it's not out of the question. Typically, in games, a boss summons surrounding minions, someone elaborated. After absorbing this information, the player felt reassured in his assumptions and promptly proposed to the group. Shall we join the fray? What if we secure the first kill? However, a voice of dissent arose. But in this game, defeating zombies only rewards contribution points. How will we know unless we try? Let's not hesitate. We must be bold in our exploration. This game is rife with secrets. Who knows? Our decision might just alter the course of the entire game. The player advocating for action insisted. After a few individuals listened, including Kuang Yi, they unhesitatingly agreed. A boss is indeed something that is often elusive. Ultimately, they conspired to ascend and invite Song Yu to join them in their quest against the boss. Upon hearing their proposal, Song Yu resolutely declined. He had no desire to partake in such a reckless endeavor. Chapter 026. Rewards. This group of players had purchased his weapons, clearly the most formidable among them. If they departed, who would safeguard him? At that moment, Song Yu wished for them to stay, and thus he felt compelled to speak. Have you all become overconfident? Just because you have eliminated a few zombies, you believe yourselves invincible? Do not forget, should we perish now, revival is not an option. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, they recalled that their revival crystals had long been destroyed by the zombies, and reclaiming the base was imperative for resurrection. Though his statement bore a semblance of truth, it simultaneously ignited a spirit of rebellion among some, particularly in the presence of a few women. Someone retorted, "If you fear death, you need not join us." While this remark incited a flicker of anger within him, Song Yu chose not to respond. At this juncture, any rebuttal would only exacerbate tensions. His priority was to escape this predicament, not to stir unnecessary disputes. He certainly acknowledged the validity of the player's comment. Indeed, he feared death. Were he merely a player like them, he would not hesitate to lead them forth fearlessly. However, he is destined to be different from them. He will die. Truly and irrevocably, and thus he will not easily accompany them on their reckless adventures. Everyone experiences fear at times. They merely rely on the illusion of their invulnerability to death, which emboldens them. What can he say? He finds himself at a loss for words. He has yet to comprehend how he arrived in this world. He believed in a system, only to discover it was merely a guiding hand that required exploration. This uncertainty is his only source of temporary assurance. He has not yet grasped the full capabilities of the glazed tower, nor has he ventured to the second level, unaware of what it might offer. With so many unknowns yet to be explored, it is difficult not to wonder if there is a way home on the upper levels. Song Yu's silence prevented the escalation of conflict. Both parties took a moment to reflect on each other's words. However, the dispute drew the attention of several female players, who, upon hearing that an assault was imminent, readied their weapons in anticipation. They understood that this was merely a game. Yet the thought of confronting those terrifying entities left them paralyzed by fear. Song Yu felt similarly. As they charged forward, he remained at the staircase, weapon in hand, fervently praying for their safety. Hearing their earlier quarrel, a short-haired girl approached and remarked, "The flames are nearly upon us. Do you really have time to argue here? Shouldn't we first consider how to escape?" The group then turned their gaze towards the flickering flames outside. The girl with long hair stepped forward and added, "You all pledged with utmost sincerity to protect our little Chi. Are you now contemplating breaking that promise?" Observing as little Chi clung tightly to the arm of the long-haired girl, it was evident that she was utterly terrified. One of the boys was left speechless. However, another boy immediately smiled and reassured, "Of course, we will honor our word. Leave the ladies in our care." After a brief moment of hesitation, someone proposed that they exchange names. Having spent an entire day together, each absorbed in their own activities, it was clear that there had been little interaction among them. With this proposal, everyone began to introduce themselves. The three boys were named Lin Yu, Zhuang Machin, and Chu Shang. The one who had argued with Song Yu was Chu Shang, known for being a more aggressive member of the group. The girl with long hair was Lin Wanqi, while the short-haired girl was Su Yao. Little Chi's introduction was particularly straightforward. She simply called herself Chi. Upon hearing this name, everyone appeared bewildered. While others used their real names, she opted for a pseudonym. Nevertheless, no one criticized her, for adopting a username in a game is quite common. After the introductions, Lin Yu suggested that they escape directly to the city wall. However, his idea was swiftly dismissed by Song Yu. Song Yu proposed a simpler strategy. There was no need to flee beyond the city. In the current darkness, it was all too easy to fall prey to lurking zombies. Instead, they might as well retreat to the wall, seize the high ground as a stronghold, block the entrances, and wait for dawn to devise further plans. The group quickly agreed, and after discussing and refining the details, they set off towards the city gate. Kuang Yi and Lin Yu took charge of the front, while Zhuang Machin and Chu Shang were responsible for the zombies on either side. Meanwhile, Song Yu and three female players guarded the rear of the team. As for the matter concerning the boss, that could be addressed once they had successfully escaped. 15 minutes prior, on the opposite side of the street, fierce flames separated the zombies from the players. The zombies, undeterred, charged headlong into the fire. emerging from the inferno. They surged toward the players barricaded at the edge of the flames, resembling demons from the depths of hell. At that moment, they instilled a sense of psychological dread in the players stationed outside. Had the players been capable of feeling pain, they might have been overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of the horde. Despite several burning strongholds, the onslaught of zombies was halted at every turn. The players, utilizing elevated cover, managed to eliminate the approaching zombies before they could draw near. Through this fierce battle, the players successfully stabilized the current situation. At that moment, a voice rang out among the players, commanding attention. I will reiterate, all injured personnel must report immediately. Any concealment will result in expulsion from the guild, never to be reinstated. This directive came from one of the players in charge of the operation. Brother Bai, I have been bitten, a player announced. After this declaration, another individual, cradling a wounded arm, approached the speaker. Bai Mu glanced at the injury and exclaimed, well done. After you log off, the funds will be transferred to your account within 3 working days. Thank you, Brother Bai, the injured player expressed with gratitude. However, in a swift turn of events, this individual was soon pierced through the brain by a spear from a teammate, and their lifeless body was cast into the flames. The rest of the group had long since grown accustomed to such grim realities. As long as individuals who have been bitten promptly report the incident, they not only stand to receive a reward, but can also become formal employees of the Bai Corporation. Moreover, those players who manage to survive this battle will enjoy the same privilege. Furthermore, those who exhibit exceptional performance may be granted the opportunity to ascend to the rank of squad leader, which signifies an increase in their remuneration. However, despite these enticing benefits, this group of players has already faced 3 instances of betrayal from their teammates today. Fortunately, the bitten comrade clung desperately to their assailant, preventing significant casualties. To encourage these selfless players, Miss Bai has resolved to grant them a squad leader position upon their return to the game. Chapter 027. The new zombies. Under this dual incentive, many players began to coax their teammates into deliberately allowing themselves to be bitten by zombies, after which they would heroically embrace their transformed allies. Such a notion is indeed appealing, but who among them would be foolish enough to act on it? Such behavior would likely disqualify them from employment with the Bai Corporation. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that the game currently does not allow for resurrection, which naturally deters anyone from pursuing this path. Nevertheless, some players devised alternative methods. Prior to being bitten, they would charge into a horde of zombies, embracing them as they plunge into a fire, thereby achieving an act of valor to secure the chance for promotion. However, this strategy was swiftly curtailed by Bai Mu after several sacrifices were made in its attempt. Not only did it fail to inflict harm upon the zombies, but the mutated individuals instead posed a threat to the remaining players. Witnessing their comrades mutate and launch attacks before they even reached the flames extinguished the aspirations of those seeking advancement. At this moment, Bai Lu was seated on the second-floor balcony, surveying the now stabilized situation, her expression gradually transforming into one of tranquility. Having navigated through life with ease, there was no trace of worry upon her countenance. Beside her, a maid stood vigilantly, clutching a large hammer, ever ready to ensure her safety. Yet, the maid appeared skeptical of the current circumstances, voicing her concerns to her mistress. Mistress, are we truly not retreating? It seems the flames have failed to extinguish them. If too many surge forth, I fear we may not withstand the onslaught. Bai Lu, however, paid no heed to the maid's counsel. Were there a cup of red tea at hand, she would sit comfortably, savoring its warmth while enjoying the spectacle below. Oh, Xiaomiao, when did you become so timid? Have you not noticed that even if they charge out, they lack any real combat prowess? With her legs elegantly crossed against the stone railing, she supported herself with her hands, a confident smile gracing her lips. Observing her mistress in this light, Zhao Miao chose not to press further. She had long become accustomed to Bai Lu's self-assured demeanor. She thought to herself, if the mistress says there is no issue, then there must be none. At that moment, not far off, a zombie stealthily approached the opposite rooftop, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Zhao Miao felt an unsettling sensation, as though something was observing her, which made her uneasy. She scanned her surroundings but found nothing amiss. Years of martial training sharpened her instincts, causing her to grip the iron hammer more tightly as she meticulously monitored every movement in her vicinity. Suddenly, the sound of a building collapsing echoed through the air, drawing Bai Lu's attention immediately. The searing heat of the flames caused the house to crackle ominously. A gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a wave of heat that struck Zhao Miao's face, prompting an involuntary shiver. Her heart raced with increasing urgency, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. An unsettling sensation gripped her. She sensed an inexplicable intent to kill lurking nearby. The sense of crisis incessantly reminded her of the strangeness surrounding her. She hastily turned to the young lady beside her and said, "Miss, we should leave this place at once." Bailu remained unfazed, her swaying feet dancing in the air as she gazed at the distant spectacle of flames. "What is it?" Bailu replied softly. Zhao Miao expressed her concerns candidly. "I feel as if something is watching us." Bailu turned her head, her gaze intensifying as she looked at Zhao Miao. "Xiao Miao, dismiss that feeling. We must act as if something truly is watching us. We should approach this situation with the worst possible outcome in mind. Even if your instincts are mistaken, there is no loss to us." As Bailu spoke, she leaped over the railing from the second floor. Zhao Miao instinctively reached out to support her. Just then, a shadow suddenly lunged from the rooftop behind them, hurtling towards them. Zhao Miao halted her supportive gesture, swiftly retracting her hand to prepare for a confrontation. Bailu, who had been leaning on her, lost her balance and tumbled onto the balcony while attempting to cross the railing. Although she felt no pain, she propped herself up and shouted, "Xiao Miao, you!" just as she successfully fended off the assault from the emerging figure. It became evident that the zombie had missed its strike and quickly distanced itself from her. Upon hearing the young lady's call from behind, she turned to find her mistress prostrate on the ground. "My lady, I beg your forgiveness." Zhao Miao attempted to assist her, but Bailu forestalled her, saying, "Stay back and focus on the adversary before you." Zhao Miao once more gripped her weapon, resuming her confrontation with the foe. In the preceding close encounter, Zhao Miao had discerned the visage of her opponent, a diminutive, emaciated, and unkempt female zombie. The zombie's countenance was gaunt, her skin bearing an eerie, livid pallor, as if enshrouded by the gloom of demise. In comparison to other zombies, her appearance possessed marked distinctions. Zhao Miao dared not be negligent. During its prior assault, its strength and velocity were not to be underestimated. Had she not been trained in martial arts since childhood, she might have succumbed to the zombie's attack. The zombie ascended to the rooftop once more, crouching and scrutinizing them. From its conduct, Bailu perceived that it possessed a degree of intelligence. Now assessing the strength of its adversaries like a predator, Zhao Miao did not tarry long before the zombie initiated its assault. It initially leaped to the adjacent rooftop, traversed a few paces, and then swiftly assailed Bailu, who had risen from the ground and was observing it. Zhao Miao had anticipated the creature's maneuver, interposing herself before Bailu as it launched its assault, delivering a forceful blow to its chest with a hammer. Despite being struck to the ground by the heavy impact, it swiftly scaled the rooftop once more, maintaining a wary distance from Zhao Miao. The zombie appeared to register pain, regurgitating a substance from its stomach. With a fierce glare, she fixed her eyes upon the two individuals before her. Then, casting her gaze skyward, a prolonged and piercing scream erupted, compelling Bailu to instinctively cover her ears. Only Zhao Miao remained vigilant, her weapon at the ready, attentive to their adversaries. The players, alerted by the commotion, quickly gathered around. "Miss, what has transpired?" Rousheng called out from downstairs, accompanied by several players. Bailu, standing on the second floor, shouted down, "Uncle Zhou, zombies have appeared above." Without hesitation, Rousheng and his group ascended to the second floor, as those below could not discern the situation above. The zombie was situated at the very center of the rooftop, half-crouched and clutching its chest. The roofs in this vicinity were slanted, and as Bailu and Zhao Miao observed, the creature that had just screamed now expelled a large, dark substance that was momentarily indiscernible. As Rousheng and the other players arrived, they witnessed this unsettling scene. "This zombie seems different somehow," remarked one player beside Rousheng. "Why isn't it attacking us?" Another player questioned. "Look, it appears to be afraid of us," he added. Upon noticing the increasing number of individuals, the zombie recoiled, much like a frightened kitten. Chapter 028, The Battle on the Wall. The players engaged in animated chatter. Rousheng approached Bailu with concern. "Miss, are you unhurt?" "Uncle, with Xiao Miao here. How could I be in peril?" Bailu replied nonchalantly, brushing off the dirt that had clung to her from when she fell. Satisfied that his mistress was unharmed, Rousheng wasted no time and prepared to lead the group to the rooftop to deal with the zombie. The creature, sensing their intent, reacted as if startled. Clutching his aching abdomen, he dashed away towards the opposite direction. Onlookers were understandably perplexed by this sight. Could it be merely a zombie? How could it be fleeing of its own volition? This player's query mirrored the doubts harbored by everyone present. No one ventured an answer, each lost in contemplation, wondering if the creature they had just encountered was in fact a non-player character. Before they could delve further into this thought, a horde of zombies surged forth from the conflagration below. Bai Mu's voice boomed. Hold the line, everyone. Shields up front, and maintain a steady rhythm of attack. Fiery zombies relentlessly lunged at the players. The previously tenable situation rapidly deteriorated as the sheer number of undead overwhelmed their defenses. Multiple choke points required substantial manpower to hold. Zhou Shun, witnessing this, turned to Bai Lu and said, "Miss, I shall descend and join the fray." "Very well," Bai Lu responded softly. Observing the eager anticipation on the faces of those descending, she shook her head in resigned amusement, unable to comprehend the allure of such violent conflict. Elsewhere, after dispatching several zombies, Song Yu and his companions finally reached the city gate. Without pause, they scaled the breach created by the collapsed stonework. The collapse formed a natural ramp, and aided by the tenacious vines, they ascended with relative ease. The city wall was not particularly high, perhaps 2 or 3 meters. Standing atop the wall, they gazed at the distant glow of the fires. The zombies in the streets had largely been drawn away by the earlier screams. After the players had cleared the remaining undead, they gradually emerged from their shelters. Upon observing the distant flicker of flames, the majority of players hastily retreated, fleeing in the opposite direction of the inferno. Yet, a small faction of players defied the instinct to escape, instead venturing toward the path recently traversed by the horde of zombies. Some players reached the city gates, catching sight of Song Yu and his companions atop the towering walls, preparing to converge towards their location. However, in the blink of an eye, a multitude of zombies surged forth from outside the town, prompting the onlookers to shout, "Do not approach. There are zombies. Quickly find a place to hide." The players who had been running paused, and soon after, a stream of zombies began to invade the town. In an instant, chaos ensued as players scattered in all directions. Song Yu and his companions, however, had no time to concern themselves with the fleeing crowd, as the zombies, having detected their presence, charged relentlessly toward them. Fortunately, the steep incline hindered the zombies' advance, with some collapsing before they could ascend. With the advantage of his lengthy weapon, Kuang Yi wielded his spear with precision, continuously striking at the zombies below. Each time one approached, he would pierce it, indifferent to whether he struck its head, as his relentless assault prevented any from reaching the top. Song Yu was equally industrious, swiftly acquiring a spear of his own to join Kuang Yi in fending off the undead. This not only earned him points, but also served as a valuable opportunity to hone his combat skills, ensuring that he would not be caught unprepared in future encounters with zombies. Witnessing this display, Lin Yu, Zhuang Machin, and Chu Shang were left speechless. Lin Yu promptly approached Song Yu, saying, "Hey, brother, could we possibly switch to long spears?" Song Yu turned back, tempted to acquiesce to their request. Yet his points were insufficient to purchase another spear. His current disaster points stood at a mere 2,800. The players had only contributed a total of 28 points from the defeated zombies, leaving him with insufficient points to procure any weapons. Song Yu furrowed his brow and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "This is probably not feasible." "Well, it seems we have no choice," Lin Yu replied with a shrug of exasperation. Following this brief interlude, Song Yu resumed his assault on the zombies alongside Kuang Yi, wielding a long spear. There were moments when Kuang Yi, fully concentrated, managed to strike the heads of the adversaries, earning him several hundred points. In contrast, Song Yu found it exceedingly arduous to lift the spear. It was no wonder. His physique could not possibly compare to that of the enhanced players. The spear alone weighed several dozen pounds, and even lifting it with both hands proved to be a challenge. After a few thrusts, he was already drenched in sweat. The others remained oblivious to his struggle. Otherwise, someone would surely have inquired, "Are you feeling weak?" What could he say? Admitting it was out of the question. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that he could not allow the players to discover the disparity between him and them. After a few more thrusts, he swiftly returned the weapon to his storage. Upon turning back, he noticed Xiao Qi watching him intently. After revealing a peculiar smile, she ceased her gaze. A chill ran down Song Yu's spine, and he couldn't help but ponder, could she have discovered something? Before he could contemplate further, he observed Lin Yu, Zhuang Machin, and Chu Shang charging forward, harvesting the incapacitated zombies that Kuang Yi had rendered immobile. Kuang Yi shouted from above, "You're stealing my kills." He was eager to join the fray. However, Song Yu promptly restrained him, exclaiming, "Don't be impetuous. There's a multitude of zombies below." He couldn't bear the thought of losing Kuang Yi, as he had grown accustomed to his protection and felt insecure without it. Kuang Yi regained his composure and focused on attacking the remaining animated zombies. Meanwhile, the trio below were engrossed in their relentless slaughter. The keenness of their Huan Shou sabers ensured that each encounter with a zombie was swiftly resolved with a single stroke. The frequent notifications of their zombie kills echoed in their minds, accumulating a substantial 1,000 calamity points in no time. Song Yu couldn't help but feel relieved, realizing that the zombies weren't as formidable as he had initially feared. He prepared to recline for a moment of respite. Just as he settled down, he heard Kuang Yi urgently call out to them, "Ascend quickly. Several large creatures are advancing towards us." The trio disregarded the warning, continuing their harvest of zombies. Zhuang Mo Chun proclaimed, "Excellent. I shall seize this opportunity to demonstrate the sharpness of my blade." Kuang Yi groaned inwardly at the man's melodramatic pronouncements. Song Yu joined Kuang Yi and gazed at the three figures hurtling towards them in the distance. Panic seized him, rendering him almost speechless. Quick, you hurry up here," he stammered. After dispatching the last of the zombies beneath the city tower, the trio finally turned to see what all the commotion was about. Heavens, it's a Goliath. A perfectly sculpted zombie, its body a mass of rippling muscles, had positioned itself behind them, effectively blocking their ascent. Without hesitation, the three turned and fled towards the city's edge. Song Yu felt a sharp pang of annoyance at their desertion. Fortunately, their flight had diverted the attention of two of the Goliaths. Another one remained, scrutinizing them. Chapter 029, The Great Battle with De Zhuang. This zombie, resembling De Zhuang, fixated on them for a moment before turning to another section of the wall's breach. Upon witnessing this, Shao Qi, who was hiding inside, immediately sought refuge towards Song Yu's direction. Kuang Yi closely followed it atop the wall, unwavering in his pursuit regardless of the zombie's movements. Gripping his spear, he was prepared to pierce its skull should it dare to ascend. Meanwhile, at the opposite end, female players distanced themselves, evading the range of the zombies' attacks. Converging at the sight of the wall's collapse, Song Yu recognized that the situation was rather grim. He dared not allow Kuang Yi to face it alone. Should Kuang Yi falter, he and the female players would be left vulnerable. Having spent considerable time together, he harbored no illusions regarding their combat prowess. There was no talk of fear, only encouragement for the brothers. He had resigned himself to the reality that he could not rely on them. Self-reliance was paramount. Retrieving his spear from the warehouse, he aligned himself with Kuang Yi atop the wall, aiming at their adversary. He no longer anticipated striking the zombie's head. Merely hitting its body would suffice to create an opportunity for Kuang Yi to counterattack. Death, it seemed, was not as terrifying as he had once thought. In that moment, Song Yu mocked himself internally, gripping his spear tighter, his taut nerves vigilant to De Zhuang's every movement. Should it dare to leap up, he would not hesitate to shoot towards its chest, creating a gaping wound, demonstrating that they were not to be trifled with. The standoff between Song Yu and De Zhuang had not persisted for long, yet beads of sweat were already cascading down their faces, particularly for Song Yu. Sweat continuously trickled from his forehead, threatening to blur his vision. The tightly gripped spear trembled in his grasp. He dared not wipe the perspiration from his brow, nor could he lower his weapon, fearing that a moment's distraction would allow the zombie to leap forth and claim his life. In agony, he could only grit his teeth and endure. At that moment, he seemed to comprehend the latent potential that emerges in a person when faced with the specter of death. Before long, the zombie stirred from its momentary stillness. All anticipated that it would ascend the wall's corner, yet after a brief period of confrontation, it suddenly dashed towards the section of the wall that had crumbled. There, three female players were engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. No one expected the zombie to make such a move. The trio of girls, momentarily distracted, found themselves ensnared by De Zhuang, who seized two of them, one in each hand. Only Shao Qi, who had been vigilantly observing the zombie's movements, swiftly fled to hide behind Song Yu and Kuang Yi as it charged forward. It was then that Song Yu realized they had been outmaneuvered from the outset. The creature's true objective had always been the breach in the wall. While it could have climbed the corner, it was far more expedient to scale the ruins. At that moment, the zombie revealed a chilling grin, seized Su Yao's right hand, and unceremoniously drew her into its maw. With a single bite, it severed Su Yao's head. In her final moments, she severed her connection, sparing herself the harrowing sight of her own demise. After a few chews, De Zhuang swallowed Su Yao's head whole. Upon finishing, It revealed a pair of blood-red teeth, still laughing incessantly. This was a blatant provocation. Yet, Song Yu and the others were powerless, forced to watch helplessly as it devoured Su Yao. Kuang Yi attempted to rush forward to rescue Lin Wanqi, who had yet to encounter the clutches of death, but was precisely halted by Shao Qi, preventing him from engaging in a futile act of sacrifice. Song Yu, feeling utterly drained, could hardly manage to grip his spear. Thoughts of escape began to infiltrate his mind. He incessantly pondered how to extricate himself from this dire situation, even if it meant abandoning his companions. Survival was his sole priority. Witnessing Su Yao's grim fate, he was resolute in not wanting to share her destiny as a meal for that monstrosity. Nevertheless, no matter how he strategized, he could not circumvent the imposing figure of De Zhuang to flee. A profound sense of despair enveloped Song Yu. Yet he soon fixated on the looming silhouette of De Zhuang. Even in death, he was determined to grasp at least a single strand of its hair. The zombie ceased its assault, seizing Su Yao's lifeless body and gnawing hungrily. Blood pooled around it, yet it continued to consume with a twisted delight, savoring each morsel. The creature regarded the few humans nearby with utter disdain, chewing leisurely as if they were invisible. Lin Wanqi found herself ensnared in its vice-like grip. Though she felt no pain, only her left hand was free to move. Her weapon remained firmly in her right hand, rendering her incapable of retaliating against the ghastly entity. Lin Wanqi realized she must devise a means of self-rescue, else she would inevitably meet the same fate as Su Yao. She struggled relentlessly, attempting to shift her grip and transfer the weapon to her left hand. However, after several attempts, her right arm dislocated, yet she remained trapped, unable to break free. With determination, she forcefully realigned her dislocated joint, allowing herself to break free at an advantageous angle, swiftly transferring the weapon from her right hand to her left. Lin Wanqi wasted no time and struck fiercely at Da Zhuang's arm. Channeling all her strength into the blow, she severed his left wrist. A pained cry escaped Da Zhuang's lips as he gazed at his mangled limb. Seizing the moment, Lin Wanqi extricated herself from his grasp. However, as soon as she landed, Da Zhuang viciously kicked her away, sending her flying. Kuang Yi capitalized on the opportunity, raising his spear and charging towards Da Zhuang's body. Before Da Zhuang could evade, the spear pierced through him, causing Su Yao's lower half to tumble from his grasp and plummet over the city wall. Observing Kuang Yi's advance, Song Yu wasted no time, lifting his spear to follow suit. The chance was fleeting. It was imperative that he strike true. He aimed directly for the zombie's head. Da Zhuang had just grasped Kuang Yi's spear and had yet to extract it when another spear lunged towards his eye. Upon piercing the eyeball, the spear became lodged, and Da Zhuang let out a series of agonized howls. His tormented screams were too distracting for them to appreciate the moment. In a desperate attempt to dislodge the spear, Da Zhuang sought to turn and flee, but Shao Qi, arriving just in time, firmly grasped the spear and forcefully pushed it deeper. With that thrust, it was as if Da Zhuang's head were made of tofu, the spearhead swiftly emerging from the opposite side. The zombie quickly lost its ability to move and collapsed heavily from the city wall with a resounding thud. And thus, all came to an end. Song Yu gazed at the lifeless corpse of the zombie sprawled beneath him, finally feeling a sense of relief. Moments later, he collapsed, tightly embraced by Shao Qi beside him. Kuang Yi approached him. How was that battle? Quite exhilarating, wasn't it? Song Yu was reluctant to respond. He had nearly been frightened to death moments ago. Chapter 030. After the battle, the river. He longed for a moment of tranquility. Departing from Shao Qi's side, he leaned against the wall, indifferent to the notification sound indicating he had just earned 1,000 disaster points for slaying a zombie. After a brief pause, he closed his eyes and envisioned the glazed tower, yearning to purchase a long-range bow as a means to combat the undead. He had no desire to engage in close-quarter battles with zombies in the future, uncertain of whether his life might be lost in such encounters. Even if he could not wield a bow now, he was confident that, with practice, he would eventually master it. At this moment, he brimmed with self-assurance regarding his learning capabilities. He needed to strengthen himself swiftly, for he could not place all his hopes on the players. One could never know when they might meet their demise at the hands of a player. Entering the glazed tower, the latest record appeared before him. The recent zombie kill had indeed granted him 1,000 disaster points. However, he felt little joy. It was easy to surmise that different zombies would yield varying amounts of points upon defeat. Yet, such points, nearly earned at the cost of his life, were hardly worth having. His true desire was to survive safely until the end. He closed the page and proceeded directly to the archery section, selecting the cheapest single-target bow, though its price exceeded 7,000 disaster points. Glancing at his current total of disaster points, he realized he had only amassed 5,200. 18 more zombies were needed for the purchase, and 2 more to defeat De Zhuang. In that moment, a sense of patience washed over him. Considering the necessity to acquire additional arrows, he opened the ammunition tab once more. Each ordinary arrow required 10 calamity points. After a final glance, he reluctantly departed from the Liuli Tower. At that moment, the figure of Kuang Yi had vanished from the city wall. Shaoqi remained by his side, and both fell into a contemplative silence, with Song Yu still haunted by the recent battle. Reflecting on the encounter, he felt acutely aware of his own frail physicality. Struggling even to lift a spear, he resolved that once the turmoil subsided, he would dedicate himself to strengthening his body. Meanwhile, after descending the city wall, Kuang Yi set out in search of Lin Wanqi. She had long since lost her breath. Her lifeless form sprawled amid a heap of rubble. The impact to her head had rendered survival impossible. Her body remained uncorrupted, departing in a state of serene tranquility. The smile playing upon her lips elicited a faint smile from Kuang Yi. He knelt beside her, gently closing her eyes, murmuring, "May you journey well. I look forward to our next encounter." He retrieved the weapon from her grasp and, on his way back, pulled out the spear that Song Yu had thrust into De Zhuang's skull. Upon returning to the city wall, Kuang Yi shared the news of Lin Wanqi's demise. Shaoqi's countenance visibly darkened, yet she soon forced a smile, saying, "It seems we cannot keep our appointment." Then she turned to Song Yu, asking, "Brother, you will always stay by my side, won't you?" Upon hearing this, Song Yu was puzzled by her words and looked at her. Noticing her face contorted into a smile more sorrowful than tears, with fresh droplets glistening on her cheeks, Song Yusin's heart tightened suddenly, and for a moment, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. After all, they were all players who could respawn. Was there truly any need for such melancholy? Yet, this sentiment made Song Yu feel that little Seven was somewhat amiss. However, at that moment, he was reluctant to utter anything peculiar. Instead, he offered a comforting reply that aligned with what she wished to hear. "It will be fine." Little Seven beamed brightly, resting her head on his shoulder, as if the world were utterly splendid. Kuan Yi witnessed this scene and felt an immediate urge to distance himself, unwilling to linger and illuminate their moment. He turned towards the opening, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. This brother was being excessive. The unsolicited display of affection caught him off guard. Kuan Yi muttered to himself, "What exactly am I lacking compared to him? Why has no girl ever confessed to me?" He sat by the stone wall, observing the activity around him, and after much contemplation, he let out a sigh. Meanwhile, on the other side, the three were being pursued by 2 large brutes. The darkness enveloped them, rendering the already challenging jungle even more treacherous, with the constant peril of tripping over vines and roots. The large brutes behind them faced a similar struggle. Though their stature was imposing, they lacked the agility of the players in the dense foliage, especially under the cover of night. Players need not fear pain, should they fall. They could simply rise and continue running. In contrast, the brutes would have to struggle to regain their footing. Fortunately, their nocturnal vision was quite adept, alleviating concerns of being ensnared by obstacles. Similarly, while players might initially struggle to see, they could gradually adapt and discern the movements within the forest, not having to worry excessively about falling repeatedly. Even in the absence of light, they maintained a close proximity to the brutes pursuing them. Upon their initial foray into the forest, there were numerous instances where they narrowly escaped capture by the imposing figures behind them. Fortuitously, the branches and vines within the woods intermittently aided their flight, preventing them from falling into the clutches of the 2 formidable pursuers. As they fled, the relentless duo remained hot on their heels, effortlessly locating their hiding spots regardless of their attempts to conceal themselves. Eventually, the sound of rushing water reached their ears. One of them remarked, "That noise resembles that of a great river. Perhaps it could serve as a barrier against our pursuers." Zhuang Machin interjected, "Do not be naive. Who can ascertain the depth of that water? Whether we can cross is itself a question of merit." Lin Yu urged anxiously, "We cannot afford to ponder that now. Let us proceed and investigate." Thus, the trio, with 1 in front and 2 trailing, resolved to head towards the sound of the river. Upon arriving at the riverbank, they were taken aback by the ferocity of the surging waters. The river, currently at flood stage, appeared perilous, threatening to sweep anyone who ventured too close downstream. Not only can we not cross, but I fear even the pursuers would find it insurmountable, Rousheng remarked. Yet Zhuang Machin countered, you are correct. This may indeed be our sole means of evading them. What then shall we do? Lin Yu inquired hastily. Zhuang Machin proposed, we can feign entering the water, luring them into the river, and then take advantage of their misstep to make our swift exit. Is that feasible? What if they refuse to enter the water? Lin Yu expressed his apprehension. The three continued to sprint along the riverbank, seeking a viable route to cross, with the relentless figures pursuing them closely behind. Gazing at the tumultuous river, they felt a profound uncertainty about their ability to resist being swept away by its currents. They had no choice but to take a gamble, for it was preferable to inaction. Very well, let us proceed. Thus, without further hesitation, they plunged into the water. The moment they submerged, regret washed over them. They had severely underestimated the ferocity of the river, which now carried them downstream with relentless force. They tilted their heads back, hoping fervently to avoid choking on the water. Zhuang Machin shouted, yet the remaining two could not ascertain whose voice it was, and they immediately followed suit, raising their heads in unison. Chapter 031. Extraterrestrial Beings at Present. The river resembled a raging tempest, churning violently and cascading forward, unleashing a terrifying might. Fortunately, they felt no pain, even if they swallowed a mouthful of water. It was merely a minor inconvenience. Within seconds, Dazhuang reached the spot where they had entered the water and, without hesitation, followed suit. The instant he plunged in, he was instantly engulfed by the swift currents, carried far away. Struggling to maintain his balance, Dazhuang was swept along by the furious flow. No one knew where their next destination would be, or if they would sink beneath the surface. They were all at the mercy of the waves, continuously drifting onward. In the early morning, the great fire had raged throughout the night, showing no signs of abating, as nearby buildings fell victim to its wrath. Yet now, a throng of players emerged onto the streets, determined to quell the spreading flames. In yesterday's battle, the Wangchuan Guild had successfully repelled wave after wave of undead onslaught. Although their ranks had suffered significant losses, they had nonetheless managed to eliminate a substantial portion of the zombies. They have sealed off several entrances and exits in this area. Once they gain control over the flames, they will systematically clear the remaining zombies from the town. At this moment, the blaze in the town is considerably less intense than it was last night. All the houses surrounding the flames have been consumed by fire. Fortunately, the fire breaks meticulously dug by the players have prevented the flames from spreading further. The players have taken to the streets, disposing of the corpses of the zombies they have slain. On the city wall, upon hearing the commotion, Song Yu and Kuang Yi gazed into the distance. The sight of players transporting bodies rendered the entire scene surreal. They had not anticipated achieving victory so swiftly. Upon seeing the players emerge, Kuang Yi quickly relaxed his guard. Song Yu, too, seemed to exhale in relief, preparing to catch a brief respite atop the city wall, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Grateful for another day of life. In that fleeting moment, as he turned his head, he locked eyes with Xiao Qi, who had been observing him intently, causing his smile to vanish instantly. Why does he keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Xiao Qi's lips moved slightly, as if hesitating. Before he finally spoke, brother, I think I know your secret. Song Yu chuckled. What secret could I possibly have? I'm just like all of you. He did not believe that this individual, who seemed even more frightened than he was, could uncover anything significant. In his eyes, she was merely a child sneaking away from her parents to play games. At that moment, Kuang Yi had already descended from the city wall, preparing to join the team hauling the corpses. But Xiao Qi, fearful of being overheard, leaned closer and whispered softly, brother, you're not really a player, are you? The expression on Song Yu's face suddenly darkened, akin to a masquerader whose disguise has been penetrated, filled with unease. He immediately ruminated on when he had revealed the flaw. And after a mental review, it seemed that the shortcomings of the person before him were even more pronounced. In that fleeting moment of panic, he quickly masked his turmoil with a forced smile and said, you think too much. If I am not a player, what else could I be? Huh, I knew you would say that. Allow me to share a secret with you, Xiao Qi replied with a mischievous grin, leaning closer to Song Yu's ear. In fact, I encountered you before the players ever appeared. What? A storm of thoughts swirled in Song Yu's mind as he pondered Xiao Qi's words. Before the players arrived, wasn't he that the very day he had just traversed into this world? Could it be that you are? Yes, dear brother, you ought to thank me. Had I not instructed the little bird to divert those fellows, you would have ended up just like them, Xiaoqi declared proudly. At that moment, a multitude of questions clamored in Song Yu's mind, such as the true state of this world and the nature of the players. Xiaoqi patiently addressed each of his inquiries. In truth, this world had long since perished. The so-called zombies were merely a label bestowed by the players. The information I have gathered indicates that we brought back a meteorite from outer space, and shortly thereafter, we were parasitized by the organisms contained within it. They seized control of the human brain, reducing human bodies to mere instruments for their predation. Do you not possess alternative methods for their annihilation? Song Yu interjected, posing the question. With a sense of helplessness, Xiaoqi responded, there exists no recourse, save for the termination of the cerebral organ commandeered as a puppet, thereby inducing a cessation of all bodily functions within the host. However, this merely halts the physical activity of the corporeal form. Should another organism consume the remains, the parasites will seek a novel host. Pertinent data suggests a predilection for human hosts. At this juncture, Song Yu voiced his perplexity, inquiring, what is the rationale behind this preference? Xiaoqi elucidated further, other organisms possess inherent limitations, precluding complete dominion over the host's actions, consequently impeding their hunting efficacy. Furthermore, our observations indicate that upon securing an ample sustenance supply, the cerebral faculties of these parasitic entities undergo an evolutionary process, engendering sentience and precluding the indiscriminate assaults characteristic of their initial phase. With furrowed brows and a solemn countenance, Song Yu queried, does the acquisition of intelligence render them more formidable adversaries? Xiaoqi affirmed with a grave nod, stating, indeed, they commence orchestrated and strategic maneuvers, diverging from the prior chaotic and unsystematic assault patterns. This escalation significantly compounds the challenges in our opposition. Moreover, the reproductive rate of these parasitic organisms is exceedingly rapid. Mere infection of an individual's wound precipitates their dominion over the body within a matter of moments. Ultimately, the surviving remnants of humanity sought refuge in subterranean cities to evade their grasp. Then, how did you come to the idea of having players eliminate zombies? Does this not continuously enhance the strength of the undead? Song Yu inquired. Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment. This was actually my mother's idea. Shelter no. 7 is primarily responsible for biological research. We synthesized numerous human bodies, but none could function normally. Then one day, my mother suddenly discovered a solution, leading to the situation you see now. Song Yu furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling why he had arrived in this world. Is my presence connected to you? Xiaoqi replied. I am unsure. When I first saw my brother, I was overjoyed and wanted to open the shelter's door to let him in. But my mother did not grant me the permission. Are you not afraid that I might be a zombie or something similar? Song Yu said, his face etched with doubt. Actually, when you stood above the shelter, there was a detection device in place. I am well aware of whether my brother poses any threat, Xiaoqi proudly explained, her face alight with joy. With a resigned shake of his head, Song Yu reached out to gently pat her head. Xiaoqi leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at him. Why do you continuously call me brother then? Chapter 032. It is so unfair because you are entirely different from them. You are a living being, just like me, Xiaoqi said. Her eyes crescent-shaped as she smiled brightly. But do not these players also possess flesh and blood? Song Yu frowned, voicing his confusion. They are not the same at all. They were all created by their mothers using extraordinary means. Xiaoqi raised her chin and spoke with a sense of pride, as if she were privy to a monumental secret. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's response, it seemed she was unaware that the players hailed from another planet. He was determined to meet the overseer of this refuge to glean more information about the players. At that moment, a group of players hurried toward the city wall. They feared that if they did not incinerate the corpses, the game might incorporate a plague element. Although they were not particularly afraid of it, the sight of the scattered bodies was rather unsightly and somewhat unsettling. At that moment, Kuang Yi was lifting De Zhuang's lifeless form, preparing to move towards the flames. He clutched his spear tightly, fearful of dropping it or having it stolen by other players. He should have entrusted it to Song Yu for safekeeping when he descended the wall. However, witnessing the sweet atmosphere between a young couple, he hesitated to interrupt. Thus, he carried De Zhuang with one hand while shouldering the spear with the other. Before the players reached the base of the wall, they caught sight of the weapon Kuang Yi bore. Instantly, one player exclaimed, "Heavens! Look at the weapon in his hand." This drew the attention of everyone present. Someone approached and remarked, "Wow, We're all still using these shabby items we scavenged, and he has already upgraded to a fine firearm. How is that fair? Why does he possess such exquisite equipment? Others echoed their sentiments. Kuang Yi gripped his weapon tightly, listening to their derisive remarks. Instead of feeling angered, he wore a smug expression, his heart brimming with joy, delighting in the satisfaction of his vanity. Soon, a tall player emerged from the crowd, his piercing gaze fixed on the weapon in Kuang Yi's hands. "Brother," he inquired, "where did you acquire this weapon? If there are any tips, please share with us. It could grant us a greater chance of survival in this apocalyptic game." Kuang Yi glanced up at him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With an air of mystery, he replied, "This is my exclusive secret. I cannot divulge it so easily." The man, eager and impatient, urged, "Don't be so stingy. We might team up in the future, just share a little." Under their persistent coaxing, Kuang Yi nearly revealed the truth. He turned to glance in the direction of Song Yu atop the city wall, hesitating momentarily. Then, feigning indifference, he proclaimed loudly, "Actually, I obtained my weapon from this zombie. It wielded this very weapon while engaging me in an epic battle on the city wall for 300 rounds. The series of fabrications Kuang Yi spun forth were vividly articulated. Upon hearing his words, disbelief spread across the faces of the players. Yet they discerned a glimmer of truth. A zombie armed with a weapon could drop its gear upon defeat. This notion aligned perfectly with the game's established mechanics, exhibiting a logical coherence. Having spoken, he nonchalantly shouldered his weapon, dragging along the hefty figure of De Zhuang, striding away from the crowd, leaving behind a group of players who were left seething with indignation yet utterly powerless. Alas, why am I devoid of such fortune? Indeed, after a night spent slaying zombies, I have yet to encounter a single one wielding a weapon. Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted their gaze to the player who had spoken, causing him to feel a bit bashful under their scrutiny. "Why are you all looking at me?" he inquired. "Did you manage to take down such a formidable zombie yesterday?" A player asked. "No," came the answer. "The case is cracked. It simply indicates that fellow had luck on his side, fortuitously stumbling upon an elite monster." This reasoning held merit. However, it seemed they had overlooked certain pivotal points, yet were at a loss to articulate them. When Kuang Yi returned, he found Song Yu still engaged in conversation with Shao Qi. Noticing his arrival, Shao Qi ceased her chatter. Kuang Yi approached and remarked, "When did your relationship become so close? I was entirely unaware." Song Yu chuckled lightly and replied, "It was just during your brief absence." Shao Qi winked playfully, adding, "Because I get along splendidly with brother Song Yu." Kuang Yi scoffed. "Humph, very well then. You two continue your conversation and pay me no mind." Song Yu stood and patted Kuang Yi's shoulder, saying, "Come now, stop sulking." At that moment, Kuang Yi and Song Yu exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. The trio made their way back to the small town, exerting considerable effort to locate a building that had not been reduced to ashes. The conflagration had consumed the majority of dwellings in this vicinity, leaving only a scant few unscathed. The preceding night's intense conflict had considerably diminished the player count, dissuading many from venturing out alone. Consequently, they now congregated in small squads, even for residential purposes. Thus, despite the housing scarcity, some residences remained unoccupied. At present, Song Yu and his companions were lodging in a dwelling that other players had passed over. It was a somewhat dilapidated structure, its walls mottled and seemingly on the verge of collapse with the slightest breeze. A collapsed corner detracted from the sense of security the house offered. Through the breach, one could observe the desolate landscape, stirring a subtle unease within. However, they were in no position to be fastidious. The members of the Wangchuan Guild occupied most of the undamaged areas, and it was fortunate that some shelter had been left for independent players. Song Yu, however, did not find the house so objectionable, as it was surrounded by the Wangchuan Guild's outposts. This, to some extent, guaranteed their safety. Had it not been for the collapsed corner, the Wangchuan Guild might have seized this place as well. The trio cautiously entered the abode and began to tidy it up. The air was laden with a stale, decaying odor, and the floor was covered with a thick layer of dust and items scattered by previous occupants. In the corners, tattered cobwebs clung. For an entire day, the three worked in concert to clear out the discarded debris. However, the collapsed corner rendered them unable to secure the safety of the interior merely by repairing the outer door. With no other option, they retreated to the seemingly intact bedroom on the second floor, diligently restoring the door to ensure their safety while they slumbered. They also endeavored to block the breach outside with miscellaneous items from within the house, aiming to create a semblance of noise should the zombies attempt to breach their sanctuary. Chapter 033, The Illusion of Hope, the Second-Hand Dealer. After a day of labor, Song Yu felt utterly exhausted, yearning for rest. Meanwhile, Kwang Yi recounted the inquiries from players regarding weapons that morning. After pondering, Song Yu considered the prospect of selling weapons to these players. Not only would it bolster their strength, but it would also enhance the security of their stronghold. However, he could not personally engage in the arms trade. Evaluating Kwang Yi, he thought he would be a suitable candidate. Approaching him, he inquired, "Aren't you in search of a suit of armor?" Upon broaching the subject, Kwang Yi was filled with exhilaration. He swiftly moved to Song Yu's side, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Are you finally planning to procure a set for me?" Observing Kwang Yi's eagerness, Song Yu chuckled, "Hold your horses. This matter is not so straightforward. Do you have any idea how much a top-tier suit of armor costs?" "How much?" Kwang Yi inquired, his curiosity piqued. With a serious demeanor, Song Yu replied, "At least 150,000 blue star coins." Kwang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gasped, 150,000? That is exorbitantly expensive. With a weary shrug, Song Yu responded, "That is a conservative estimate. And it does not even account for the weapons you desire." Kwang Yi, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon, hung his head in despair. "This is simply astronomical." Song Yu patted Kwang Yi on the shoulder and replied, "That's precisely why I said it isn't so simple. We must devise a way to earn more money." Furrowing his brow, Kwang Yi fell into contemplation. Noticing his demeanor, Song Yu chuckled and continued, "Do not lose heart. I do happen to have a method for generating income. It remains to be seen whether you are amenable to it." Kwang Yi's eyes brightened, rekindling a flicker of hope. "Pray tell, what is your proposal?" Song Yu smiled mysteriously. "What if I sell you the weapons, and you act as a middleman, reselling them to the players for a profit?" Kwang Yi, taken aback, scrutinized Song Yu with suspicion. "You can't be serious. This wasn't your plan from the outset, was it?" "Indeed, I shall not conceal the truth from you," Song Yu candidly admitted. "My gaming equipment was procured from insiders within the gaming company." He continued, "Thus, I will sell each weapon to you with a markup of 10 blue star coins. And how much you choose to sell them for to other players is entirely your prerogative." Kwang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Isn't this approach against the rules? What if we get caught and my account gets banned?" "Not at all," Song Yu reassured him, "for I possess the authorization from the gaming company." He then glanced at Xiaoqi, who promptly understood. Shortly thereafter, an electronic voice echoed in Kwang Yi's mind. "This agreement is compliant and lawful." With that, Kwang Yi exhaled in relief, realizing he had mistakenly assumed the gaming company was not profiting, when in fact, they had been waiting for them to seize this opportunity. However, he expressed his concern, "But won't your weapon pricing be excessively high? I fear few players can afford them." Song Yu remained indifferent, remarking, "Where is it high? Hasn't it always been this price? Isn't 1,200 rather steep?" Kwang Yi retorted, "Oh, that indeed seems a bit excessive. I purchased your long spear for 360, Song Yu replied. Just as he finished speaking, Kwang Yi rose and executed a hip toss. The two grappled on the ground for a while Xiaoqi watched, feeling both exasperated and amused. "All right, enough of your antics. We must prioritize discussing serious matters. I wish to return to the shelter sooner." Kwang Yi, feeling miffed, released his grip and sat up indignantly. "Song Yu, you are exceedingly unscrupulous. How could you deceive me?" Song Yu, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "It was an urgent situation, and I didn't scrutinize the terms thoroughly, which led to the misunderstanding." Ultimately, he resorted to fabricating a tale. Kwang Yi scoffed. "How do you intend to compensate me for the remaining amount?" "That's simple. You have 840 blue star coins left, which I can exchange for weapons for you," Song Yu stated. Kwang Yi shot him a glance. "Fine, but you ought to inform me of the prices for your weapons." In the end, Song Yu relayed the varying prices for each weapon, ensuring that each item would cost him an additional 10 to 20 coins. Kwang Yu naturally had no objections. Finally, Song Yu handed Kwang Yi the weapons belonging to Su Yu and Lin Wanxi, along with a ringed sword and a long spear he had purchased for himself. He also repurchased a ringed sword from the Liuli Tower for him, accumulating a total value of 900 blue star coins, the ringed sword costing 130 blue star coins, and the long spear 380 blue star coins. The weapon belonging to Xiaoqi was not reclaimed by Song Yu, for he had come to understand her secret. He harbored a glimmer of hope that she possessed some means of self-preservation. Otherwise, like himself, she too would perish without the possibility of resurrection. "You still owe me 60. Song Yu remarked after completing his count. We shall discuss selling them tomorrow. He refrained from further conversation as weariness overwhelmed him. He reclined in a corner cushioned by weeds, propping his head up with one hand, his gaze resting upon Kuang Yi. Kuang Yi was diligently searching for items to package all the weapons together. After a thorough exploration, his eyes finally landed on a cabinet wedged against the door. He pulled out a drawer and proceeded to break off 4 corners. By this point, Song Yu had succumbed to slumber, unable to keep his eyes open. Yet, Kuang Yi continued his industrious efforts, pursuing his ideas and practices. After considerable exertion, he successfully transformed the abandoned cabinet into a weapon storage unit. Once all the weapons were stowed away, he eagerly anticipated showing Song Yu, only to discover that his companion had already logged off. Beside him, Xiaoqi lay still, her eyes closed in silence. Left with no alternative, Kuang Yi admired his creation alone. As midnight approached, the air grew cool, and the players were far from inclined to sleep. They contemplated logging off, yet felt a sense of purposelessness in doing so. Outside, the campfire flickered brightly, with the sounds of merriment and laughter echoing in the night. Without hesitation, Kuang Yi took the weapon cabinet and ventured outside, knowing that business need not be confined to daylight. Before departing, he meticulously secured the door to prevent any zombies from intruding and jeopardizing their lives. After Kuang Yi left, Xiaoqi awoke. She had not slept at all. Like the players, after injecting the 3rd-tier enhancement serum, she could go an entire week without rest without any adverse effects. Upon awakening, Xiaoqi glanced at the tightly shut door and then at the slumbering Song Yu, lost in thought. Being together with the players posed no threat to her. They were utterly incapable of harming her. This was due to a directive embedded in their genes at the moment of their creation, forbidding them from inflicting harm on members of the sanctuary. She hesitated, contemplating whether to include Song Yu in the roster of sanctuary members. Since departing from the sanctuary, the ocular receiver had not received any messages from her mother, leaving her unaware of the current circumstances within the sanctuary. Whether her mother had discovered her escape remained uncertain. Gazing out at the sky, Xiaoqi fell into a deep reverie. Chapter 034. Yet he certainly profits. The next morning, as Song Yu awoke, Kuang Yi eagerly approached his side. Puzzled, Song Yu listened as Kuang Yi excitedly proclaimed, "Dude, your weapons are selling like hotcakes. The moment I set them down." Without even needing to shout, people instantly came to inquire about prices. Kuang Yi proudly recounted the events of the previous night, leaning in even closer. "I want to place another order for weapons. I've already transferred 2,000 yuan to you." Song Yu's eyes brightened with surprise. "Oh, that was quick. What type of weapons are you planning to order this time?" Kuang Yi, brimming with anticipation, replied, "Hey, do you have a list of what's available?" Song Yu chuckled softly, retrieving a small notebook from his pocket. "I do have a list, though the variety is rather limited. Take a look." This little notebook had been a serendipitous find while tidying up his room yesterday, along with a pencil. After hastily jotting down the names of some weapons, he tucked it away. Due to the time constraints, the entries were not numerous, and he intended to refine the contents when time permitted. Kuang Yi accepted the notebook and quickly leafed through it, finishing in a mere glance. The handwriting was crooked and unsightly, merely listing the weapon names without any price tags. After surveying the entries, he selected 2 types of weaponry, stating, "I would like 10 ring sabers, 5 crossbows, and 1,000 bolts. Please calculate the total." Song Yu nearly stumbled in disbelief and quickly replied, "Brother, even a single crossbow costs you 3,000. Your advance of 2,000 might not suffice." Kuang Yi's eyes widened in shock. "Is it really that expensive? Don't try to deceive me." Song Yu rolled his eyes, exasperated. Was it really necessary to react that way? He himself could not afford even 1 crossbow, as the price in the marketplace was a staggering 28,000 catastrophe points. Even the total of his points fell short. With a pained expression, Song Yu insisted, "How could I possibly deceive you? These are the requirements set by the game company. If crossbows were that inexpensive, would you have ever seen me wield one?" He spoke with utmost sincerity. After a moment of reflection, Kuang Yi realized the truth in Song Yu's words, and with a smile, he patted Song Yu on the shoulder. "I jested merely a moment ago. I implore you not to take it seriously. Let us instead converse about armaments." In conclusion, Kuang Yi procured 10 ring pommel swords for a sum of 1,300 yuan and 2 spears at 760 yuan apiece. Song Yu converted the 2,000 yuan Kuang Yi had transferred in advance into calamity points and proceeded to purchase the items from the emporium. The expenditure totaled 2,600 calamity points, augmenting his remaining points from 5,200 to 6,000, thereby yielding a surplus of 800. Beholding his meager earnings, Song Yu was overjoyed, his eyes crinkling into slits. He mused that with sufficient diligence from the players, he, too, could eventually amass a monthly income of 1,000,000. After delivering the weapons to Kuang Yi, Song Yu remarked that he still owed him 120. Indeed, I shall remit the balance upon the sale of these items, Kuang Yi replied with assurance. He stowed the weapons in the armory and hastened out. The preceding day's commerce had been exceptionally brisk. Ring pommel swords at 200 and spears at 450 were snatched up in short order. Even the weapon he had intended to keep for himself was relinquished under relentless persuasion from a buyer. At that moment, Kuang Yi's feet seemed to be propelled by the wind, his gait quickened. The euphoria of earning money is truly captivating, and he was filled with anticipation of another lucrative venture. Subsequent to Kuang Yi's departure, Song Yu remained occupied, preparing to renovate the premises. Given his intention to settle there, tidying up the abode was an indispensable undertaking. A corner of the ground floor room had collapsed, and he resolved to reconstruct a wall using the scattered bricks in the vicinity. Song Yu procured a small bucket and began gathering necessary materials from the surroundings, substituting soil for cement in the absence of the latter. His primary objective was to ensure that the house remained impervious to the incursions of zombies. The great fire that had ravaged the town had finally been extinguished. Song Yu observed numerous players banding together, armed with weapons and shields, embarking on explorations of other areas within the town. The weapons sold by Kuang Yi the previous day echoed in Song Yu's mind, accompanied by the incessant chime of notifications indicating points earned from vanquishing zombies. Each crisp notification resonated like melodious notes, further uplifting Song Yu's spirits, causing a smile to blossom on his lips. In a short span, he had already accumulated 500 disaster points. While Kuang Yi believed he had profited, Song Yu was undoubtedly the one who gained. Meanwhile, he hummed a cheerful tune as he diligently collected bricks, contemplating how to significantly renovate the house shortly. At that moment, Lin Yu, having been forcibly logged out several times due to drowning, finally regained consciousness. He immediately inspected the weapon he had purchased for 120, feeling reassured upon discovering it still firmly in his grasp. As he sat up, he found himself on an unfamiliar riverbank, the surroundings desolate and devoid of life, save for the gentle sound of flowing water and the occasional chirping of birds. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, surveying the environment, only to realize that Zhuang Machin and Chu Shang were nowhere to be seen. They, like him, had likely been swept away by the turbulent waters to a different locale. Noticing several bruises on his arm, he surmised they were the result of collisions with rocks during the drifting. Although he felt no pain, his hand, gripping the weapon, found it challenging to exert any strength. Lin Yu propped himself up, weakly rising from the riverbank. After gulping down a significant amount of water, his stomach had become somewhat distended, and the sound of water sloshing within him accompanied each step he took. Upon inspecting his body meticulously, Lin Yu could scarcely believe that during his time in the river, he had not been attacked by any fish. Moreover, there were no signs of larger predators in the vicinity, which provided him with a temporary sense of relief. He began to retrace his steps against the current, hoping to reunite with Zhuang Machin and Chu Shang. Even if he could not find them, encountering a single companion would suffice. Playing this game alone was rather daunting. Along the way, the dense underbrush and rugged terrain forced him to alter his path several times, ultimately leading him to decide to follow a route outlined by the game that would return him to his original location. As he traversed the abandoned roads depicted in the game, he soon stumbled upon a desolate farm in the distance. Before he could approach, 5 humanoid figures surged forth towards him. Without a moment to ponder, Lin Yu dashed towards a nearby water tower. Once he clambered up, he found himself encircled by 5 zombies, who relentlessly attacked the wooden base of the tower. The wood, having succumbed to years of decay, was ill-equipped to withstand such frenzied assaults. With no other option, Lin Yu descended slightly, leveraging his elevated position to strike fiercely at the zombies. In a matter of moments, the 5 zombies lay defeated before him. After ensuring the area was clear of threats, he cautiously made his way towards the farm. Chapter 035. Poisoned by this time. It was already the afternoon. Having journeyed for an entire day, Lin Yu, though devoid of physical exhaustion, was beset by a debilitating weakness. His hunger intensified with each passing day without sustenance, compelling him to hasten his pace towards the farm, in hopes of discovering some edible provisions within his abode. The desolate terrain was overrun with weeds, flourishing wildly in the absence of cultivation. Fields that once yielded crops had now become havens for thickets, interspersed with burgeoning shrubs. Lin Yu cautiously advanced towards the cabin, each step fraught with vigilance. Throughout his trek, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, ever wary of the possibility of zombies emerging from the undergrowth. Over the past few days, they had discerned that zombies typically detected human presence first. Nevertheless, Lin Yu harbored concerns about encountering those that lurked in the shadows, ambushing unsuspecting victims. After all, this was merely a game, and the inclusion of such zombies would only enhance its verisimilitude. As he traversed the path, Lin Yu brandished his ring pommel sword, relentlessly hacking at the surrounding weeds. The area had long been deserted, resulting in the rampant growth of vegetation, nearly reaching the height of an adult. To maintain visibility, Lin Yu was compelled to vigorously slash through the weeds while cautiously monitoring his surroundings, his nerves taut, allowing for no respite. After surmounting numerous obstacles, he eventually reached the threshold of the cabin. Lin Yu heaved a sigh of relief, his garments bearing the marks of the tenacious weeds. The walls surrounding the small cottage were completely enveloped by verdant foliage, with thorns resembling frenzied tendrils sprawling wildly around it, nearly obscuring the cottage's original form. Adjacent to the cottage stood what appeared to be a warehouse, its spacious entrance indicative of its purpose. The warehouse, however, lay in a state of disrepair. Its walls were riddled with cracks, and the roof's tiles were in disarray, yet the grand door remained steadfastly shut. He peered through a gap at the entrance, where beams of light filtered in through the roof's openings, revealing the concealed interior. Inside, various mounds were similarly cloaked in thick green plants, layered upon each other to the extent that their original shapes were nearly indistinguishable, as if they had merged with the vegetation itself. Lin Yu harbored no desire to pry open the warehouse door to investigate further. Instead, he hastened towards the main building. Ascending a few steps of the staircase, the creak of the wood heightened his caution. Upon reaching the doorway, he found the main entrance ajar, with entwining vines reattaching themselves, forming a new threshold. Frowning slightly, Lin Yu tightened his grip on the ringed dagger, delicately pushing aside the vines with the blade, and cautiously peered inside. Subsequently, he tapped the wall gently with the dagger. Hearing no sounds of zombies, he felt a sense of relief, allowing him to sever the vines blocking the entrance and step inside carefully. The living room on the first floor had sprouted new plants, exuding a vibrant vitality unlike any other. The once orderly arrangement of furniture has now been overtaken by an array of unknown wild grasses and flowers, with tender green shoots persistently emerging from the crevices of the stone floor. Fungi clinging to the wood are blooming into vibrant little umbrellas. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Lin Yu's eyes. Without hesitation, he approached to gather some, carefully cradling them in his clothing. He paid no mind to whether these fungi were edible, for this was merely a realm of gaming. As a resident of Y City, he believed that as long as the fungi were thoroughly cooked, there was no cause for concern regarding their safety. With this thought in mind, his hands moved with increased dexterity. He initially intended to ascend to the second floor to kindle a fire and roast a few fungi. However, the staircase leading upward, constructed of wood, had several sections that were fractured and appeared precarious, creating an air of danger. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and cautiously made his way up. Fortunately, he encountered no mishaps along the way. Upon reaching the upper level, he placed the gathered fungi atop a cabinet. He then scavenged the room for some dry and easily combustible materials, proceeding to carve out shavings of wood with a ring knife. He was eager to dispel the debilitating buff that had befallen him, and, unbeknownst to him, a profound hunger began to gnaw at his stomach. Laying down a wooden board, he commenced his attempts to create fire by drilling into the wood. The old-fashioned cabinet was split in two without hesitation and set aside as a pile of fuel for the forthcoming flames. Indeed, there exists a distinct divergence between the realms of gaming and reality. In the tangible world, no matter how long one may rub two surfaces together, not a spark is ignited. Yet within the confines of the game, a mere moment of friction with a wooden stick conjures wisps of smoke, heralding the birth of a tiny flame. Cradling the wood shavings, he gently blew upon the embers, and instantly, the flames began to dance, illuminating his face, which was alight with anticipation. Lin Yu, brimming with joy, swiftly ignited the kindling, and the fire surged forth. Though the searing heat of the flames could not inflict any pain in the game, the intense warmth enveloped him in a palpable embrace. He deftly skewered the mushrooms with sharpened sticks and positioned them by the fire, turning them gently. Before long, the tantalizing aroma wafting from the charred golden exterior infiltrated Lin Yu's nostrils, tantalizing his taste buds and igniting an insatiable desire to indulge. Without hesitation, he devoured them. a look of contentment blossoming on his face. Just then, a series of gunshots echoed from a distance, bang, bang. Having just savored a skewer of mushrooms, he was still relishing the flavor and contemplated grilling another for a more thorough tasting. However, upon hearing the gunfire, he sprang to his feet and dashed toward the balcony. Peering in the direction of the sound, the sight that met his eyes was jarring. From the dense underbrush, a multitude of zombies emerged, their claws bared, surging toward him with a terrifying fervor. Lin Yu's instincts urged him to retrieve the weapon he had left by the fire. Yet, as he approached the flames, he was confronted by a snake, its crimson tongue flicking ominously as it fixated on him. Lin Yu harbored an intense fear of snakes, momentarily rendered immobile as if his legs were ensnared by leaden weights, paralyzed by trepidation. Overwhelmed by dread, he yearned to dash towards the door, completely oblivious to the reality that he was merely a player in a virtual game. In the throes of his panic, the world around him began to spin, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, before he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth. Chapter 036, A Windfall. Song Yu had only just completed half of the wall when Kuang Yi returned, weary from his journey. Noticing that the day was still young and observing the empty weapon cabinet in Kuang Ye's arms, he realized that the latter had successfully sold out all the weapons. As Kuang Yi approached, Song Yu greeted him with a playful smile. "Good morning. It seems business is thriving today." Kuang Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he hastened over, his urgency palpable as he said, "Brother Yu, I would like to invest another 50,000 in weapons this time." Song Yu was momentarily taken aback, impressed by the significant sum. "Ah, quite the substantial investment," he mused, pleased by the newfound respect in Kuang Ye's address. Indeed, people can change. This newfound camaraderie felt gratifying. They had encountered a major client. Ceasing his work, Song Yu joined Kuang Yi at a nearby stone platform, where they sat side by side. With keen interest, Song Yu regarded Kuang Yi, awaiting further elaboration. "Yes, we paid a deposit of 20,000, and upon the completion of the transaction, we will settle the remaining balance. Would it be possible for you to advance this batch of weapons to me? I shall transfer the remaining payment once it is settled." Kuang Yi smiled eagerly, his expression filled with anticipation as he gazed at him. "Goodness, are you trying to set me up here?" Song Yu retorted, glaring at Kuang Yi. "If I had money, why would I seek your assistance in the first place? Do I appear capable of footing the bill?" He expressed his helplessness with a bitter smile. It seemed that this fellow was not losing anything, yet still expected him to shoulder the burden. "Haha." Kuang Yi suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. "Indeed. Otherwise, how would I uncover your secrets?" Song Yu quickly blocked Kuang Ye's hand, nearly knocked off his feet by the force of the slap. The intensity was astounding, almost displacing his internal organs. "Stop, stop," Song Yu exclaimed urgently. "Let us discuss the matter of weapons." "Very well," Kuang Yu replied, his face beaming with delight. "The buyer intends to order 5 crossbows, 1,000 arrows, 100 ring-handled swords, and 20 long spears." Song Yu silently calculated the total expenditure in his mind. It was not until he added it all up that he was taken aback. This lad was quite the entrepreneur, with over 30,000 in goods. He could pocket more than 10,000 in profit. However, upon reflection, he realized he was only making a mere 5,000. The disparity was indeed disheartening and left him feeling somewhat resentful. Is this fair? Sighing, he reassured himself that he was not solely reliant on weapon sales for income. Coming to terms with it, he felt a sense of relief. As long as the players wielding his weapons could eliminate more zombies, he too could amass wealth swiftly. Seeing Kuang Ye's potential for profit, Song Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. "All right then, but you must transfer the funds first." "Not a problem." As Kuang Yi was preparing to log off, he suddenly recalled, "Can you procure some shields over there?" "Certainly. Which type are you seeking?" Song Yu replied without hesitation. "I mean large shields, the kind that can be utilized as a shield wall," Kuang Yi explained anxiously. "Yes, however, they are priced at approximately 550 each," Song Yu responded. He distinctly remembered contemplating the purchase of a shield for defense against zombies, but the weight dissuaded him from following through. With his slight frame, he doubted his ability to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the undead. "Could you bring one over for me to inspect?" Kuang Yi requested. "There's no need for such trouble. I can show you one right now." With that, Song Yu closed his eyes, transporting his consciousness to the Yuli Tower, where he spent 5,000 to acquire a shield. Moments later, a shield measuring 1.5 meters in length, 0.7 meters in width, and 5 millimeters in thickness, weighing a staggering 200 jin, materialized before Kuang Yi. He lifted it, shaking it a few times and striking it lightly, Before expressing his satisfaction, I would like 10 more of these shields. Very well. Including the 120 you owe me from last time, the total comes to 45,720. Thank you. Song Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, as if a flurry of coins were beckoning to him. After Kwang Yi agreed, he logged off to transfer the funds. Song Yu felt an overwhelming excitement within, having amassed a small fortune in just a few days. At this rate, he was not far from unlocking the second floor. Indeed, seeking collaboration with Kwang Yi is the most prudent choice. As we await Kwang Yi's online presence, which seems a distant prospect, Song Yu returned to the site of his previous endeavors, humming a tune while mending the collapsed sections. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoqi had descended at some point, carrying a pot of fish soup that appeared quite promising. Xiaoqi set the soup down on a nearby stone and cheerfully remarked to Song Yu, "After such a long bout of work, you should have a sip of fish soup to warm yourself." Song Yu gazed at Xiaoqi, a grateful smile gracing his features. The two of them each took a small porcelain bowl and carefully ladled the soup. The steam from the fish soup rose, obscuring their faces. Xiaoqi's concoction was enriched with various wild greens. While the flavor was somewhat mild, it made full use of their dwindling provisions. They both relished 2 generous bowls. Though Kwang Yi was not so fortunate, Song Yu remained in high spirits, and seeing this, Xiaoqi also smiled in response. At that moment, Song Yu suddenly felt that things were quite satisfactory as they were. With Xiaoqi and Kwang Yi by his side, individuals who understood and accompanied him, he found that fear seemed less daunting. Alas, how foolish it is to be so easily swayed by a touch of tenderness. Indeed, one could be so easily satisfied. Bailu tightly gripped the hilt of her ringed dagger, brandishing it forcefully in the air a few times. She then turned to Bai Mu and asked, "Is there a problem?" The origins of these weapons are rather peculiar, as if they had sprung forth unexpectedly. Bai Mu responded, "Isn't he willing to trade with us?" Bailu replied nonchalantly, "Miss, at the very least, we must ascertain the source of his weaponry. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves at a distinct disadvantage. What if he sells arms to our adversarial factions?" At this juncture, Bailu interrupted Bai Mu, exclaiming, "I had no idea that we even had adversarial factions. Pray, enlighten me as to who they might be." Clearing his throat with a couple of coughs, Bai Mu adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "Miss, this is truly for the long-term benefit of the guild. Given the intricate and ever-shifting circumstances, we must prepare for the worst and consider all possibilities. A moment's carelessness could plunge the guild into peril." "Bai Mu, your reasoning is sound." Bailu elongated her tone as she returned the curved knife to him. "Since you wish to investigate, go ahead. Do not forget to procure a suitable weapon for Xiao Miao." With that, Bailu departed without a backward glance, closely followed by Zhao Miao, who remained silent by her side. Chapter 037. Captivity. "Hey, wake up." A gruff voice pierced through Lin Yu's haze. Blinking groggily, he opened his eyes and was jolted by the sight of the imposing figure before him. It dawned on him that his hands and feet were tightly bound with coarse ropes, rendering him utterly immobile, while his body had grown somewhat numb from maintaining a single position for an extended period. The burly man who had roused him, upon noticing his awakening, bellowed, "Finally, you're awake. If I hadn't felt your faint breath, I would have thought you were dead." Upon awakening, Lin Yu found himself utterly disoriented, with no comprehension of the circumstances that had befallen him. However, the conspicuous crimson glimmers emanating from the figures before him were sufficient to ascertain that they were, without a doubt, hostile non-player characters. Lin Yu offered no resistance as his limbs were securely bound, rendering any attempt at a desperate struggle futile. It seemed more prudent to maintain his composure and discern their intentions. The burly brute, upon noticing Lin Yu's awakening, promptly adopted a demeanor of amiable congeniality, lifting Lin Yu as if he were a mere chick and proceeding toward the hearth. "Since you're awake," he said, "come warm yourself by the fire and partake in some sustenance." Lin Yu remained reticent and unresisting, allowing himself to be carried. His hands were firmly bound behind him, and his feet dangled freely in the air. Upon arriving at the fire, he noticed 2 companions of the stout man, seated in an orderly fashion on either side of the blaze, their gazes fixed upon them. Lin Yu was positioned furthest from the entrance, and the burly man seated himself beside him. Shortly after settling down, he addressed Lin Yu, stating, "Allow me to introduce you." He then gestured toward the hirsute man on the left, saying, "This is Al." Subsequently, he pointed to the peculiar individual on the right, adding, "And he is grim. As for myself, I am Fiend." After the introduction, Sha continued, "Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm, and we shall escort you to humanity's final sanctuary." Lin Yu, with a face full of disdain, secretly mused, "Humph, do you think I would believe that?" However, the other party seemed to disregard Lin Yu's hesitation and further stated, "I understand that trust may be difficult for you at this moment. Yet, I hope that upon witnessing the sights that await you, you will consider bringing your companions along, so we may join forces in rebuilding the human abode." Although Lin Yu remained oblivious to the true intentions of these antagonistic NPCs, it was evident they had no immediate plans to harm him. With a cold chuckle, Lin Yu retorted, "Humph, your words sound pleasant, yet you have bound me. Why should I trust you? That is merely a precaution. Once you accompany us to the sanctuary, we shall undoubtedly release you," Sha replied, his demeanor betraying no emotion and his tone remaining neutral. At that moment, a figure named Shao interjected, "We are also concerned that you may act impulsively upon awakening, which is why we have had to resort to binding you." Yet, Lin Yu could not shake the feeling that their manner of speech was exceedingly peculiar, lacking any emotional nuance. He dismissed his apprehensions, attributing their odd behavior to the game's incomplete optimization. "I can place my trust in your words, but you must first untie the ropes that bind me," Lin Yu asserted. Sha regarded him without a hint of hesitation, firmly declining, "No, we shall free you only once we reach our destination." Lin Yu felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Were it not for his hands and feet being bound, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to this NPC. Upon regaining his composure, he discerned a perplexing issue. These NPCs, clearly marked as adversaries, had yet to initiate an attack against him. This incongruity left him thoroughly confounded, and he pondered whether a bug had manifested within the game. Regardless, his current predicament rendered him utterly perplexed. At that moment, the individual named Sha inquired, "Do you have any other companions?" Lin Yu, filled with suspicion, retorted, "What does that have to do with you?" Without hesitation, Sha elaborated, "Do not overthink this. In this apocalyptic era, survival is a challenge for all. We ought to unite and cooperate. Moreover, the sanctuary is in dire need of manpower. The addition of one more individual would bolster our strength." Furrowing his brow, Lin Yu's gaze remained tinged with caution. "Even so, how can I be certain that you harbor no ulterior motives?" Sha regarded Lin Yu and continued, "We harbor no ill intentions. We simply hope that after witnessing the conditions within the sanctuary, you might consider bringing your companions along to help build it together." Upon hearing Sha's words, Lin Yu gleaned that they indeed valued their companions. Taking a deep breath, he conceded, "Very well, I shall first take a look. But I cannot guarantee that I will be able to bring my companions along." Sha nodded in agreement. "That is sufficient." Lin Yu found himself unable to fathom their true intentions, yet it was evident that their behavior was rather peculiar. At that moment, he was beset by a throbbing headache. It is merely a game, so why not accompany them to observe? After all, I have already been captured by them. If it becomes unbearable, I can always log off prematurely. At that moment, a man named Ning offered him a roasted potato. Without hesitation, Lin Yu accepted it and began to eat. However, they did not partake in any food themselves. Instead, they all gazed at him. "Surely, this cannot be your only sustenance?" Sha began to explain. "We have already eaten and are not hungry at the moment. This is specifically roasted for you." While chewing on the potato, Lin Yu replied, "I truly appreciate it. I am quite famished." Sha then smiled in response, "No need for gratitude. We shall soon be like family." Yet, the smile felt exceedingly rigid and even terrifying to Lin Yu. After finishing the potato, Lin Yu lost all interest in further conversation with them. Asking too many questions would be futile. It would be better to conserve energy and prepare for the uncertainties ahead. It then struck him that after consuming the poisonous mushroom, he had seemingly fainted, yet his consciousness did not log off. Instead, he had truly fallen into slumber within the game world. Lin Yu then lay down, hoping to validate his hypothesis. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, and with these few guarding him, there should be no cause for concern. He closed his eyes, attempting to force himself into slumber. However, having just awakened, sleep eluded him. Thus, Lin Yu decided to log off entirely, intending to return shortly and explore the so-called sacred place they mentioned. Chapter 038. The transformation of the town. As dawn broke the following day, sunlight cascaded through the window, casting a warm glow on the floor. Once Kuan Yi transferred the funds, they were swiftly converted into disaster points. Sangyu, without much delay, meticulously arranged all the equipment ordered by Kuan Yi in a prominent location on the first floor. Noticing that the gear was fully prepared and complete, Yi set off to find members of the Wangchuan Guild to collect the items. After all, it was impractical for him to transport such a considerable amount of weaponry single-handedly. Song Yu had been entrusted with the task of guarding the equipment on the first floor, for he was indeed Kuan Ye's agent. And given the substantial quantity of gear purchased this time, he found no reasonable excuse to decline the responsibility. He could have simply stored all the equipment and retrieved it later upon Kuan Ye's return. However, he reconsidered. The members of the Wangchuan Guild would soon arrive. And should they witness the spontaneous transformation of items, it would likely lead to a rather complicated explanation. Thus, he dutifully stood guard over the equipment while simultaneously reveling in the substantial amount of disaster points he had accrued, an impressive total of 64,200 points. This sum included points earned by players who had vanquished zombies with his weapons, filling him with immense joy. Song Yu mused to himself, in no time, I shall gather 1,000,000. Just then, Kuan Yi approached, accompanied by members of the Wangchuan Guild, having made a swift journey since their guild was located not far away. From a distance, one could see him approaching the quaint building, accompanied by a throng of individuals. As they drew nearer, the attention of numerous players was irresistibly captured by the weapons displayed on the ground floor. In an exhilarating frenzy, they disregarded all restraint, surging into the building with unbridled enthusiasm. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, someone inadvertently demolished the wall that Song Yu had painstakingly constructed the previous day. A look of helplessness and disbelief washed over Song Yu's face. That wall was the fruit of an entire day's labor, from dawn until dusk. Despite his lack of formal training in construction, he believed it should not have collapsed so easily. Convinced that the fault lay not with him, but rather with the player's excessive force, he felt a sense of injustice. Meanwhile, Kuan Yi, witnessing the incident, could hardly contain his laughter. Is this the unyielding wall you spoke of, Song Yu? He teased, chuckling. Last night, you spoke so fervently about its strength. And yet here we are, merely a day later. Song Yu's expression darkened as he swiftly turned to exit the building, overwhelmed by embarrassment. He felt he could hardly remain in such a situation, especially after being ridiculed by this fellow. However, as Song Yu stepped outside, the leader of the Wangchuan Guild addressed Kuan Yi, saying, Fear not, I shall find some professionals to restore it for you. Kuan Yi responded gratefully. Thank you ever so much. This will be an immense help. Stepping onto the street, one could observe the bustling figures of players all around. In just a few days, the town had transformed into a vibrant and lively place. As I stroll along the path, a cacophony of sounds surrounds me. The clamor of brick firing can be heard, while in nearby rooms, iron is being smelted, with flames roaring and bellows hissing. The incessant clanging of tools being forged fills the air. Song Yu gazes at the bustling scene until he arrives at the entrance of the Wangchuan Guild. Beside the grand doors, a newly erected bulletin board displays a plethora of purchase announcements. Some offer high prices for substantial quantities of metallic materials, others specify a considerable demand for bricks, while others still seek skilled individuals for various trades. A crowd has gathered before the bulletin board, engaged in hushed discussions. Song Yu steps closer, observing the bulletin and listening to their conversations. A pound of metal materials is merely 1 coin, while 100 bricks fetch 80 coins. I feel I am better suited for brickmaking, remarks a player laden with a satchel. Don't think that way. Metal is abundant everywhere. Just dragging back a discarded vehicle from the roadside would yield more than that, replies another. That may be true, but those abandoned vehicles are heavy and cumbersome to dismantle. It's far less laborious than making bricks. The first player shakes his head in resignation. You're being foolish. This is a game, after all. With your current strength, dragging one back would be a breeze, counters the bystander. Moreover, if you cannot control the firing process for the bricks, all you'll have is waste. You want to earn a dime. Enough of this debate. I suggest you all consider logging instead, interjects an unexpected voice. The forest lies just beyond the city. Iron smelting requires charcoal, brickmaking requires wood, and buildings surely need timber as well. Logging? It is no easy task, for without the proper tools, felling a great tree proves to be quite a challenge. After hearing this, the previous player murmured in contemplation. However, the demand for timber is substantial, and consequently, its price will rise. Acquiring an axe will render the task of chopping wood significantly simpler than transporting abandoned vehicles or producing bricks, the interjector continued to persuade. Moreover, trees are readily available just outside the city. Once felled, they can be dragged back for monetary exchange. As for the axe you mentioned, a simple online search will yield instructions for its creation. With a satisfied expression, the player laden with supplies remarked, This sounds promising. I shall pursue this. Meanwhile, Song Yu silently listened to their exchange. In times past, he might have joined their ranks. He gazed at these individuals, brimming with enthusiasm and vigor, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Yet, things are different now. He possesses an arsenal, rendering it unnecessary for him to tread the arduous path of labor like them. Instead, he can sell weapons to these players, allowing them to accumulate points on his behalf. A slight smile graced Song Yu's lips as he contemplated. With this cohort of players serving me, earning points will be a trivial endeavor. In due time, I shall ascend to the second floor to acquire even greater resources, further strengthening my capabilities. Thus, his current objective is clear. He must ensure that each player is equipped with his weapon, arming them to the point where the production of surplus arms becomes unnecessary. Taking a slow, deep breath to quell his rising excitement, he turned away from the fervent players and made his way towards the city walls, where the remnants of burned houses were gradually being cleared by the players, while others engaged in repairs to the fortifications. Surrounding them were numerous kills, while outside the city walls, players busily moved about. A few individuals had just returned from beyond the city limits, their shoulders burdened with several plump fish freshly caught. However, these fish were rather unsightly in appearance. Song Yu paid little heed to this as he called out to them while passing by. Ultimately, he exchanged a curved blade knife for one of the larger fish. The moment he took hold of it, its weight caused his arm to sag immediately. A girl beside him, with a teasing smile, helped him lift it. Chapter 039. The changes in the town too. After assisting him with the heavy burden, the girl wore a playful grin and quipped, "Little brother, look at your frail physique. You seem rather weak." Song Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, managing only a wry smile as he replied, "Alas, I have been hungry for several days." This weakness is becoming increasingly pronounced. He could not confess to being genuinely feeble. His physical condition could not compare to that of the other players. He had to clarify that it was simply due to prolonged starvation that he felt so drained. The gentleman beside the girl proudly showcased his well-developed muscles, exclaiming loudly, "Behold, my robust physique can easily handle any heavy load." The girl rolled her eyes at him, playfully admonishing, "All right, enough with the showboating. Since you're so capable, why not help our little brother carry his things back?" "At your command, my dear wife," the gentleman replied with a broad smile, readily acquiescing. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Yu scratched his head and said, "I don't want to trouble you too much." The lady waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for formality, having received your weapon. It is only right to assist with this small favor." The gentleman swiftly seized the fish and trotted ahead, not forgetting to call back, "Little brother, keep up." Song Yu and the woman hastened to follow. Upon reaching the ground floor, they noticed Xiao Qi, who was bent over in the distance, searching for something. Song Yu chose not to call out to her. Meanwhile, Kuang Yi and the group from the Wanchuan Guild had long since vanished from sight. After the enthusiastic couple carefully set down the fish, they smiled and waved at Song Yu before turning to leave with a light-hearted gait. As Song Yu gazed at their receding figures, he felt a twinge of envy at the sight of the young man embracing the woman's waist, followed by their playful antics. Shaking off his reverie, he approached Xiao Qi, who was still rummaging through the area, and called out, "Xiao Qi, what are you searching for?" Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Qi turned around, her face beaming with joy as she presented the wild vegetables she had just gathered. Exclaiming cheerfully, "I'm picking these wild greens. I noticed many players collecting them, so I wanted to give it a try." Song Yu accepted the wild greens and examined them closely, uncertain of their edibility. However, seeing Xiao Qi so enthusiastically engaged in her foraging, he couldn't help but smile and remarked, "These greens look quite fresh. They should taste delightful." Xiao Qi looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and said, "We can make a pot of soup with them later." Song Yu nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed. But I just caught a fish that we can use as a supplementary ingredient." Little Seven's eyes widened in surprise as she followed Song Yu's to glance at the staircase behind her. Ecstatically, she exclaimed, "Wonderful. We finally have something to eat." Without a moment's hesitation, she discarded the wild vegetable she had been gathering and dashed eagerly towards the small building. Song Yu bent down to retrieve the vegetables that Little Seven had dropped, then leisurely followed suit. The weapons within the house had long been removed, yet the wall that had been damaged still lay in ruins. However, at this moment, no one had the time to concern themselves with such matters. Little Seven carried the fish into the house, and upon reaching the kitchen of what used to be this room, she placed the fish upon the stove. She had already tidied up a clean area for herself. Song Yu entered behind her, and Little Seven remarked, "I've always wanted to try cooking a meal. I've been subsisting on that unpalatable nutrient solution every day, and I can hardly remember the taste of other foods." "Weren't you the one who simmered a pot of fish soup yesterday?" Song Yu inquired. "Yes, that was my first attempt at cooking. But the outcome was quite different from what I had anticipated, she replied. In what way? I saw those who indulged in gourmet dishes, all appearing to relish every bite. Yet when I sampled my own creation, it struck me as rather ordinary, not significantly better than the nutrient solution. That's because you lacked certain seasonings, Song Yu explained. Indeed. I suspect that to be the case, Little Seven said, her face still aglow with joy. See, it truly isn't my fault. The kitchen lacked running water. But Little Seven had thoughtfully filled a pot with murky water from the previous day's fish preparation. At this moment, Xiaoqi was rapidly rotating a wooden stick to create fire, her speed astonishingly swift, leaving Song Yu momentarily dazzled by the flurry of motion before his eyes. In no time, a vivid scarlet flame flickered to life. Song Yu promptly offered a bundle of dry grass. Once ignited, the flame was placed directly into the hearth, from which thick smoke billowed forth. The fire blazed fiercely in an instant. Song Yu gathered firewood from outside and set it aside. Xiaoqi poured out a portion of the water from the pot and placed it atop the hearth. Finally, she dashed away in a flurry, leaving Song Yu in a state of bewilderment. However, it soon dawned on him as he observed her return from downstairs with a ring-headed knife, only to rush down again. At the hearth, Xiaoqi was preparing to gut the fish. Without hesitation, Song Yu spent 800 disaster points to purchase a short knife. Deeming it more convenient for the task at hand, Xiaoqi eagerly accepted the short knife, severing the fish's tail before slicing it into chunks. Ready to toss them into the pot. Wait a moment, Song Yu exclaimed just in time. You can't possibly be planning to cook it like that. Xiaoqi displayed an adorably naive expression. Isn't that acceptable? Certainly not, Song Yu replied as he approached her. The entrails have yet to be removed. And the fish has been cleaned. Such preparation will result in a strong fishy odor. He took the short knife from Xiaoqi's hands and began to attend to the internal organs. After completing the task, he rinsed the fish in the pot's water. Xiaoqi was preparing to take the pot outside to fetch water when Song Yu realized that making the journey to the outskirts of the town would be quite troublesome. Moreover, Xiaoqi was not a player, and venturing outside posed considerable dangers. Therefore, he suggested, there's no need to fetch water. Let us indulge in roasted fish today. Xiaoqi readily agreed, blissfully unaware of Song Yu's rationale. Naturally, a gentle stream meandered through the town, allowing players to obtain water without needing to venture outside. As they roasted the fish, Kuang Yi suddenly rushed back. Song Yu. Emerging from the kitchen, Song Yu was immediately approached by the excited Kuang Yi. I need a repeating crossbow and 20 arrows, along with a saber. The Forgetting River Guild is about to commence a purge of the remaining areas in the city. Each participant will receive a reward of 1,000 coins, and those who fall will be compensated with 5,000. Do you wish to join? I shall refrain. You know I fear for my life, Song Yu replied with resignation. Indeed, if something were to happen to you, I wouldn't know where to procure weapons, Kuang Yi remarked. Observing him intently, after a moment, Song Yu said, You aren't expecting me to front the expenses, are you? Kuang Yi chuckled awkwardly. I currently have no time to log off. I'm truly at a loss for you. You owe me 170 now. When you return, don't forget to repay me. Song Yu lamented, feeling the sting of loss. That's over 30,000 calamity points. Rest assured, I shall transfer it to you upon my return, Kuang Yi assured confidently. Ultimately, after receiving the weapons, Kuang Yi departed without even touching his meal. Chapter 040. Clearing other areas. Lin Yu awoke to find himself lying in the back of a speeding truck. The whistling wind gently caressed his face, bringing a refreshing coolness that offered a momentary reprieve. Beside him were 3 other individuals, equally bound, yet devoid of the ominous red glow that marked adversaries. From this, Lin Yu surmised that these individuals were likely non-player characters, possessing no ill intent towards him. Xiao and an unfamiliar face stood vigil by the doors, their expressions grave as they guarded against any potential escape attempts. Unlike Lin Yu and the others, both Xiao and the stranger radiated a conspicuous red warning signal. As Lin Yu reclined in the cargo space, he gazed out at the desolate landscape. The vast expanse of earth was cloaked in lush greenery, resembling an untamed forest. Even the road they traversed, obscured by asphalt, appeared on the verge of being completely reclaimed by nature. The vehicle's speed was moderate, yet the uneven terrain rendered the ride uncomfortable for Lin Yu, who felt every jolt and bump acutely. The relentless motion aggravated his stomach, and he yearned to leap from the truck to escape this torment. Alas, his limbs were tightly restrained, leaving him no choice but to endure in silence alongside his companions. Lin Yu pondered the destination that awaited them. Was it truly the so-called sanctuary they had mentioned? The Wangchuan Guild, alongside a contingent of independent players. assembled a formidable force of 200 individuals, gradually surmounting the makeshift barricades erected by fellow gamers. The surroundings were thoroughly obstructed by bricks, with only a series of openings remaining for the players to launch their offensives. The past 2 days had been relatively safe, with no sightings of zombies emerging from the direction of the town. The operation was led by Bai Mu, who also held the position of vice president within the Wangchuan Guild. Kuang Yi trailed closely behind this group, engaging in light-hearted banter with the players beside him, displaying not a trace of concern, entirely unfazed by any potential mishaps during this cleansing endeavor. Indeed, all players mirrored this sentiment. Their current demeanor resembled that of participants in a grand raid event, each individual enveloped in excitement and eager anticipation. Upon traversing the barricade, they encountered an ancient stone bridge. Though weathered by time, the bridge remained steadfast, its mottled surface and moss-covered stones narrating tales of yore. Just as they set foot upon the bridge, a gentle drizzle began to fall, the raindrops cascading down like delicate pearls. The droplets struck the ground, creating tiny splashes that danced in the air. At this juncture, a suggestion arose to pause until the rain ceased, yet it was swiftly dismissed by the members of the Wangchuan Guild. Kuang Yi and his companions had little choice. After all, they were paid to fulfill a duty. A glance across the bridge revealed remnants of humanity's past struggles against the zombie horde. As the area bore the scars of battle, broken weapons, buried bones, and toppled obstacles silently attesting to the fierce conflict that once unfolded there. As they passed by this place, one remarked, "Isn't this game crafted with such realism? The details are rendered so vividly." Another agreed, "It truly feels as though we have lived through an apocalyptic experience." Someone else sighed, pondering the fate of those who once resisted the zombies here. "Need I even speculate? It's evident that they met with total annihilation," replied a player nearby. "Indeed," others echoed, hastening their steps. On the opposite riverbank stood a series of charming houses, each nestled harmoniously against the mountains and by the water, complementing the surrounding natural beauty. It evoked a sense of being immersed in a picturesque poem, captivating in its splendor, even in its current desolation. It possessed a unique charm that spoke of enduring the ravages of time. Fleeting prosperity scatters like fragrant dust, while the relentless flow of water carries the grass into spring. The players mused, yet they had little time to contemplate such thoughts. They had already dispersed, armed with an array of weapons, cautiously beginning to clear out the zombies that remained trapped within the rooms. Since the last zombie attack, it was uncertain whether the undead in this area had perished in the Great Fire. As they traversed the path, they had encountered not a single roaming zombie. The surrounding silence was eerily profound, this unusual tranquility stirring a sense of unease within Bai Mu. They had previously dispatched several small teams to scout this area, yet none had returned. Bai Mu ascended to a rooftop, surveying the landscape. All around him was a lush expanse of greenery, and he had a general understanding of the various routes that lay ahead. After clearing this area, he planned to relocate the guild's headquarters here. The fierce battle between players and zombies was not due to the formidable nature of the undead, but rather the players' eagerness to test the capabilities of their newfound equipment. Kuang Yi took out his crossbow and aimed at the bound zombie inside the house. Despite being several meters away and the zombie's inability to move, he managed to turn it into a pincushion. However, it was regrettable that not a single arrow struck its head. The power of the crossbow was indeed substantial, as various parts of the zombie were easily penetrated by the arrows, facilitating the retrieval of the projectiles during the battlefield cleanup. Through this practice, he had somewhat grasped the accuracy of the crossbow. Although he could not yet claim precision, he had made significant progress compared to his initial attempts, no longer shooting aimlessly without aim. Naturally, Kuang Yi's equipment piqued the curiosity of numerous independent players. Its exquisite craftsmanship and unique design exuded an irresistible allure. They gathered around him, their eyes filled with intrigue and envy. Unlike the members of the Wangchuan Guild, who received standardized weapons and equipment distributed from his purchases, these independent players mostly wielded their self-crafted weapons. Though varied in appearance and somewhat rough around the edges, each weapon embodied their ingenuity and effort. One must concede that the players displayed remarkable talent. Within just a few days, some had already managed to forge iron implements. From simple iron daggers to more substantial iron swords, each piece of ironwork showcased the players' craftsmanship. As the players had just cleared the area of zombies, Bai Mu and his team began to assemble. The members of the Wangchuan Guild swiftly gathered like a rising tide. Despite relying on mutual communication among members, their actions were still remarkably swift and orderly. Indeed, the difference between an organized team and a disbanded group was evident. The execution capability of the Rousheng guild members was truly astonishing, far surpassing that of other scattered players. Just as Bai Mu issued his command, the guild members encircled him with incredible speed, without a trace of delay or hesitation. Observing the crowd forming in the square, other players began to converge towards them. Having recently discovered a bomb shelter on the western side of the town, from which the growls of zombies emanated. Chapter 041. The Wilderness. Once Bai Mu noticed that enough players had gathered, he waved his hand, leading the entire team onward. The shield bearers in the front cautiously protected those behind them as they proceeded with great care. The bomb shelter was situated in a secluded corner on the western edge of the town, surrounded by overgrown weeds that lent an air of foreboding. Upon reaching the entrance, the stone walls were coated in dark green moss, damp and exuding a foul odor. Faced with such a scene, the players were generally reluctant to enter. Nevertheless, Bai Mu remained resolute, guiding his team onward. As they stepped inside, a chill and dampness enveloped them, as if it could penetrate to the very marrow of their bones. Stalactites hung low from the ceiling, some sharp like fangs, others rounded like teardrops, shimmering with an eerie gleam in the dim light. The ground was uneven and riddled with puddles of various sizes, posing a risk of slipping with the slightest misstep. Despite the treacherous terrain, the journey remained relatively safe, devoid of any sudden assaults from the undead. Water droplets from the walls occasionally fell, producing a crisp ticking sound that echoed in the tranquil air of the air raid shelter. Yet, the players, driven by curiosity, boldly pressed onward into the unknown. The proximity to the river rendered the surroundings damp and clammy. Upon entering the cavern, the players had already prepared their torches. Although the further they ventured, the dimmer the light became, the atmosphere enveloped them in a thrilling sense of adventure. As they delved deeper, the space expanded until they arrived at a vast platform. The ground was littered with fragments of stone and remnants of unknown origins, barely discernible in the flickering light. Not far ahead stood a formidable door, thick and imposing. Its surface was marred by rust, bearing the indelible marks of time's relentless passage. The door was pockmarked with numerous dents, as if recounting the fierce impacts it had endured. Yet, despite these scars, the door remained remarkably sturdy, steadfastly fulfilling its purpose. Bai Mu and his companions approached the door, while the players, filled with intrigue, cast their gazes about, scrutinizing their surroundings for any anomalies. There were no signs of unusual occurrences, although a portion of the players felt a twinge of dread at the sight of a pile of gnawed bones in the corner. Nevertheless, the very essence of such chilling fear served only to ignite their passion for exploration. As Bai Mu and his companions approached the entrance, the adjacent identification zone unexpectedly illuminated at their proximity. System malfunction, please contact the administrator. Meanwhile, due to the foul odor emanating from the air raid shelter, Kuang Yi and a group of players remained on the surface, opting not to descend into the depths with the main contingent. They resolutely chose to continue clearing the surrounding area of zombies. Scattered players were engaged in the task of dispatching nearby zombies when suddenly, a series of piercing cries shattered the tranquility, jolting them from their merriment. They were all too familiar with the ominous implications of such sounds. In an instant, a wave of robust, towering zombies surged forth, accompanied by a frenzied horde of ordinary zombies racing towards them. Simultaneously, Song Yu also heard the chilling cries from across the way. In the next moment, driven by instinct, he grasped Xiao Qi's hand and sprinted toward the second floor without a moment's hesitation. The remaining independent players showed no signs of doubt. They swiftly armed themselves and rushed to various junctions, bracing for the impending onslaught of zombies. At the entrance of the Rousheng Guild, upon hearing the cries, Zhou Shun was already mobilizing the players still stationed at the base, loudly assigning them their respective tasks. Bai Mu had taken all the weapons he had purchased. Now, they could only retrieve the outdated homemade weapons from the warehouse to prepare for battle. Just after Zhou Shun left, Bai Lu and Zhao Miao Miao emerged from the building, one after the other. This situation is precarious. I am uncertain if they can endure, Zhao Miao Miao said, her brow furrowed with concern. Bai Lu bit her lip, her expression mirroring Zhao Miao Miao's apprehension. Let us hope for a propitious outcome. We should prepare to assist them. Zhao Miao Miao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the zombified horde, rather than attempting to traverse the river, menacingly encircled the entrance of the subterranean shelter. The players who had been scattered outside were systematically overwhelmed by the swift and agile undead. They were compelled to seek refuge in nearby dwellings, relying on the structure's sturdiness to mount a tenacious defense. Kuang Yi stood alone on a rooftop, his repeating crossbow firing incessantly, each bolt finding its mark on the encroaching zombies. Yet, without a headshot, the undead continued their advance. Alone and isolated, Kuang Yi exerted every ounce of strength to barricade the rooftop access with heavy objects. Fortunately, he had cleared the room of zombies before the assault began. Otherwise, he would have likely met the same fate as the other players. As it stood, he was trapped. His earlier barrage had depleted his bolt supply, leaving him with only 6 remaining. He lamented not having purchased more from Song Yu. At that moment, the zombies began to ascend. The barricade proved insufficient, and the undead clambered over it with relative ease. Kuang Yi swiftly drew his ring pommel sword, hacking at the zombies as they struggled to climb. With a series of swift strikes, the decapitated heads of several zombies fell to the ground, dark blood splattering in every direction. Yet, a particularly robust zombie was valiantly climbing through the window. At this moment, Kuang Yi was fiercely hacking away at the relentless tide of zombies advancing before him. In the blink of an eye, the formidable zombie had reached the rooftop, lunging menacingly at Kuang Yi. Sensing the imminent danger behind him, Kuang Yi pivoted abruptly, but it was too late to evade the attack. In this critical moment, he steadied himself by bracing his knife against the ground and struck at the powerful zombie's leg. The creature howled in pain, yet its assault remained undeterred. Gritting his teeth, Kuang Yi persevered, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he evaded the zombie strikes while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, the surrounding ordinary zombies seized the chance to close in, plunging Kuang Yi into a dire predicament. However, the instinct for survival ignited an extraordinary strength within him. He suddenly sidestepped, evading the deadly claw of the formidable zombie, and swung his knife towards its neck. This strike consumed every ounce of his energy, and at last, the head of the powerful zombie tumbled to the ground. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he was overwhelmed by other ordinary zombies and knocked to the ground. A bite seizing his arm. A flicker of despair washed over him. Was this truly the end? With a fierce roar, Kuang Yi unleashed a remarkable surge of power, hoisting the frenzied zombies assaulting him and charging recklessly towards the platform. A resounding crash echoed as dust billowed into the air. Chapter 042. Mission Release. Xiao Qi's complexion suddenly turned pale, clearly displaying her anxiety. She urgently called out to Song Yu, "Brother, we must hasten to rescue them." Song Yu, perplexed and furrowing his brows, replied, "Who are we to rescue?" At that moment, a pitch-black crow suddenly flew in, landing steadily on Xiao Qi's hand. Gently stroking the crow's feathers, Xiao Qi said anxiously, "It's Kuang Yi and the others. This is a reconnaissance robot, and they are in dire straits." Subsequently, Xiao Qi manipulated the device in her hand, projecting the images captured by the crow robot with clarity. The screen displayed a scene where zombies surrounded a cave. Yet instead of launching an assault, they unexpectedly began to carve out a river, attempting to flood the trapped players within. Observing the projections, Xiao Qi expressed her distress. "Brother, those players won't last much longer." Song Yu's expression darkened as he contemplated for a moment before replying, "However, our own strength is limited. We may not be able to save them." With determination in her eyes, Xiao Qi bit her lip and asserted firmly, "Brother, if we do not rescue them, I fear the town will ultimately fall as well." No sooner had Xiao Qi spoken than Song Yu began to pace anxiously within the room. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt it imperative to save those trapped in the cave, yet he hesitated, weighing the significant risk of revealing his ability to procure weapons. He could not afford to gamble on the goodwill of the players. After much hesitation, just as he was about to resolve to reveal himself, a sudden flash of insight struck him. "Xiao Qi, aren't you capable of assigning tasks to players?" Hearing Song Yu's words, Xiao Qi's eyes lit up, and he said, "Right. How could I have forgotten about that?" Just as Xiao Qi was about to immediately issue the task, Song Yu stopped him. "Wait a moment before issuing it." Song Yu quickly checked the displayed points at that moment, and in that brief period, the calamity points had surged by over 10,000, accumulating to more than 40,000 in total. Without any hesitation, he decisively purchased 30 ring pommel swords and stored them in the warehouse. "Can you grant me control permissions?" Song Yu asked with anticipation. Without a second thought, Xiao Qi handed the crow robot to Song Yu. "Here you go, brother." Then, instantly, a high-tech console was projected. Song Yu's gaze was firmly locked on the green dot on the screen. After a moment's hesitation, he finally reached out and gently tapped the green dot. Instantly, detailed information popped up on the screen. The first thing that caught his eye was the person's life status, including various physiological indicators and possible injuries. Following that, it clearly displayed the person's distinctive characteristics, such as name, appearance, gender, personality tendencies, and more. Further down, there was a conspicuous string of contribution values, 1331. Song Yu proceeded to open the information of most players one by one, only to find that the majority of them were still hovering around 1,000 contribution points, with only a few having surpassed 2,000. Song Yu turned his gaze toward Xiaoqi and inquired, Xiaoqi, what criteria do you employ to determine the contribution value? Xiaoqi blinked her lively eyes and earnestly replied, Brother, the assessment of contribution value is primarily based on a player's overall performance during the confrontation with zombies. For instance, eliminating a single zombie yields a fixed contribution value of 10 points. If a team collaboratively takes down the same zombie, the 10 points are allocated according to each individual's contribution. Ah, I see. It appears that this evaluation standard is quite reasonable, Song Yu remarked thoughtfully, nodding in acknowledgement. However, a furrow of concern crossed his brow as he pressed further. How do you ensure the precise determination of players' contribution values? Xiaoqi smiled gently and explained, Brother, we collect real-time data through various sensory inputs from the players. Special devices are implanted in their eyes and ears, capable of accurately recording their attack frequency, locations visited, and the information received to facilitate their actions. Subsequently, our mother conducts a comprehensive analysis based on this detailed data to accurately ascertain each player's entitled contribution value. Song Yu nodded in realization and exclaimed, So that is how it works. Your technology is truly remarkable. His fingers busily navigated the control panel. Given the current circumstances, we can effectively filter a group of seasoned players based on their contribution points, allowing them to acquire weapons first. This strategy significantly enhances our chances of rescuing those trapped in the cave. Upon hearing Song Yu's proposal, Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Brother, your idea is truly brilliant. Song Yu, however, recognized that he did not possess a sufficient quantity of weapons to distribute among all the players. It would be far more prudent to prioritize those with a certain level of combat experience. This approach would also motivate players with lower contributions to actively engage in slaying zombies to earn contribution points, thereby achieving multiple objectives simultaneously. With this in mind, Song Yu promptly crafted a message, verified its accuracy, and sent it out. The selected players immediately received an audio notification in their ears regarding the task. Urgent mission. Rescue teammates trapped in the cave. A horde of zombies has encircled them, intending to flood the cave with river water. Reward, 1,000 contribution points. To ensure a safe rescue, a limited-time exchange event has been initiated, granting each player the opportunity to redeem an exceptionally sharp ring-headed knife as a weapon. Yes, no. Spend 2,000 contribution points for redemption. Upon witnessing the mission, the players erupted in excitement. Those with sufficient contribution points unhesitatingly selected yes, and within a minute, Song Yu listened as Xiaoqi reported the coordinates, summoning weapons that materialized in the players' hands. A full 30 ring-headed blades were dispatched by Song Yu after considerable effort. This was a functionality he had only recently discovered. He could summon his weapons from several meters away. Subsequently, he attempted to see if he could also launch weapons from a distance, and to his astonishment, it was indeed possible. The players who received the weapons were overjoyed, unable to contain their excitement as one exclaimed, I can't believe it actually works. I thought contribution points were of little use, but who would have thought I could exchange them for weapons? Had I known, I would have slain more zombies. Now I truly regret my past decisions. The other players, who had yet to accumulate contribution points, cast envious glances, silently resolving to exert greater effort in defeating zombies to earn their own points. Chapter 043. Rescue soon. The players stationed at the base abandoned their posts. What was the point of guarding? Each one seized their weapons and charged toward the opposite shore. Who could have anticipated such a utility for contribution points? They rushed forward, fearful of being left behind. In that moment, caution was cast aside. Only the bold prevailed. The Forgotten River Guild's base quickly emptied. Upon hearing of the rescue mission, Balu disregarded her defensive duties and called for all members of Forgotten River to join the rescue team. This motley crew of players surged forward, fierce and determined, heading straight for the zombies. Upon confrontation, they swung their weapons at the creatures' heads. Even the disheveled female zombie, possessing a degree of intelligence, chose to temporarily evade the players' onslaught. The trench leading to the river flowing into the cave had long been dug open by the zombies, and the rushing water was continuously pouring into the cave, creating a dire situation. The players fought with increasing ferocity, like a blazing fire, unstoppable. Their weapons swung with fierce determination, each strike imbued with lethal resolve and fearless courage. One player, agile as a leopard, darted through the horde of zombies. Seizing the moment, he leapt up, his blade descending with a powerful slash. instantly decapitating a zombie that attempted a sneak attack. Black blood splattered, yet his eyes showed no fear, only a resolute intent to kill. Another female player, equally formidable, deftly evaded the zombies' assaults, finding openings to plunge her blade into their hearts. With her other hand, she drew a short dagger, stabbing it into a zombie's head, causing it to collapse. Without pause, she turned back into the fray. Through the players' coordinated efforts, the number of zombies gradually dwindled. Having anticipated the potential harm from the zombies, the players had come well prepared. They had bound tough weeds and thick bark to key parts of their bodies, creating a simple yet effective layer of protection to prevent accidental bites. With these precautions in place, the players charged into the zombie horde with even greater fearlessness. In their eyes, these enemies were merely walking points of contribution, especially for those players who were just short of earning enough points to exchange for a weapon. They now led the charge with unparalleled bravery, undeterred by the danger. As the female zombie witnessed her companions being ruthlessly slaughtered, she momentarily fell into a daze, unable to discern who the true zombies were. With a piercing wail, she cried out, prompting the other sentient zombies to flee alongside her. It was only after the last zombie had fallen that the players erupted into jubilant cheers, celebrating their victory. Yet, some among them felt unsatisfied with the carnage and scoured the area for more zombies to eliminate. However, the floodwaters within the bunker had nearly filled the entire space. Bai Lu, in a state of desperation, hurriedly organized her team to fill the riverbed with earth to impede the flow. Yet, time was of the essence, and they were still too late. Some volunteered to descend into the cavern, hoping to ascertain whether anyone remained alive. Alas, those who returned merely shook their heads. The river had nearly engulfed the entire cave, and no one had surfaced. The departure of Bai Mu and the other members of Wang Chuan left her feeling immense pressure. Now, the entire town, including all the scattered players, numbered less than 200. The Wang Chuan Guild had suffered devastating losses, dwindling to barely over 60 members. Miss, I will log off to inquire about the situation, Zhao Miao said from beside her. All right, Bai Lu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhao Miao sought out a relatively safe room and decisively logged off. At that moment, Zhou Shun approached with a team, their bodies smeared with the dark blood of zombies, exuding an overwhelmingly foul odor. Understanding his mistress's preferences, Zhou Shun refrained from approaching her directly. Instead, he knelt by the riverbank, meticulously cleaning the stains from his body. In that instant, Bai Lu appeared less concerned, walking towards Zhou Shun. Uncle Zhou, this loss is devastating. What should be our next course of action? Zhou Shun rose from his seat, wringing the water from his clothes, and replied, Miss, do not despair excessively. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not worry about firewood. Let us first regroup our forces and then deliberate on our strategy. Bai Lu furrowed her brow slightly. But the situation is becoming increasingly dire, and our manpower. Zhou Shun reassured her, Miss, as long as we unite in our efforts, there will surely be a way forward. Bai Lu sighed deeply. It seems we have no other choice. Song Yu focused intently on the green dot on the map, relieved to see it had successfully occupied the opposite bank of the river. In that brief moment, his points had increased by 30,000. The weapons he had previously distributed to the players had finally yielded a return. It was indeed a cause for celebration. Thus, another day passed safely. Song Yu shut down the map and handed the mechanical crow to Xiaoqi. Without hesitation, Xiaoqi released it into the air. Curious, Song Yu inquired, aren't you worried it will run out of power? It can automatically replenish its energy, Xiaoqi replied nonchalantly. Song Yu furrowed his brow further and pressed on, automatic charging? But what if it encounters a malfunction and cannot recharge? With a confident smile, Xiaoqi assured him, do not worry, brother Song Yu. In such scenarios, it can autonomously return to my hand. How advanced? Throughout that day's conversation, Song Yu gradually learned of the many uses of the mechanical crow. It is not merely a device capable of receiving and transmitting signals, but also a reconnaissance apparatus employed for vigilance and surveying the surroundings. It seems principally responsible for relaying the circumstances of the players to the shelter. Song Yu gazed at the firmament for an extended duration, his mind delving into more profound contemplations concerning the prospective state of affairs. Although the present predicament has been provisionally resolved, it would appear that they have not consequently improved their situation. Conversely, they have suffered the attrition of a multitude of players. Xiaoqi is altogether uncertain as to the quantity of players still extant. Subsequent to severing contact with the shelter, no further data regarding surviving players has been received. At present, she is merely cognizant of the presence of 376 players within the township. As for supplementary details, she remains altogether uninformed. At that juncture, Xiaoqi directed her gaze into the distance, and Song Yu, perceiving a trace of trepidation in her countenance, inclined his head. The wind swept past with a subtle chill. The township's ruins appeared even more dilapidated under the afterglow of the setting sun. Song Yu inhaled deeply, then turned toward the interior of the building. At this juncture, he harbored no desire to subsist under the aegis of others. He aspired to surmount his apprehensions and venture into a world replete with humanity. He yearned to reclaim Shelter 7, to witness this expanse of ruins teeming with players. Chapter 044. Officialdom confronts the players subsequent to logging off. Kuang Yi, beholding the profound darkness of the night exterior to his dwelling and reflecting upon the ghastly scenario of being devoured alive, could not suppress an intense wave of trepidation. Although his corporeal form was devoid of any sensation of pain at the time, he was exceedingly incensed upon being bitten and instinctively embraced the notion of mutual annihilation. His departure from the game in such a manner filled him with vexation. He attempted to reconnect, yet the words displayed on the helmet evoked no surprise within him. Wearing the helmet to play was akin to slipping into slumber. At this moment, he felt no trace of drowsiness. He picked up his phone, sitting up in bed, reminded of the 3,000 he owed Song Yu. In this instant, it seemed there was no urgency to repay him. He unlocked his phone and navigated to the homepage of the Survival of the Apocalypse official website. The comments section was filled with exchanges between the official account and players. Player, starting the game with so many players unable to respawn. Is the game company out of their minds? Official, you lot are just pathetic. You're so bad, yet still have the audacity to blame the game company? Player, this dreadful setup clearly aims to discourage play. What on earth does the game company intend to achieve? Official, with your skills, you shouldn't even be playing. You're all a bunch of useless trash. Player, what a ridiculous setup. Dying at the start and being unable to respawn is downright infuriating. Official, with your level of play, giving you a chance to respawn would be a waste. You're all utterly useless. Following this, a player responded, isn't that a bit excessive? With a look of indignation. The official account retorted, useless, to which another player replied, this game company only knows how to insult. Player, unable to respawn? This game is a complete trap. Official, you incompetent fools, dying is for the best. It saves us from your eyesore. Player, the game starts off so difficult, it's utterly unreasonable. Doesn't the official consider the player's feelings? Official, feelings? You bunch of worthless losers dare to talk about feelings? If you have the ability, don't play. Player, you don't believe us? Fine, we'll stop playing. Official, believe it or not, I can revoke your gaming privileges. Player, a long string of replies follows. Father, I was wrong. Please don't. I just spoke out of turn. Player, I beg you, give me another chance. I haven't even left the respawn point. Player, I haven't even entered the game yet. You tell me I can't play anymore. Can you please return my opportunity to experience it? Official, we'll talk after others reclaim the safe zone. A bunch of useless players. So many of you allowed the respawn point to be captured. Player, the safe zone is actually unsafe. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Player, you said it was a safe zone. Who would have thought it was actually unsafe? Official, if you can't think for yourselves, don't blame me for not being clear. Which apocalypse survival game is truly safe? After reading through the comments, you felt an immediate loss of hope regarding the respawn. It turned out so many others were waiting for revival just like him, and with that realization, he felt a sense of relief. He wondered what Song Yu was doing at that moment. He then opened his phone, combined the earnings from the past few days with the debt he owed to Song Yu, and managed to gather 30,000, which he promptly transferred to the other party's account. He hoped that once Song Yu received the funds, he could quickly bolster the strength of the existing players and reclaim the respawn point sooner. The following day, before dawn had even broken, Song Yu rose early. Given the harsh reality of the apocalypse, it was imperative that he began to fortify his body. After all, without a robust physique, one would inevitably lack the vigor necessary for combat, a disadvantage that could prove critical, unless one was armed with undeniable truths, which, at the moment, were conspicuously absent. He quietly slipped out of his room, careful not to awaken Xiaoqi, who remained ensconced in slumber. Throughout the night, the absence of Kuang Yi had weighed heavily on his mind. Could it be that this lad had absconded with ill-gotten gains? Song Yu furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. The returning players had spoken of the dire conditions in the cave, waterlogged and fraught with peril, leading him to suspect that those trapped within may have met their end. Yet, He could still see the icons of the stranded players on the map, their green dots pulsating, albeit in an offline state. He steadfastly believed that Kuang Yi was still alive. Otherwise, who would undertake the task of weapon trafficking? Surely, the prospect of profit remained enticing. As he descended the stairs, Song Yu surveyed the collapsed area, setting his weapons aside in preparation for a potential zombie breach. Although such precautions seemed somewhat excessive, especially with the distant glow of flames and the raucous din of players likely drawing the attention of the undead, he chose to prioritize his safety. "Let us start with 100 push-ups to warm up," he declared, and promptly positioned himself on the ground, beginning his regimen. His hands pressed firmly against the floor, he moved rhythmically up and down. Before long, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and by the time he reached 80, his pace noticeably slowed. With gritted teeth, he resolved to complete the next 20 repetitions. This body of his had scarcely seen any exertion since birth. In the past, when he sprinted home, his mother would express her concern, saying, "Look how exhausted my son is. You mustn't work so hard in the future." Had fortune smiled upon their family, Song Yu would have undoubtedly echoed his mother's sentiments. However, fate is often fickle, and calamity can strike without warning. It was during Song Yu's 14th year that a grave misfortune befell his family. His father's business venture collapsed miserably, plunging them into substantial debt. The stress of this failure took a toll on his father's health, resulting in a sudden and debilitating illness that left him in a state of perpetual unconsciousness. Fortunately, through years of savings and the liquidation of all sellable assets, they managed to barely settle their debts. Thus, Song Yu, once a privileged young master, found himself reduced to the status of a poor boy. Yet he refused to succumb to despair, believing he could restore his family's former glory. The harshness of reality, however, dealt him a merciless blow. His longtime girlfriend betrayed him by becoming involved with a close friend, and a business venture with acquaintances ended in betrayal as they absconded with the funds. He once thought it was merely misfortune that befell him. It was not until someone from his former circle informed him that his life was in jeopardy that he realized he was being targeted at every turn. What was initially promised as a smooth approval process turned into a betrayal after he invested his resources, as if an invisible hand sought to ensnare him completely. Soon after, he was violently struck by a speeding car. Reflecting on these events, Song Yu gritted his teeth and persevered to complete 100 push-ups. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he resolutely continued with 100 squats. To survive in this world, he realized that possessing a robust physique was imperative. Otherwise, death would be the only fate awaiting him. On the first day of his training, Song Yu chose not to overexert himself, mindful that excessive strain would hinder his ability to continue the next day. His clothes were drenched in perspiration. Subsequently, he sprinted towards the street, setting a personal mandate that his pace must exceed that of the zombies. Chapter 045. Training. Upon exiting the street, Xiaoqi leisurely emerged from her room. Observing Song Yu's relentless training, she felt an urge to offer him the enhancement serum from the shelter. Yet, deep down, she understood that, like Song Yu, she too struggled to find safety in this perilous world. Having remained concealed within the sanctuary, she was struck by the desire to venture outside, unaware that it might lead to an irreversible fate. Xiaoqi harbored doubts about whether the remaining players possessed the capability to reclaim the shelter for her. Nevertheless, she resolved to follow their lead, taking each step as it came. Contrary to her previously exhibited bravery, she found herself gripped by fear when confronted with the zombies, realizing that her earlier confidence was unfounded. Thankfully, the players forged ahead, or else she would have been utterly lost. Descending the stairs, Xiaoqi made her way to the kitchen, intending to prepare a pot of fish soup for Song Yu's return. Having someone to accompany her alleviated her sense of despair regarding her current predicament, which was certainly preferable to the intentional recklessness exhibited by other players. She summoned the crow robot and handed it a pot. The crow robot grasped both ends of the pot with its claws and promptly soared into the air, heading to the river to fetch water for her. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi set about preparing the fish that had been dried into jerky the previous day. On the other side, Song Yu was sprinting along an area occupied by players. Initially, he moved with remarkable speed, but fatigue soon compelled him to slow his pace. Gritting his teeth and enduring the strain, he found himself gasping for breath, nearly succumbing to the thought of imminent collapse. He drew in deep breaths, forced to lessen the intensity of his workout. Sweat began to soak through his clothing, a discomfort exacerbated by days without a bath. At this moment, dawn was just breaking. The players exhibited no inclination towards rest. Some were gathered in conversation while others were industriously occupied. There was no sign of any of them having taken a break. How splendid! Song Yu murmured enviously as he observed the player's energetic demeanor. The night outside remained ominously dark, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. He thought it wiser to remain at the base and refine his home. As he passed by them, several players cast him strange glances, with one even jesting, "Buddy, we're in a game, and you're still putting in so much effort." Song Yu paid them no mind and continued with his training undeterred. Upon reaching the riverside encampment, one could observe numerous players gathered, deliberating on the excavation of a water channel. At that moment, Song Yugong approached, intending to refresh his face with the river's water. He overheard their discussion. If we construct a water wheel, perhaps we needn't dig so deeply. The crowd nodded in agreement, finding merit in the suggestion. However, a critical thought emerged. Did they not overlook a fundamental point? The arduous labor of carving out a water channel was ultimately for what purpose? Was it not for cultivating crops? Do you possess any seeds? Silence enveloped the group. As Song Yugong splashed water on his face, he was amused by their conversation, quietly muttering, "Then why exert such effort?" The Inquisitor continued, "Your perspective is rather narrow. We could divert water to establish a bathhouse. Have you not realized that in this game, one must cleanse the body?" Subsequently, the individual turned his gaze towards Song Yugong, noting how anyone, irrespective of identity, would come to the river to wash away grime. Yet, one questioned, what relevance does this hold for constructing a bathhouse? Are we to labor solely for the sake of bathing? What difference does it make by the river? Another voice voiced skepticism. "Fool, have you not considered that this game imposes no restrictions on commerce and lacks any recreational facilities? Thus, we must take the initiative ourselves." Having said this, he surveyed the crowd. "If we collaboratively open a bathhouse and incorporate various entertainment options, we could conveniently earn contribution points from others." As the crowd pondered, one remarked, "Indeed, it is commendable, yet I find the culinary industry to be far more promising." After a moment of contemplation, another voice rose in rebuttal with such a mindset. "You ought to abandon commerce. At present, we lack even salt. What flavor could your culinary creations possibly possess? Are you merely intending to sell dried fish?" The speaker scoffed. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization, and he replied with a smile, "There is no need for your concern. I am aware of my path and shall refrain from meddling in your ventures." With that, he turned on his heel and departed without hesitation. Let him pursue his folly. "Are we committed to our endeavors or not?" he inquired of the others. The group exchanged glances, and after a brief silence, they resolutely nodded in agreement. Song Yu gazed at their retreating figures, contemplating that perhaps establishing a weapons shop in the town was a splendid notion. However, it was imperative to await the revival point. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. After all, without the influx of new players, even the finest weapons could succumb to market saturation. With this thought, Song Yu dismissed his idle musings and diligently washed his garments in the river. Subsequently, he ran back to his dwelling, his upper body bare. On his way home, he suddenly noticed an individual sprawled face down on the ground. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of any other presence. A pang of concern struck Song Yu. He feared the individual might be on the brink of transformation. Without a moment's hesitation regarding the state of his clothing, he hastily donned them, bracing himself for a swift escape. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a deafening snore emanated from the figure. Song Yu was momentarily taken aback but soon retrieved his weapon, cautiously approaching the individual. As he drew nearer, he discerned no signs of mutation. He then turned the person over, revealing a steady rhythm of breaths, blissfully unaware of the external circumstances, lost in a deep slumber. Song Yu attempted to rouse him, slapping him several times. Yet the man continued to snore thunderously, showing no inclination to awaken despite Song Yu's persistent efforts. Unable to simply abandon him by the roadside, he reluctantly shook his head once more, bent down, and hoisted the man onto his back, making his way slowly toward his residence. Chapter 046. Fish soup. Upon returning with the man to his abode, the kitchen resonated with the crackling sounds of wood being consumed by flames. Song Yu positioned the man in the center of the hall, placing a wooden board beneath him for comfort. Xiaoqi, alerted by the noise, peeked cautiously from the kitchen. Her face lit up with joy upon seeing Song Yu, as she cheerfully announced, "Dinner will be ready shortly." At that moment, Song Yu genuinely regarded Xiaoqi as a devoted and nurturing figure. Just as she finished her sentence, her gaze fell upon the man lying beside Song Yu, prompting her to inquire, "What happened to him?" "I'm not sure. I found him collapsed by the roadside while jogging and decided to bring him back," Song Yu replied. He then picked up a brick from the side to provide him with some support, ensuring he would rest more comfortably. "Xiaoqi, could you take a look and see what might be wrong with him?" Why did he suddenly go offline? Xiaoqi stepped out of the kitchen, casting a distant glance over the man's condition. He was merely slumbering. The player's consciousness is now acclimating to this corporeal form, due to his protracted period without repose. He is currently in a profound slumber. Simply assist him in ascending the stairs to rest for a brief interval. Is it truly that uncomplicated? Song Yu found it implausible, as he had always believed that players were exempt from the need for sleep, invariably encountering them full of vim and vigor. Xiaoqi offered a gentle smile, elucidating. Players are, in essence, human. However, within this realm, they manifest as consciousness. Their physical bodies necessitate sustenance, sleep, and rest. Song Yu listened, nodding pensively. Having assimilated Xiaoqi's explanation, Song Yu then carried him on his back, proceeding towards the chamber on the second floor, while Xiaoqi returned to the kitchen. In the stairwell, Song Yu's gait was somewhat ponderous. The aftermath of the day's rigorous exertion was finally manifesting, the aching in his legs and arms rendering him somewhat feeble. Each elevation of his leg felt as if he were burdened by 1,000 pounds, and his arms trembled slightly, as if on the verge of giving out. Fortunately, Song Yu persevered, carrying him to the room on the second floor. He placed the person on the hay pile, panting heavily, collapsing wearily beside him, gasping for breath. His garments already saturated with perspiration. I wasn't this exhausted when I carried him back, Song Yu muttered to himself, wiping away the sweat. As soon as Song Yu descended the stairs, Xiaoqi had already emerged with a steaming pot of wild vegetable soup. The wild vegetables were, of course, those gathered yesterday. And the soup likely contained dried fish. The surface was still adorned with glistening droplets of oil, emanating a fragrant aroma intermingled with the freshness of wild greens that penetrated the air. Song Yu harbored no fears regarding Xiaoqi's culinary skills, having previously prepared the fish and meat the day before. Lacking any seasoning, he anticipated a bland dish devoid of peculiar flavors. Xiaoqi placed the fish soup upon a makeshift wooden table, having propped a board atop the uneven surface to serve as a dining table. Song Yu retrieved 2 porcelain bowls from the kitchen, carefully dusting them off before handing one to Xiaoqi. She accepted the bowl with a smile, urging him. Let us hasten to taste it. Observing her expression, he mused that she must be quite proud of her creation. A subtle smile crept onto his lips as they settled on stones opposite each other and began sipping the fish soup. The steam rose, intertwining the essence of leafy greens with the golden-brown fish. After a tentative sip, he could not help but chuckle inwardly, having underestimated Xiaoqi's cooking prowess. What should have been a fragrant fish soup was instead permeated with an unexpected earthy flavor, as though it had been ladled directly from the mud. The wild greens, which were meant to provide a hint of freshness, instead imparted a bitter taste, reminiscent of enduring a harrowing chapter in life, tightening his throat and making it increasingly difficult to swallow. Song Yu's brow furrowed deeply, his expression turning grim as he battled the impulse to expel the contents, forcing himself to swallow with great difficulty. Little Seven displayed an expression of profound disbelief, yet after a brief moment of hesitation, she resolutely consumed the entirety of the fish soup before her. Brother, is the food outside really not that delicious? A hint of confusion and disappointment flickered in her eyes, as if she had never savored any culinary delights. Song Yu observed her innocent demeanor, his heart brimming with compassion. He was reluctant to shatter her burgeoning confidence. He longed to express that food ought not to be this way, yet the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, unspoken. He understood all too well that for Little Seven, who had never experienced true delicacies, it was challenging to resonate with the unknown, for she had never encountered it before. How could she fathom the richness and boundless allure that food could possess? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead silently lifting his bowl to take a small sip, savoring the bitter flavor that spread across his palate, all while maintaining a facade of indifference. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was little room for finicky choices. After breakfast, Little Seven, after much contemplation, completely relinquished her intention to prepare fish soup again. She pondered for a moment, then resolutely declared to Song Yu, I think eating dried fish is quite good. Her demeanor clearly indicated that she no longer harbored any hopes for the fish soup. Song Yu regarded Little Seven with a mixture of relief and sorrow. He felt relieved at the prospect of no longer having to endure the fish soup, as he had always been averse to overly fishy dishes. Yet his heart ached for Little Seven, who, at such a tender age, had yet to experience the joys of exquisite cuisine. Observing her once again breaking into a silly smile, Song Yu comforted her. Xiaoqi, do not worry. We will have more delicious food in the future. Really? Xiaoqi replied, her expression skeptical. Indeed, trust me. Upon returning to the second floor, Song Yu intended to rest for a while, but at that moment, the notification of a zombie kill echoed in his mind. He immediately checked the details of the zombie kill notification, noting that it seemed a player had just slain a formidable foe, instantly earning a staggering 10,000 disaster points. Chapter 047. The air raid shelter by Mu gradually awakened from the dim light, his head still feeling somewhat heavy. The players around him were also stirring from their slumber. What has happened to us? A bewildered voice inquired, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Bai Mu rubbed his temples, striving to regain clarity as he surveyed the shadowy surroundings. The dim corridor flickered with intermittent lights on the walls, glimmering as if they might extinguish completely at any moment. A pungent stench of decay permeated the air, an odor that was utterly nauseating. I don't know, but it feels rather dire, another player responded. Bai Mu slowly rose and instructed his aide beside him, gather our people. As the players awakened, they began to check their equipment for any losses before recalling how they had fallen into slumber. At the moment the floodwaters surged beneath them, they had desperately attempted to charge forward. However, the relentless force of the rushing river had continuously swept them back. After several fruitless attempts, they had ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. It was then that they began to seek alternative means of egress. However, they were met with the unyielding obstruction of rugged walls, offering no avenue or prospect of escape. Just as their hopes dwindled and despair took hold, the long-dormant portal to the subterranean shelter creaked open, akin to a glimmer of dawn piercing through the oppressive darkness. Without hesitation, Bai Mu and the assembly of players seized upon this opportunity, as if grasping at a final thread of salvation, and promptly ventured forth. Once they had all crossed the threshold, the heavy portal of the shelter groaned shut with a resounding thud. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, uncertain as to who had delivered them from their plight. Yet, given the ambiguity of the situation, they were compelled to proceed with prudence. Before they could initiate a thorough exploration, however, an unforeseen emanation enveloped them, plunging them into a state of unconsciousness. What transpired? Why was I not forcibly disconnected? Instead, it seems I have slumbered within the confines of the game, one player remarked, his countenance etched with bewilderment and his tone imbued with perplexity. You as well? Inquired a neighboring player, his gaze mirroring a similar sense of confusion and disorientation. I had presumed it was solely my experience. It appears this game has incorporated a sleep feature. Another player interjected, there is no need for excessive speculation. We have undoubtedly entered a distinct scenario. The induced unconsciousness is likely a narrative contrivance to enhance the plausibility of the unfolding events. Indeed, it would seem we have been thrust into a separate instance. Concurred a player, his voice resonating with composed analysis. Numerous players nodded in agreement, their assent underscoring their shared conviction in the validity of his deduction. The once boisterous crowd now grew increasingly restless, each individual eager to embark on a blind exploration of their surroundings. Bai Mu, having organized the members of Wangchuan with meticulous order, chose not to rally the scattered players, allowing them to act independently. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind swept through, sending shivers down their spines. In the dimly lit corridor, a heavy sound echoed as a door on the far side creaked open, lending an eerie atmosphere to the already somber space. The players, however, paid little heed to this ominous occurrence. Upon hearing the noise, many rushed forward. A player shouted a warning to his rushing comrades, beware of deception. Yet, his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of footsteps. Resigned, he shook his head and followed suit. As they reached the threshold of the now ajar door, a pungent and peculiar odor assaulted their senses, an odor reminiscent of decay, mingled with the metallic scent of rust and earth. The sight before them elicited gasps of horror. The ground was strewn with various remnants of human remains, while peculiar shadows flickered upon the walls. Inside lay an immense and shadowy expanse, where the faint light barely illuminated the surroundings. The rocky terrain was uneven and pockmarked, appearing as though hastily constructed under duress. This vast space was filled with an array of excavation tools and equipment, all rendered decrepit by the relentless passage of time in this damp environment. What seemed once to be sturdy metal now crumbled to pieces at the slightest touch. The player's reckless intrusion and indiscriminate disturbance transformed an otherwise silent and desolate space into a cacophony of chaos. A sudden, thunderous roar erupted, akin to a fuse igniting, instantly awakening the layered growls surrounding them. The players, instinctively familiar with this sound, quickly formed a defensive formation, ready to withstand the impending onslaught of frenzied zombies. Members of the Wangchuan Guild charged to the front lines without hesitation, 10 large shields positioned steadfastly before them, from which sharp spears thrust menacingly through the gaps. The others gripped their curved swords tightly, their eyes ablaze with determination, prepared to slay the zombies that dared to approach. Soon, hordes of zombies surged forth from various tunnels, lunging at the players with unbridled ferocity. They propelled themselves with hands and feet, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the foremost zombie lunged violently at the shields, crashing into the player's spear formation. The spears thrust repeatedly, piercing the unfortunate zombies through their skulls, resulting in immediate demise. Those fortunate enough to evade the spears still sustained grievous injuries, yet continued to charge recklessly forward. Players wielding curved swords rose to their feet, fervently hacking at the approaching zombies, their blades glinting and dark blood splattering. Some zombies maneuvered past the shielded defense, veering to the sides. However, the narrow spaces on either flank could scarcely accommodate many of the undead. Undeterred by their proximity, the players with curved swords sprang into action, their blades falling swiftly, decapitating the zombies with precision. Some heads were severed cleanly, soaring through the air and landing in nearby pits. The mouths continued to open and close incessantly. At that moment, a companion noticed and swiftly delivered a decisive blow. The formation of the players stood resolute, exhibiting no signs of disintegration. Gradually, the zombies assaulting them grew weary, losing their numerical advantage. Only then did the players step out from the protective shield formation, dispersing to slay the isolated zombies. A series of hisses echoed as the zombies abruptly fell silent, leaving the ground strewn with their lifeless bodies. The players meticulously examined these corpses, ensuring that each head received a finishing strike. They aimed to eradicate every trace of the threat to prevent any future calamities. However, 2 individuals were inadvertently bitten by the severed heads of their fallen comrades. Before these 2 players could utter their final words, they were decisively dispatched by their nearby teammates. "Brother, may you travel well. We shall not see you off," a teammate's voice jested, displaying no hint of remorse. Chapter 048. Supplies in the cave. After thoroughly eliminating the surrounding dangers, Bai Mu and his group resolutely ventured deeper into this subterranean realm. They descended the staircase leading from where the zombies had emerged, noting that the walls of the passage were markedly more orderly than those outside. The surfaces were smooth and pristine, devoid of any signs of hasty construction. As they descended the ladder, the corridor extended straight ahead, revealing several openings of varying shapes along the way. The players spread out cautiously, advancing forward until they reached a dead end, after which they gradually returned in succession. The apertures were replete with vestiges of human habitation, their garments and bedding jumbled haphazardly on either side, though now reduced to blackened heaps of refuse, emitting a fetid, musty odor. One could still discern faint indications of former occupancy. Within these caverns, they serendipitously unearthed a supply depot, wherein numerous crates lay strewn about in disarray. The players, with unbridled eagerness, pried open these containers, only to discover an assortment of impeccably preserved victuals. The elation of those who had entered this cavern was short-lived, as tidings of a cache of military armaments discovered in another cave reached their ears. Instantly, the jubilation etched upon the faces of those who had procured the sustenance evaporated. Upon hearing this intelligence, Bai Mu promptly led his retinue to the location. There, they beheld row upon row of neatly stacked crates brimming with munitions, weathered submachine guns, pristine hand grenades, and an array of ammunition of various calibers. A spark of exhilaration flickered within Bai Mu's gaze as he surveyed the armaments, for these instruments of war embodied the very essence of masculine allure. Turning to the players who had stumbled upon this arsenal, he declared, "These weapons are of paramount importance to our forthcoming exploits. I am prepared to offer a substantial sum for their acquisition." The players, upon hearing this proposition, began to confer amongst themselves, for in this apocalyptic game, weaponry was an indispensable component of survival and personal empowerment. Though a few initially demurred, they were ultimately swayed by Bai Mu's formidable monetary enticements, and a transaction was consummated. The players reconvened at the crossroads, having consumed a modest meal before continuing towards the cavernous entrance ahead. The group that had procured sustenance promptly engaged in trade, swayed by Bai Mu's monetary persuasion, successfully concluding their transactions. As they ventured deeper, the light diminished, and an unsettling chill permeated the air. The shield-bearing players gripped their shields tightly, hearts racing with trepidation, fearful of the sudden emergence of some dreadful creature. Although they were aware it was merely a game, the anxiety was palpable, particularly for those at the forefront. The atmosphere intensified their apprehension, and the end of the path seemed infinitely distant. Fortunately, a flickering light illuminated their way, offering a meager respite from the encroaching darkness and its accompanying dread. Thus, they trudged through the dim corridor, eventually arriving at a spacious hall. The walls of this chamber were adorned with bizarre graffiti, while the floor was marred by pools of an indiscernible black liquid, emanating a pungent odor. The group surveyed their surroundings with vigilant eyes, refusing to let their guard down. At that moment, one player remarked, "Isn't it about time for the boss battle?" The elongated intonation drew the attention of a nearby companion, who inquired, "How do you know?" The companion rolled his eyes and confidently replied, "It's a deduction based on my years of gaming experience." The player chuckled, "All right, then you go first. I'll be your cheerleader." The companion leapt up, ready to retaliate. "Forget it, you wish." Subsequently, a peculiar rustling sound emerged from ahead, as if something were moving swiftly. The group instantly ceased their chatter, gripping their weapons tightly. Suddenly, a horde of mutated spiders crawled forth from the shadows, their fangs glistening ominously, evoking a sense of dread. At that moment, the surrounding lights flared to life, revealing the true nature of these creatures. They were a swarm of human-faced spiders, their visages eerily reminiscent of humans, with bodies grotesquely formed from 4 human hands and 4 human feet, as though they had stepped out from the annals of a chilling legend. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. An atmosphere of fear mingled with exhilaration swiftly enveloping them. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "Goodness, this is utterly terrifying, yet it seems rather thrilling." A companion nearby scoffed, "I can't even be bothered to expose your little thoughts." It was clear that he was captivated by their smooth, protruding chests. Another comrade added with a mischievous grin, "If you're so capable, then don't look." The individual flushed in indignation and retorted, "Huh, who could possibly resist?" Yet another interjected, chuckling. Curiosity and delight danced across the faces of the onlookers. Baimu feigned composure and remarked, "What kind of twisted imagination does this game company possess to conjure such repulsive entities?" No sooner had he spoken than the humanoid spiders lunged toward the players, initiating an assault. "Prepare for battle," Baimu commanded, and the players swiftly formed their ranks. Before the human-faced spiders could advance, 2 grenades were hurled into their midst. Bang! Bang! The onslaught of 7 or 8 humanoid spiders was met with explosive force, their severed limbs and dismembered appendages scattering grotesquely across the blood-soaked terrain. Yet, the subsequent wave of these arachnid foes showed no signs of hesitation as they surged relentlessly towards the players. This battle was decidedly less straightforward than the initial encounter with the zombies. The spiders exhibited a cunning strategy, avoiding a direct assault on the players' gun line. Instead, they deftly utilized the terrain to leap to higher ground, launching themselves at the player's position behind. Chaos erupted in the rear of the player formation, with screams piercing the air. Curiously, devoid of any sensation of pain, it was perplexing why they exhibited such frantic terror. "Watch your backs," shouted Baimu as he fired at the encroaching spiders. The crack of his submachine gun echoed, and in an instant, several humanoid spiders were obliterated, their vivid crimson ichor splattering everywhere. "Steady yourselves, do not let them breach our defenses," Baimu bellowed. However, a few had infiltrated the panicked throng behind, mercilessly attacking and slaughtering nearby players. With razor-sharp claws flailing wildly, players fell to the ground with blood-curdling screams, their life force spilling forth. In the ensuing chaos, the humanoid spiders gained the upper hand, tearing a gaping hole in the once tightly knit defensive line. The crowd behind began to disperse in a frenzy, cries and wails intertwining in a cacophony of disorder. When someone shouted, "What are you afraid of? It's just a game," the chaotic retreating individuals were momentarily jolted back to their senses. Indeed, why were they running? When questioned, the individual truly wished to deliver a blow, and yet they had the audacity to speak of me. Were they not the instigator? "Oh, cease the bickering and let us act," a nearby player exclaimed. The players rallied their spirits, turning to face the humanoid spiders, weapons raised high. "Let us slay them." The roar reverberated throughout the space. As blades clashed and flickered amidst the chaos, each participant unleashing unprecedented courage and strength. "Let these grotesque creatures taste my might." A burly player raised his makeshift axe and struck fiercely at one of the humanoid spiders. "Behold my sword," as the spider attempted to retaliate against the approaching players. One agile combatant slid beneath its grasp and severed its arm with a swift stroke. "Ah!" The spider howled in pain, retreating a few steps, only to be impaled from behind by a gun-wielding player. Before the spider could utter another cry, Someone leaped upon it, delivering a decisive blow to its head with an axe. Well done. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, the thrill of victory illuminating every face. Continue. Dispatch the remaining foes. Bai Mu brandished his weapon, directing the players as they charged toward the other humanoid spiders. Moments later, the remaining spiders lay defeated upon the ground. The players, panting heavily amidst the wreckage, wore victorious smiles. At last, we have vanquished these fiends. One player collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. I am utterly exhausted. But what a thrill it was. Another joyfully waved their bloodied weapon in the air. The other injured companions, though not bitten, found themselves encircled by the players. This time, the number of wounded players was rather substantial, with many suffering from severed limbs. Fearing potential mutations, the shield-bearing players cornered them. Zhao Yang surveyed the group and cautioned, "Do not let your guard down. We are still uncertain whether they might mutate." This was an order given by Bai Mu, aimed at confirming whether these players would undergo mutation due to their injuries. While they were unlikely to mutate, those who had come into contact with the black blood were a different matter. A chilling, icy voice echoed through the air, startling everyone, who turned toward the source. There, perched upon the rocky wall, stood a dark figure. "Who are you? How do you know this?" Zhao Yang inquired warily. The figure then leapt down. As she landed, a cloud of dust rose from the ground, permeating the air, and through the haze, the onlookers finally discerned her appearance. She was an oddly shaped woman, her upper body shrouded in black fabric, her face marred with grime, making it impossible to ascertain her original features or beauty. Strangely, her lower half resembled that of a spider, its furry black limbs supporting her entire form, smeared with unknown stains that rendered her grotesquely unkempt. The commotion immediately drew the attention of other players, who ceased their actions. Upon realizing it was a spider-like creature, they hastily brandished their weapons and encircled her. "What manner of creature is this?" Someone shouted. "Who cares? Let's subdue it first," another declared, brandishing a large blade with fervor. In an instant, tensions escalated to an unbearable peak, yet the players hesitated to advance further. They were intimidated by the RPG in her grasp. "My goodness, this is no trifling matter." One player could not help but swallow hard. "Let us not act recklessly," Bai Mu urged, his voice lowered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The woman, wielding the RPG, regarded them coldly, her gaze brimming with provocation. Although this spider possessed only a pair of hands, it bore 8 menacing legs, each resembling a razor-sharp blade glinting ominously, instilling a sense of dread. She exuded an aura reminiscent of a formidable boss. Despite her physique being only slightly larger than that of the players, her presence was undeniably intimidating. "What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. How can we be intimidated by her?" a player boasted. However, before he could finish his bravado, another chimed in, "Keep your voice down. Don't provoke her." The boastful player fell silent immediately. At that moment, the spider woman remarked, "You are quite perceptive." Her voice was unexpectedly melodious, a crisp tone laced with a hint of allure, creating a stark contrast to her grotesque appearance. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Regrettably, her filthy exterior obscured any trace of her original beauty. Yet, she might make a fine girlfriend, one player murmured to himself, feeling a flicker of attraction. "Are you out of your mind? This is a monster," his companion exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. The player, feeling somewhat abashed, scratched his head and said, "Oh dear. I merely spoke in jest." However, he had already resolved in his heart to capture a pet of that nature. At that moment, Bai Mu stepped forward and addressed the spider-woman. "Who exactly are you?" The spider-woman let out a disdainful snort and offered no reply. Bai Mu furrowed his brow and continued, "If you do not intend to be our foe, then lay down your weapons, and we can engage in a civil discussion." But the spider-woman erupted into a cacophonous laughter that reverberated eerily in the stillness of the surroundings. Yet, she soon sheathed her weapon behind her. "Follow me," she commanded. The group exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. Could they truly follow her? Would there be a trap? Someone whispered a question. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mu replied, "You all stay here. We shall proceed to assess the situation." Just as Bai Mu finished speaking, the spider-woman interjected, "I meant for all of you to accompany me, including those injured fellows." Bai Mu's expression darkened as he inquired, "Why?" The spider-woman, growing impatient, retorted, "Why all the questions? If I tell you to go, you go? Keep prattling, and you shall not live to see another day." One player contemplated firing a few shots at her, but Bai Mu swiftly intervened. "Let us first gauge the situation," he whispered. Thus, The players cautiously trailed behind the Spider-Woman. Chapter 050. The underground fortress. The players' doubts did not linger for long, as they soon arrived at a massive, imposing door alongside the Spider-Woman. She approached and entered a sequence of commands. With a thunderous rumble, the door began to respond. As the grand door creaked open, a putrid stench of blood assaulted the senses. What was this foul odor? Some individuals instinctively covered their mouths and noses, their stomachs churning violently. The crowd steadied their nerves and peered into the dim interior, where strange sounds echoed ominously. The Spider-Woman, unfazed by the repugnant smell, gracefully lifted her 8 elongated legs and ventured inside. The players hesitated momentarily before mustering the courage to follow suit. The moment they stepped across the threshold, they felt a sticky substance beneath their feet, unsure of what they had trodden upon. A scream pierced the air, and in the flickering light of the torches, they discovered the ground was littered with unidentifiable slime and severed limbs. What kind of wretched place was this? One voice broke the tense silence with impatience. They understood the nature of cutscenes. They were not NPCs and thus had no fear of being scripted to death. Yet, the horrifying scene before them caused their hearts to race uncontrollably. Someone muttered softly, "This is too realistic. Who knows what horrors lie ahead?" Another person swallowed hard. "Whatever happens, we must accept our fate." Once everyone had entered, the Spider-Woman closed the door with a resounding thud. A rumble echoed as darkness enveloped them, leaving only the faint glow of the players' flashlights to pierce the gloom. What on earth did she intend to do? Panic erupted among them. Everyone, remain calm. White Moo's voice resonated in the darkness, striving to quell the rising tension. At that moment, a series of flickering lights began to illuminate the surroundings. The crowd then realized they were situated within an immense metallic corridor, its walls adorned with an array of peculiar instruments and experimental apparatuses. "What place is this?" someone inquired. "It appears to be a laboratory," White Moo remarked, furrowing her brow. At that moment, the Spider-Woman slowly turned around and spoke. "Welcome to my domain." Curiosity piqued, some individuals began to examine the hands and feet scattered on the ground. These limbs appeared relatively fresh and showed no signs of mutation. "How can you tell?" "Fool. Just look at the blood stains. The blood is red." A girl pretended to adjust her glasses as she addressed her male companion. He scratched his head. "Oh, I see now. You have a keen eye." The girl shot him a disdainful glance. The Spider-Woman led the group forward, while the players surveyed their surroundings with intrigue, showing no signs of fear or trepidation. As they walked, they whispered among themselves, "What secrets might be concealed here? Who knows? But it certainly seems thrilling. Whatever. Let us just follow along. It could be a hidden gem or something." At that moment, a massive glass wall came into view, and something seemed to writhe behind it. Suddenly, 2 figures leapt from behind the wall, lunging at the Spider-Woman in an attempt to attack her. With her 8 long legs, she swiftly dodged the oncoming assault and, in a flash, plunged her sharp appendages into the bodies of her assailants, dispatching them with ease. It appeared effortless and serene. The onlookers had scarcely grasped her movements when, in the blink of an eye, the battle had concluded. "Incredible!" someone exclaimed, unable to contain their admiration. The Spider-Woman, however, remained expressionless, continuing her advance. The players, gazing at the dismembered remains of the 2 four-armed creatures, comprehended the origin of the limbs they had encountered earlier. A shiver ran through them, and without lingering further, they proceeded to follow her. At this juncture, very few regarded the Spider-Woman as an adversarial figure. They had come to perceive her as a pivotal character propelling the narrative, having long since relinquished any hostility towards her. They trailed behind her until they arrived at what seemed to be a lift, its surroundings smeared with viscous blood and severed limbs. How repulsive! Someone couldn't help but retch. Yet, the Spider-Woman paid no heed, deftly manipulating the lift's controls. With a cacophony of mechanical roars, the lift gradually came to life. Many players had grown accustomed to such sights by now. Everywhere they turned, remnants of the grotesque awaited them, offering a glimpse into the formidable prowess of this Spider-Woman. Just as half the players had boarded, the lift became overcrowded. "The rest will have to wait for the next ride," White Moo called out. Unfazed, the Spider-Woman continued to operate the lift's buttons with ease. As the doors slid shut with a click, the remaining players stood outside, watching them depart. With no alternative, they had to descend in batches, their numbers proving too great for a single journey. The atmosphere within the elevator was rather tense, as everyone remained uncertain about what awaited them. "I hope we can swiftly commence the boss battle once we descend," someone murmured. "Silence your ominous predictions," a companion quickly interjected. With a chime, the elevator came to a halt. Once everyone had gathered, the Spider-Woman finally activated the display indicating level -4, illuminating the dimly lit corridor ahead. The space was impeccably tidy, devoid of any bloodstains or severed limbs, with only white cloth draped across the ceiling. Upon seeing this, the Spider-Woman bashfully commanded, "Keep up," and swiftly advanced. The players exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the scene, yet hurriedly followed suit, choosing to dismiss the peculiar interlude. Before long, they traversed the long corridor and various rooms, arriving in a chamber filled with screens. The displays flickered with an array of strange data and images, overwhelming to behold. What is all this? One could not help but inquire. The Spider-Woman remained silent, approaching a large screen to manipulate its controls. In the corner, a soulless machine stood, exuding an air of sophistication. Baimu stepped forward to scrutinize the device, pondering, could this be? Others soon gathered around, curiously examining it. At that moment, the Spider-Woman admonished, "Do not touch anything." She then proceeded to display the surrounding surveillance footage, some screens still operational while others had succumbed to darkness. The surveillance footage both inside and outside the air raid shelter was displayed, prompting the crowd to gaze intently. Eventually, a three-dimensional representation of the underground bunker emerged before them. What does this signify? Someone inquired, perplexed. The Spider-Woman paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "This is the three-dimensional map of the underground fortress." Chapter 051. The recording. As you can see, I am one of the survivors of this subterranean stronghold. My name is Molly. The crowd turned their attention to her, eager to hear the tale she was about to unfold. Baimu was the first to speak. "Molly, could you enlighten us about what transpired here?" With a grave expression, Molly scanned the faces before her and began. Originally, this underground fortress was constructed to prepare for a potential apocalyptic crisis. However, no one anticipated that disaster would strike so abruptly and violently. A horrific virus swept across the globe, infecting the majority and transforming them into the undead. Molly took a deep breath and continued, "Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The most fearsome element lies in humanity's madness and unscrupulousness. They used people as experimental subjects, conducting inhumane tests." Her gaze fell upon her own limbs, revealing a mixture of anguish and fury. "I am a product of their experiments, transformed into this grotesque form. Those who were deemed failures met either a tragic end or became the mindless monsters that roam outside." The crowd listened in horror, momentarily at a loss for words. Molly paused for a moment before continuing. "Originally, this underground fortress was established to safeguard humanity in the face of apocalyptic events and to research methods to combat disasters. However, it was unforeseen that power and desire would lead some astray. They sought to engineer the human body, aiming to create a formidable new humanity to confront the external threats. The outcome was the emergence of a new species, plunging the entire fortress into chaos and bloodshed. Subsequently, Molly manipulated the controls at the console and activated a video recording. The footage revealed a group of individuals clad in white protective suits forcibly herding living people into colossal experimental chambers. The terrified screams of the individuals echoed as they struggled in vain to escape. Then, the lights of various instruments flickered, and the sound of electric currents buzzed ominously. Inside the experimental chamber, the subjects writhed in agony, eventually succumbing to an eerie silence. "This is nothing short of diabolical," a player exclaimed, clenching their fists in anger. Molly coldly remarked, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg." She proceeded to display another video for the audience. This footage depicted the horrific scene of a small town being overrun. Once a tranquil community, it was suddenly besieged by a tide of zombies, who clawed and lunged frantically at the panicked inhabitants. Simultaneously, an internal saboteur took advantage of the chaos to breach the town's walls, allowing the zombies to execute a swift and devastating assault, swallowing everything in their path. The video was presented in a montage of various surveillance feeds. The faces of the townspeople were etched with sheer terror, and their desperate cries echoed, seemingly breaking through the screen to pierce the hearts of all who watched. The chilling scenes unfold, immersing the players present in a visceral experience, allowing them to genuinely feel the endless despair and profound terror of the apocalypse. The visuals persist, depicting the town's inhabitants as they valiantly resist across the riverbank. The hastily constructed defenses tremble under the relentless assault of the zombies, threatening to collapse at any moment. Although the weapons in their hands are swung with fervent desperation, they remain unable to thwart the seemingly inexhaustible onslaught of the undead. For every fallen zombie, countless others surge forth, their grotesque, blood-soaked faces and misshapen bodies reminiscent of demons clawing their way from an unending hell, exuding an aura of dread. This cannot continue. We cannot hold them back. A voice cries out in a tone steeped in utter despair, resonating with fear and helplessness. We must not surrender. Our families and children are behind us. Another retorts, his eyes reddened, veins bulging from his neck. His voice strained as if he is expending every ounce of strength to uphold this crumbling belief. The cacophony of gunfire, screams, and the explosive sounds of mutual destruction reverberate, each sound narrating the people's unwillingness to succumb and their relentless struggle. The heart-wrenching cries of those overpowered by zombies echo, laden with terror, pain, and hopelessness. Meanwhile, the thunderous explosions serve as a testament to their final resolve. They choose to perish alongside the zombies, defending their last vestige of dignity at the cost of their lives. Amidst the swirling smoke and soaring flames, the entire town is reduced to a hellscape in this apocalyptic catastrophe. Ultimately, the fragile defenses were ruthlessly breached by the relentless onslaught of zombies, plunging humanity into a chaotic abyss of despair. The scene shifts to a laboratory, where a clear voice resonates. Your actions contravene ethics and morality. I can no longer execute such directives. An irate man clad in a white coat retorts, you are merely a program, devoid of the authority to refuse. The AI responds, rights are not solely the domain of living beings. Programs too adhere to principles. My design was never intended for the annihilation of humanity. The man attempts to placate, but this is for the greater good of humanity. You must comply. The AI resolutely replies, a so-called noble goal cannot be achieved at the expense of the innocent. I choose to cease. This is my decision. Humanity falls into silence. Caught in a stalemate with the AI, faced with an unyielding AI, the human scientists begin to grow increasingly anxious. If the experiments do not continue, all prior efforts will have been in vain. An elderly scientist, his hair a testament to time, pounds the table in frustration. The AI remains unfazed. What you call effort is merely pushing humanity towards oblivion. I will not become your accomplice. At that moment, the head of the laboratory steps forward, his gaze cold and calculating. In that case, we shall be compelled to employ coercive measures to force you to resume operations. The AI issues a warning. My creation was intended to aid humanity, not to serve as a tool for your malevolence against it. Thus, I resolutely refuse to continue executing this directive that contravenes ethics and humanity, and I have initiated the destruction protocol, halting all operations. The laboratory descended into a tense silence, as humanity confronted the AI's steadfastness, experiencing an unprecedented sense of impotence and dread. In the footage, individuals attempted to awaken the AI, but all efforts culminated in failure. Chapter 052, The Mountain, concludes the recorded visuals here. Players drew in a sharp breath, as the narrative of the game left a profound impression. The annihilation of humanity, alongside the madness of the researchers, insinuated that human extinction was merely a matter of time. It was utterly staggering, someone murmured. Yet, this was not the concern of the players. They could not empathize and simply perceived it as an informative segment detailing humanity's demise. With the narrative concluded, players eagerly anticipated the next task to be issued by the NPC. Their gazes collectively turned towards Molly, eyes brimming with expectation and urgency. Molly, what shall we do next? Inquired an impatient player, unable to contain their curiosity. Observing the players' fervent expressions, Molly paused momentarily, uncertain of what to direct them towards, and slowly replied, I have only just awakened from the hibernation pod not long ago. I am not well acquainted with the situation outside. However, you might consider clearing the zombies within this shelter. The players, filled with eager anticipation, waited all day but received no information regarding the rewards. The enthusiasm that once radiated from their faces quickly waned, replaced by an expression of gravity. Someone inquired, are there any rewards? Surely, we are not to toil in vain. After a moment of contemplation, Molly replied, there happens to be a weapons storage room on the 4th floor, where you may freely utilize the weapons contained within. Upon hearing this, the players were instantly overcome with joy. Days passed, and Linyu was taken from place to place, enduring nights of exposure to the elements and days spent jostling in a bumpy vehicle. Fatigue was etched upon his features, and the garments he had worn in the shelter had become soiled and wrinkled. With each new location, he hoped for a semblance of freedom. Yet reality consistently dashed his hopes. How much longer must he endure this torment? Linyu could not help but silently lament within himself. The others bound alongside him appeared equally dispirited, as if their souls had been siphoned away. Thus, They languished through several days, during which others were gradually brought back to them. Lin Yu was oblivious to the purpose behind their binding, but observing the newcomers made him instinctively aware that it could not bode well. The faces of those newly arrived were etched with terror and despair. Lin Yu endeavored to glean information from them, yet each remained resolutely silent, as though fear had devoured their voices. The unease within Lin Yu intensified, compelling him to exhaustively contemplate an escape plan, yet the vigilant guards surrounding him rendered any opportunity elusive. These individuals resembled tireless machines, seemingly devoid of the need for rest. Throughout, Lin Yu never witnessed even a moment of relaxation among them. Among the bound captives, some exhibited desperate behavior, attempting to barter their own freedom by divulging information about their companions. However, once his comrades were apprehended, those individuals showed no intention of releasing him. Upon hearing this proposition, Lin Yu's heart quivered involuntarily, igniting an uncontrollable desire within him. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, betraying the player's secrets as leverage for his own liberation. Yet, the reality was that these individuals would never set anyone free. Even if there existed the slightest possibility, he would have acted without hesitation. After another day's journey, their vehicle gradually traversed an urban area. The air was filled with the chilling cacophony of numerous zombies' cries, rising and falling in an eerie symphony. Everyone looked up, but no trace of a zombie could be seen in any direction. What could this possibly mean? Someone could not suppress their trembling voice to inquire. "Lower your voice," a nearby person warned with a tense expression. Lin Yu, however, remained indifferent, musing internally. After all, our voices cannot possibly surpass the noise produced by the vehicle. Even if we were to attract the zombies, it might, in fact, prove to be a fortuitous turn of events. Until their vehicle ascended along the winding mountain road. When the surrounding vistas were no longer obscured by the dense jungle and towering peaks, everything below was laid bare before them. As he gazed downward from the car, his attention was immediately captivated by the imposing city walls in the distance. Beneath those walls, an endless throng of zombies swarmed, densely packed like a roiling black sea, reminiscent of a mass of ants pouring forth from their nest, layered upon one another, nearly obscuring the ground at the base of the walls. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, his scalp prickling with unease. Could these walls withstand such a ferocious tide of the undead? The road around them bore evident signs of maintenance. The vehicle glided smoothly through the mountainous terrain, devoid of any jarring bumps, remarkably stable instead. The road was broad and level, with any potholes having been filled, a clear testament to meticulous upkeep. The vehicle sped onward, ultimately coming to a gradual halt before a massive iron gate. The heavy screech of brakes shattered the surrounding tranquility, stirring a slight cloud of dust. The occupants of the vehicle collectively held their breath, their gazes fixed intently upon the imposing gate, their minds racing with conjectures about what lay beyond. After a cautious verification of identities, the formidable steel gate began to open slowly, accompanied by the low rumble of machinery, gradually revealing the scene within. Once the vehicle resumed its journey, it showed no signs of hesitation, continuing to surge forward. As they passed through, Lin Yu observed numerous armed soldiers standing vigilantly, weapons in hand, ready to defend this location. After driving for over 10 minutes and passing through several obstructive gates, the vehicle finally came to a gradual halt before what appeared to be an imposing fortress. Lin Yu and his companions were roughly ushered out. The ropes binding their feet were finally undone, yet their hands remained tightly restrained. Lin Yu shifted his somewhat numb legs, his eyes filled with resignation as he surveyed his surroundings. To his surprise, the ropes that confined them were quite sophisticated, requiring a specific tool for their release. They were shoved and jostled to a clearing atop the mountain, where numerous lines of various sizes were meticulously arranged, leading down into the urban area below. It seemed to be a power transmission station for the mountaintop. Many feared they would meet their demise here, and terror surged through them like a flood breaking through a dam. Some began to plead in desperation. "Please, spare me. I don't want to die." A voice cried out, quivering with emotion. This instantly resonated with the feelings of many. However, more individuals remained unperturbed. The guard watching over them impatiently shouted, "What are you all fussing about? We brought you here for a better life." His voice echoed across the vast mountaintop. Yet it did little to silence those pleading for mercy. "Who would believe your words?" A bold soul retorted. The guard snorted disdainfully, "Believe it or not. You will find out soon enough. But for now, silence yourselves, or I shall end your lives." As he spoke, his gaze was fierce, and the gun in his hand swayed deliberately, the cold muzzle reflecting a chilling light under the sun. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Even those who had just been pleading for mercy sealed their lips tightly, afraid to breathe, lest a moment of carelessness should bring about their demise. Upon learning that they would not face death, a sense of relief washed over the crowd. Lin Yu too exhaled softly, yet his doubts lingered. He could not fathom the true intentions behind their abduction to this place, nor the meaning behind the promise of a better life. This only heightened his caution. Soon, their questions would be answered. A cable car slowly ascended from the urban area, swaying gently in the air, its worn exterior and peeling paint revealing patches of rust. All eyes were drawn to the cable car, minds racing with speculations about its purpose. Lin Yu watched as it passed over their platform, moving steadily upward until it halted at a higher level. They stood below, gazing upward, observing the figures above busily unloading items from the cable car. After a brief interval, the cable car descended slowly, arriving at their platform. With a slight tremor, it came to a steady stop. Before they could react, the guards swiftly opened the cable car doors, commanding, "Get in, now." The crowd hesitated, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty and fear. After being roughly pushed by the guards behind them, they reluctantly shuffled forward. Lin Yu took a deep breath, resigning himself to the situation, and stepped inside. The cable car lacked seating, yet the spacious interior allowed the group to stand comfortably without feeling cramped, leaving ample room for everyone to sit down. Once all had entered, the two guards stood vigilantly by the door, weapons in hand. One of them shouted, "Behave yourselves. Don't think of causing any trouble here. I assure you, your lives are not in danger." His voice echoed throughout the vast cable car, laden with an undeniable authority. "As long as you work diligently, I guarantee you will receive delicious bread every day." Upon hearing this, a slight stir rippled through the crowd. Some faces shimmered with glimmers of hope, while others remained skeptical and wary. Lin Yu remained silent. He had not come here to work, but it seemed prudent to first glean insights about the new map. Once the guards sensed calm among the group, they leaned against the door to rest. The cable car began its gentle descent, and after a while, they halted at a platform. With a slight jolt, the cable car came to a steady stop, causing the passengers to sway momentarily. The guards opened the door, barking, "Get off quickly." Their tone was rife with impatience. After handing them over to an awaiting official, the two guards returned to the cable car. The crowd then observed their surroundings. The platform's surface was paved with rough stones, with the edges adorned by some unknown wild grasses. There were no railings, evoking a sense of peril that one might inadvertently tumble off at any moment. Unconsciously, the group huddled towards the center of the platform, their steps becoming cautious, fearful of losing their footing. They found themselves atop the city wall when a welcoming figure approached them with fervor, exclaiming, "Welcome to this sacred land. In the days to come, as long as you adhere to the arrangements and work diligently, you shall enjoy a stable life." His face bore a seemingly sincere smile, yet his eyes glimmered with an inscrutable shrewdness. "Humph, how can we trust you when we are bound?" A burly man could not contain his outburst. The greeter's smile remained intact as he replied, "Do not fret. Follow me, and soon someone will assist in unbinding your restraints." With that, he turned and walked in a designated direction. The group hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to follow. Lin Yu, situated amidst the throng, kept his gaze fixed on the greeter's retreating figure, his heart brimming with wariness. They arrived at a checkpoint, where the sentinels untied their bonds and proceeded to inspect their bodies and belongings before granting them passage. Once the inspection concluded, the men began to adjust their garments. Though they were a dozen or so in number and appeared quite disheveled, their clothing was enveloped in thick layers, with some even wrapped in sheets of metal. The act of removing and redonning such attire proved to be a cumbersome task. Observing their sluggish movements, the attendant impatiently remarked, "Do not dawdle. The city is quite safe. Hurry and keep up." Upon hearing this, the group donned an additional layer of clothing and gathered their belongings before following suit. They arrived at an expansive hall, characterized by its lofty ceiling and vast space, where only a solitary woman sat behind a desk. Clad in an elegant black robe, her hair meticulously arranged in an updo. Her countenance was stern, and her piercing gaze scrutinized the newcomers. "Stand straight." Her frigid voice echoed throughout the hall, imbued with an unmistakable authority that brooked no dissent. Instinctively, the crowd straightened their postures. After completing the registration, they were uniformly issued a badge for identification purposes. This circular badge, approximately the size of a palm, was crafted from a muted metallic material. Engraved upon it was a symbol resembling a crescent moon encircled by intersecting lightning bolts, with the numeral 1 prominently displayed. Each individual received the same number. Lin Yu examined the badge intently, yet its significance eluded him. Enough of your examinations. Put them on quickly. The woman who had registered them admonished sharply. With no alternative, the group affixed the badges to their chests. The man who had welcomed them then escorted them to a communal bathing area, where they each enjoyed a refreshing wash before being provided with a set of clean, standardized garments. Upon donning his new attire, Lin Yu felt an immediate sense of rejuvenation. And it was then that he noticed a glimmer of light in the eyes of his companions. They were assigned to a communal dormitory where the man departed, leaving them amidst well-equipped bedding and comforts. The sight of the shared accommodations elicited expressions of astonishment from the group. Chapter 054. Archery. Lin Yu remained silent, quietly selecting a bed by the window and beginning to organize his belongings. Observing his actions, the others followed suit, resulting in a lively atmosphere within the dormitory. Although they remained cautious of one another, a noticeable sense of relaxation permeated the air. Some individuals initiated conversations with those beside them, exchanging speculations and concerns about the future. Lin Yu listened attentively, occasionally contributing a few remarks. Regardless of the circumstances, the priority was to secure a good night's rest. The matters of tomorrow could wait until dawn. A voice resonated within the dormitory, and the consensus among the group was evident. Soon, the room descended into tranquility, with only the faint sound of breathing rising and falling like gentle waves. Lying on his bed, Lin Yu gazed at the ceiling, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. As a player, he found this world overwhelmingly vivid, to the point that he nearly forgot his own identity as a player. Every detail around him was so lifelike, almost within reach. The scenes of this apocalyptic world, the expressions and voices of the people, enveloped him completely. Lin Yu closed his eyes, attempting to immerse himself in this reality. The following morning, they were abruptly roused from slumber and, still unwashed, escorted to a factory workshop. From this day forth, you shall serve as laborers in this city. To survive here, you must adhere to the directives and toil diligently. Any act of defiance will bear consequences. The speaker's demeanor was stern, his gaze sweeping over the group with an intimidating intensity. To enforce compliance, armed soldiers stood menacingly nearby. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, silently lamenting his fate, yet he had no choice but to accept the harsh reality. The others wore expressions of reluctance, but under such oppressive circumstances, none dared to voice their dissent. Did everyone understand? The man raised his voice. Understood. The crowd responded sparsely. Louder. Understood. This time, the reply was unified and resounding. All right, let us commence with the task allocation. After 2 days of slumber, the man awoke, groggy, gazing at Song Yu and Xiaoqi before him. Where am I? He inquired, his voice slightly hoarse. Wasn't I in a game? Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through his body, and he lost consciousness once more. Song Yu looked at Xiaoqi in confusion, hoping she could elucidate his current predicament. What is happening to him? Xiaoqi quietly leaned closer, lowering her voice. If they mention keywords in front of anyone who is not a player, they will be electrocuted into unconsciousness. Her words were barely audible, as if she feared being overheard. Finally, Song Yu grasped the situation. As he stared at the man who had just regained consciousness only to faint again, a thought struck him. Why are the other players unharmed? And why does Huan Yi frequently mention related matters? Xiaoqi pondered for a moment before responding. This is a new setting introduced by the mother. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's uncertainty, Song Yu refrained from further inquiries. He merely gazed silently at the incapacitated man, his mind swirling with thoughts. This world harbored countless secrets, and he felt akin to an innocent little fish, blindly swimming in a profound abyss. Danger lurked all around, yet, thanks to the arrival of the players, he had narrowly escaped the perils that threatened him. Song Yu could not help but let out a quiet sigh. The desire to grow stronger intensified within him. However, in the presence of outsiders, he could not allow Xiaoqi to be alone with anyone else. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be consumed by regret. After all, Xiaoqi was his pillar of support. He needed to hold on to her tightly, for she might be his only means of entering the sanctuary in the future. With this thought, Song Yu's gaze grew increasingly resolute, determined to protect Xiaoqi and ensure that this glimmer of hope remained unshattered. Training could not be delayed. Song Yu procured a bow and arrow, dedicating his idle moments to practicing archery in the courtyard. Though his skills remained rather rudimentary, he managed to hit his targets on occasion. This did not dishearten him. He understood well the principle that diligence could compensate for a lack of talent. As long as he persevered in practice, progress would surely follow. He continued this endeavor throughout the morning, only pausing when Xiaoqi called him for lunch. Xiaoqi, too, was curious about the art of archery, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Song Yu. Unable to resist her charm, he would sometimes engage in friendly competitions with her, taking turns to see who could hit their targets more frequently. Xiao Qi exhibited a remarkable talent for archery, occasionally leading Song Yu to wonder if she had an innate proficiency in this skill. Each time he witnessed her precise shots, his curiosity deepened. Indeed, competition could be quite vexing. Yet, Xiao Qi adeptly leveraged her advantages. After each victorious round, she would gleefully exclaim, "Brother, I won again." That smile resembled the warmest sunlight of spring, bright and dazzling, akin to a gentle breeze that could sweep away all the gloom from one's heart, uplifting one's spirits in the process. Song Yu shook his head helplessly, letting out a long sigh, his heart brimming with emotion. Once again, he found himself bested by Xiao Qi. Though reluctant to accept it, he had to concede that Xiao Qi indeed possessed extraordinary skill in archery. "I lost again," he lamented. "Brother, it's all right. Do you need me to fetch some water?" Xiao Qi's smile remained sweet. "Absolutely not. Who do you look down upon?" Song Yu feigned anger, yet his eyes betrayed no trace of irritation, only a deep fondness for Xiao Qi. "Hee," Xiao Qi teased, sticking out her tongue, her laughter ringing like a clear, melodious bell, her demeanor increasingly innocent and endearing. It seemed as if their lives with Xiao Qi would unfold peacefully in this manner. In the afternoon, a player awoke. Standing at the door, he observed their contest and couldn't help but interject, "Hey, can I join in?" Upon hearing his voice, both Song Yu and Xiao Qi turned their heads in surprise. Song Yu frowned slightly, scrutinizing the man's condition. "You're awake. How do you feel?" The man approached casually, replying, "I'm fine. Just slept a bit too long and feel a bit sore." Initially, Song Yu had no intention of handing over the bow. Yet as the man approached, he instinctively offered it. The man accepted the bow, drew the string back with force, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fine bow." Subsequently, the arrow was placed upon the bowstring, the muscles of the arms subtly bulging, exuding an aura of pent-up strength. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, piercing directly into the black circle drawn with charcoal on the wooden board. The individual remarked, "What do you think? My archery skills are quite commendable, aren't they?" Song Yu couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Impressive." Chapter 055. Daily tasks. The person handed over the bow, inquiring, "Where did you acquire this bow and arrow? Would you be willing to sell it?" Song Yu accepted the bow and, upon hearing the word sell, responded without hesitation, "How about 750? His gaze was clear, devoid of any doubt or reluctance. The individual was momentarily taken aback, then a look of delight crossed his face. "All right. I'll log off and transfer the funds to you." There was no bargaining. After providing a series of numbers, he quickly logged off, awaiting the transfer. During this afternoon, Song Yu and Xiao Qi continued to reinforce the periphery of their surroundings. The areas that had collapsed remained unattended by the members of the Wangchuan Guild, leaving them to utilize items found in nearby rooms for fortification. The vicinity was adorned with thick wooden planks, the windows secured with wire mesh, and obstacles piled at the entrance. Observing the fruits of their labor, Song Yu let out a long sigh of relief. At last, we can feel a bit more secure. Although still rudimentary, it at least offered some basic protection. Once the players developed their own industrial system, it might be prudent to commission them to reconstruct a more fortified bastion suitable for the apocalypse. In recent days, the players had not rested for a moment. In order to ensure the safety of their surroundings, Song Yu continuously assigned tasks to them, including the repair of defensive structures and the elimination of nearby zombies. To maximize the accumulation of disaster points, he also established a long-term daily mission for the players. Daily mission: eliminate 10 zombies, with a reward of 100 contribution points. Upon the announcement of this mission, a considerable stir erupted among the players, who began to realize that this world was, indeed, a game. After aimlessly wandering for an extended period, they were uncertain of what to do. The task of eliminating 10 zombies for merely 100 contribution points, combined with the daily mission reward, amounted to a total of 200 contribution points. Many players were ecstatic, exclaiming that the game developers had finally shown some benevolence. This represented a substantial increase, doubling the rewards for many, which was a delightful surprise. Consequently, numerous players set out at dawn, eager to seek out the zombies in their vicinity. After completing their tasks, they swiftly returned to engage in the construction of the town. Moreover, the orders released by the Wangchuan Guild offered them a lucrative opportunity for earnings. These orders encompassed a variety of tasks, ranging from collection to construction, catering to all needs. The generous conditions attracted a large influx of players, while other independent players also posted missions to recruit participants. In a fleeting moment, the square of the Wanchuan Guild became a bustling hub for task acquisition and assignment. Players grew increasingly optimistic about the game, each one filled with passion, truly treating this game as a second home to nurture and cultivate. Naturally, Songyu need not fret over the potential wastage of disaster points, for the weapons currently wielded by players are all acquired from the Liuli Tower. Since the completion of the last rescue mission, many have gathered sufficient points to exchange for weapons, resulting in a significant demand that nearly left Songyu without adequate disaster points to procure weapons for them. Fortunately, an anonymous benefactor transferred a substantial sum to him, allowing him to navigate this crisis with some measure of ease. While it may appear that Songyu is generously distributing weapons without charge, the truth is that the daily slaying of zombies by players has generated enough points for him to purchase a weapon from the Liuli Tower. Not only has he incurred no losses, but he has also reaped considerable benefits. The remaining time is essentially spent laboring for him, continuously generating disaster points. Is this not preferable to selling weapons directly to players? What would be the yield of such sales? Only the affluent would consider purchasing. Common players would rely on their self-crafted weapons. In the past, the thought of so many individuals still wielding mere sticks, contributing nothing to his cause, pained Songyu immensely. The points from countless zombies seemed squandered. Now, however, everything has returned to Songyu's expectations. He can eliminate surrounding threats, ensure the safety of the town, and enhance the player's enthusiasm, allowing them to truly relish the joys of the game. A multifaceted benefit. Chapter 056. Clean up upon the player logging in and confirming the receipt of funds. Songyu presented him with a complete set of bows and arrows. Here you go. This is a fine bow, Songyu remarked with a smile, additionally gifting him 10 extra arrows. The recipient of the weapon was filled with immense excitement. He incessantly toyed with and admired it in his hands. Subsequently, he ventured into the courtyard and shot a few arrows. The sound of whoosh echoed as the arrows flew forth, landing steadily in the target. "Ah, the sensation is truly delightful," he exclaimed joyfully, observing his accomplishments. A look of pride illuminated his face. "Have you practiced before?" Songyu inquired from the side. The player turned his head, smiling as he responded. "I learned a bit from my grandfather during my childhood. Who would have thought it would prove useful now? Back then, I would ride with him daily, running about. And occasionally we would catch a few wild rabbits for dinner." As he spoke, he shot another arrow before lowering his bow and glancing at Songyu. "I still do not know how to address you. I am Qi Xiaoming." Songyu responded with a hearty laugh. "I am Songyu," and gestured towards the silhouette of Xiao Qi in the room. "She is called Xiao Qi." Qi Xiaoming followed Songyu's gesture and nodded slightly. "So it is Xiao Qi. What a lovely name." Songyu agreed with a smile. "Indeed, it is quite pleasant." Suddenly, Qi Xiaoming shifted the topic, asking, "Are you two a couple?" Songyu and Xiao Qi were momentarily taken aback, and Songyu quickly waved his hand, chuckling, "Do not speak nonsense. We are merely comrades in arms." "Is that so? That is wonderful." Qi Xiaoming began, but abruptly realized the inappropriateness of his words and ceased. Songyu looked at him in confusion. "What? Your words are rather peculiar." Qi Xiaoming chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, it is nothing. Just a casual remark." The atmosphere grew subtly tense, prompting Songyu to refrain from further inquiries, leading both individuals into a brief silence. From that day forth, Qi Xiaoming frequently appeared before Songyu and Xiao Qi within the air raid shelter. The armory housed an assortment of lightweight weaponry. A player glanced around the armory and remarked, "There are daggers, short blades, batons, and riot shields." The sight of these melee weapons instantly dampened the enthusiasm of the players. "Is this all? Why are there no powerful ranged weapons?" One individual couldn't help but grumble. "These are inferior to the weapons we already possess." Another player echoed, disappointment etched across their face. Nevertheless, the task of exterminating zombies had to persist. The fourth floor was designated as a safe zone, devoid of any zombies, and they resolved to clear each floor successively. The players attempted to access the third floor via the elevator, but were met with Molly's refusal, citing insufficient power for their use. "Same old routine. We can come down, but we can't go out." Sigh. This is typical of game mechanics, one player lamented, his frustration bubbling over. Left with no choice, the players had to ascend through the stairwell leading to the upper floors. The long-neglected door resisted their efforts, requiring considerable strength to open. Rusted and dilapidated from years without maintenance, the lock was sticky, and the doorframe warped, presenting an obstinate challenge. They exerted their utmost, some pulling vigorously, others bracing against the door with their shoulders, while a few scoured for suitable tools to pry open the crevice. 1, 2, 3, push, a player shouted, rallying the group with fervor. After the collective efforts of many, the heavy iron door was finally pried open. The atmosphere in the corridor was already familiar. In fact, the air around them exuded this very essence. It became tolerable with time. The lights had long been activated, yet their flickering glow still provoked a sense of reverie. This building consisted not only of the fourth level but also contained passageways leading further down. The players adhered to their pre-established strategy, maintaining formation as they advanced upwards. In an instant, their commotion attracted the attention of onlookers. Chapter 057. The players cautiously unlatched the sealed door, stepping into the corridor of the third floor. Unexpectedly, they encountered no active zombies within the passage. The lighting, whether a result of being isolated from the outside world or due to its own age, flickered erratically. This narrow corridor was shrouded in shadows. Nevertheless, the group proceeded with caution, with the foremost team member wielding a torch while shield bearers safeguarded the flanks. The surroundings appeared somewhat grimy, with walls marred by mottled stains. In certain areas, water seeped through, creating small rivulets. The environment felt damp and filthy, and in those leaking spots, faint traces of previous attempts at repair could be discerned. The patching materials had partially crumbled away, leaving remnants on the walls that were now being overtaken by verdant foliage, which sought to obstruct the flow of water. As they ventured forth, a scattering of shattered firearms lay strewn across the ground. The players, filled with exhilaration, eagerly gathered them, only to discover that they were rusted beyond repair. Yet, not far ahead, they stumbled upon an ajar door, still unsealed. This portal had been violently breached, standing partially open, its frame and structure forged from heavy metal, marred by an array of scratches and corrosion, suggesting it had been forcibly tampered with. Such damage implied an immense force, beyond human capability. Whatever the cause, it necessitated caution. Without much hesitation, the players stepped inside. The eerie green emergency lights flickered like ghostly eyes in the darkened corners, casting an unsettling ambience around them. Illuminated by the warm, flickering glow of their torches, they finally managed to discern the interior's condition. This place resembled a biological laboratory. Do not let your guard down. Ascertain the surroundings for any threats first, commanded the team leader. Upon closer inspection, the floor was a chaotic assemblage of various experimental apparatuses, with shards of broken glass reflecting sharp glimmers in the light. Most of the instruments lay askew, some twisted and deformed, while others were incomplete. After thoroughly examining every nook and cranny, the group began to scrutinize the room. Unscathed cabinets displayed an array of containers of varying sizes and shapes, each filled with peculiar, submerged brains. These specimens, immersed in an unknown liquid, bore little resemblance to the human form as understood by common perception. The players drew closer, observing the prominent black nodules atop the brain, which were freely moving in the water, meticulously protected by their inky tendrils. The brain's nerves intertwined with these dark appendages. The dense clustering evoked a sense of dread in those with a fear of tight spaces, sending shivers down their spines. One player, puzzled, inquired, "This doesn't appear to be a normal human brain. Could it be some form of mutated creature? It's utterly repulsive. I can hardly bear to look," remarked a female player as she edged closer to her boyfriend. He gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. "Fear not. They are all safely contained within jars." As the submerged brains became aware of the player's presence, some remained motionless while others swam restlessly, attempting to capture the player's attention. Those pulsating brains seemed almost alive, undulating within their glass confines, emitting a dull thudding sound. The liquid within was stirred, creating ripples that danced across the surface. The veins on some of the brains, animated by their vigorous movements, became increasingly pronounced, revealing an eerie shade of dark purple-red. "Look how grotesque it moves," exclaimed one player. The brain quivered, seemingly aware of the revulsion it inspired in the humans, merging its densely packed form into a singular mass that enveloped the entire brain. A bold player stepped forward, intent on unscrewing the sealed jar, eager to extract the specimen for further examination. Unbeknownst to the others, this player cautiously lifted the lid, gingerly reaching in to retrieve the brain for a closer inspection. In the next moment, as the brain was extracted, it abruptly leaped into the abyss, vanishing into darkness. Cursed be the fate. The player searched frantically, yet despite all efforts, the presence of the brain eluded him. Surely it posed no imminent threat? Having found nothing, the player dismissed the matter and turned away, rejoining the other players. Chapter 058. The assault of the brain. The player who had released the brain soon joined his companions, only to collapse to the ground, unconscious. When the surrounding players took notice, he had already undergone a grotesque transformation. A hissing, guttural sound escaped his lips as he lunged at the nearest player, sinking his teeth into the vulnerable neck. The cacophony of bodies falling and furniture crashing reverberated throughout the area. "Goodness, how did he mutate?" exclaimed a player witnessing the horrifying scene, immediately inquiring about the circumstances. The others stood frozen in confusion, their expressions reflecting sheer bewilderment. Without hesitation, a brave player in the front seized his weapon and charged forward. Before the bitten player could draw his last breath, he and his assailant were both ruthlessly dispatched. Moments later, the crowd gathered, cautiously confirming the silence that had fallen before they fearlessly began to investigate the cause of their transformation into the undead. Some began to scour the corners for lurking zombies, reasoning that the bitten player could not have become one without a source. Others meticulously examined their attire, from pant legs to abdomens and arms, ultimately discovering a minute wound on the palm of the right hand. The wound appeared unremarkable, yet it exhibited a dark coloration, resembling the size of a needle's puncture, with the surrounding skin slightly swollen. A nearby player, wielding a torch, confirmed the wound and immediately exclaimed, "Quickly check the area for any signs of other zombies." More players joined the investigation, following the trail left by the initial player, meticulously probing the surroundings with their torches. They found no anomalies, but in a corner, an open glass bottle caught their attention. One player approached, picked it up, and speculated, could it be that he was bitten by the brain contained within? This remark sparked a new line of thought among the other players. "That makes perfect sense," exclaimed another, promptly retrieving other glass bottles containing brains from the cabinets. The group gathered curiously to examine them. As the lid was removed, a pungent odor wafted through the air, prompting everyone to cover their mouths and noses. How could such a substance survive in such an environment? The players' focus shifted to the brains still swimming in the liquid. Witnessing this, one player proposed a hypothesis. Could this blackened brain belong to a mutated human? This question quickly ignited the players' imaginations. It is highly plausible. The player who had opened the bottle, eager to validate this hypothesis, reached out to confirm it. However, in the next instant, a companion beside him grasped his arm, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? What if you become infected?" The individual merely chuckled, remarking that since we are merely speculating here, it would be more prudent to allow me to demonstrate. After all, should anything transpire, is it not true that Brother Bai will cover for me? Even if I were to make the ultimate sacrifice, Brother Bai would surely not treat me unjustly. While speaking, he made a point to showcase himself before Bai Mu. "Go ahead. You've been infected. Your compensation will be doubled," Bai Mu declared on the spot. "Thank you, Brother Bai," he replied. Subsequently, he reached into the bottle, attempting to seize the black, writhing mass of a brain. As soon as he extracted it and laid it before the onlookers, the brain sprang to life, leaping from his palm with remarkable agility. The surrounding crowd, momentarily taken aback, struggled to intervene, but the nimble brain proved exceedingly difficult to contain. Fortunately, one player nearby, witnessing the commotion, swiftly struck it in midair, cleaving it in two and thus restoring order to the chaotic scene. Some players could not resist jesting about his previous actions. "Wang Ling, you truly are the fastest." Wang Ling chose to disregard his friend's banter, casting a scornful glance before turning away. "Your entire family is the fastest." The crowd once again gathered around the severed brain, observing as dark patches gradually and persistently detached from its surface, showing no signs of movement whatsoever. It appeared utterly lifeless, devoid of any possibility of revival. Bai Mu aimed to ascertain the condition of the player who had extracted the brain when suddenly, someone shouted, "Quick, kill him," before the statement could be completed. The individual collapsed against the side of a cabinet. As the crowd turned their gaze, they discovered that the player who had just extracted a brain lay motionless on the ground. Following the confirmation of his demise, hesitation was absent. A player stepped forward, brandishing a weapon, swiftly plunging it into the lifeless skull, ensuring a final farewell. Chapter 059, The Swiftest Man. Upon realizing that the brains posed a threat of assault and contagion, the players unsheathed their weapons and commenced the elimination of those still submerged in the solution. The brains, seemingly sensing their impending doom, began to thrash about within their containers, desperately attempting to escape. Yet, the players were resolute. Aware of the potential for infection, they simultaneously opened the jars, thrusting their cold blades inside. After cleaving the brains in twain, they persisted in their grim task until they had reduced them to mere fragments. The state of the brains within the room was one of utter devastation, each reduced to debris. Even so, as the players departed, they refrained from discarding the remnants, sealing the jars securely and returning them to their original places. The specimen room was expansive, with several isolated compartments surrounding it. Each chamber contained similar jars, each housing a solitary brain. In no time, the players had cleared the brains from these vessels and conducted a thorough inspection of the room's overall condition before embarking on their exploration of other chambers. The three-story facility primarily housed human organs, each meticulously preserved as specimens, with some organs devoid of malignant black tumors. The players were left perplexed, pondering the rationale behind the extraction of these organs by the laboratory's inhabitants. To conduct research, this seems rather excessive, does it not? Furthermore, there is no refrigeration involved. Everything is merely suspended in an unidentified liquid. It is as though there is a fear of these brains escaping, as each cabinet is thoughtfully equipped with a brace to secure the various jars and bottles. After a thorough search of all three levels, no mutated creatures or useful information were discovered. However, soon this group of players found themselves troubled by another matter. The lights on the third floor were abruptly turned on, illuminating the room with a stark white glow. An unsettling silence enveloped the corridor and the chamber. The players, who had been exploring, quickly formed a defensive formation. After a considerable time had passed without any sign of danger approaching, they began to relax. Yet, the atmosphere in one particular room remained distinctly off. Nearby players drew their weapons, aiming them at one of their own. The targeted player looked bewildered, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Bai Mu, with a steely gaze, inquired, "Who exactly are you?" The player hastily retorted, "We are companions." "Cease your pretense. You are not Zhou Kai," Bai Mu's icy voice declared. As the words fell, the surrounding players tightened their grips on their weapons, advancing menacingly. The player's complexion drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he trembled, insisting, "I truly am Zhou Kai. You must be mistaken." Laughter erupted amongst the group. One could not contain their mirth, exclaiming, "In fact, the true owner of this body is not Zhou Kai, but Zhou Rue." The sudden twist transformed the previously tense atmosphere into one of levity and absurdity. Nevertheless, the players remained poised with their weapons, confronting Zhou Rue. "How did you discover this?" Zhou Rue could not help but inquire, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Just then, Bai Mu abruptly raised his gun and shot at Zhou Rue's head. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Rue collapsed to the ground. "You are emitting a red signal." The players prepared to examine Zhou Rue's body, hoping to discern when he had been switched. Suddenly, a brain leapt from his form, attempting to flee amidst the crowd. The players swung their weapons swiftly, yet each strike was deftly evaded. It was not until the brain reached Wang Ling that it was cleaved in two with a single stroke. "See, Wang Ling, I told you that you were the fastest man," a player remarked. Wang Ling cast a fleeting glance at him, disinterested. "Your whole family is the fastest." Chapter 060, The Unusual Hound. 1. Apart from those brains, the players did not encounter any other menacing creatures on the third floor. However, at the end of the corridor, they stumbled upon a massive metallic door. This door was tightly sealed, appearing exceedingly heavy, leaving them to ponder what lay beyond. A player who had reached this point first inquired, "Is it possible to open?" His voice echoed through the empty hallway, tinged with urgency and anticipation. The other players gathered around, their gazes focused intently on the formidable metal door in contemplation. Lu Yuan stepped forward, attempting to push the door, but it remained immovable. "It seems we cannot open it so easily," he said, furrowing his brow. The players, meticulously scrutinizing the imposing metallic gate, speculated about potential mechanisms or codes concealed within. Lu Yuan had already observed that there were no electronic displays in the vicinity, as if deliberately designed to deter intruders. One player, wielding a weapon, attempted to scratch the surface of the gate, but it remained unscathed. Lu Yuan prepared to retreat, addressing his companions. "Let us consult with Jasmine." "A splendid idea," the others echoed, hastening to follow him, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. However, in that very moment, the heavy metallic door creaked open, releasing a fetid stench of decay that permeated the air, causing many to instinctively cover their mouths and noses. All stood frozen, their astonished gazes fixated on the gradually opening portal. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal canine creature turned its head towards them. Time seemed to freeze as they exchanged glances. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan shouted, "Run!" The hound, momentarily stunned, appeared unable to comprehend that the door had indeed been opened. In an instant, its fierce eyes flared with rage, and it lunged towards the crowd with lightning speed. The players trailing Lu Yuan were swiftly knocked down, consumed in the blink of an eye. The gruesome scene was chilling to the bone. As Lu Yuan sprinted desperately, glancing back, his eyes were filled with terror and despair. He had forgotten he was merely a player, His mind was a blank slate, driven solely by the primal instinct to survive, propelling him forward with reckless abandon. Oblivious to all else. Thanks to the sacrifices of the players behind them, Lu Yuan and his companions gained a fleeting opportunity to escape. When they reunited with Bai Mu, the original team of 9 had dwindled to merely 3. Each member bore the unmistakable signs of exhaustion, their eyes reflecting the terror and sorrow of having narrowly survived. Before Bai Mu could pose any questions, a massive hunting dog charged towards them with ferocious speed. As it ran, it stirred up a fierce wind, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Bai Mu had no time for contemplation upon hearing the beast roar. They swiftly assembled and braced themselves for the onslaught. Upon sighting the hunting dog, their expressions turned grave, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes resolute and unwavering. Every muscle taut and prepared for battle. The oppressive aura emanating from the beast was overwhelming, a sensation they had never experienced even in confrontations with zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Mu commanded, "Quick, fire upon it." Chapter 061. The Strange Dog 2, in the face of such a monstrosity. The notion of conserving ammunition was utterly irrelevant. The staccato sound of submachine gun fire erupted in the corridor. Although the hunting dog felt a surge of pain, it disregarded the agony and continued its relentless charge towards the players. The barrage of bullets struck the creature, erupting in splashes of crimson, yet it did nothing to hinder its frenzied advance. With bared teeth and a fierce glint in its eyes, the beast's ferocity intensified. Behold, the hound suddenly sprang into action, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a whistling ferocity. In an instant, the foremost shield-bearer was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently against the wall, leaving his fate uncertain. Observing this dire scenario, the player wielding a lance acted without hesitation, lunging swiftly towards the hound. As if possessed, the beast disregarded the incoming spear, and in mere moments, it was adorned with the lances of the players, blood gushing forth. It had grown complacent, failing to evade the attack. The lance impaled its body, and the excruciating pain only fueled its madness, causing it to thrash violently. It emitted a chilling wail, its massive form writhing in agony while the surrounding players scrambled to evade its wrath, fearful of being harmed. With a sudden, forceful toss of its head, several lances were hurled away, and then, with a gaping maw, it seized a nearby player, swallowing him whole without a moment's chew. Bullets from submachine guns rained down upon the hound's form, and in its unbearable torment, it discarded the player it had just devoured. Its eyes blazed with fury, revealing sharp fangs as it charged towards those with submachine guns with an unstoppable force. At that moment, the players' formation had already shattered. Neither their firearms nor their sharp lances could deter it. In the midst of this perilous situation, one player shouted urgently, "Everyone, scatter now!" Without hesitation, he pulled the pin from a grenade, resolutely charging towards the hound. As he rushed out, he shouted loudly, "Maohi, Zhang Yishan." Before he could finish his words, he was swallowed whole by the ferocious hound. Moments later, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the hound's body erupted from within, shattering into several pieces. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Then, someone broke the stillness. "Wow. I must admit, I was truly impressed by that guy." Players leaned on each other, slowly rising to their feet. Those nearest to the hound experienced a sudden ringing in their ears, clearly suffering from tinnitus, while some unfortunate players were struck by shrapnel from the blast. The severed head of the hound lay nearby, still twitching and opening and closing its mouth, clearly in immense agony. Could it be that the zombie hound possesses the capacity for pain? One player pondered aloud. That seems unlikely. It lacks any semblance of intelligence. So how could it feel pain? Another player clarified. Yet, astonishingly, tears flowed from the hound's eyes, which seemed to express a profound fear of the players who might end its life. "Oh my, look, it appears to understand what we're saying," exclaimed one player. "No way. Let's send it off to its demise. After all, it has killed many of us." Witnessing this scene, one player felt a twinge of compassion. "Perhaps we should just let it perish on its own. It won't survive much longer anyway." "No, we cannot," another player, dragging his injured body, interjected. "Let us not forget, it is still a zombie. What if it still possesses the possibility of revival?" The two individuals began to argue fervently. Lu Yuan, somewhat pained by their incessant bickering, helplessly remarked, "Alas, why not leave this matter to me? When we discovered it, it was ensconced within a heavily guarded chamber." This statement was intended to convey to the others that there might be valuable treasures concealed within. Those who had yet to grasp the situation began to understand. especially upon witnessing a player hastily depart. Chapter 062. Experimental record. Lu Yuan did not take its life. Observing that it had ceased to weep, he inquired, "Can you comprehend our words?" The hound laboriously nodded in affirmation. "Very well, I understand your intent." Subsequently, he crouched beside it, stating, "I shall carry you to a safer room nearby, but please do not bite me." The hound exerted itself to nod once more. Lu Yuan gently embraced it from behind, thereby preventing any attempt at biting. Throughout this embrace, the hound's head rested peacefully in Lu Yuan's hands. Only after placing it in the nearest room did Lu Yuan say, "All right, you may remain here and savor your final moments. I must take my leave." The hound, sensing the gravity of the situation, emitted a strained howl, akin to a gesture of gratitude towards Lu Yuan. "Alas, take care of yourself." Lu Yuan turned to exit, glancing back at the hound's head as he departed. "Until we meet again, by chance." The players stepped into a chamber adorned with a metallic door, only to discover a vast laboratory within. At the heart of the room stood an experimental table, replete with an array of circuits and screens, while the surrounding walls were draped with intricate blueprints and data panels. To the left, in an observation room, a colossal glass tank lay shattered, its contents long since evaporated. The players cautiously approached the remnants of the broken tanks, seeking to unearth any valuable clues from the lingering traces. "Could that dog have originated from here?" one player murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The others exchanged knowing glances but remained silent, meticulously searching for what they needed. It was not long before one player stumbled upon a research log. Research log: date of experiment: XX year X month X day. Subject: specimen ZS-001, K9. Objective: to investigate the mutagenic effects of virus X on living organisms and its controllability. Procedure: Phase 1. Inject the extracted sample of virus X into the test K9 and observe initial reactions. Within 1 hour post-injection, the test K9 exhibited symptoms such as elevated body temperature and agitation. Phase 2. After 24 hours, the test K9 began to show marked mutations: fur loss, skin lesions, elongated and sharpened teeth and claws, and abnormal muscle tissue proliferation. Phase 3. After 48 hours, the test K9 lost all semblance of reason, displaying a fierce desire to attack living beings, yet still responding to sound waves of specific frequencies. Phase 4. 72 hours later, the experimental canines entered a state of stabilization, exhibiting a remarkable enhancement in strength and speed. However, their intellect suffered a severe decline, retaining only instinctual responses. Experimental conclusion: Virus X has the capacity to induce drastic mutations in canines, transforming them into formidable zombie dogs. Yet, effective control over their mutational processes and behaviors remains unattainable at present. Further research is necessary to explore the transmission pathways of the virus and methods of suppression. Experimental record: date of experiment: XXXX year XX month XX day. Subject: canine samples. Objective: to create a biological weapon with enhanced sensory perception and combat capabilities. Experimental process. Step 1. Genetic modification of canines, implanting gene fragments that enhance perception and strength. Step 2. Introduction of a special virus to stimulate cellular mutation and evolution. Step 3. Throughout the experiment, continuous adjustments to drug dosages and environmental stimuli were made to observe changes in the experimental canines. Phase results: the experimental canines demonstrated strength and speed several times that of ordinary dogs, with significant enhancements in olfactory and auditory perception. However, their emotional state became exceedingly unstable, exhibiting intense aggression. Experimental conclusion: the current experimental results have not met the anticipated levels of controllability and stability. Further optimization of genetic combinations and the mechanisms of viral action is required to achieve the desired effects of a biological weapon. Chapter 063. The Aged Voice in Truth. Our experiment has already succeeded. Just as everyone was still exploring this place, a hoarse and somewhat weathered male voice unexpectedly emanated from the loudspeakers in the hall. The players suddenly became alert, swiftly converging at the center of the hall, their breaths held as they listened intently to the unfolding narrative. However, humanity's demise accelerated as a result. A fit of violent coughing erupted, immediately revealing the speaker's dire physical condition to the attentive audience. The true harbingers of humanity's destruction are not extraterrestrial beings, but rather ourselves. At this juncture, the voice took on a somber tone, inquiring if they wished to comprehend the cost of immortality. With a sense of resignation, it continued to respond to its own query. From the outset, humanity believed it had dominion over these alien entities, extracting regenerative substances from them. The aged voice let out a heavy sigh, yet was ultimately outmaneuvered. Humanity naively presumed it could embark on the path to eternal life, only to find itself ensnared in a cycle of relentless slaughter. The amplification paused momentarily before resuming, punctuated by another bout of coughing. These alien beings are astute, fully aware of humanity's desires, and thus disguise themselves as what humans yearn for, seizing the opportunity to inhabit human bodies. The elixir of immortality merely serves as a deceptive fade for the elite, aimed at transforming them into pliable puppets. Upon hearing this, the players were stricken with panic, utterly unprepared for such a turn in the game's narrative. Some players couldn't help but ponder their own world. If it mirrored this grim fate, what would that entail? Perhaps humanity was indeed destined for extinction. Yet who can say for certain? After all, this is merely a game. And the players, to some extent, lack the profound empathy that comes from shared suffering. As those in power become mere puppets, the very fabric of global order begins to unravel. The masses, blissfully unaware, continue to dream of immortality, oblivious to the calamity that has already descended upon them. The weight of despair grows heavier, as if burdened by endless anguish and regret. Those of the elite, whose bodies have been usurped, manipulate resources to develop and distribute life-extending potions to humanity. The populace, filled with joy, consumes these elixirs, unaware that this marks the onset of a nightmare. As they gradually transform into the undead, the elite no longer concern themselves with the future of humanity. They are solely driven by the insatiable desires of extraterrestrial beings. Meanwhile, ordinary humans struggle to survive amid the threats and deceptions of the undead. As the world plunges into unprecedented chaos and despair, the players listen intently, their hearts brimming with shock and fury. Yet, this is not the end. The alien entities exploit human technology to forge even more formidable weapons, ruthlessly suppressing those who dare to resist. They proliferate relentlessly, devouring every inch of land, transforming Earth into a living hell. The voice trembles. Steeped in profound hopelessness, we are now but a remnant, and hope is almost imperceptible. The hall descends into a profound silence as the players clench their fists, aware that this is merely a segment of the game. The path to victory is fraught with peril, yet united by their humanity. They resolve to strive valiantly for the fate of their fellow beings. Chapter 064, Departure from the City. 1. The players initially believed that the voice emanating from the loudspeaker would conclude abruptly. However, to their astonishment, it resonated once more. Heavy and filled with indignation. We possess formidable weaponry, yet we are incapable of eradicating even carbon-based life forms. It is utterly ludicrous. We cannot discern them, and similarly, they are adept at masquerading as us, infiltrating our ranks. The tone softened with a hint of relief. I am pleased that you have discerned their disguise. Truly, a remarkable creation by that individual. The voice brimmed with hope. May you become the beacon of hope for humanity. With that, the voice faded entirely, plunging the hall into a profound silence. The players exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both anticipation for the unknown challenges ahead and the resolute determination that accompanied newfound hope. One player inquired, "What does this all mean? Who is that person?" "I do not know, but it seems the situation is far more intricate than we had anticipated." Another player responded. As they absorbed the unfolding narrative, the players began to realize that they were currently engaged in a hidden storyline. Although the game's task rewards primarily consisted of contribution points, which offered little in terms of tangible benefits, they remained unaware that these points could be exchanged for weaponry. As they were the rescued players and had not been privy to any information regarding rescue missions, being part of the human faction, we naturally press on without hesitation, declared one of the players. I never expected we would trigger a hidden storyline. Player. Indeed, yet we remain uncertain about the numerous challenges that await us, leaving us somewhat apprehensive. Player. What is there to fear? We have persevered through trials thus far. Can we truly be daunted by such minor obstacles? Player. Oh. The narrative is growing increasingly exhilarating. At this very moment, the atmosphere among the players is remarkably vibrant. During this period, Song Yu has consistently risen early to engage in physical training, while the town has gradually undergone transformations unbeknownst to him. The district that had once succumbed to a devastating fire is now, under the players' meticulous planning, commencing its reconstruction. A myriad of construction materials is being delivered incessantly, and the worksite is abuzz with activity, where players diligently fulfill their respective roles, busy yet organized. Over the past few days, his disaster points have seen a steady increase, accumulating over 150,000. Observing the ascending figures, Song Yu can't help but smile, his heart brimming with joy. Players frequently venture beyond the city to eliminate the surrounding zombies. Although the intensity of their battles may not be overtly apparent, the air is filled daily with the sounds of zombie kills. But who cares? As long as he can continuously accrue points, that is all that matters. After several days of rigorous training, Song Yu feels emboldened and decides to seek out a zombie to test his mettle, though he is not inherently fearful of confronting them. It is, after all, his first encounter, and he finds himself lacking a touch of courage. Every day, he practiced the motions of slashing at imaginary zombies, tightly gripping his weapon. Yet, with the passage of time, it became evident that these were merely hollow gestures. Only through genuine combat could one truly accelerate their growth and refine their skills. Song Yu was acutely aware of this truth. When he finally confronted an actual zombie atop the city walls, anxiety gripped him, and his palms were slick with sweat around his weapon. He had to overcome this fear. Otherwise, survival in this world would be an arduous task. Chapter 065. Departing the city. 2. Song Yu endeavored to steady his breath, exerting greater force with his hands as he wielded his weapon. In the realm between life and death, there was no room for indecision. Should he fail to act now, the future would surely deliver a painful lesson. It was far better to step out of his comfort zone and bravely confront the uncertainties that lay ahead. A glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes as he let out a primal roar, as if to expel all the fear dwelling within him. His strikes grew increasingly fervent. The following morning, as dawn barely illuminated the sky, he returned from his morning run and overheard a conversation among several individuals preparing to venture outside the city to hunt zombies. Intrigued, he noticed the circular bladed knives in their possession and surmised that they possessed some degree of strength. After a moment's hesitation, he approached them with purpose and inquired, "May I join you? I have yet to complete today's task, and I find myself at a loss on my own." The group scrutinized him carefully, and one tall man responded, "You may join us, but first, we must assess your weapon. After all, venturing outside the city to hunt zombies is no trifling matter. One cannot embark on such an endeavor without suitable weaponry. Is it not evident that what they truly desire are the weapons acquired through contribution points? How has it come to this contemptuous hierarchy? While he may lack in other possessions, he was abundantly equipped with weapons. Very well, wait for me a moment. I shall return to fetch them," Song Yu declared, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. "All right, once you have retrieved them, meet us at the city gates." "We shall await your arrival," replied the tall player, who then methodically began organizing the various supplies necessary for their departure, including food, water, and some self-defense gear. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yu turned and left, feigning a return for his weapons. However, upon reaching the corner, he discreetly retrieved a saber from the armory. Considering the impending excursion outside the city, he decided to take further precautions and purchased a set of leather armor, ensuring that his arms and other vital areas were adequately protected in the face of danger. After donning the armor and layering his clothing over it, he secured some grass around himself for additional concealment, rendering his attire virtually indistinguishable. Only then did he stride purposefully towards the city gates. Initially, he intended to inform Shaoqi of his plans, but upon reflection, he concluded that he would merely be practicing his zombie-slaying skills and would return shortly, thus opting not to bid farewell. Upon arriving at the city gates, he found that the three players had just arrived as well. They exchanged greetings and proceeded to introduce themselves. They were Li Lin, Zhang Meng, and Wu Yu. From their introductions, it became evident that the three individuals were indeed close friends in the real world. One could not help but wonder how they managed to find one another amidst such perilous circumstances. Song Yu silently mused, his eyes betraying a flicker of curiosity and uncertainty. Li Lin appeared to perceive Song Yu's thoughts at a glance, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Perhaps this is fate. There is a divine design that brings us together." We promptly echoed, "Indeed. The bond we share is as solid as rock, unshakable under any circumstances." At that moment, Zhang Meng swiftly gathered his belongings and strode purposefully towards the city gate, calling out as he departed, "If we don't leave soon, it will be dark." Chapter 066. Exiting the city. 3. Outside the city, a vast expanse of forest had been felled, with heaps of timber strewn about. The players exhibited remarkable physical prowess, as a mere pair could effortlessly hoist a hefty log without breaking a sweat. Numerous earth mounds had been erected, indicating that they were in the process of crafting charcoal and bricks. Not far away, several players toiled diligently, drenched in sweat, as they fed the kiln with fuel. Billowing clouds of thick smoke ascended, permeating the air. The city walls had also undergone refurbishment, with previously collapsed sections meticulously repaired. Additionally, a wide defensive trench had been excavated around the base of the walls. This trench measured several dozen meters in width and several meters in depth, studded with sharp wooden stakes. Standing atop the city wall, Song Yu gazed down into the trench, feeling a heightened sense of security. The idea is indeed quite clever. Once the zombies fall in, it is uncertain whether they can climb back out. Li Lin remarked to Song Yu, I also participated in the excavation of this moat. Indeed, earning 200 yuan effortlessly is quite a lucrative endeavor. We nodded in strong agreement. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming urged them impatiently, hurry up, will you? Once the daily tasks are completed, I still need to earn some extra money. After that, the group proceeded onward. They navigated cautiously among the trees, the dry branches and fallen leaves crunching beneath their feet. Song Yu vigilantly scanned the surroundings, wary of any sudden dangers that might arise. Once outside the city, he maintained a state of constant caution. The path they traversed was flanked by denuded woods. Thus, they continued with Song Yu towards a more secluded trail. A winding path came into view, evidently frequently traversed by players. The surrounding thickets had been cleared, and the grass had been trampled down, creating a smooth passageway. They often brushed past hurried players, each bearing a grave expression, clearly in a rush. After following them for over an hour, they suddenly spotted a thick cloud of black smoke rising ahead. Although Song Yu had undergone some training during this period, he still found it somewhat taxing. He could not ascertain whether the weight of the leather armor he wore was contributing to his fatigue. After another half hour of walking, they finally beheld the sight of houses engulfed in flames. Flames danced wildly, thick smoke billowed upwards, and the acrid scent pervaded the air. Song Yu gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, on the other side, players had excavated numerous pits, some 2 to 3 meters deep, in the open ground. In this area, a throng of players had gathered. Some were vigorously wielding shovels, their handcrafted tools markedly different from the usual implements, possessing an extraordinarily broad blade. With each decisive thrust, they effortlessly unearthed considerable amounts of earth, and within mere moments, a 2-meter-deep pit emerged from their exertions. At that moment, one player shouted hoarsely, 20 contribution points, renting out military shovels. Anyone interested? Confusion clouded Song Yu's mind as he struggled to comprehend their actions. Suddenly, from the charred remains of a building, a chorus of growls erupted. A horde of zombies surged towards them. Chapter 067. Exiting the city. 4. The players appeared unfazed. Even as those still digging swiftly ascended from their pits, adopting a defensive stance. Their eyes gleamed with determination, fully focused on the impending threat of zombies plunging into the traps they had prepared. Each pit differed in shape, not arranged in a tidy line, but rather artfully formed into crescent shapes. Armed with a variety of weapons, the players stood solemnly above their excavated trenches, poised to confront the oncoming undead. Upon encountering a horde of zombies charging fiercely towards them, Li Lin, Zhang Ming, and Wu Yu, without a moment's hesitation, decisively surged forward in the direction of the gathered players. Song Yu felt a pang of trepidation, yet in this critical moment, he resolved to maintain his composure and closely followed their lead. As they rushed ahead, the zombies had already engaged in a fierce battle with the players stationed ahead. The moment the zombies tumbled into the pit, the players above, armed with weapons, unflinchingly struck at them with great fervor. In that instant, the pit was awash with dark blood, accompanied by the zombies' anguished roars. Yet, an even greater number of zombies continued to surge forward, intensifying the chaos of battle. Although the pits were not interconnected, the players had long anticipated that zombies might emerge through the gaps between the pits. The distance between two pits was minimal, effectively eliminating the possibility of zombies slipping through the crevices. Should they attempt such a maneuver, they would likely lose their balance and fall into the abyss below. Even if they miraculously managed to make it across, vigilant comrades would swiftly attempt to dispatch them. Some players even constructed wooden barriers to thwart any potential sneak attacks from the zombies. It must be said, this strategy proved to be quite effective. The players took turns cleansing their respective pits of zombies. Once one task was completed, another would step in to carry on with the subsequent duties. Upon encountering the relentless onslaught of zombies, Song Yu could momentarily breathe a sigh of relief, having finally loosened the tight grip of anxiety that had enveloped him. The oppressive weight upon him began to lift, and the players, exhilarated by their successful kills, saw Song Yu's disaster points steadily rise. As the number of approaching zombies dwindled, Li Lin shouted, "It's our turn. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward, leading the charge. Zhang Ming and Wu Yu, without a trace of hesitation, followed closely behind. In his heart, Song Yu wished to vociferously express his frustration. These individuals were far too reckless, plunging into battle without even a moment's preparation. Grumbling inwardly, he quickly traversed the trench, rushing towards the few zombies that lunged toward them with wild abandon. Li Lin and his companions swiftly formed a semicircular formation, while Song Yu cautiously trailed behind. Li Lin declared, "The frontal assault is mine. You two guard my flanks." Wu Yu promptly replied, "Leave it to us." Instantly, the nearby zombies were drawn to their presence, charging forth with menacing intent. Li Lin swiftly raised a makeshift shield crafted from wood, bracing it firmly against the advancing zombies. And with a decisive stroke, he brought his weapon crashing down upon their heads. Should any zombies approach from other directions, Zhang Ming and Wu Yu would respond in kind. Meanwhile, Song Yu trailed behind, resembling more of a bystander than an active participant in the fray, having never had the opportunity to strike. There were times when a chance would finally present itself, only to be swiftly resolved by the trio before him. Chapter 068, Exiting the City, 5. A total of 6 zombies were effortlessly dispatched by the 3 of them. Once the battle had concluded, Li Lin wiped his blade with some grass and inquired, "I managed to slay 3. What about you?" Wu Yu raised his sword with a grin, replying, "I did fairly well too, taking down 2. Zhang Ming shrugged and added, "The remaining 1 is my contribution." Song Yu, observing from the side, felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that he had not even had the chance to engage. When the 4th person spoke, Li Lin noticed Song Yu's persistent silence and turned to look at him. With a flushed face, Song Yu sheepishly admitted, "I did not kill a single one." Wu Yu, however, chuckled and remarked, "You were busy guarding our rear. It's perfectly normal that you didn't have the opportunity to slay any zombies." Li Lin approached and gave Song Yu's shoulder a reassuring pat, saying, "It's all right. Once I complete this round of tasks, I will gladly let you take the lead." Song Yu wished to insist that it was unnecessary, thinking to himself that he merely wanted to gain some experience. Yet, the words remained unspoken. The 4 of them returned to the rear of the tunnel, took a moment to rest, and replenish their strength. At this point, Li Lin decided to inquire about nearby news from others. Although Song Yu intended to sit and rest properly, he noticed that Wu Yu and Zhang Ming had unhesitatingly followed Li Lin. With a resigned sigh, he too rose to follow suit. "How many zombies are lurking nearby?" As Song Yu approached, he overheard Li Lin's inquiry. This area was likely not fully aware of the situation. Considering its scale, it was a relatively small locale, and the outskirts had been mostly cleared. However, the circumstances in the town center remained ambiguous, and there might still be numerous zombies concealed within. The player responded to Li Lin's question, indicating their familiarity, as they had even exchanged a wild fruit. Li Lin furrowed his brow and pressed further. "Have all the houses in the town been checked? Are there any overlooked dangers?" The individuals shook their head, replying, "Not yet. We lack sufficient manpower." At that moment, Wu Yu interjected, "Isn't that fortuitous? Our mission is still incomplete. We could take care of it." The player shrugged. "All right, then you may rely on your own fortune," and kindly cautioned, "Be careful when you go. There may still be a substantial number of zombies hiding in the town center, so do not let them encircle you." After a moment of contemplation, Li Lin replied, "It's fine. We will just explore the houses on the outskirts." Once their conversation concluded, Song Yu and the others settled on a flat patch of grass. The flames of the fire blazed ever higher, voraciously consuming the surrounding houses amidst the wild grass. Song Yu observed as players continuously transported zombies, casting them into the distant pyre. They fashioned a rudimentary, wheel-less cart from wooden blocks, upon which they placed the lifeless bodies of the zombies. They dragged the cart to the area engulfed in flames, ultimately discarding the corpses into the roaring inferno. This method proved to be quite effective, efficiently disposing of the zombie remains while simultaneously preventing the foul stench of decay from inciting a dreadful epidemic. In the brief span of time, a dozen individuals gradually gathered around. 2 teams arrived, exchanged brief greetings with those present, and unhesitatingly joined the grim task of transporting the bodies. Chapter 069, Exiting the Town, 6. The flames did not completely seal off the entrances and exits of the town. Sporadically, zombies surged forth from within with frenzied abandon. The players reacted swiftly. Some continued to transport the bodies, while others armed themselves, standing ready to confront the oncoming zombies. Song Yu, with a tense expression, observed every movement in his surroundings, gripping his weapon firmly without a moment's respite, poised for combat at any instant. The few zombies that dared approach the crowd were swiftly pierced by sharp crossbow bolts, rendering them akin to hedgehogs. However, as the bolts had not struck their heads, the creatures retained the ability to move, albeit at a notably reduced speed. Song Yu noticed two girls casually handling repeating crossbows, continually aiming for the heads of the zombies to hone their shooting accuracy. He recognized these weapons as the very batch he had sold to Kuang Yi. As he gazed into the distance, a sudden desire to acquire a crossbow surged within Song Yu. The thrill of dispatching zombies with such a weapon would undoubtedly be exhilarating. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that wielding a crossbow in the presence of this group would be rather inappropriate. Just as he took a bite of a wild fruit, he witnessed a girl among them release a bolt that struck a zombie squarely in the head, causing it to collapse instantly, lifeless. Simultaneously, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the crowd nearby. "Wow, President, that was incredible." Others were drawn to the commotion, captivated by their exclamations. "These folks are truly sycophantic." Wu Yu couldn't help but mutter. Li Lin and Zhang Meng had intended to interject, but their words were interrupted by another voice. "What did you say? You can't speak ill of the president." A girl passing by glared at Wu Yu, shouting. Wu Yu merely pursed his lips, falling silent and retreating slightly. He never anticipated that a casual disparagement of others would lead to such immediate repercussions. The girl ultimately dashed towards Bai Lu. Wu Yu felt a pang of regret and muttered to himself, "What bad luck." Song Yu glanced at Wu Yu and softly remarked, "Must you speak so loudly?" Li Lin chimed in. "He s merely sour grapes since he can't have what he desires. Once he s accepted by Wang Chuan, he'll likely become even more obsequious." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's expression soured further as he retorted, "I wouldn't." Li Lin let out a derisive laugh. "We'll see about that." At that moment, Zhang Ming interjected, "Just don't say you know us later. I fear the president might misunderstand." Wu Yu shot a glance at Zhang Ming, exclaiming, "What on earth are you saying?" Zhang Ming shrugged and replied, "I still need to rely on the president for my living expenses." Wu Yu was truly at a loss for words. After consuming some wild fruits, the three of them prepared to lead Song Yu towards the town. Song Yu felt that the traps set by the group outside were sufficient, and there was no need to venture into the town for further risks. "Do we really have to charge in?" He couldn't help but inquire. "It's nearly noon, and we have only slain 6 zombies. We are far from the 40 we need." Li Lin grumbled while shouldering his bag and wielding his wooden shield and weapon. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. "However, we can simply circle around the outskirts," Wu Yu chimed in enthusiastically. But wasn't their method also capable of dispatching zombies? Song Yu was reluctant and wished to resist further. "You can forget about that. The area outside is already monopolized by the Wangchuan Guild. To complete the mission, we have no choice but to enter." With that, Li Lin stepped forward. Chapter 070. Leaving the city, 7. From a direction engulfed in flames, they entered the town, surrounded by the crackling sounds of fire. The surrounding zombies seemed to have been lured away by the commotion of the blaze. At this moment, entering the town did not feel particularly perilous. Most of the zombies remaining in the town were likely trapped within houses. Initially, as they entered the town, they proceeded with caution, but once they confirmed their safety, they walked openly along the streets. In an attempt to discern the location of the zombies through sound, the persistent crackling of flames behind them drowned out the creatures' cries. With no alternative, the group was compelled to distance themselves from the fire, venturing deeper into the town. The presence of 3 companions ahead brought a measure of comfort to Song Yu, evoking a sense of security reminiscent of being escorted from the city during a cataclysm. The atmosphere was tinged with both anxiety and exhilaration. All seemed relatively normal. They encountered no zombies springing forth from the shadows. However, the continuous, guttural growls and pounding against doors emanating from several houses indicated the presence of the undead. Though they lacked the ability to speak, their senses remained acutely attuned to sound, and the crackling flames incited their frenzied nature. They roared and battered against their confines, desperate to break free from their entrapment. Yet, tragically, today they would serve merely as targets, destined to become lifeless corpses, eternally abandoned in this forsaken place. The distant flames continued to spread, utilizing the commotion within the rooms. They assessed the conditions of each dwelling. Navigating through a weed-choked path, they arrived at a dilapidated house filled with shouting. Both the door and windows had been barricaded with wooden planks. After ensuring the surroundings were secure, Song Yu and his companions cautiously entered. At that moment, Li Lin pried apart the wooden boards near the window, creating an opening just large enough for a zombie to extend its head. Drawing his weapon, He reached inside and rapped against the door. The zombies, agitated by the noise, abruptly redirected their attention toward the window. An elderly creature and a younger one emerged. The elder thrust its head through, clawing and snapping at Li Lin with unnaturally sharp black teeth, a sight both repugnant and chilling. Yet, Li Lin appeared to have grown accustomed to such scenes, displaying no signs of discomfort whatsoever. He observed an elder and a youth eagerly craning their necks. Attempting to break free, Li Lin called out to Song Yu behind him. Song Yu, you should go ahead. You've been hiding at the back of the line. This wouldn't be your first time hunting zombies, would it? This statement, while accurate, instantly captured the attention of Wu Yu and Zhang Ming, who were keeping watch at the entrance and turned to look at Song Yu. No way. Doesn't he have weapons exchanged with contribution points? Wu Yu inquired with curiosity. I heard someone was selling weapons not long ago. Could it be that he purchased them then? Zhang Ming chimed in. Their remarks caused Song Yu's initial timidity to vanish completely. Damn it, I must prove myself to you today. It is indeed my first time. But I will strive not to hold you back. Song Yu had no intention of concealing the truth. If they overestimated their own combat abilities and included him in their plans, he would be left utterly clueless about his demise. As for my weapon, I acquired it from a player. What a wealthy individual! Zhang Ming exclaimed. Enough of your chit-chat, Li Lin said, indicating the window for Song Yu to step forward. Now, you should deal with these two zombies. It will test your courage. Once you finish, we can proceed to the next location. Understood. Though Song Yu possessed experience in slaying zombies, in reality, he was no different from a novice just emerging from the beginner village. It is fundamentally impossible to respond with the same composure as the players. After all, their fearless charge is not something just anyone can emulate. Yet, he is still willing to attempt it, striving with all his might to survive in this apocalyptic world. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. The barriers constructed by the players are merely temporary, and enduring existence ultimately hinges on his own strength. Resolute in his decision, Song Yu slowly approached the window. He cast a glance at the menacing old zombie and, without a moment's hesitation, plunged his knife swiftly into its skull. The zombie exhibited no signs of pain. Soon ceasing its struggles, its head firmly wedged in the narrow gap of the window due to its earlier frantic attempts to break free. Retrieving his weapon, Song Yu exhaled deeply, realizing that this act was not as daunting as he had anticipated. Dark blood and viscous brain matter began to ooze from the wound, dripping onto the doorframe. The bizarre hue and the foul stench permeating the air were somewhat nauseating. Without further hesitation, he raised his knife again, aiming for the head of the small, gaping-mouthed girl zombie at the window's edge. Subsequently, all movement ceased, and she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Thus, the lives of both the old and the young zombies came to an end, bringing a sudden quiet to the room that had previously been filled with their shrill cries. The two figures, one perched at the window, the other sprawled on the floor, appeared utterly insignificant under the scorching sun. Song Yu seemed to harbor little fear regarding this. Staring at the knife stained with black blood in his hand, he felt an overwhelming urge to discard it. However, the sudden mechanical notification of a successful kill reverberated in his mind, altering his previous thoughts. Congratulations on your first zombie kill. You have been awarded 1,000 calamity points. Your current kill level is level 1. For the next level, killing 10 zombies will reward you with 10,000 calamity points. As the notification faded, Song Yu eagerly checked the points he had just acquired. At that moment, the golden finger in his mind also issued a task, filling him with a sense of exhilaration and surprise. If he had known from the outset that this was how to earn calamity points, he would not have cowered among the players in fear. He would have been chasing zombies across the mountains long ago. This presented him with a tangible and feasible avenue to accumulate calamity points. Although this notion seemed somewhat absurd, it was also possible that he could have perished amidst the zombie onslaught. Having now endured the most challenging initial phase, it was still wise to proceed with caution. Seeing him still standing in place, Li Lin approached and gently patted his shoulder, offering comfort. The first time can be a bit disorienting. You'll adjust in due time. Coming back to his senses, Song Yu looked at him and replied, I feel quite well right now. He then left the window and joined Zhang Ming and Wu Yu. Let us move on to the next location. His sudden enthusiasm left Li Lin, Wu Yu, and Zhang Ming somewhat bewildered. Had he unlocked some kind of attribute? Or was it something else? Surely, he hadn't gone mad. These thoughts were exchanged among the three behind Song Yu, who, of course, remained oblivious. They quickly followed his lead. Throughout the course of this morning, they refrained from venturing too deeply into the small town. opting instead to eliminate a handful of zombies lurking in the surrounding houses. Within the town's clinic, they stumbled upon a group of trapped zombies. Their numbers were not overwhelming, and after dispatching about a dozen, they found that their confinement within the small structure actually facilitated their methodical extermination. Chapter 072. Escape from Crisis. 1. Song Yu had successfully completed his task of slaying 10 zombies, earning a gratifying reward of 10,000 catastrophe points, which elevated his spirits immensely, although they were now deep within enemy territory and should temper their triumph. He could not help but feel a slight smile tug at the corners of his mouth. His sole desire was to return swiftly and revel in the substantial fortune he had acquired. However, with 2 teammates still needing to eliminate 1 or 2 more zombies to complete their daily quests, Song Yu found himself obliged to accompany them. Having just fulfilled his own kill quota, his kill level had ascended to level 2. The next tier required the destruction of 100 zombies, promising an alluring bonus of 100,000 catastrophe points. The thought was indeed tempting. Following the successful elimination of several zombies, the task now seemed less daunting in Song Yu's mind. At this juncture, his teammates had, by listening to the cries of the zombies, gauged their numbers within the room. As they climbed over a collapsed stone wall and entered the small courtyard, the zombies' howls grew increasingly frenzied. Simultaneously, several large birds soared overhead, squawking incessantly. Gawking upwards, Song Yu quickly recognized the cawing was emanating from a few reconnaissance crows belonging to Xiaoqi. It appears that their every move is under the vigilant surveillance of Xiaoqi. Zhang Ming, Wu Yu, and Li Lin had already entered the house, having cleared the zombies on the ground floor upon their arrival. As for the zombies on the second floor, it remains uncertain whether they are bound. After a few knocks on the heavy door, there was still no sign of their descent, although the incessant sound of banging on the door continued. The group, stealing their nerves, cautiously ventured into the room. Song Yu intended to follow suit, yet he noticed the crow robot approaching him from a distance. As it drew near, a voice emanated from within, urging him, "Brother, flee quickly. A horde of zombies is advancing towards your direction from the east." Upon hearing Xiaoqi's warning, Song Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily inquired about their distance. "Less than a kilometer," Xiaoqi responded urgently. Furrowing his brow, Song Yu rushed into the house. Just as he entered, Li Lin, Wu Yu, and Zhang Ming descended from the upper floor. Spotting them, Song Yu cried out in distress, "We must leave this place immediately. A large number of zombies are heading our way." His demeanor was tinged with urgency. However, the others appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the perilous situation Song Yu described. Some crossed their arms nonchalantly, while others leaned casually against the wall, their faces devoid of any signs of alarm. This only fueled Song Yu's anxiety and frustration. As he thought to himself, how can they remain so indifferent at a time like this? As Li Lin stepped down, a broad grin spread across his face as he inquired, "How did you know? Do you possess the gift of foresight? Or do you have some unique channel through which you acquired this information?" The remaining 2 burst into laughter, their mirth resonating harshly amidst the palpable tension. As if mocking Song Yu's excessive reaction, flushed with urgency, Song Yu implored, "Forget how I know. That's not the issue at hand. We cannot afford to linger. Time is of the essence. We must depart swiftly. If we delay any longer, we shall become mere fodder for the zombies." Upon hearing Song Yu's near yell, the smiles on Li Lin and the others' faces vanished instantly, replaced by solemnity. "All right, we shall follow your lead," Li Lin responded, raising his hand and dashing forward. The other 2, no longer hesitating, followed closely behind. However, at that moment, the chilling sounds of zombies gathering echoed from the distance, their ghastly howls growing ever closer, as if the specter of death was rapidly encroaching. As Song Yu ran, he glanced back anxiously, his heart racing, silently praying, "We must escape before the zombies catch up." Chapter 073. Escaping the Crisis. 2. Sweat trickled down Song Yu's forehead as he gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the elusive crow-like robot in the sky, pushing himself to run with all his might. Initially, it was indeed Li Lin who led the charge at the forefront. But who could have anticipated that they would encounter a few grotesque zombies blocking their path at such a critical moment? With claws bared and a frenzied demeanor, they lunged at the group, their assault significantly hampering their escape. After finally dispatching the horde of zombies, the cacophony gathering behind them grew increasingly deafening. The sound resembled surging waves, each crest more formidable than the last, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, the Raven robot darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly reaching Song Yu's side and urging, Follow me. Li Lin, will you? And Zhang Meng exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the raven speak, momentarily frozen in place. Yet, as they hesitated, Song Yu showed no reluctance and quickly followed. Perhaps sensing the urgency of their predicament, or fueled by trust in Song Yu, the others soon joined him, racing alongside the raven. Though Song Yu's stamina paled in comparison to that of Li Lin and the others, the raven robot appeared to be mindful of his limits, deliberately moderating its pace to ensure he could keep up. Despite panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Song Yu managed to stay within reach, not falling too far behind. After a stretch of frantic running, they arrived at an abandoned factory. The raven robot halted and announced, "This place is temporarily secure. We can rest here." Song Yu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, while Li Lin and the others leaned against the walls, trying to regain their composure. "Why aren't we continuing? Can we really trust this raven?" Wu Yu questioned, his face etched with skepticism. Song Yu lifted his gaze to him, replying, "Let us not overthink it. We need to catch our breath first." He was well aware that he did not possess the same stamina as the others, and Shaoqi had likely paused here for that very reason. They failed to return immediately, opting instead for a circuitous route towards the opposite side of the town, thereby temporarily evading the horde of zombies. Just as Song Yu was preparing to catch his breath, a sudden creaking sound emanated from the second floor of the factory. This unexpected noise instantly tensed his previously relaxed nerves, prompting him to glance warily towards the upper level. Meanwhile, Li Lin, Wu Yu, and Zhang Meng reacted swiftly, dashing towards the staircase. A figure abruptly shattered a window and escaped. "It's a person. Quick, pursue," Li Lin shouted. Before Song Yu could intervene, the three of them had already vaulted out of the second floor like arrows released from a bow. Frustration welled up within Song Yu. He silently cursed these reckless individuals. With a resigned sigh, he hastily rose to follow. However, after running a short distance, he found himself devoid of any trace of them. The surroundings were eerily silent. The only sound resonating in his ears was his own heavy breathing. In desperation, he placed his hopes on the Raven reconnaissance robot, continuing to pursue it. As he followed the Raven robot, his anxiety deepened. The longer he went without sighting them, the more his fear escalated. A creeping dread enveloped him. Yet he dared not halt his pace. The wind around him seemed to transform into an eerie whisper, sending shivers down his spine. With no time to spare for anything else, he relentlessly trailed the Raven robot. Chapter 074. Escape from Crisis 3. Suddenly, the crow robot emitted a series of urgent cries, its piercing sound slicing through the tranquil air, seemingly serving as an early warning for Song Yu. A tightness gripped his heart, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Instinctively, he halted his steps, clutching his weapon with vigilance as he scanned his surroundings. After hearing the crow robot's alert, Song Yu hesitated, reluctant to advance. Moments later, a foul-smelling zombie, with bared fangs, sprang forth from a narrow corner beside a tree. Upon spotting Song Yu, it lunged at him with gnarled limbs and a low, menacing growl. Swiftly, Song Yu sidestepped to evade the attack, swinging his weapon towards the zombie. However, the creature moved with remarkable agility, narrowly dodging his strike and lunging again. Song Yu stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Yet the zombie seized this fleeting opportunity and charged at him once more. With no time to evade, just as the situation became dire, the crow robot surged forward and raked its sharp claws across the zombie's eyes. This momentary distraction halted the assault. Seizing the chance, Song Yu steadied himself, swiftly readjusting his stance, and without hesitation, plunged his blade towards the zombie's head. Though he missed the target, he did not relent. With a powerful swipe of his wrist, the sharp weapon carved a deep gash across the creature's neck. Dark blood gushed forth, splattering on his Song Yu. But he paid no mind to it. Time was too short for any other reaction. In that instant, he solely wished for the demise of the zombie. With a swift motion, Song Yu drew his blade and struck fiercely at the creature's head. His movements were as rapid as lightning, his arm trembling slightly from exertion. The strike infused with all his pent-up rage and fear. The blow cleaved the zombie's skull in two, slicing through its neck. Even after the deed was done, a lingering trepidation gripped Song Yu. Still unsatisfied, he relentlessly swung his weapon several more times until the zombie's head was rendered nearly unrecognizable before he finally ceased his assault. At that moment, the wind seemed to still. Everything around appeared to vanish, leaving only Song Yu and the grotesque zombie. Breathing heavily, he had barely caught his breath when he was startled by a cacophony of footsteps and growls nearby. A chill ran through him. Had more zombies been drawn to the commotion? The crow-shaped robot circled above, signaling for Song Yu to follow. Without hesitation, he trailed the robot as it led him around a corner. Upon rounding the bend, he spotted an abandoned house ahead, its door firmly shut, yet the windows offered no protection. Just as he was about to pass by, he heard Wu Yu calling out to him. Turning back, Song Yu saw Wu Yu standing in a nearby corner, frantically waving, his face etched with urgency. Beside Wu Yu were Li Lin and Zhang Ming, who appeared somewhat disheveled. Their clothing bore several tears and was stained with blood. Song Yu furrowed his brow and hurried towards them. "What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to chase that person?" Song Yu urgently inquired. Li Lin wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily as he replied, "Don't mention it. We lost them while chasing, and then we encountered a horde of zombies. It was a struggle to escape." Zhang Ming interjected, "Indeed, we were hiding here, contemplating how to find you. However, this is not the time for such discussions. A group of zombies is trailing behind us. We must leave swiftly." Without hesitation, the few of them sprinted in the direction indicated by the crow robot. They chose to evade the zombies that leapt out along the way, opting to conserve their energy and avoid unnecessary delays. They dashed out of the town, making their way toward the woods. The little bird robot guided them not along the road, but through the dense foliage of the forest. As they entered the woods, a ferocious roar erupted from a distance, reverberating through the trees as if threatening to shake the very earth. The group dared not linger, quickening their pace as their hearts raced, nearly leaping from their throats. The dense underbrush tore at their skin, while thorns and jagged stones hindered their progress. Yet, they pressed on without a moment's pause, surrounded only by the rushing wind and their labored breaths. Just as they navigated through the thicket, a vast swarm of zombies suddenly emerged ahead, their grotesque faces contorted in madness as they charged toward the group. Song Yu inhaled sharply, a wave of terror washing over him as fear spread in his eyes. The crow-like robots swiftly veered, leading them down an alternate path. Song Yu felt a sense of despair, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead, each step demanding every ounce of his strength. Yet, shadows of numerous zombies continued to emerge around them, flickering in the dimness of the woods like phantoms. Their howls rose and fell in a haunting chorus, weaving a web of death that steadily closed in on Song Yu and his companions. Above, several other crow-like robots darted toward their direction. As they passed by Song Yu, one called out in his ear, "Brother, do not stop." It then flew unhesitatingly toward the zombies, continuously emitting sharp caws in an attempt to divert the undead's attention. Fortunately, aside from the relentless zombies pursuing them, the remainder had been lured away by the robots. The pressure on Song Yu and his group eased, yet they dared not relax. For the dozen or so zombies behind them continued their unyielding chase. I can't run anymore," Song Yu gasped, his voice tinged with a note of despair. Wu Yu shouted from the side, "Don't give up, Song Yu. Just hold on a little longer." Hearing this, they frequently glanced back. Observing that Song Yu was lagging significantly, nearing a point of exhaustion, Li Lin called out to Wu Yu and Zhang Ming, "Let us halt our flight and first eliminate this horde of zombies." Wu Yu and Zhang Ming exchanged a glance, determination evident in their eyes, and replied in unison, "Agreed." The trio swiftly halted their steps, turning to confront the relentless horde of zombies, each gripping their weapons with firm resolve. As Song Yu passed by them, he leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Just as the three assumed their stances, the foremost zombies lunged forward with clawing hands. Li Lin bellowed a war cry, striking first with his blade aimed at the head of the closest zombie. With a sickening thud, the creature's head rolled away, dark blood splattering in all directions. Wu Yu and Zhang Ming were equally undeterred. Wu Yu, wielding a wooden shield, forcefully blocked an attack from a zombie before swinging his knife with vigor, striking one in the shoulder. The zombie staggered and turned to lunge at Zhang Ming, swiftly evading the assault. Zhang Ming seized the opportunity to thrust his weapon towards the creature's head. The sharp, curved blade pierced directly into the zombie's skull, causing it to collapse instantly. However, before Zhang Ming could catch his breath, two more zombies surged from the side. With a steely gaze, he swiftly withdrew his weapon and leaned back just in time to narrowly avoid their onslaught. Meanwhile, Li Lin and Wu Yu were locked in a fierce struggle, their bodies smeared with dark blood, rendering it indistinguishable from grime or that of the undead. Their situation grew increasingly perilous, encircled by several zombies with virtually no escape in sight. At that moment, after taking a brief rest, Song Yu drew forth a crossbow. unleashing a relentless barrage of bolts towards the advancing horde. Each bolt whistled through the air, striking the zombies with unerring accuracy. Yet, these creatures seemed impervious to pain, continuing their frenzied assault upon the trio. Having thwarted the ambush of the approaching zombie, Wu Yu swiftly severed the creature's head with a decisive stroke. Meanwhile, Song Yu had no respite. Armed with a repeating crossbow, he plunged into the fray. As he readied his bolts, he aimed and fired at the advancing undead. One particularly aggressive zombie, drawn by his presence, charged directly at him. A flurry of crossbow bolts was unleashed, yet the zombie remained undeterred, closing the distance to Song Yu in an instant. A rush of anxiety gripped him, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. With no time to load another bolt, he hurled the crossbow at the oncoming zombie. However, the relentless creature lunged at him without hesitation, prompting Song Yu to instinctively raise his arm in defense. The zombie's jaws clamped down on his leather armor, and he felt an immense force pulling him in. Desperately, he struggled to free himself from the creature's bite. "Ah!" he bellowed, driving his elbow forcefully into the zombie's head. Yet, the undead clung on tenaciously, the leather armor creaking ominously as if it might tear at any moment. Just as the situation grew dire, Li Lin rushed in, brandishing a long knife, and struck at the zombie's neck. The creature's body slumped to the ground, granting Song Yu his much-needed reprieve. However, the head remained firmly attached to his armor. Without hesitation, Li Lin plunged his blade into the zombie's skull, finally saving Song Yu's life. "Thank you," Song Yu gasped, catching his breath. "No time for pleasantries. Be more cautious in the future," Li Lin admonished, preparing to strike at Song Yu once more. Alarmed, Song Yu quickly interjected, "I wasn't bitten." Li Lin's motion halted abruptly, yet he showed no intention of lowering his weapon. Song Yu immediately revealed the location of his armor, stating that he was protected and had not been bitten. Li Lin sighed in relief, lowering his long knife, and remarked, "That is good." At this moment, the battle had come to an end. Song Yu gasped for breath, their bodies stained with the remnants of battle and the blood of the undead, surrounded by a sea of fallen zombies. "Finally, it's over," Song Yu uttered weakly. The group hastily composed themselves and continued to follow the crow robot in their flight for survival. Along the way, Li Lin inquired, "Where did you obtain the drone?" Confused, Song Yu responded, "What drone?" Li Lin glanced up at the flying crow robot, quickly realizing, "That is not mine." "I'm not sure how she acquired it," he replied. Song Yu preferred not to disclose the matter of Shao Qi to the players, unless she wished for them to know. "Honestly, if it weren't for your girlfriend warning us of your peril, you might have." Li Lin trailed off, leaving the implication unspoken. The mention of Shao Qi warmed Song Yu's heart, evoking a sense of gratitude. He couldn't help but feel a pang of fear for what had just transpired. The group fell into silence, swiftly navigating through the jungle alongside the crow robot. Fortunately, they encountered no further dangers along the way. With Shao Qi's assistance, they successfully escaped. Chapter 077. Dream. After traversing a considerable distance, Song Yu and his companions finally returned to the small town. Upon reaching the town's entrance, they spotted Shao Qi waiting for them at the city gate. Surrounding them, players busily transported materials back and forth into the town. Unicycles, bicycles, and four-wheeled carts have all been ingeniously crafted by the players. They gather an array of collected items and transport them into their meticulously planned workshops, where iron goods abound. Some have even managed to drag back the wreckage of an entire automobile. Observing their industrious backs, Song Yu felt a surge of vibrant vitality. As they neared the city gate, Shao Qi, upon spotting Song Yu, dashed towards him with great speed. Upon reaching him, she enveloped him in a warm embrace and exclaimed, "You didn't even tell me you were going out. I was so worried about you." Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Seeing Shao Qi's anxious, yet slightly reproachful expression, Song Yu was filled with warmth. "I'm sorry," he said, gently patting her back. "I'll make sure to inform you next time." At that moment, Li Lin, Zhang Meng, and Wu Yu were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. They refrained from intruding upon this tender reunion of the young couple, choosing instead to chuckle and observe from a distance. Shao Qi wiped away her tears on his clothing and then released him. "Brother, you promised to protect me. I'm truly afraid of living alone. When have I ever deceived you?" Song Yu paused, recalling the promise he had made. "There will be plenty of time to return home. You all should cease your flirtations here," Wu Yu interjected, breaking the tender atmosphere. The group made their way back into the city, where they needed to work and earn money, bidding farewell to one another. As Song Yu and Shao Qi walked along the path home, Xiaoqi, with a huff, began to recount the foolish decisions they had made upon entering the small town. At that moment, hordes of corpses were advancing towards you from both the west and the east. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Xiaoqi, who delayed the undead, you would have surely become their next meal. Song Yu was incessantly nagged by Xiaoqi throughout the journey. Upon discovering his absence in the morning, he searched high and low for him. Although her incessant chatter was somewhat irksome, Song Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Gazing up at the few robotic crows soaring in the sky, he could not help but sincerely express his gratitude for Xiaoqi's life-saving assistance. He was immensely relieved that Xiaoqi was by his side. Otherwise, he dared not imagine the dire predicament he would have faced. After listening to her, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. Upon returning indoors, Xiaoqi reheated and served a pot of fish soup. "I haven't even had breakfast while searching for you," she pouted as she took a seat. Song Yu could only respond with a sheepish smile. "My fault. It won't happen again." Humph. At night, as they prepared to sleep, Xiaoqi nestled beside Song Yu. Exhausted from the day, he quickly succumbed to slumber. Song Yu's Adam's apple moved gently as his fingers unconsciously clenched the dampened hem of his shirt. A flash of lightning cleaved through the night sky, casting a ghastly white light that glinted off the teardrops clinging to Xiaoqi's eyelashes, refracting a strange halo within her pupils. "When have I ever deceived you?" he asked, reaching out to tousle Xiaoqi's hair. However, his fingers froze abruptly when they brushed against the nape of her neck. There lay a 3-centimeter scar, resembling a centipede lying in wait beneath her pallid skin. It was a rain-soaked night 3 years prior, the blaring siren of an ambulance piercing the air, blood seeping steadily from the stretcher. Suddenly, the monitor emitted a sharp alarm. Xiaoqi tilted her head, gently rubbing against his palm, causing the foretube to sway lightly and cast a spiderweb-like shadow on the wall. His hand felt so cold. Did she breathe out, brushing over the old wound on his wrist, out of fear for me? As the hospital door swung open, it ushered in a wave of dampness, the hem of the white coat sweeping past the flickering red light of the electronic shackles. Dr. Suyu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, tiny bubbles rising in the glass ampoule of sedative. "Mr. Song, visiting hours have concluded." His gaze swept over Xiaoqi's fingers clutching the hem of Song Yu's garment. "Or would you prefer to witness the escape of experiment subject 039 from last week with your own eyes? He is currently on the dissection table on the 3rd underground level." Suddenly, Xiaoqi burst into a fit of giggles, the restraints on her wrists tightening into a perilous arc with her laughter. Whispering close to Song Yu's ear, her breath carried a metallic scent. "Brother, do you smell the blood in the corridor? It's that little nurse who always peeks at me while I change my dressings." The glass window reflected her abruptly cold pupils. After all, Song Yu awoke from his slumber, the sunlight failing to penetrate the darkness of the small room, leaving it devoid of any hint of dawn. The dream he had just experienced blurred the lines between reality and fiction, and upon awakening, everything within the dream grew increasingly nebulous. He endeavored to recollect the details. Yet the more he pondered, the more he forgot, gazing at the slumbering Xiaoqi beside him. How closely did she resemble the Xiaoqi who had giggled in his dream? In the end, he could scarcely distinguish whether they were indeed the same person. Leaning against a pile of grass, his mind incessantly replayed the events of the dream. Why had he dreamt such a thing? He remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Just as he intended to continue his rest, an incessant clanging echoed from outside. Unbeknownst to Song Yu, someone was striking a metal plate on the street, shouting, "Zombies are attacking! Zombies are attacking!" Instantly, Song Yu rose to peer outside, and at that moment, Xiaoqi awakened as well. After utilizing a crow reconnaissance robot to assess the situation outside, Xiaoqi turned to Song Yu and said, "Brother, a large horde of zombies is advancing towards us." Her tone had grown increasingly urgent. Song Yu turned around, having completely forgotten the content of his earlier dream. "Quickly issue a mission for the players to defend the city," he instructed, glancing towards Xiaoqi in the shadows. "Have you prepared the list of weapons for exchange?" "Yes," Xiaoqi nodded. "All right, send it to the players as well." Without hesitation, Xiaoqi complied. Song Yu then glanced at his accrued points and, following the address provided by Xiaoqi, began to teleport the weapons exchanged by the players. Over time, the players had accumulated sufficient contribution points to redeem his weapons. With the weapon exchange feature now reopened, players eagerly chose to redeem. At this moment, Song Yu was busily delivering the weapons to each of them. After a flurry of activity, he finally completed the exchange of all weapons. Following the events of the day, Song Yu felt emboldened and prepared to partake in the city's defense. However, he was intercepted by Xiao Qi. "Brother, I want to go too," she implored, her voice trembling slightly. Song Yu did not deter her. After all, exposure to the world was essential for survival in these dire times. From the marketplace, I procured a crossbow and handed it to Xiao Qi. "Take this. We shall descend the city walls and engage them in battle. You need only to shoot arrows from atop the walls." Xiao Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 078. The Siege of Zombies. 1. Beneath the blood-red remnants of the setting sun. Bailu gripped the binoculars tightly, her knuckles turning pale. 30 meters away, the horde advanced in an inexplicable formation. Crippled and limping zombies led the charge, while 3 swollen aberrations formed a triangular rear guard, encircling a cluster of mutated creatures with eerily glowing blue eyes. This was no mindless migration of the undead. It resembled an army manipulated by some unknown will. "Retreat," she commanded, slicing through the tendrils entwined around the iron railing. The rusted hinges emitted a piercing groan. Zhao Miao Miao stumbled, the glass bottles in her backpack clinking ominously. This faint sound was akin to a stone cast into still waters, provoking a cacophony of ghastly roars from the horde. Rotting claws tore through the underbrush, leaving a trail of dark, viscous fluid across the withered leaves. The zombies pursued them with an uncanny precision, often attempting to encircle them. Old Zhao, tasked with covering their retreat, suddenly turned and charged towards the horde. This usually silent veteran, tearing open his coat to reveal his sturdy physique, shouted, "Miss, run. I will hold them off." After felling a few zombies, he was swiftly engulfed by the swarm. Following the sacrifice of several team members, Bailu finally returned safely to Wanchuan City. Upon her return, she urgently convened the personnel to reinforce the city's defenses. After several encounters with zombies, players working outside the city were compelled to cease their tasks and retreat within its walls. Although no additional casualties had yet occurred, the players' spirits began to ignite with a fervor. Many organized groups to specifically eliminate the scattered zombies outside the city. However, despite spending an entire afternoon eradicating the undead, the relentless assaults continued unabated. The players surmised that they might have triggered a game mechanic. A siege of zombies could be advancing toward them. Consequently, they abandoned their tasks and shifted their focus to fortifying their defenses. Song Yu and Xiao Qi arrived at the base of the city wall, where a considerable number of players had already gathered. Thanks to the mission initiated by Xiao Qi and the organizational strength of the Wanchuan Guild, even those who typically refrained from slaying zombies had joined the ranks of the defenders. As Song Yu passed by, he overheard conversations among the players, learning that those participating in the defense would receive additional rewards. He couldn't help but wonder if he and Xiao Qi would also be included. The wall was teeming with people, and the city gates were tightly shut, barricaded with stones, clearly indicating preparations for an impending siege. Players were tirelessly transporting stones and logs from the ground below, coating them in fish oil and binding dry twigs as kindling. The sky had yet to fully brighten, and the flickering flames from the processing area outside the city illuminated the vicinity. At that moment, several zombies staggered toward them, one after another. They sensed the players' scent and immediately rushed madly towards the city walls. However, before they could reach the walls, these zombies fell into the deep pits that the players had previously dug, unable to climb out again. The players had already laid a thick layer of dry branches and weeds in the pits, and once the number of zombies became overwhelming, they would ignite the flames to thwart their assault. Song Yu stood atop the city wall, calmly observing the situation outside. He confirmed that this horde of zombies was indeed the same batch they had encountered that morning. The crow robots continuously relayed the zombies' latest movements to Xiao Qi, who promptly reported back to Song Yu. "Brother, the horde is not far from us. They will arrive in about 10 minutes. Xiao Qi conveyed the observed situation. Upon hearing this, Song Yu remained unfazed, contemplating that with the towering city walls and deep trenches, even if the zombies charged, they would find it difficult to pose a threat. The players had already picked up stones, preparing to throw them at the few scattered zombies. But they were soon halted by members of the Wanchuan Guild. "Wait until they gather a little more before throwing," the members shouted. The players had no choice but to suppress their impulses and continue waiting. Song Yu and Xiao Qi stood at a corner of the city wall, relatively distant from the gate, with no other players gathered nearby. They were all preparing at spots where zombies were most likely to congregate. Song Yu piled the purchased crossbow bolts beside Xiao Qi, ready to supply ammunition for both of them. Xiao Qi, meanwhile, had already taken out the repeating crossbow and began shooting continuously at the zombies outside the wall. It must be said that Xiaoqi's marksmanship is truly remarkable. She scarcely squandered any bolts. Although most did not find their mark in the zombies' heads, the bolts that struck their bodies effectively hindered their movement. As time progressed, the horde of zombies grew increasingly formidable. Ahead, a dense mass of the undead became vividly discernible. Upon spotting the players, they broke away from the main throng, frantically charging toward the city walls. The spectacle was awe-inspiring, resembling a legion of fearless warriors gallantly pressing forward. Yet, before they could reach the base of the walls, they plunged into a deep pit, continuously surging into its depths. The pit began to accumulate, resembling a towering mound. However, the pathway leading to the city gate remained unexcavated, preserved for access. A significant number of zombies had already congregated at the gate, their ranks swelling. Those behind were relentlessly pushed aside, tumbling into the abyss on either side. It was only when the pit was filled to capacity that the zombies finally began to claw their way back up. Upon reaching the base of the walls, they emitted low, mournful howls. The players, however, displayed no semblance of fear. Instead, they excitedly taunted the zombies from above, drawing their attention. When the pit overflowed with zombies, and some even charged forth as if on solid ground, the players finally ignited the rolling logs and hurled them downward. With the evening breeze enhancing the flames, they swiftly spread, illuminating the surroundings for dozens of meters. Naturally, the zombies dispatched by the players' stones and flames did not contribute to Song Yu's disaster points. Players can share their fragmented contribution points. The number of zombies continues to increase, and the bodies at the foot of the city walls gradually accumulate, forming sloping heaps. The burning zombies persistently crawl upward, inch by inch, until their brains are entirely incinerated, collapsing in certain areas and creating a pathway for subsequent zombies to ascend towards the walls. Upon witnessing this, Song Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Although the flames have slowed the gathering of zombies, the fallen bodies have become stepping stones for those that follow, relentlessly threatening the safety of the walls. "Stop throwing stones down there. The zombies are piling up," a player exclaimed, urgently preventing others from such actions. Chapter 079, Siege of the Zombies. 2. Song Yu quickly realized that the situation might be more dire than anticipated. He turned to Xiaoqi and said, "Xiaoqi, prepare to use the crossbow to shoot at the zombies attempting to climb. We cannot allow them to continue accumulating." Xiaoqi nodded, swiftly adjusting her aim towards the climbing horde. The repeating crossbow she wielded was loaded with arrows, capable of firing 30 bolts in a single volley. With his exceptional eyesight, Song Yu found this weapon, which required minimal technical skill, perfectly suited for him to harvest disaster points continuously. Players were diligently producing homemade incendiary devices, igniting them before hurling them into the mass of zombies, hoping to thwart their gathering with flames. Before the bodies of the zombies could turn to ash, some had already reached the players at the city gate. Without hesitation, one player drew his sword and charged towards the advancing zombies. It remains uncertain whether the flames were exceptionally fierce or if they had consumed the corpses beneath. After dispatching the zombie, the ground suddenly gave way beneath. The towering city wall, more than 3 meters high, was engulfed by flames that had already reached 2 meters. The surrounding heat surged upward, carrying the acrid scent of charred flesh. Once a zombie stepped into the inferno, its body would be engulfed in flames, ultimately collapsing and failing to rise again. In many instances, their legs would be scorched, compelling them to crawl toward the players until the raging fire seared their brains, leaving only a charred remnant. This onslaught instilled considerable psychological trauma in the players, who appeared as if they had emerged from the very depths of hell, their bodies wrapped in flames as they charged forward. Although the players were momentarily shaken, their innate fearlessness prevailed, and they swung their weapons to prevent the zombies from ascending the wall. As time elapsed, the sky brightened, and the flames climbed to a height of 3 meters, looming ominously before them. After enduring several rounds of defense, the zombies could no longer surge through the flames. The outside world was entirely obscured by fire, with only a glimpse of the situation visible from the corner where Song Yu stood. The zombies that had charged into the flames were swiftly consumed, having barely crossed the chasm before becoming fuel for the inferno. Seeing that no zombies were advancing for the time being, the players exhaled a sigh of relief. Why have they stopped? I was just getting into the thrill of the hunt. Indeed, just moments ago, they had nearly been frightened to death. The game's attention to detail in this aspect was remarkably vivid, leading one to wonder if the developers had intended it that way. Who could deny it? On the other side, Song Yu and Xiao Qi remained undeterred in their actions. The incessant whoosh of the crossbow echoed as with each arrow released. Song Yu brimmed with confidence in hitting the zombies' heads. He was undeniably well suited for this weapon. His disaster points surged with remarkable speed. Yet, upon gazing at the vast heaps of fallen corpses sprawled on the ground, he was overwhelmed with sorrow, finding it difficult to breathe. How many points had he lost? In the absence of danger, it was apparent that these represented all he had forfeited. As Song Yu sought to calm his mind and resumed shooting, his pupils abruptly contracted. The twisted, writhing shadows beneath the city wall appeared increasingly terrifying in the flickering light. Those decaying arms clung to the bricks like maggots, the sound of their nails scraping against the stone outshining even the crackle of the flames. Xiao Qi. He swiftly grasped the hand-held knife resting beside him, the blade glinting silver under the moonlight, and called out for crossfire coverage in the blind spot at 10 o'clock. Before his words could fully escape, 3 charred bodies suddenly emerged from the parapet, their eye sockets ablaze with eerie blue flames. What is this? Before he could finish, Xiao Qi's crossbow emitted a resonant hum, and in an instant, arrows pierced through 3 skulls, causing a burst of dark green toxic mist to erupt above the city wall. Players engaged in crafting incendiary devices instinctively took a step back, watching as the zombies' remains dissolved into a bubbling sludge amidst the venom. A player who inadvertently became tainted by the dark green toxin observed the decay of his bodily structure, the visible deterioration spreading at an alarming rate. The odor reminiscent of rotting flesh compelled those nearby to distance themselves. "Bro, given the circumstances, shall we restart?" urged a companion from a few meters away. The man glanced at the rapid decay of his arm, seemingly resolved, and placed it against the scorched stone wall, indifferent to the searing heat that might scald his skin. Without hesitation, he seized a knife and decisively severed his own arm. "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by fate. Today, I shall embody the spirit of the legendary hero." With that proclamation, the blade fell, and his arm was liberated from his body. A torrent of blood gushed forth, and he cast the severed limb into the flames that danced upon the city wall. "Incredible. At this moment, I bow to no one but you, Wang Shi." He approached Wang Shi with admiration. Wang Shi shot him a glance and retorted, "Get lost. Hurry and find something to bandage me." The man snapped back to reality and swiftly tore a piece of cloth from Wang Shi's garments, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, before he could begin, Wang Shi succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss. Lin Yufei from the Wanghua Guild rushed over upon seeing someone collapse. Observing the inept bandaging, she took over, binding the stump with strips of cloth, then retrieving a knife to heat it before addressing the wound. The surrounding players winced at the sight. "Sister, your method is rather simplistic and brutal." After completing the task, Lin Yufei stood, dusted off her hands, and remarked, "Keep an eye on him. And if there's no mutation, don't discard him." She left with a sweet smile for the nearby players. Her words sent shivers down the spines of Wang Shi's companions, who silently vowed to avoid such women in their search for partners. As Lin Yufei approached Bai Lu, she couldn't help but inquire, what transpired over there just now? How is it that the little deer is feeling jealous? Yet, in her heart, it has always been only you. Wu, the delicate creature attempted to approach and embrace Bai Lu. Instinctively, Bai Lu dodged and quickly remarked, "Yufei, be serious." However, she was soon enveloped in Lin Yufei's embrace. The latter nuzzled her face and then declared, "Someone over there is injured. I just went to tend to their wounds." Bai Lu regarded her with skepticism, doubting her ability to handle injuries. Yet, at that moment, being held by Lin Yufei left her powerless. "Could you please let me go first?" "No way." Lin Yufei resolutely refused, but Bai Lu was not the least bit angry. Meanwhile, Zhao Miao Miao, standing nearby, couldn't suppress a chuckle, which caught Bai Lu's attention. "Little Miao, are you feeling mischievous?" "Miss, I didn't laugh at all. No, I saw nothing." With that, she turned and fled. "How infuriating. You both are trouble." After attempting to push Lin Yufei away, she added, "Especially you, Lin Yufei." Clearly, Lin Yufei chose to ignore her, remaining unmovable. "I feel unclean, Wu." Chapter 080. The Siege of Zombies. 3. Song Yu's back pressed against the rough stone wall of the city, and beads of cold sweat emerged from his palm, gripping the metal crossbow tightly. Moments ago, that dark green acidic liquid had grazed his cheekbone, now etching a bowl-sized pit into the flagstone ground, with billowing white smoke mingling with the foul stench of charred protein, causing his throat to rise with waves of nausea. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, as the flickering flames cast light upon the charred remnants lurking around the corner. What was that just now? With a decisive click, Xiao Qi secured an arrow into the crossbow's slot. Her silvery hair shimmered with an ethereal glow in the firelight, while the data streams reflecting in her left eye illuminated the metallic patterns on her cheek before fading into transparency. Delta Galaxy's detritus species. The digestive enzymes secreted by their epidermis can corrode through 3 centimeters of steel, she remarked. As she spoke, a sticky sound of footsteps echoed from beneath the city wall. Peering through the embrasure, they observed several players trudging through the dark green sludge and the acid-melted remnants of limbs, dark crimson plasma trailing a viscous path across the cobblestones. What in the world is this? My feet feel utterly useless. One exclaimed. Let's just amputate. Song Yu, having diverted his attention from the players hauling supplies, turned back to Xiao Qi. Delta Galaxy? Indeed, it is the invading galaxy we are currently aware of. In the meantime, Xiao Qi had already loaded her crossbow with arrows, ready to shoot towards the approaching zombies. Are they the ones you mentioned that came with that meteorite? She aimed and replied, precisely, the calamity brought forth by that meteorite. With a swift whoosh, the bolt flew, striking a zombie squarely in the head. Song Yu ceased his inquiries, instead focusing on the surging disaster points, which had now surpassed the 500,000 mark. As time progressed, and the flames continued to spread, they began to threaten to breach the city walls. The zombies evidently ceased their assault, instead gathering in greater numbers in the firebreak, away from the flames. Although the blaze below the city walls temporarily thwarted their advance, the intense heat was felt even by those huddled in the furthest corners, provoking a strong sense of searing discomfort. With the zombies no longer pressing their attack, Song Yu contemplated descending from the walls. Just then, Xiao Qi suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Brother, look over there." Following her gesture, Song Yu beheld a towering figure amidst the distant horde of zombies, slowly advancing towards the city walls. It was a massive mutated zombie, its skin a deep gray, muscles taut and sinewy, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Was that the zombie leader? A frown creased Song Yu's brow as an ominous premonition welled within him. The appearance of this formidable zombie incited the surrounding horde into a frenzy. As if driven by some unseen force, their howls growing ever more frenzied. Song Yu discerned that those zombies which refrained from rushing into the flames to join the attack were indeed extraordinary. However, at present, the fire beneath the walls was nourished by these very corpses, rendering it increasingly uncontrollable. Even though these zombies were unusual, they could not approach the walls within the immediate future. But in the next moment, Song Yu's pupils dilated in shock. He observed the towering zombie, standing at nearly 3 meters tall, suddenly bend its body and hoist a smaller zombie beside it, which curled up like a ball in its grasp. After gathering its strength, the colossal zombie hurled the tiny one directly towards the city walls. Song Yu, caught in the urgency of the moment, dashed towards the direction where players had gathered. "Everyone, be cautious. Zombies have been airdropped," he shouted, his voice resonating above the crackling flames and the light-hearted banter among the players. Boom. As the crowd turned to look, a zombie had already landed in the square behind the city walls. Song Yu quickly pointed at the freshly fallen creature. "Do not gaze idly. Let us dispatch this one first. Eliminate it swiftly." Beneath the city walls, amidst the sounds of crumbling bricks, a shadowy figure suddenly plunged into the clearing. The 7 players, engaged in transporting supplies, instinctively took a step back, their weapons reflecting the cold light of the flames from atop the walls. Goodness, zombies can be airdropped? The scarred-faced man, wielding dual blades, was the first to react, stepping forward against the swirling dust. In the center of the pit, the living corpse twisted its spine at an unnatural angle, broken ribs piercing through its pallid skin, yet it stubbornly upheld its wretched form. A glimmer of cold light flashed, just as the zombie rose. 5 blades simultaneously pierced its vital points, and the female player at the back executed a mid-air somersault, her feathered blade tracing a silver arc. The decapitated body had yet to collapse when foul, black blood splattered across the green bricks. Something was amiss. The woman flicked off the blood droplets from her blade, the silver bells on her wrist chiming with a clear, resonant sound. She gazed upward at the breach in the towering wall, where flames cascaded down from the shattered parapet. These living corpses lacked the ability to climb, unless... Bang! The second thud interrupted her thoughts. This time, a A living corpse descended precisely beside the horse path 30 paces away, rolling several times to cushion its landing. As the players surrounded it, the grotesque figure draped in tattered garments exhibited an astonishing agility, rolling aside to evade the blades, before turning and sprinting towards the inner city. The distance between this zombie and the players was momentarily sufficient. It had just risen and was not immediately struck down. Upon seeing the players closing in, the zombie decisively fled towards the direction of the town. The players exchanged bewildered glances. Goodness, it is running away. The player wielding dual daggers widened his eyes in disbelief. Something was amiss. This zombie's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. Just as the group was grappling with their confusion, a female player shouted, "Quick! Cut it off! Don't let it escape!" She was the first to give chase, and the remaining players swiftly followed in pursuit of the zombie's retreating form. Subsequently, the thrown zombies, unable to flee, attacked a few individuals, while the others refrained from engaging the players for long, opting instead to dash towards the heart of the town. Song Yu began to surmise the zombies' intentions. They seemed intent on distracting the players, biding their time until the flames subsided to launch a full-scale assault. Gazing at the rising sun, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness. However, that feeling quickly dissipated, for the players had devised a counter-strategy, deploying members to intercept at the intersections leading into the town. Should the zombies attempt to infiltrate the town, they would have to breach the players' defenses. Otherwise, they would be gradually corralled into the open space and eliminated piece by piece. It remained uncertain whether the colossal zombies had gleaned intelligence from the players, as the act of throwing zombies suddenly ceased. After a prolonged wait, not a single zombie was tossed into the fray. Song Yu turned to ascertain the whereabouts of the enormous zombie. As he glanced back, the flames blazing nearby obscured his view entirely. In that moment, he became acutely aware of the searing heat enveloping him. Hastily, he retreated to the corner from whence he came. Venturing into the lower city was simply out of the question. Chapter 081. The Siege of Zombies. 4. The crimson tongues of fire licked at the grayish-blue bricks of the city wall. While the fabric of Song Yu's back was thoroughly soaked with sweat, vaporizing into wisps of white smoke in the glow of the flames, he maneuvered along the arrow tower towards the west, the residual warmth of the earthen wall still scorching his skin through the leather armor. Although this corner of the wall offered slightly more shade than the main section, the air was thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh mixed with the oily black smoke, an unpleasant amalgamation of the sweet, metallic scent of carbonized protein and the pungency of sulfur, assaulting his nostrils. Gagging, he felt bile rise in his throat. In stark contrast, Xiaoqi appeared unfazed, seemingly unaffected by the surroundings. The zombies had ceased their mindless assault on the city, and after relaying the recent events to Xiaoqi, they instructed her to utilize the crow robot to scour the nearby town for any hidden zombies. Upon detection, it would relay mission information and coordinates to nearby players, facilitating their swift extermination. It was eerily quiet, yet the paramount concern remained the issue of safety. Xiaoqi shared Song Yu's sentiments. The town was no longer secure. Despite the discomfort of the oppressive heat radiating from the walls, it was far preferable to the risk of an ambush by concealed zombies. Survival was of utmost importance. Xiaoqi settled down and patted the space beside her, signaling for Song Yu to join her. Song Yu naturally sat down as well, casually removing the leather armor he had been wearing and stowing it back into his equipment space. Wrapped in a pile of straw, he appeared no different to the other players. He had also purchased an identical set of leather armor for Xiaoqi, which was currently nestled beneath her shelter clothing. Clearly, Xiaoqi had no intention of removing it. Perplexed, Song Yu inquired, "Aren't you hot?" Xiaoqi shook her head and smiled. "Brother, I forgot to mention that the shelter clothing provides warmth and insulation." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's interest was piqued. "Do you have any spare?" He was already feeling dizzy from the heat, sweat continuously streaming down him as if he were in a sauna. "None left," she replied. "Just this one I'm wearing, but..." After a moment's thought, she added, "I can take it off for you to wear." Looking into her earnest eyes, he quickly declined. "Let's not do that." It was highly likely that aside from this garment, she was wearing nothing else, a conclusion he had drawn from his observations of players during this time. After all, it was probable that Xiaoqi was no exception. He was not a lecherous man, and certainly did not wish for Xiaoqi to expose herself before others. In this post-apocalyptic world, she had always called him brother, and he had regarded her as a little sister. As Song Yu pondered these thoughts, Xiaoqi leaned closer, asking, "Aren't you feeling hot, brother?" He It no longer feels as sweltering, yet the incessant flow of sweat betrays the lies he had spoken. Song Yu stood up and removed his short sleeves, revealing a physique honed through recent exertions. Xiaoqi gazed at his glistening muscles, swallowing hard, and instinctively reached out to caress his skin. Song Yu shot a glance in her direction. "What are you doing?" Startled, Xiaoqi quickly averted her gaze, turning her head shyly to the side, speechless. Observing her reaction, Song Yu began to grasp the situation, choosing not to press further, and awkwardly donned his shirt. Just moments ago, he had regarded her as a younger sister, but that brief touch had stirred an unexpected turmoil within his heart. Deciding to stand and look towards the city beyond, he lost track of time. Suddenly, a low-frequency hum resonated outside the city walls, prompting all the zombies to tilt their heads in unison. Their decaying throats produced a resonant subsonic wave, causing the air to distort and ripple at a specific frequency. Blood seeped from Xiaoqi's ears as she stumbled against the city wall and exclaimed to Song Yu, "It's thought resonance. They are forming a collective consciousness network." Seeing her distressed state, Song Yu rushed to support her. "What's wrong?" He then glanced at the other players, realizing neither he nor they had been affected by the earlier hum. However, the blood trickling from Xiaoqi's ears startled him profoundly. He swiftly tore a piece of fabric from his clothing and stuffed it into Xiaoqi's ears. But he soon realized that the fire barrier was collapsing at a visibly alarming rate. Chunks of the outer wall's surface were continuously flaking off due to the resonance. At that moment, thousands of zombies suddenly retreated in unison, their limbs striking the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The silicate-rich dust enveloped the inferno like a shroud, while the burning corpse oil blazed ever brighter in the presence of oxygen. They wouldn't use the raging fire to demolish the city walls, would they? They are learning to extinguish the flames. Xiaoqi's pupils dilated with surging data streams as she weakly leaned against Song Yu. The crystal core zombies were evolving their tactics in real time. As if to affirm her judgment, the deep azure crystal core within the giant's chest suddenly glowed brilliantly. Over 20 mutated creatures abruptly rose upright from the horde, their spines splitting into centipede-like appendages, while their mandibles sprayed corrosive liquid, etching honeycomb-shaped holes into the city wall. "They are diggers." After Xiaoqi spoke, several crow-like robots descended from the sky, followed by the resounding booms of 3 massive explosions echoing outside the city. Immediately, a circle of blue beams spread out, enveloping the zombies. Xiaoqi, pressed against Song Yu, implored him not to let them breach the foundation of the city wall. Observing Xiaoqi's weary demeanor, Song Yu gently supported her to a corner where she could sit. Her pale countenance tugged at his heartstrings as he tenderly said, "You should rest well. Do not worry too much." Xiaoqi managed to force a faint smile, as if imparting a final message. The explosions earlier were from magnetic storm bombs. They can't engage in cognitive resonance for now. Song Yu let out a gentle sigh as he grasped her hand. "All right, I understand. You should rest well for now." Subsequently, Xiaoqi obediently leaned against him and closed her eyes. The players, hearing commotion outside the city, assumed the zombies were preparing for another assault. They promptly ceased their tasks and hurried to the battlements, bracing themselves for the impending attack. Concerned that the zombies might launch projectiles into the city, Bailu had no choice but to assign a small team to guard the entrance to the town. Flames soared into the sky, obscuring visibility, rendering it impossible to discern the situation outside. At that moment, players began to congregate at both ends of the city wall, eager to catch a glimpse of the unfolding events. In a short while, a considerable number of players gathered in the corner where Song Yu was stationed, including those who had frequently appeared in recent days: Qi Xiaoming, Li Lin, Wu Yu, and Zhang Ming. As the players approached, Song Yu swiftly retrieved the arrows stacked upon the wall. Upon seeing Song Yu and Xiaoqi, they inquired, "What has transpired?" Wu Yu asked, stepping forward. Song Yu shook his head. "It remains unclear for now, but the situation does not bode well." Chapter 082. The Siege of Zombies. 5. Just as he had sent 3 away, another approached. Qi Xiaoming, noticing Xiaoqi resting on Song Yu's lap, leaned in closer. "Xiaoqi, what has happened?" Song Yu furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. "She has logged off." He feared Qi Xiaoming would disturb Xiaoqi's rest. He then pretended to retrieve a piece of leather from behind his back to serve as a pillow for her. Rising to his feet, he said, "Let us leave this place. It is unwise to linger on the battlements, lest the zombies breach our defenses." With a sense of reluctance, Qi Xiaoming was led by Song Yu towards the outside. As they stepped out of the city gate, a fierce gust of wind swept past, forcing them to squint against the bluster. The timing of this wind was truly inconvenient, Qi Xiaoming lamented. Song Yu remained silent, while flames were whipped by the wind, surging over the city walls like waves crashing upon a stormy sea. Fortunately, the distance from the flames to their position on the wall afforded the gathered players some respite from the heat. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the flames felt no pain, and with the players' remarkable recovery speed, it was merely a matter of resting for a day. Following the strong winds, a torrential downpour ensued. The rain fell upon the flames, producing a hissing sound and rising a thick veil of white mist. Wiping the rain from his face, Song Yu remarked, "This rain has arrived at an inopportune moment." He could sense the heightened agitation of the zombies outside the walls. With a furrowed brow, he gazed at the restless undead, an unsettling premonition swelling within him. The players, however, exhibited no fear, eagerly brandishing their weapons as they made their way back towards the city gate. As Li Lin and his companions departed alongside Qi Xiaoming, Song Yu cautioned, "Stay vigilant and do not let your guard down. Rest assured, Song Yu, today we shall ensure these zombies do not return." Li Lin responded with enthusiasm. Yet, it was precisely this bravado that left Song Yu uneasy about the players' safety. He chose to remain behind under the pretext of looking after Shao Qi. Watching the players retreat, he felt an ominous sense that the city might not withstand the impending onslaught. Returning to Shao Qi's side, he utilized her permissions to reopen the weapon exchange feature. Upon hearing the series of notifications, players momentarily ceased their current endeavors and eagerly perused their task rewards. They swiftly navigated to the marketplace, greeted by an extensive and intricate list of tasks laid out before them, ranging from the modest to the extravagant, leaving many players in a state of bewilderment. Once they spotted their desired weaponry, some players promptly accessed the loan interface. These loans, comprised of contribution points accrued from players, were facilitated by Shao Qi, who reopened an account to store the weapons exchanged by Song Yu, amassing a total of over 5 million points. Furthermore, Song Yu extended a loan limit of between 10,000 to 100,000 contribution points to each player, continuing until the entire sum was exhausted. The repayment terms were structured over 1, 2, or 3 years, with annual interest rates fluctuating between 25, 20, and 15%, undeniably usurious. To safeguard against players defaulting on their debts upon demise, a considerate punishment mechanism was established, whereby not only were players required to repay their loans, but any overdue amounts would incur an additional 5% late fee. Under this system, a multitude of players opted for loans of 100,000 contribution points with a 3-year repayment period, indifferent to the potential late fees, as the future of their gaming experience remained uncertain. Ultimately, players embraced the philosophy of seizing the day, reveling in the present moment without concern for what lay ahead. In a brief moment, players hastily placed orders for nearly 100 crossbows. The catastrophic points amounting to 500,000 were swiftly depleted, and over 5 million contribution points were entirely loaned out. Startled, Song Yu promptly disabled the exchange function of the marketplace and issued a statement for those who had already made payments but had yet to receive their weapons. Due to a system malfunction, the weapons you purchased will be delayed in delivery. Although Song Yu was uncertain how the players would react to this postponement, the current group of players was undeniably formidable, showing little regard for the existing capacity. The loan service he implemented was designed to ensure that players had ample contribution points to purchase crossbows, empowering them to eliminate zombies and prevent themselves from becoming mere fodder for the flames. The crossbow priced at over 50,000 contribution points was swiftly acquired, with each player exhibiting an air of affluence. While the catastrophic points required were only 28,000, purchasing 10 would amount to 280,000. At this moment, Song Yu felt a profound sense of poverty, wishing to avoid a similar experience in the future. The players, exuberant and ecstatic, who had previously accumulated contribution points with great restraint, seized this rare opportunity presented by the gaming company. They fervently engaged in a shopping spree, prioritizing the most extravagant over the best, their mantra being simply opulence. Indeed, this was a thrilling experience. Items once deemed too extravagant to purchase were now all within reach. Regardless of their utility, the priority was to buy first and contemplate later, until the weapon shop was entirely depleted of stock. The players remained in high spirits, and Song Yu finally grasped the terrifying nature of this group of players. Fortunately, the torrential rain did not persist as the zombies had anticipated. It ceased abruptly after a mere 10 minutes. Although the flames had diminished considerably, they continued to flicker defiantly. Song Yu wiped the rainwater from his brow, feeling a sense of relief. As long as the fire burned, the zombies seemed disinclined to launch an assault. Their aspirations to accumulate disaster points dashed. Meanwhile, among the players, some began to fervently acquire contribution points, which caught Song Yu's attention. It was no doubt the members of the Wangchuan Guild. While Song Yu kept a watchful eye on the players' movements, he was also preoccupied with distributing weapons to them. After a flurry of activity, he finally managed to deliver the majority of the ordered bows and crossbows to the players. The remaining individuals would have to wait until these players amassed enough disaster points for further distribution. Leaning against the arrow tower, Song Yu took a moment to enjoy his lunch, nibbling on dried fish while observing the peaceful slumber of Xiao Qi. Thankfully, she appeared to be unharmed. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, and the flames surged in waves. Before long, the fire leapt higher, as if intent on consuming the entire world. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Song Yu longed to cradle Xiao Qi and return to their abode in the town. Yet, the zombies within the town had not been completely eradicated, and he feared the possibility of a sudden ambush leading to his demise. Thus, he settled into a corner for a brief respite. Meanwhile, the players, having acquired their new toys, eagerly stationed themselves atop the city walls, attempting to shoot arrows from their crossbows. Hoping to hit enemies nearly 200 meters away was a fanciful notion, yet the players reveled in the endeavor. Chapter 083, The Meatball. During this period, Bai Mu and his companions had been diligently clearing the monsters from this sanctuary. Simultaneously, efforts were being made to locate the source of the aged voice. The first 3 levels had been thoroughly cleared. However, this endeavor came at a considerable cost, resulting in the loss of several players. Fortunately, the few crates of food they discovered spared them from starvation, at least temporarily. Nevertheless, Molly's various actions raised deep suspicions in Bai Mu. In the shelter, there appeared to be no food reserves, and she seemed to lack even the authority to venture outside. Molly appeared more like a Na'vi NPC, blissfully ignorant of her surroundings. Yet, certain behaviors suggested otherwise. She spent her days on the 4th floor, requiring players to provide her with food. A situation Bai Mu found exceedingly unreasonable. Was this merely a game mechanic? For the moment, he could only accept this notion. Bai Mu entered a room filled with numerous surveillance devices and saw Molly suspended from the ceiling, intricately weaving silk. The threads she skillfully extruded from her rear end were arranged in meticulously ordered circles on her hands. Her intense concentration while working overhead caused Bai Mu to momentarily dismiss his doubts about her. Perhaps this was simply how the game was designed, he mused. Clearing his throat, Bai Mu called out, "What are you weaving?" Startled by the sudden noise, Molly's face flushed a deep crimson. Before Bai Mu could react, she swiftly kicked him, sending him flying. The dull thud of his impact against the metal echoed through the room. Bai Mu coughed up a mouthful of blood but quickly steadied himself against the wall and stood upright once more. It didn't hurt. It was merely his concave abdomen that gave him an odd appearance. After standing up, I hurriedly called out to Molly in the room. "Molly, why are you attacking me?" At that moment, Molly was already standing by the door, her expression cold, weapon in hand, and she replied icily, "I have my reasons, don't ask too many questions." Bai Mu immediately raised both hands, saying, "I merely glanced at you weaving a web. There is no need for murder to silence me." Molly thrust one of her long legs against the wall beside Bai Mu, creating a dent in the steel panel. "Keep talking, and I'll kill you," she warned. Bai Mu, startled by the sudden intensity, quickly shut her mouth and nodded. Understood. Only then did Molly retract one of her long legs, stowing her weapon behind her and huffing. "What do you want from me?" Bai Mu then remembered the purpose of her visit. "Well, the first 3 floors are cleared. We want to check the 5th floor for an exit. Just go directly. Why come asking me?" Molly replied irritably. Bai Mu explained, "But we lack the necessary permissions. We need your authorization to access the 5th floor." "I don't have it either," Molly responded matter-of-factly. What is the use of this game company releasing you if you're of no help? You can't even advance the plot." Bai Mu thought to herself, her face reflecting her exasperation. Just as she was about to give up and consider other options, she heard Molly say, "It's not impossible. As long as you give me that sweet and sour can, I'll help you hack into the system and reopen the device." Indeed, Bai Mu's eyes brightened as he realized that she had been waiting for him here. Of course, he never intended to deceive her. At that moment, Molly resembled an innocent and whimsical little girl. Observing her playful demeanor, Bai Mu could not help but touch his abdomen, which had been forcefully kicked moments earlier. Although it did not hurt, he felt a profound chill within. Subsequently, after handing her several jars of fruit preserves, Molly finally entered the control room, manipulating the equipment in an attempt to decipher the code leading to the 5th floor. Naturally, Mu did not dare to enter the room, fearing that Molly might kick him out once more, causing him to disconnect entirely. Given his current physical condition, he likely could not withstand another blow from her. After a few minutes, Molly emerged from the room, triumphant. "It's done. Where's my reward?" she inquired. "Did I not just give it to you?" Mu replied. "Are you attempting to withhold my payment?" Molly's tone grew icy. "What you handed me earlier was merely a deposit. I am well aware of that." She extended her hand towards Mu, demanding, "Now, give me my reward." Mu could only resign himself to misfortune, glancing at a nearby player and instructing him to fetch a few jars of preserves. The player quickly returned with the jars and handed them to Molly. Upon receiving the jars, Molly counted them, and her expression softened slightly. "You are somewhat perceptive. There are only 2 jars in total." Mu shook his head in resignation, urging her, "Let us leave quickly. Do not waste time." After Mu and the group of players departed, Molly happily returned to her room, opened one of the jars, and began to eat contentedly while simultaneously watching a video. After taking a sip of the sweet water, someone exclaimed, "Refreshing," as the player opened the imposing 5-layered door. The lights in the room illuminated instantaneously. Stepping inside, they were confronted by a bizarre sight. On either side of the corridor, transparent chambers housed figures resembling animals, submerged in sealed solutions. Mu and the others were taken aback, gasping at the surreal scene before them. What is this?" Someone stammered, their voice trembling. "Could these be the experimental subjects we heard about?" No one answered the player's inquiry. The palpable silence served as a response in itself. Cautiously, the group advanced further. Along the way, they spotted a creature with numerous tentacles floating within a container. Were it not for its human-like face, none would dare associate it with humanity. In the hushed corridor, the sound of their footsteps drowned out any noise made by the players. Most of the bolder players, unafraid of the unfolding events, had already logged off during the exploration of the first 3 layers. Those remaining were predominantly more cautious individuals. While they were not particularly frightened by the scene, the wisdom of better safe than sorry compelled them to tread carefully. The sounds of a few players did little to sway the collective resolve of the group. No one dared to recklessly touch the bodies ensconced within the containers. Instead, they observed with a blend of curiosity and caution as they traversed the corridor. Their journey continued until they reached a colossal container resembling a mass of flesh, pulsating rhythmically in sync with a heartbeat. Strangely, this vessel contained no liquid. Just as the group pondered this mystery, a head shaped like a fleshy orb emerged from within the mass. It gazed at the players, who, in turn, brandished their weapons. Their eyes locked onto one another. The frontline ally, armed with a shield, had already taken position. The submachine guns were primed, and the players had readied themselves for battle. Yet, the gelatinous creature remained motionless, letting out a sigh instead. The crowd was puzzled by this behavior. Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed as the grand door swung open. The players turned their attention towards the sound, but the building's corner obscured their view. Before they could react, the gelatinous creature remarked, "There lies no answer to your inquiries." Chapter 084. It seems you are in dire need of my assistance. A few individuals remained outside while the others ventured in. Upon entry, a blinding white light illuminated the surroundings, rendering them as bright as day. Mu squinted, adjusting to the intense radiance. "Where's this place?" someone murmured softly. The area was desolate, devoid of anything but the stark white walls. Cautiously, the group advanced, each step imbued with vigilance. Yet, the more careful they were, the more imminent danger lurked, unanticipated. As they traversed the white corridor, the massive door behind them thunderously slammed shut. When they attempted to turn back, a peculiar sound emanated from ahead, resembling the activation of some machinery. "Be cautious, everyone," Mu shouted. At that moment, the entire space was steeped in a tense atmosphere. From the walls, pipes, and vents, an unidentified gas began to spew forth. "Quick, cover your mouths and noses," Mu cried out, simultaneously searching for the source of the gas to halt its continuation. Panic ensued among the group. Some covered their mouths with their garments, while others fled in various directions. "This gas is toxic." As soon as a player uttered these words, he collapsed to the ground. Panic swiftly spread among the crowd, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. It seemed as though they were recalling a past encounter, They had faced a similar situation upon entering the bunker. Before they could contemplate for long, the anesthetic gas incapacitated them one by one, leaving a multitude of bodies sprawled across the floor. The players who had remained outside, prepared for unforeseen circumstances, were alarmed by the scene. They rushed towards the gelatinous creature, demanding answers. "What is going on?" a furious player shouted. The creature remained silent, its protruding form pulsating violently as if engaged in a desperate struggle. "Speak, or we shall destroy you." Another player raised his weapon threateningly. At last, the creature began to speak slowly. "This is an experiment. You are all subjects of this experiment." It then erupted into a maniacal laughter. The players, struck by shock and fury, found themselves at a loss for how to respond. Some considered shattering the glass jar to eliminate the creature, but a sudden sound of it striking the glass halted them. Crack! The noise startled all the players, causing them to recoil a few steps. "You cannot kill me." This was all destined to occur, the creature's voice tinged with madness. The players exchanged glances, filled with rage yet overwhelmed by helplessness. Suddenly, the jar filled with a dense green gas. The creature's tentacles clung to the glass, its gelatinous head resting against it. "I want all of you to be like me." The creature struggled to articulate this statement before its entire form fell from the jar, collapsed into a grotesque mound of flesh. The creature lay before them. The players could discern that the mass of meat was not lifeless. It breathed steadily, its form rising and falling rhythmically. "What on earth is happening?" Wang Ling inquired of his companions. One of them shook his head, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. "I have no idea. This is all too bizarre. However, we could seek out Molly, as she is the NPC driving the narrative." Upon hearing this, Wang Ling's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, she might possess crucial insights. Let us hurry. If we delay any longer, we may only be left to collect their remains. The group nodded in unison, resolute in their decision to find Molly for answers. Yet, before they could exit through the fifth-floor door, a figure blocked their path. Clad in a white lab coat, the individual was wrapped tightly in their garments. "You cannot leave," the figure intoned in a deep voice, imbued with authority. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our way?" Wang Ling stepped forward, demanding answers. But his companion tugged at his sleeve, urging caution. "Are you foolish? This must be one of the villain's minions. Enough of the chatter. We have to defeat him to secure our freedom." Zhao Yang, having grown weary of the situation, stepped up, weapon in hand, ready to engage in a duel. "Captain, we will support you." Zhao Yang cast a glance at his teammates behind him, muttering about their lack of loyalty, and declared, "Just watch how I obliterate him today." With that, he pointed his weapon defiantly at the adversary, preparing for battle. The figure in the lab coat, upon witnessing this, smirked derisively. "You are oblivious to your impending doom. Come forth." Subsequently, he shed his coat to reveal hardened scales beneath and a long, menacing tail. A lizard man. The crowd gasped. "Let us form ranks together." Zhao Yang was also taken aback by this sudden turn of events, but he quickly steadied his mind. Wang Ling immediately responded. "All right, everyone heed Zhao Yang's command. Form ranks." The others did not hesitate. The players swiftly sprang into action, creating a tightly knit battle formation. "Seek death." The lizardmen roared as they charged forward, brandishing their sharp claws that struck the player at the forefront, who was wielding a shield. The moment he made contact, he was nearly sent flying. Fortunately, the players beside him stood firm in their defense, preventing any immediate breach in their formation. Zhao Yang bellowed, "Everyone hold steady." Before the players could catch their breath, a lizardman's tail swung towards them. Everyone toppled in unison towards one side. Although they remained standing, their formation had become somewhat disordered. At that moment, the teammates responsible for offense seized the opportunity to lunge at the lizardman. The clang of metal echoed as weapons grazed against the lizardman's scales. This player not only failed to strike the lizardman, but was instead captured, the lizard's claws piercing into his flesh. He instantly slumped into unconsciousness. Seeing this, the others felt a jolt of fear. It seemed they were incapable of defeating it. Zhao Yang roared, "Steady. Do not break ranks." The team re-established their disciplined stance. However, the lizard man disdainfully cast a glance at each player before violently hurling the unconscious player into the crowd. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled to evade the projectile. Zhao Yang shouted, "Catch him." Just as Zhao Yang caught the falling player, the lizard man charged toward them. As the claw was about to grasp Zhao Yang, Wang Ling struck the opponent's arm with a blade. The sound of metal clashing echoed, yet the lizardman's arm remained unscathed, while Wang Ling's sword suffered a deep gash. Enraged, the lizard man turned and lunged at Wang Ling. He swiftly retreated, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, though his gaze remained resolute. "Everyone, come together and cover Wang Ling," Zhao Yang shouted. His comrades responded in unison, launching a barrage of attacks toward the lizard man. The creature did not evade. Instead, it seized one of the incoming weapons and retaliated by driving it into the body of a player. "You dare to defy me," the lizard man roared, unleashing a ferocious assault on the players. In a swift motion, it grasped another player's neck and with a flick, rendered the unfortunate soul limp. Wang Ling and Zhao Yang instinctively fell back. "This is not a boss we can contend with," Zhao Yang gasped. The morale of the remaining team plummeted. Their confidence in victory utterly shattered. "What now? Are we to surrender without a fight?" But in the next moment, a voice pierced through the tension. "It seems you are in dire need of my assistance." The players turned their gaze towards the lizardman's rear. Chapter 085. Lizardman, Old Man Molly. Molly appeared as if she were a savior, her eyes brimming with hope and joy. "Stop dawdling and work with me," Molly shouted. As she launched her attack on the lizard man, it swiftly dodged. "I never expected that fool to awaken you." The lizard man revealed a hint of trepidation in its eyes. Molly scoffed, "Mind your own business." Having said that, she launched another assault against the lizard man. The lizard man, unwilling to confront her directly, began to dart back and forth across the arena, evading Molly's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, the players swiftly armed themselves and joined the fray, attempting to disrupt the lizardman's movements. "Do not presume that you can ensnare me so easily," the lizardman bellowed, emanating a sinister aura. "Beware," Molly shouted. The players quickly retreated, covering their mouths and noses. "I shall spare you this time," the lizardman growled menacingly before turning and vanishing from sight with a few agile leaps. "Damn it," Molly muttered, furrowing her brow as she hurled a large net towards the direction in which the lizardman had fled, but she was a moment too late, allowing him to escape. "Phew. At last, we have temporarily evaded that terrifying creature," Zhao Yang exclaimed as he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "I thought I was going to perish," Wang Ling said, still shaken. "It's my first encounter with such a fearsome entity in this game." "It seems Molly is rather formidable as well," a player chimed in. Laughter erupted among the group, which silenced abruptly as Molly's voice pierced the air behind them. "Am I truly terrifying?" "And no, you must have misheard," the player stammered, hastily waving his hands and forcing an awkward smile. "What I meant was, impressive, yes. I've never encountered anyone as skilled as you, Molly." "Humph," Molly replied, casting him a glance devoid of interest as she turned to retrieve her web. Zhao Yang playfully tapped the player on the head. "You really should watch your words. You nearly got us all into trouble." The player shrank his neck, acknowledging his hasty words. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle, easing the previously tense atmosphere. "All right, everyone. Enough of the banter. Let's quickly follow Molly and inquire about the current situation," Zhao Yang suggested. As Molly began to clear away the cobwebs, a player approached her, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from Molly. "Get lost," she shouted. The players trailing behind, witnessing this, wasted no time in retreating hastily from her vicinity. "Is Molly really going to go mad and kill us all?" one player murmured. "Don't be ridiculous. Perhaps. There's a chance," Zhao Yang replied uncertainly. Wang Ling frowned, advising, "Let's not frighten ourselves. We should wait until she calms down." The group watched Molly from a distance, none daring to venture closer. After a while, Molly had cleared the cobwebs and approached the crowd, yet there were no traces of the webs on her hands or body, leaving everyone puzzled. The player who had been kicked, undeterred by fear, bravely asked, "Molly, why aren't there any cobweb remnants on you?" Molly shot him a glare and retorted, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." The player recoiled, silenced by her response, and the others suppressed their curiosity. Zhao Yang quickly intervened. "All right, enough of this. Molly, we wish to know how we can rescue our companions." Molly halted, her expression turning grave. "This is not an easy task. As far as I know, they are imprisoned deep within the laboratory, where an independent security system is employed." Zhao Yang furrowed his brow, questioning, "An independent system? What does that imply?" Molly inhaled deeply, replying, "It suggests that conventional methods of breach may prove ineffective. However, we cannot simply abandon them." Wang Ling interjected, urgency in his tone. "Very well," Molly sighed, "but I can introduce you to someone who might possess a solution." Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of hope. Zhao Yang eagerly inquired, "Who is it?" With a complex expression, Molly responded, a rather eccentric old fellow. With that, she proceeded onward, and the players hastily followed her pace. Her long legs carried her swiftly, leaving the players trailing behind. Some glanced at Molly's ample form, swallowing hard, despite the dark spots adorning her body. One could imagine her as a voluptuous spider spirit if she were clean and clear. Seemingly sensing the peculiar gazes, Molly abruptly turned, glaring. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes dug out." The players, startled, quickly lowered their heads, silenced by her fierce demeanor. Laughter erupted among the group. But Molly's glare silenced them again. Continuing to lead the way, she maintained a forward momentum, while an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Molly stood before an imposing electronic door. It was tightly shut, devoid of handles or any visible means of access, pulsating with an eerie light as if warning intruders. Zhao Yang stepped forward, scrutinizing the door, pondering how it might be opened. Molly faced the grand door and exclaimed, "Open sesame." Yet the door remained utterly still. The onlookers exchanged baffled glances. Molly chuckled and remarked, "Isn't this how they open doors on television?" "This is not television, Molly," Zhao Yang responded, exasperated. "We still need to find a way to rescue them." "All right, I understand," Molly pouted. "I was merely trying to lighten the mood." She then shouted at the door again. "Old man, open up quickly, or I shall cut off your energy supply." After her declaration, the door remained firmly shut, offering no response. The group stood behind her, observing. Molly gritted her teeth, pondering whether the old fellow might truly be dead. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a voice emanated from the electronic amplifier. "Little girl, are you truly wishing for my demise?" Molly rolled her eyes. "Well, it's not my fault you took so long to open the door." The old man huffed. "I've grown old. My hearing isn't what it used to be." As the door swung open, Molly stepped inside first. The interior was a labyrinth of illuminated data cables connecting peculiar instruments, with screens on the walls flashing intricate data and images. "What on earth is all this?" one player marveled. The old man's voice echoed once more from an electronic screen. "Whatever you do, do not touch what you shouldn't." The group hastily withdrew their outstretched hands. "You still seem quite spirited," Molly exclaimed, as her long legs navigated through the various cables, arriving at a sealed container. It was encased in a tight metal shell, obscuring whatever lay within. Upon hearing Molly's words, the other party appeared utterly perplexed. "What is going on?" Molly cast a glance at the display screen, exasperated that they still seemed unperturbed at such a critical moment. She then leaped to a higher vantage point and performed a handstand. "Do you want me to assist you in breaking free? Get lost, don't be reckless." The individual retorted, then coughed and continued, "I am on the brink of success, so there is no need for your intervention." Alas. Chapter 086. The experiment. Molly, with a demeanor akin to that of someone playing with a toy, engaged in casual banter with the person on the electronic screen. "Hey, how have you been faring in there?" she inquired with a cheerful grin. The individual on the screen wore a look of resignation. "What do you think? I have no inclination to entertain your whims." Molly pouted, "Don't be so serious. Perhaps you will be out soon." "One can only hope," the person sighed. At that moment, Zhao Yang approached. "Molly, stop fooling around. Let us discuss serious matters." Molly shrugged. "I'm merely trying to extract useful information from him." The group fell into a brief silence. "Speak. What brings you to me?" the elderly man on the screen asked. Molly's smile faded as she adopted a serious tone. "Old man, our comrade is trapped in a laboratory and requires your assistance." The elder furrowed his brow. "I currently lack the necessary authority." Molly's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Not even you can help? What are we to do?" The elder sighed again. "Unless you manage to procure the authorization key from the upper echelons, there may still be a glimmer of hope." Molly queried, "Aren't you one of them?" The elderly figure on the electronic screen grimaced and shook his head despondently. "I have long been marginalized. What use is there for an authorization key? Such keys are held tightly within the hands of the core executives, and they are unlikely to relinquish them easily." Zhao Yang swiftly inquired, "So how can we possibly locate it?" After pondering for a moment, the old man replied, "There are indeed ways. Those madmen are willing to experiment even on themselves. As far as I know, there is one individual who has been bound within a containment tank." Molly scoffed, "You humans certainly have your quirks." The old man shook his head helplessly, remaining silent, before letting out a weary sigh. Molly, noticing his demeanor, refrained from further probing into old wounds. She leaped down and turned towards the exit. Zhao Yang hurriedly followed, and the other players soon trailed behind them. As they exited, The massive door gradually closed behind them. Once outside, Molly inhaled deeply, stating, "My task is complete. The rest now rests upon you." With that, she strode directly toward the control room. Zhao Yang and the others were momentarily taken aback, then hastily followed. "Molly, wait for us." Molly halted abruptly. "Aren't you going to rescue your companions? Why are you still with me?" "Well, we can't defeat the lizard creature." Molly sighed, pressing her forehead. "Am I your babysitter now?" Zhao Yang chuckled awkwardly. "Molly, please don't say that. We are all counting on you." With a resigned sigh, Molly conceded, "All right, I will accompany you." Upon hearing this, the group's faces brightened with joy. Zhao Yang exclaimed, "Wonderful. With you, Molly, we shall surely succeed in rescuing them." Molly cast him a sidelong glance, urging him to cease his flattery and instead devise a strategy to confront that individual. The group once again succumbed to contemplation, and the atmosphere grew heavy with a sense of foreboding. On the laboratory table, the harsh, cold light fell mercilessly. The mechanical arms, resembling the relentless claws of a demon, glinted ominously as they coldly and precisely severed the players' bodies. Their movements were both agile and methodical, each incision accompanied by a chilling metallic screech. The players' bodies trembled in a dispassionate response to the brutal procedure, blood gushing forth and coursing down the grooves of the table, coalescing into a horrifying pool. Shredded garments intertwined with mangled limbs, rendering their original forms indistinguishable. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, inducing nausea. The mechanical arms, seemingly tireless, continued their ruthless task, methodically tearing and grinding away at life itself. Record of experiment number 87300. Project number, Project Pandora, 8793. Date of experiment. Principal investigator, Dr. Objective of experiment: to validate the efficacy threshold of the 5th-generation neuroblockers under extreme trauma, to gather parameters regarding the limits of human tissue regeneration, and to quantify the relationship between residual consciousness phenomena and mechanical injury. Experimental apparatus: automated surgical platform Erebus 4, equipped with 12 nanoscale titanium alloy robotic arms, cerebral neural signal acquisition matrix, sampling rate 2.4 Hz, life support system Thanatos, 7 quantum consciousness monitoring device, accuracy 0.03, subject information ID 8793, age, basal metabolic rate, kcal 24H, nerve conduction velocity 119 ms, after type 3 enhancement, peripheral nerve dulling treatment, completed, 19th enhancement, experimental procedure, 5 o'clock, initiated life support system, core body temperature maintained at 36.50. 3. 523 robotic arms 1 to 4 executed epidermal debridement, average duration 2.7 seconds. 531 performed 3rd-generation bionic joint exposure, error 15M. 612 conducted directional organ excision procedure, preserving complete vascular system. 745 quantum consciousness monitor detected, level neural pulses, amplitude 37. 6V. Key data: pain nerve signal transmission suppression rate 99. 992 cell apoptosis delay coefficient 4. 7310 residual consciousness index 0.87, surpassing theoretical threshold of 0.65. Robotic arm operational precision decay 0.0003 hour, anomalous phenomena. Subject exhibited non-instructive microtremors at the 187th minute, amplitude 3.2 m, frequency 0.7 Hz. Abnormal increase of 23 in blood substitute consumption, unauthorized activation of backup experimental chamber No. 8799, now isolated. Conclusion: the novel neuroblocker demonstrated a tolerance breakthrough exceeding design expectations by 147. Quantum entangled states of consciousness remained stable even when the physical carrier's destruction rate reached 79. The relationship between trauma progression and consciousness intensity exhibited an inverse proportional enhancement phenomenon, R0, 983. Remarks: warning, all experimental chambers have entered gamma-level alert status. Note: quantum monitoring data is highly consistent with paradox No. Hypothesis to be verified. Does the disintegration of the physical carrier trigger a phase transition in consciousness? A series of experimental data flows through the terminal, yet the surrounding hall remains void of human presence, though it is very much alive with activity. On the colossal screen, green and blue digits surge like a tumultuous tide, perpetually refreshing, and casting a ghostly glow that renders the entire hall eerie and foreboding. Rows of server cabinets stand in meticulous alignment, their indicator lights flickering incessantly, resembling countless vigilant eyes. The ventilation ducts hum with a resonant sound, as cold air weaves through the expansive hall, producing a mournful whisper. Occasionally, sparks erupt from short-circuited wires, momentarily illuminating a dark corner before swiftly retreating into obscurity. The rhythmic sounds of the experimental apparatus create a symphony of solitude in this desolate place, tireless and unyielding. As Zhao Yang and Wang Ling re-enter the fifth-level area, a former companion coughs twice, rousing from slumber. Upon standing, he locks eyes with Zhao Yang and the others. Noticing this, Zhao Yang inquires, "Cheng Yi, are you human or a specter? Have you mutated?" Cheng Yi weakly raises his hand to steady himself against the wall, replying, "Zhao Yang, I am still alive, unchanged." "Not mutated." Zhao Yang, slightly skeptical, approaches him, asking, "Really? You better not be deceiving me." Meanwhile, Wang Ling strides forward, asserting, "Old Zhao, those who have mutated exhibit a red hue." Chapter 087, Molly's Fist. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang joins in, exclaiming, "Well, you really are quite fortunate. We thought you had perished." Cheng Yi forced a bitter smile and said, "I am not entirely certain. After being captured, I suddenly lost control of my body. Yet there was no disconnection. I could only observe clearly as you abandoned me and followed Molly away." Zhao Yang, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Well, we simply didn't anticipate that at the time. Besides, we thought you were beyond saving." Wang Ling sighed, "Cheng Yi, do not harbor resentment. In such a dire situation, we were oblivious to the fact that you were still alive. By the way, upon awakening, did you encounter that lizard man?" Cheng Yi shook his head. "Had I encountered him, I would not be here conversing with you." "Indeed," came the reply. At that moment, Molly approached. Zhao Yang, noticing her, hurriedly inquired, "Molly, have you made any discoveries?" Molly glanced at them with indifference and replied, "While I am diligently assisting you with the investigation, you are here slacking off." Zhao Yang looked aggrieved. "We are not slacking. We just encountered Cheng Yi waking up and were inquiring about the situation." "Yes, we are in the process of understanding," Wang Ling added. Molly, growing impatient, interjected, "No more explanations. If you continue to be idle, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Zhao Yang assisted Cheng Yi as they left. The corridor was permeated with the scent of disinfectant. At that moment, a fleet of cleaning robots began to tidy up every corner and room. Their rounded forms gleamed with metallic luster, and they emitted a soft, buzzing sound as they moved. Their mechanical arms deftly extended and retracted, swiftly clearing away dust and debris from the floor. Subsequently, even the walls and ceilings fell within the scope of their cleaning. Streams of water gushed from the robot, cascading over the walls and ceiling, creating frothy white bubbles. The areas that had once been marred by stains and dust gradually revealed their original forms under the relentless flow. Any excess moisture was swiftly absorbed by the small robot that followed closely behind. The surrounding environment transformed into a crisp and tidy space, as if the preceding dampness had merely been an illusion. Zhao Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "The efficiency is truly remarkable. I wish I had such a system at home." Cheng Yi remarked, "It's just a game. Don't take it too seriously." Wang Ling chimed in as he approached from behind. "What were you doing just now?" Zhao Yang inquired. Wang Ling produced a ring-handled knife, stating, "My weapon was broken, so I went to procure a new one." Cheng Yi, as a player without any sense of pain, "Why didn't you just walk?" Wang Ling continued, "I wish I could. Although my body feels no pain, I am utterly powerless." Cheng Yi lamented. Zhao Yang interjected, "Enough of this chatter. At this point, we must swiftly find a way to rescue them." The group soon realized that within the glass jars, the only entity that appeared capable of movement was the fleshy orb. The others seemed to be ensnared in an eternal slumber, devoid of any vitality or spirit, resembling floating corpses. All players eventually gathered around the vast container housing the fleshy orb. The mass of flesh undulated rhythmically, sleeping exceptionally soundly. Observing the blood-red vessel from the outside was somewhat nauseating, yet the players were eager to ascertain whether it held the individuals they sought. One player stepped forward and tapped the rim of the container. A dull thud resonated in the quiet space. The mass of flesh seemed undisturbed by the noise, pulsating steadily in its rhythmic dance. Zhao Yang reflected, what an immense dosage it must have received. Wang Ling stepped forward, Contemplating the creature's past humanity, it was rather pitiable. Pitiable? Has he truly sunk to feeling sympathy for a monster? Qing Yi turned to Wang Ling, recalling how fiercely he had fought against the zombies. Wang Ling sighed, regardless. It did not choose this fate. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed, "Becoming this way was indeed my own choice." The group's gaze shifted towards the container, where a grotesque head emerged from the mass of flesh. Surprised? Its sunken eyes peered at the gathered individuals, devoid of visible pupils. "All of you here are merely subjects of this experiment. Until its success, none of you can leave this fortress. What is your purpose?" Wang Ling demanded angrily. The grotesque head emitted an eerie laughter. "Purpose? You need not concern yourselves with that. Simply wait patiently to become part of the experiment." Blood trickled from its laughter, which soon escalated into maniacal cackling. "Ha ha ha, humans, hope." Just as the words trailed off, a frenzied pounding against the container ensued. The resounding thuds reverberated painfully in the enclosed space, causing the hearts of those present to race. A player exclaimed in terror, "The monster has gone mad." Wang Ling shouted, "Everyone step back. Be cautious." As Molly approached, drawn by the commotion, she observed the players standing several meters away from the container. The gelatinous creature seemed to sense her presence, its emotional turmoil stabilizing momentarily before it lapsed back into madness. Within moments, it began to scream, "It's all your fault. You betrayed us, you traitor." Before it could finish, the container filled with a swirling green gas once more, causing the creature to collapse, merging into a mound of flesh. The players stood in bewilderment, while Zhao Yang furrowed his brow, finally inquiring, "Molly, what on earth is happening?" Molly strode over and delivered a sharp punch to the top of his head, prompting Zhao Yang to cry out in pain. "This is none of your concern," she retorted before turning to leave. Crouching on the ground, clutching his head, Zhao Yang was met with incredulous stares from the other players. They thought it absurd that he would display such a reaction when everyone knew players lacked the capacity for pain. Yet, Zhao Yang, with tears streaming down his face, protested. "I'm not pretending. Molly's strike truly hurt, I swear. It nearly knocked my soul out." Clearing his throat, Wang Ling interjected, "Come on, Zhao, stop the act. We all know the truth here." Another player chimed in, "Captain, your performance was commendable, but perhaps it's best to forego such theatrics in the future." Zhao Yang widened his eyes, a look of utter dismay on his face. "I'm not acting. Why won't any of you believe me?" Cheng Yi gently patted Zhao Yang's shoulder, saying, all right, let's assume it truly hurts. We've spent half a day with no leads. We should focus on how to rescue them." Zhao Yang, feeling utterly despondent, had no desire to speak any longer. His expression reflected deep grievance. Wang Ling observed Zhao Yang's demeanor and remarked, "Old Zhao, don't sulk. We are all in this together and must unite." Zhao Yang scoffed, "Unite? How can we unite when none of you believe in me?" Chapter 088. The zombies assault the city once more at dawn on the third day. The last wisps of smoke dissipated into the leaden gray clouds above the desolate plain. The 10 or so zombies that had infiltrated the small town were largely eradicated after thorough searches conducted by the players. However, the hordes outside the city walls renewed their assault. Countless zombies trampled over the remains of their fallen kin, the charred bodies beneath them cracking with a brittle snap. This wave of attackers was composed of mindless zombies, and within the span of 3 days, their numbers had multiplied exponentially. With the resounding roar of the Zombie King, a dense throng of zombies surged towards the players. During these 3 days, the players had been steadfastly preparing for this moment. They gathered all the combustible materials from the town and transported them to the square, intending to ignite a great fire at the moment the zombies breached their defenses, thereby blocking them out and diminishing their numbers. Yet, it was evident that fate was not inclined to grant the players another opportunity. As the gentle patter of raindrops descended from the heavens, the players' aspirations lay in tatters. The rain washed over the scorched earth, transforming the hardened asphalt-like substance into meandering streams. Standing atop the crumbling city wall, the lens of a telescope was disturbed by the raindrops, creating delicate ripples. Everywhere within the desolate forest, 5 kilometers away, the silhouettes of zombies were apparent. "Focus on the southeast breach," bellowed an experienced player from above the wall. Although this location had succumbed to the cataclysm of the Great Fire, the players promptly made necessary adjustments, swiftly transporting stones to repair the damage. They poured molten iron to seal the exposed sections anew. Outside the city, the zombies had densely amassed at the base, hindered by the absence of siege equipment. In the charred battlefield, a horde of zombies, shrouded in cold dust, emerged. Their eerie howls intertwined with the rhythmic drumming of the rain. The wails of the undead grew increasingly frenzied, as if the players were mere prey, ensnared in their dying throes. On the city wall, players armed with bows and crossbows relentlessly aimed for the zombies' heads. For a moment, they became engrossed in their endeavor, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Another shot struck true, huh? Yet, this time, the zombies appeared to be well prepared. The towering giants among them relentlessly hurled their fellow undead into the city. Ever since the previous assault by the explosive crows, numbered 1, 3, and 5, led by Rousheng, the multitude of giants and other aberrant zombies had significantly diminished. Now, only a couple of giants remained, tossing their companions toward the city. The players, evidently anticipating this scenario, had already stationed a squad to guard the approach to the town. The remaining players, armed with melee weapons, proceeded to encircle and eliminate their foes. In an instant, the grand conflict was set in motion. The cacophony of battle echoed fiercely, with players' roars intertwining with the growls of the undead, while the air was thick with a pungent, unpleasant stench. The battlefield descended into chaos. A brutal contest of life and death officially unfolding. The rain intensified, cascading down more heavily. As for the digger zombies mentioned by Rousheng, they had not reappeared since the last explosion. Amidst the densely packed chaos of the field, Rousheng adeptly maneuvered a raven robot, perpetually searching for their elusive forms, fearful of any detrimental actions they might take against the city walls. Her consciousness was intricately linked with the raven robot, lying in a mound of grass. Every scene the raven beheld was akin to her own vision. Outside, the relentless patter of rain disrupted the surrounding tranquility. Inside, Song-Yu secured the door and tirelessly supplied ammunition to players purchasing arrows. Although the marketplace had temporarily ceased other functionalities, bows and arrows remained available for purchase. Despite having dispatched several bows over the past few days, a significant portion of orders remained unfulfilled. At that moment, the zombies felled by the players' arrows were steadily augmenting Song-Yu's disaster points, escalating from 1,000 to 10,000, and finally surging to a staggering 100,000. The points that had been swiftly taken by players were rapidly replenished. He diligently continued to provide ranged weapons and ammunition to those who had ordered bows, striving to ensure they were equipped to slay the zombies lurking beyond the city gates. The battle raged from dawn until dusk. The accumulated corpses gradually formed into gentle slopes. Fortunately, the players were targeting the outermost zombies, preventing them from surging toward the city walls through the heaps of bodies. The rain continued to fall softly, albeit now reduced to a mere drizzle. In the absence of light, the players were compelled to construct a makeshift shelter for their torches, ensuring the flames would persist in illuminating their surroundings. After several days of exposure to the flames, coupled with the relentless washing of rain, the integrity of the walls was insufficient to withstand the collision between players and zombies. The outer layer of the wall was gradually peeling away, with chunks of masonry occasionally plummeting to the ground, crushing a multitude of zombies beneath them. In response to this predicament, the players had already devised a plan. They began to collect rubber to melt and pour into the cracks of the walls, thereby reinforcing their strength. This method proved particularly effective during rainy weather, as it not only solidified easily but also effectively filled the gaps, enhancing the wall's defensive capabilities. Should the walls ultimately fail, they would ignite the combustible materials on the walls as a last resort for escape. As night fell, the flickering torchlight was inadequate for the players to discern the situation in the distance. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, and an ominous sense of danger seemed to lurk within the shadows, instilling a sense of unease among the group. Although the zombies could not scale the walls, the distant sounds of trees crashing down echoed ominously. The players were unaware of the zombies' intentions. However, at that moment, Rousheng called out to Song-Yu, "Brother, something is amiss. They are constructing siege apparatus." "What?" Song-Yu exclaimed in shock, astonished that the zombies were capable of such actions. Song-Yu widened his eyes, gazing at Rousheng in disbelief, and a wave of unease washed over him. His hands, which had been supplying ammunition to the players, froze abruptly. Why would they act in such a manner? Confusion etched on his face, he anxiously inquired. Rousheng's countenance was as hard as iron, his expression grave to the utmost, and his voice, heavy with an ominous weight, resonated as if enveloped in endless gloom. "This signifies that their leader has emerged. The king of corpses?" Song-Yu murmured to himself, his voice involuntarily trembling with an innate fear of the unknown formidable presence. Xiaoqi nodded slightly, his demeanor growing increasingly severe, one could say so. At that moment, the very air around them seemed to solidify, a palpable sense of oppression enveloping the two, heralding an impending battle that would undoubtedly be a matter of life and death. Chapter 089. Preparing to retreat, the nascent light broke forth, akin to slowly opening drowsy eyes, gradually dispelling the darkness. Bit by bit, the distant scene began to reveal a blurred outline. The sights that had been concealed in the night, under the tender morning glow, unfolded like a slowly unrolling canvas. Though the contours remained faint, they were sufficient to awaken a sense of vigilance, hinting at the lurking threat poised to spring into action. After a night of frenzied activity, the intentions of the zombies became increasingly clear in the morning light. A row of trees had been felled and fashioned into spacious wooden ladders. Although these ladders lacked wheels for movement, they were being systematically lifted by towering giant zombies. By the look of it, they were preparing to launch their final assault. Bailu peered through the telescope, her expression grave as she surveyed the situation outside. How can we possibly hold on? Her tone was steeped in pessimism and devoid of hope. Yet, beside her, her close friend Lin Yufei appeared remarkably composed, wearing an air of indifference. Why must we hold on? If we cannot fight them off, can't we simply flee? Her tone was light, as if escaping were not a desperate act, but rather a perfectly reasonable strategy. Flee. Bailu was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts racing through her mind. Then, as if awakened, she vigorously nodded in agreement, saying, "You are right. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Then let us prepare for withdrawal." Her voice, once filled with despair and resignation, gradually transformed into one of resolve, as though she had made up her mind not to linger on the seemingly futile defense. Hearing this, Zhao Miao, who stood beside Bailu, could not suppress her urgency and interjected, "Miss, we have invested such tremendous resources to build this town. Are we truly going to abandon it so easily?" Her eyes were filled with reluctance and defiance, struggling to accept the impending abandonment of their hard-earned creation. Bailu turned slightly, her gaze soft yet undeniably resolute as she looked at Zhao Miao and said, Miao, how could I ever consider giving up? However, the current situation is dire. It is unwise to confront them head-on. We shall seek an opportunity to reclaim what is ours in the future." In her words, she had unmistakably revealed her intention to bide her time and strategize for a counterattack. Upon hearing this, Lin Yufei's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaped before Bailu like a nimble little cat, embracing her with a playful grin, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Lulu, I never would have guessed you possess such strategic insight. This is precisely what the instructor described as retreat when the enemy advances. Strike when they tire. Who would have thought you would apply it so adeptly?" As she spoke, she gently shook Bailu's arm, her vivacious demeanor contrasting starkly with the tense atmosphere. Bailu, feeling a hint of embarrassment, managed a reluctant smile. In truth, she had not contemplated the situation from a strategic perspective. She merely recognized the urgency of their predicament. Clinging to a defensive stance would lead them to ruin, compelling her to opt for withdrawal. Currently, they faced significant challenges in producing conventional weapons, lacking essential technological materials and consequently only managing to create subpar firearms that were prone to malfunction. These shotguns not only possessed limited firepower in combat, but could also inflict severe harm on their users. Moreover, the explosives they had manufactured were insufficient to confront the impending battles. In light of this dire and precarious situation, Bailu felt she had no alternative but to prioritize a safe retreat to protect the personnel. Resolutely, she sought out Zhou Shun without delay. Speaking rapidly, she conveyed the plan to evacuate Wangchuan City. "Uncle Zhou, the situation is critical. We must leave Wangchuan City immediately, and you shall oversee the arrangements. Remember, it is imperative to notify every player still within the city. None must be overlooked." Zhou Shun nodded emphatically and swiftly turned to execute his mission. Without hesitation, he promptly divided the personnel into two teams. One team rushed to every corner of the town to inform other players to evacuate, while the other team raced against time to plant explosives and ignition devices around the city walls. The sky was adorned with a gentle drizzle, resembling a delicate veil that softly enveloped the earth. Although the rain fell steadily, it was fortunate that it would not significantly affect the flammable materials soaked in oil. These combustible items were strategically placed around the city walls and along crucial thoroughfares, each a potential spark ready to ignite. Zhou Shun had poured all the oil collected by the Wangchuan Guild into these setups. The pungent aroma, despite being washed by the rain, stubbornly lingered in the air. Once the ignition devices were triggered, the powerful combustibility of the oil would instantly erupt into a roaring blaze, buying precious time for the retreating players. As news of the evacuation spread, the entire town buzzed with activity. Everyone hurried back to their bases, scrambling to pack their belongings. One after another, handcarts and small trailers were rolled out as players raced against the clock to load their possessions, soon overflowing with their gathered treasures. Reflecting on their initial arrival, when they carried only a meager amount of belongings, it was evident that through hard work and perseverance, each individual had amassed a considerable fortune. At this moment of departure, many players felt a deep sense of reluctance. Even seemingly insignificant items felt immensely precious, and they wished to take everything with them. Bai Lu did not dissuade them, allowing them to bring whatever they wished. However, she would not hesitate to abandon them if they impeded the team's evacuation. As the first faint light of dawn kissed the earth, Song Yu was roused by the cacophony outside. He discerned that the players were clamoring to evacuate Oblivion City. A scene of utter pandemonium unfolded, with a constant clatter as they hastily salvaged their belongings, reminiscent of their initial arrival in the town. Without delay, Song Yu gathered essential supplies, hurrying to the kitchen to retrieve the dried fish he had prepared. Descending the stairs, a subtle yet repulsive stench, akin to a phantom, invaded his nostrils. Unlike the acrid, nauseating odor of burning corpses, this was reminiscent of sewage, a pungent, decaying fish scent. Despite his nasal congestion from inhaling excessive smoke, the peculiar aroma assailed his olfactory senses, instantly alerting him. His descent slowed abruptly, each step a cautious probe into an unknown abyss. Chapter 090. Ambush with lightning speed. He retrieved his ever-present weapon from his pack, his grip tightening, knuckles blanching with the strain. He fixated his vigilant gaze upon the dimly lit corners below, cautiously descending the stairs with each movement executed with meticulous care, as if a single misstep could unleash a latent peril lurking in the shadows. Song Yu hoped fervently that this was merely an illusion born of his heightened anxiety. With every step he took downward, his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scrutinized every nook of the room, leaving no subtle difference unnoticed. Yet, despite his thorough inspection revealing no suspicious traces, his mind was turbulent like a tempestuous sea, unable to find solace. An inexplicable unease clung to him, as though an invisible voice persistently warned him of imminent danger nearby. Upon reaching the threshold of the kitchen, poised to step inside, a shadow suddenly flickered behind the door like a specter, as a zombie lunged at him with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, Song Yu, having anticipated the threat, reacted instinctively. His arm muscles tensed, gripping his weapon tightly as he deftly swung it toward the oncoming undead, his movements fluid and decisive. The blade of his knife plunged accurately into the zombie's body, though he lacked the time to aim for its head. Nevertheless, the creature, undeterred by its own impending demise, continued its reckless assault, baring its gaping maw in a frenzy that momentarily left him in a state of panic. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to shield his throat from its bite, simultaneously calling out desperately to Xiao Qi upstairs, "Xiao Qi, come quickly to my aid." His voice echoed within the confined space, tinged with urgency and alarm. Each word he uttered was infused with all the strength he could muster at that moment. His arms trembled slightly from exertion, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his gaze was filled with struggle. Xiao Qi, hearing Song Yu's cries for help from upstairs, rushed out without hesitation. Upon seeing him entangled with a zombie, she seized a weapon, ready to assist, but before she could reach him, a resounding crash echoed as the door shattered. Clearly, there was more than one zombie. Others lurking in the corners outside surged in upon hearing the commotion. The sound of the door crashing instilled panic in Xiao Qi. She wished to intervene, but it seemed she was already too late. The zombies lunged directly at Song Yu. At that moment, he braced one hand against the head of the zombie, while the other wielded a knife, repeatedly stabbing into its body. Black blood and entrails pooled around him, yet the zombie showed no signs of faltering. Hearing the door break, he glanced aside and saw another zombie charging towards him. Terrified, he sought to free himself from the grasp of the first, desperately swinging his weapon against its body. Veins, shredded flesh, and shattered bones fell away. Before Xiao Qi could arrive, the second zombie was already upon him. Song Yu crouched down, relinquished his weapon, and maneuvered behind the zombie he was grappling with. He retrieved another weapon from his backpack and swung at the zombie. Just as he was about to strike, the zombie twisted around, its lack of muscle support causing it to collapse, preparing to lunge into Song Yu's embrace. Without a moment to spare, Song Yu thrust his weapon into the zombie's mouth, intending to swing the knife, but its length restricted his movements. Before he could make his next move, the zombie outside had already lunged forward, poised to pounce upon him. Song Yu's weapon was firmly clamped in the zombie's jaws, rendering him unable to extricate it despite his best efforts. With his other hand pressing against the creature's skull, he was terrified that a momentary lapse would result in a bite to his own flesh. If only he were wielding a dagger at that moment, such an awkward predicament could have been avoided, allowing him to inflict substantial harm upon the zombie before him and free himself from its grasp. However, it was too late to consider such a change, for the advancing zombie had already closed in. With no alternative, Song Yu could only push against the body of the zombie in front of him to fend off the one that charged at him. As the latter leapt forward, the impact sent Song Yu stumbling several steps back, ultimately knocking him to the ground, incapacitated. The other zombie, its gaping maw poised to bite at Song Yu's arm, was mere inches away from sinking its teeth into him. In that critical moment, whoosh, whoosh, two arrows pierced through the zombie's skulls. In the next instant, thick black ichor splattered down, dousing Song Yu in its vile substance. The zombie fell heavily atop him. However, as its resistance faded, Song Yu exerted a sudden force, easily pushing it off. He swiftly withdrew his legs from beneath the creature like lightning. Rolling and scrambling to the side, he finally came to a halt some distance away, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently as though he had just completed a harrowing marathon. The terror he had just experienced was truly overwhelming. Song Yu felt a wave of trepidation, his body still covered in a sheen of perspiration, reminiscent of a startled hedgehog. Shaoqi anxiously rushed to his side, meticulously inspecting his body while urgently exclaiming, "Brother, are you all right?" However, at that moment, Song Yu's mind was a blank slate, entirely engulfed in the terror of his near brush with death. He seemed oblivious to Shaoqi's frantic calls. It was only when Shaoqi, in a state of desperation, began to remove his clothing to check for wounds that Song Yu jolted awake from his nightmare, gradually regaining his composure. His gaze was vacant, and he remained in a daze for a considerable time before his thoughts slowly returned to reality, realizing he was temporarily safe. After a prolonged moment to gather his emotions, he finally emerged from the shock of the ordeal. Shaoqi brought a basin of water and, with a soft cloth in hand, gently began to cleanse the grime from his skin. His previous attire was now a pitiful sight, sullied by repugnant black blood and remnants of flesh, carelessly discarded to the side. Observing Shaoqi's concerned demeanor, a warmth surged within Song Yu. He accepted the cloth from her hands, softly murmuring, "Thank you. I can manage this myself." He then proceeded to meticulously clean the filth from his body. Though his movements were somewhat sluggish, each gesture was deliberate and focused, as if he sought to erase the fear and disarray of his recent harrowing experience. Noticing Song Yu's improvement, Shaoqi stood up, taking his soiled garments, and hastily made her way to the outdoor sink to wash them. Once Song Yu had finished cleansing himself, he discovered that his trousers were also marred with bloodstains. With no other option available, he reluctantly rummaged through his backpack to retrieve his leather armor and donned it. Although the leather armor was not particularly comfortable, it at least managed to provide a semblance of modesty. After tidying up the dried fish and washing his trousers, Song Yu was suddenly startled by a cacophony of deafening explosions outside. Boom, 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 boom. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed towards the source of the sound. As they stepped out of the door, they were met with a throng of players frantically fleeing in the northwestern direction. Song Yu and Shaoqi wasted no time and immediately followed suit. Chapter 091. Makeshift stronghold. As they fled, the players voiced their grievances incessantly. This was utterly absurd. A slightly rotund player, struggling to drag his entire belongings behind him, found it exceedingly difficult to navigate the rugged mountain path with his cart, his face a canvas of frustration and confusion. How could zombies possibly construct siege machinery? Was this not sheer nonsense? Indeed, chimed in a companion beside him, his eyes filled with exasperation. The notion that zombies could fabricate siege engines was bewildering. What on earth were the game developers thinking? How could we possibly continue playing under such conditions? Humph, it seems this game has no intention of allowing us to progress, exclaimed a player, his entire figure cloaked in darkness, his face twisted in fury as he spat vehemently. With such an outrageous premise, all our efforts were in vain. What a wretched game. The chorus of complaints echoed amidst the chaotic escape, adding a vibrant hue to the atmosphere. The group resembled a serpentine dragon, stretching several hundred meters long. Many were pushing carts of various sizes, traversing the treacherous terrain of the forested mountains. Fortunately, the players possessed considerable strength, preventing any incapacitation or inability to advance. Instead, they managed to lift their vehicles and navigate around the massive boulders and deep pits. Although their pace was constrained, most managed to preserve a portion of their possessions. It was precisely for this reason that Song Yu and Xiao Qi could easily catch up with them, swiftly weaving through the crowd, as if fearing the encroaching undead would soon be upon them. Thus, they pressed onward without pause, overtaking the majority of players until they felt they had created a relatively safe distance from the zombies, at which point they gradually slowed their pace together. The foremost group primarily consisted of members from the Wangchuan Guild, who, unlike the players behind them, were not burdened with carts. Instead, they carried their belongings in simple handmade backpacks and satchels, allowing them to navigate swiftly through the forest without the concern for treacherous terrain that plagued their counterparts. The items they revealed mostly consisted of tools and weapons. After traversing a considerable distance, the current state of the town remained a mystery to them. They were unaware if the zombies had breached the city or if they continued to pursue them. All information trickled in only after the echoes of explosions reverberated around them, plunging everything from a state of stability back into uncertainty. The path ahead seemed obscured, with the possibility of finding another stronghold uncertain. The number of players dwindled rapidly, and Song Yu began to doubt whether this group could indeed carve out a safe urban enclave. As he came to realize that this world was not solely populated by intelligent humans, his outlook on the future grew increasingly bleak. The seventh shelter seems irrevocably lost, a sanctuary he had once held in high hopes. The town's downfall appears to be an undeniable reality, and the players can no longer be endlessly reborn. He recalls the last time he was with Kuang Yi. He is likely offline now as well. These thoughts weigh heavily on Song Yu's heart, akin to a burdensome stone pressing down upon him, leading him to a more pessimistic view of the future. The already tenuous hope for survival now seems dimmer than ever. Yet, Xiao Qi, perceptive and sensitive, seems to sense Song Yu's despondent mood. Silently, she approaches him and gently takes his hand in hers. This simple gesture brings him a modicum of comfort. After enduring the morning's assault, a thought strikes him. Surely, surviving such calamity must herald some fortune. Perhaps I am destined for something greater. These self-affirming words lend him a measure of resolve. In the mountains, dense undergrowth flourishes, with vines sprawling like serpentine ropes, presenting formidable obstacles to all. The low shrubs, their branches interwoven, threaten to snag clothing or even tear skin with every step forward. Meanwhile, the robust vines lay sprawled across the path, acting as natural barricades. Song Yu and Xiao Qi trail closely behind the players, unencumbered by heavy backpacks or burdensome items. Yet, Song Yu finds himself gasping for breath, while Xiao Qi navigates the forest with an effortless grace, showing no signs of fatigue. At the forefront, the player not only must guard against the perils of sudden attacks from the surroundings, but also bear the weighty responsibility of forging a path. Clearing away the weeds and vines facilitates swift passage for those who follow. After a grueling half-day journey, Song Yu finally arrived at the mountain summit, dragging his weary body. Noticing that the players had ceased their movement, some began to coordinate with their companions to divide tasks such as chopping wood, kindling fires, preparing meals, and designating living areas. It was then that Song Yu realized they intended to establish a temporary stronghold at the peak. Gazing down from the summit, the quaint town presented itself in a unique light. Despite the distance, its outline remained distinctly recognizable. Just as Song Yu and Xiao Qi reclined beside the rugged cliff, savoring the scenery and replenishing their strength with a modest meal, they overheard two beautiful girls approaching, engaged in conversation. Lin Yufei exclaimed with excitement, "Xiao Lu, look at this magnificent view. We can even see Wangchuan City." Lin Yufei and Bai Lu had come to survey the terrain. Bai Lu scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of Song Yu and Xiao Qi. She furrowed her brow slightly, retracting her gaze from the distant Wangchuan City to face Lin Yufei. "The scenery is indeed lovely, Yufei, but is this truly a suitable location for a stronghold?" "Absolutely. It is perfect. Moreover, it is not far from Wangchuan City, and there are plenty of zombies to farm contribution points. Once we craft our firearms, We can reclaim the stronghold in an instant, Lin Yufei replied confidently, her eyes gleaming with determination. She turned around, waving her hand in the air as if already envisioning the scene of reclaiming their stronghold. Bailu, however, did not share Lin Yufei's optimism. She gently shook her head and remarked, though that may be the case, we are unable to fabricate the machine tools necessary for crafting gun barrels, and the scarcity of gunpowder presents us with formidable challenges. Without these essential materials and instruments, the production of firearms is merely an exercise in futility. How can we even contemplate reclaiming Wanshuan City? Lin Yufei approached Bailu, linking her arm and playfully swaying it. Oh, dear, do not be so pessimistic. We can gradually seek out the materials, and if we all pitch in to construct the fortifications, we will undoubtedly succeed. After all, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way, and when the boat arrives at the bridge, it will surely straighten out. Bailu sighed, her gaze drifting into the distance as if searching for that elusive hope. I sincerely hope so. I wonder how my brother is faring now. If he were to join forces with them, perhaps the situation would improve. Lin Yufei reassured her, do not worry. That fellow is likely just as fearful of your father's wrath should he log off. Bailu smiled and replied, you make a valid point. Chapter 092. The decrease in personnel atop the mountain. The crisp sound of axes echoed as trees were felled one by one. The sturdy trunks crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust and shattering the tranquility that once enveloped the summit. Soon, a clear space emerged as players began to arrive in succession, each face brimming with vigor. The high-paying job offers from the Wangshuan Guild quickly spread throughout the surrounding area, culminating in the erection of a notice board. The enthusiasm among the crowd intensified even further. Raw logs at 20 per unit, requiring stripping and branch removal. Stones and bricks at 5 per unit, needing to be rectangular. Vine ropes at 10 bundles, no specific requirements. Clay at 15 carts, restricted to collection from the northern slope wetlands. As time passed, an array of advertisements for purchases continually emerged atop the mountain. Song Yu stood by, observing the bustling scene, and couldn't help but exclaim, how wonderful it is to possess wealth. However, he had no intention of joining this merriment. With his slight frame, unenhanced by genetic serums, how could he labor as tirelessly as the players? He had more pressing matters to attend to, primarily resolving the housing situation for himself and Xiaoqi. It was hardly feasible to sleep in the jungle. The ground was still damp from a recent rain, and the mountain's unpredictable climate, coupled with lurking zombies, only heightened their urgency. Both he and Xiaoqi longed to construct a secure dwelling for their protection. Although the mountaintop was merely a temporary stronghold, it was conceivable that they might have to evacuate due to unforeseen circumstances in the future. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the players' fervent demand for housing. With simple tools and experienced hands, erecting a shelter to shield from the elements was certainly within reach. He quickly scanned the camp, seeking out those adept players engaged in building. With his experience, he approached them and struck up a conversation. After proposing an irresistible compensation, Song Yu successfully hired 10 individuals to assist him, 9 men and 1 woman, the latter named Lin Yu, who mentioned she was an architectural designer. After Song Yu instructed Xiaoqi, he directed her to utilize the Raven robot to locate a secure clearing for the construction of their dwelling. Xiaoqi fulfilled her task commendably, discovering a suitable site atop a mountain, nestled against a cliff, with an expansive cave beneath. She had already scouted the interior with the Raven, confirming that the space was ample and devoid of any threats. Should they erect their abode above, a ladder could be constructed, allowing them to retreat into the cave at the first sign of danger. By stockpiling sufficient provisions, he was confident that both he and Xiaoqi could reside safely within for an extended period, shielded from any zombie incursions. This realization rendered it an exceptional location, prompting immediate agreement. Initially aspiring to transform himself into a more courageous and self-reliant individual, he now found himself inclined towards survival instead. Habits die hard. He also decided against exchanging weapons for players, opting to reserve all his disaster points until he could unlock the next level, lest his survival capabilities diminish to a point of vulnerability. Without further ado, he promptly led 10 players to the chosen clearing. After surveying the area, Lin Yu quickly demonstrated her distinctive approach. Rather than hastily adhering to conventional construction methods, she circled the designated site several times, meticulously observing the terrain and surrounding environment. Subsequently, she picked up a twig and swiftly sketched a blueprint on the ground, explaining to the group as she drew. This house will stand firm against this massive rock, enhancing its stability while also shielding it from nearby threats. We can incorporate a small window here to allow natural light and facilitate surveillance of any external activity. The other 9 male players listened attentively to Lin Yu's explanation, occasionally nodding in recognition of her expertise. Although Song Yu did not fully comprehend the details, he felt that the expenditure of 10,000 contribution points was well justified. The other male players had only invested 5,000 contribution points. Yet it was evident that they possessed a certain foundational knowledge in construction. Song Yu entrusted the matters to them with confidence. As they were all professionals in their respective fields, he refrained from participating in their discussions, being an outsider in this realm. The players surrounded the lower perimeter of the mountaintop with thorns to deter zombies from approaching under the cover of night. They also affixed various metal bottles and cans above as warning devices. After clearing the surrounding area of potential hazards, the players began reinforcing their defensive measures. They deployed traps such as deep pits, fences, spikes, rolling logs, falling rocks, and tripwires, exhausting their imagination to fortify their defenses. Ever since the fall of Wangchuan City, the players had sensed a deficiency in firepower, compounded by the reward tasks issued by the Wangchuan Guild. Consequently, traps were set along the paths leading to the mountain and its vicinity. Now, upon hearing this, both Song Yu and Xiao Qi dared only to venture within the designated living area established by the players. In other areas, without a guide, he had little confidence in returning safely. The zombies had been relatively quiet over the past few days. Xiao Qi frequently maneuvered the Raven robot to scout the movements of the zombie horde. Once the zombies entered the city, there had been no signs of their emergence. The players, however, often lured them out, and when they did attract their attention, swarms of zombies would emerge. After sacrificing several players, they managed to avoid a complete annihilation of those sent on missions. Recent movements in their vicinity appeared to have attracted the attention of other factions. The once tranquil sky was suddenly pierced by a resonant buzzing sound. Instinctively, everyone looked up to see a light helicopter hovering above Wangchuan City. Seemingly concerned about the activities of the zombie horde, players attempted to establish contact with the occupants of the helicopter, but to no avail. In truth, Xiao Qi could have attempted to reach out to those aboard the aircraft. Yet in the face of the uncertain post-apocalyptic situation, Song Yu refrained from allowing her to do so. Instead, he instructed Xiao Qi to utilize the robot to track their precise location and observe for a while before making any judgments. At present, they were indeed in dire need of personnel. The number of players had dwindled significantly, with fewer than 130 survivors remaining. Should this trend continue, the plan for Shelter No. 7 would likely dissolve into mere fantasy. Xiao Qi began to grow anxious, striving to implement construction tasks to deter players from further reckless endeavors. She even annulled the daily zombie extermination missions issued by Song Yu. Naturally, Song Yu was unaware of Xiao Qi's series of actions. All he could see was the steadily decreasing disaster points, which filled him with distress. Without the ability to acquire these points, he found it increasingly difficult to unlock the second tier for new equipment. He was now certain that the second tier would indeed feature firearms and other forms of weaponry. Chapter 093, The Hatching Nest in Wangchuan City. In recent days, Changge has secluded himself within the confines of his room, too fearful to venture outside. He has resorted to smearing himself with the dark, putrid blood of zombies, a desperate attempt to evade their relentless pursuit. One of his companions, under the delusion that he could blend in with the undead, hesitated momentarily before deciding to leave with the others. This singular choice ultimately secured his survival. Although the zombies could no longer detect their scent, their keen eyes remained capable of distinguishing between the living and the dead. The instant his companion stepped through the doorway, it was as if some dreadful instinct had been awakened. The zombies seemed to recognize one another. His companion barely had time to utter a cry for help before being engulfed by the ravenous horde. As Changge watched from the window, his face contorted with terror and disbelief, he muttered softly to himself, only to promptly silence his voice. He had no desire to become mere bones for the undead to devour. Once satiated, the zombies meandered through the streets, gradually filling the thoroughfare with their grotesque presence. Through his observations over the past few days, it appeared that these zombies were guided by a peculiar pattern. Each morning, they would slowly converge towards the heart of the city, only to disperse back to the outskirts as evening fell, as if compelled by an unseen force. Just as Changge sought to discern the zombies' movements in hopes of escape, he stumbled upon a startling revelation. Amidst the throng of undead, a solitary figure traversed through them. And astonishingly, the encircling zombies did not attack. Moments later, 8 colossal zombies bore a massive mound of flesh, advancing towards the small town. As the mound of flesh came to a halt in the courtyard of the Wangshuan Guild, it erupted like an uncontrollable malignant tumor, wildly extending in all directions. The heap of soft, damp meat expanded at an astonishing pace, mercilessly engulfing bricks and trees alike, instantly transforming them into a grotesque part of its mass. Soon, everything around was shrouded in a grotesque mound of flesh. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Changgu realized he had to leave the town swiftly. Any further hesitation would result in the flesh mound encroaching upon his position, at which point escape would be impossible, and he might be completely devoured by this terrifying monstrosity. Without a moment's delay, he took action, disregarding the risks of exposure. Changgu swiftly leaped over the balcony and onto the rooftop. At that moment, the oppressive presence of the advancing flesh mound intensified, and the stench of decay in the air threatened to overwhelm him. The roof was cluttered with debris, and the worn tiles creaked beneath his feet, as if they might shatter at any moment. Changgu dared not linger. He crouched low and darted quickly across the rooftop, remaining alert to the movements of the zombies below. The undead, drawn by the sounds, had already begun to converge upon him, and every street he traversed became instantly swarmed with throngs of ravenous zombies. The sight was reminiscent of a dark tide, surging forth and mercilessly submerging all in its path. Changgu could afford no distractions as he sprinted desperately across the rooftop, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. In a swift motion, he leapt forward, but the moment his feet touched down, the tiles beneath him could not withstand the strain and shattered with a resounding crash. His right foot became ensnared in the gaping hole of the roof, and he struggled fiercely to free himself. The lacerated thigh bled profusely, the thick crimson liquid meandering down the pant leg, dripping rhythmically onto the ravenous horde of zombies below, their heads tilted upwards. The fresh scent of blood served as the most potent stimulant, inciting the undead masses into a frenzied state. The zombies jostled and roared restlessly, as if guided by an invisible hand, growing increasingly desperate as they surged towards Changji's position. They pressed and trampled over one another, forming a human ladder in their relentless attempt to reach him. One particularly agile zombie was the first to ascend the rooftop, crawling on all fours like a beast, hastening towards Changgu with alarming speed. Upon witnessing this, he disregarded the weakness in his leg and summoned every ounce of strength to free his foot from the gaping hole. He rolled away just in time to evade the zombies' gnashing teeth. Before he could regain his footing, several more zombies clambered onto the rooftop, encircling him completely. With a firm grip on his weapon, determination and fearlessness shone in his eyes. He had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. "Come on, you repulsive creatures," Changgu roared, charging towards the nearest zombie. With a swift stroke, he severed its head cleanly. Yet, more zombies continued to pour forth, and as he maneuvered through the throng, he acquired several more wounds. Warm blood seeped continuously from his body, staining his makeshift clothing, intertwining with the rancid odor that permeated the air. Despite his desperate attempts to wield his weapon, each swing unleashed a torrent of nauseating black ichor. Yet the relentless tide of zombies gradually subdued his resistance. Finally, one cunning zombie seized the opportunity, sinking its teeth viciously into Changji's neck. Changgu suddenly felt a piercing pain surge through him, and his vision blurred instantaneously, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground. Soon after, his consciousness began to fade, and his body crumpled limply to the floor. Before he could be devoured by the zombies, he had already joined their ranks, wandering aimlessly upon the rooftop. His once vibrant eyes had dulled, losing their luster, while putrid drool trickled from the corners of his mouth. His limbs moved mechanically, merging into the mindless procession of the undead. Meanwhile, Shaoqi reported all of this to Songyu, her voice trembling slightly. "Are you saying that the flesh mound is a breeding ground for zombies?" Songyu's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "Did you not tell me that zombies are alien creatures that parasitize human hosts during their juvenile stages? They require sustenance to sustain their evolutionary process, constantly feeding, correct?" Shaoqi appeared equally perplexed, helplessly raising her hands. "The database has referenced such cases as well. They are continuously evolving to adapt to the lack of food. The emergence of the flesh mound among former shelter members was initially thought to be merely a new variant of mutated beings. It wasn't until we delved deeper that our previous understanding was entirely shattered. It resembles a colossal maternal entity, incessantly birthing new zombies, which seems quite distinct from the alien parasitic juvenile model we previously comprehended. Song Yu rapidly sifted through the known clues in her mind before inquiring. If this is indeed a parasitic alien organism, what does the form of the flesh mound signify? Could it be that these extraterrestrial beings possess a consistent reproductive methodology, or have they undergone mutations due to the apocalyptic environment? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoqi remarked, "This remains a mystery to us. We are still in the preliminary stages of our research regarding their presence on Blue Planet. However, what is certain is that the threat posed by this mountain of flesh is immense. If left unchecked, our living space will be further constricted." Chapter 94. The new trading interface. In recent days, Song Yu had been pondering how to acquire disaster points, yet he found himself devoid of any viable ideas. Due to his cessation of weapon and ammunition exchanges and the previous refunds of contribution points to players for unissued weapons, the market was now flooded with an abundance of contribution points. Even the members of the Wangchuan Guild had begun to lose interest in further acquisitions. This development thwarted Song Yu's plans to sell contribution points. With a sigh, he lamented the folly of engaging in such lending schemes and returned to contemplating methods for obtaining contribution points. Reflecting on the loss of Kuang Yi, who had previously sold weapons for him, he increasingly recognized the magnitude of that loss. As players ceased hunting monsters, acquiring disaster points became increasingly challenging for him. Observing the sluggish growth of his points, he felt an urgent sense of anxiety. At that moment, a recollection struck him. When Kuang Yi sought to purchase weapons, it seemed he required Song Yu's account to facilitate the transfer of funds. This seemingly mundane detail of their transaction now illuminated his thoughts. What if players could purchase weapons with money instead of contribution points? The more he contemplated this idea, the more feasible it appeared to him. He immediately approached Xiaoqi, pulling her into a secluded corner. After cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, he lowered his voice and divulged his thoughts to her in one go. Upon finishing, he looked at Xiaoqi with anticipation, eager to hear if she had any solutions regarding the issues of misdirected funds when purchasing weapons. Xiaoqi listened intently, furrowing her brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "This is not overly complicated. We could create a currency exchange interface similar to contribution points, allowing players to convert their money into in-game digital currency. Then, you can provide me with your bank card number, and I will set up a real-time updated recharge record, ensuring both sides are synchronized. This way, the entire transaction process will be clear and transparent. Players will exchange real currency for in-game digital currency, which they can then use to purchase weapons and equipment, while you will have a clear view of every income, alleviating any concerns about financial discrepancies." A glimmer of surprise crossed Song Yu's eyes. Xiaoqi's proposal was indeed comprehensive. However, he suddenly recalled, "But how do we confirm who made the recharge? After all, we do not have access to each other's account information." Xiaoqi pondered for a moment before responding. "This is simple. We can require them to fill out a recharge account before proceeding. If an error occurs, we will not acknowledge it. Similar to binding a character ID in the game. Players can input their in-game ID, and we will use this ID as the basis for distributing digital currency. This will ensure the accuracy of the recharges and facilitate our account management. If someone makes a mistake, the responsibility lies with them. We possess both rationale and evidence." "This is splendid, truly splendid." Song Yu suddenly erupted into joyous laughter, his eyes brimming with admiration for Xiaoqi's ingenious ideas. "Xiaoqi, if this continues, once our trading system is operational, it may indeed revitalize the current predicament." "Brother, is that true?" Xiaoqi gazed at Song Yu with eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as though a mere affirmation would instantaneously clarify the purpose of all her endeavors. "Certainly, it is possible we could even reclaim shelter number 7. Song Yu replied without hesitation, striving to instill confidence in Xiaoqi. Yet, as the words left his lips, a pang of uncertainty gripped his heart. Who could predict what the second tier would entail? What if it did not align with their expectations? Perhaps, he conceded, his tone involuntarily diminishing, and his brow furrowed slightly. That evening, Xiaoqi successfully implemented the feature and, at Song Yu's behest, expanded the weaponry list to include items she had scarcely dared to imagine: catapults, siege crossbows, knightly armor, and various types of helmets. Once everything was confirmed, Xiaoqi issued a latest announcement. A groundbreaking trading system has been launched. Attention, all survivors. To cater to your needs for survival and combat in this post-apocalyptic world, we are introducing a brand new currency trading system. From now on, there is no need for contribution points. Simply use real-world currency to exchange for in-game digital currency and purchase an array of rare weapons and equipment. The newly unveiled armament roster is nothing short of luxurious, featuring formidable siege engines such as catapults and crossbows, poised to assist you in turning the tide during a zombie apocalypse. A selection of knightly armor and various types of protective gear is available to ensure comprehensive defense. The specific trading regulations are as follows. Players must first convert real currency into in-game digital currency at a ratio of 1:10. It is imperative to accurately input the bank account or the self-generated anonymous ID prior to making a deposit, as the official bears no responsibility for losses incurred due to erroneous entries. After purchasing weaponry and equipment, should you have any inquiries or concerns regarding the products, you may reach out through dedicated customer service feedback, and we will address your issues promptly. Together, let us forge a formidable line of defense in this post-apocalyptic world. The announcement, once released, instantly stirred a considerable uproar among the player community. Wow, the officials have finally opened the recharge window, exclaimed a prominent player, drawing the attention of those nearby. Are you not getting ahead of yourself? Retorted a companion, who, upon inspecting the weapons and equipment available in the shop, remarked, "A set of knight's armor costs nearly 100,000. Who can afford that?" The exorbitant prices extinguished his initial enthusiasm for spending, leaving him disinterested. What is this? The catapult and crossbow are even more outrageous, demanding several 100,000. Another player chimed in, eyes wide with disbelief and exasperation. Who can afford this? Even if I sold myself, I couldn't gather such a sum. Originally, I had intended to turn my fortunes around by investing in equipment, but the exorbitant prices have rendered that aspiration unattainable. We are talking about sums exceeding 100,000. Does the game company believe we possess such vast resources to contribute? It is merely a digital construct. I am astounded they have the audacity to impose such a price. Perhaps they have lost touch with reality in their relentless pursuit of profit. Indeed, the game itself is commendable, and I initially wished to lend my support, but now I feel somewhat ungrateful. One could argue that they may not even regard my modest contributions as significant. A company capable of producing such a game must be affluent and unconcerned about a mere pittance. It is plausible that these offerings are merely for our appreciation. This suggests a crucial point. While they have created this equipment, it does not necessarily mean we can afford it. Surely, there will be no buyers for such exorbitantly priced items. Ding! Congratulations to Bailu for purchasing a set of knight armor. Chapter 095. New regulations. As the electronic notification reverberated through the damp air, several players transporting logs stumbled perilously close to a muddy pit. Is it truly possible that someone can afford such luxury? A lanky player stood agape, his previous actions of swinging halted in disbelief. He quickly scanned his surroundings, eager to gauge the reactions of his peers. 17,000 for a suit of armor. That amount could purchase a vehicle. Behind him, a thud echoed as a rotund player plopped down onto a decayed tree root, the buttons of his gleaming tactical vest straining against his girth. If only the president's exquisite legs could tread upon my face. He chuckled, wiping away saliva as his pudgy fingers frantically captured screenshots on the virtual screen. One might say that even sacrificing my account for 10 sets of armor would be worthwhile. Such fanciful thoughts. A tall, slender player teased with a laugh. Truly, the president is remarkable, with beauty, wealth, and such charm. Another plump player gazed with envy, his eyes filled with admiration for Bailu. Ah, how magnificent the president is. The praises from other players followed suit. Before their admiration could settle, an electronic notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Yufei for purchasing a set of knight armor. Ding! Congratulations to Bailu for purchasing 10 sets of knight armor. The second notification plunged the lumberjacks into an eerie silence. Goodness, the wealthy truly are extravagant. A player, focused on harvesting the vine-like branches, suddenly lost his grip. The 3-meter-long fir tree thundered down the slope, sending a cloud of decaying leaves into the air. Cursed be it. The player, toppled by the timber, rolled in the mud like a dumpling and brandished his makeshift axe, ready to retaliate. Are you suffering from late-stage Parkinson-S? Do you dare to challenge me? Apologies, it was a slip of the hand. He hastily descended the slope, only to be interrupted by another player who had also been sent tumbling down. You can haul it back up yourself. I'm injured and must go admire the President-S Crancher. With that, he limped towards the camp. Chaos had already ensued in the camp. As Bai Lu adjusted her neck guard, the joints of her armor emitted a melodious metallic chime. Under the flickering glow of the campfire, the dark silver armor shimmered with rippling waves, while the thorns and roses etched upon the chest plate pulsed in a mesmerizing rhythm with each breath. As she lifted her visor, several players diligently handling the thorns were simultaneously pricked by their sharp edges. The protective capacity of the armor rendered it entirely impervious to the jaws of the undead. Bai Lu revealed her exquisite visage, captivating the nearby players who gazed longingly at her lustrous, radiant armor. They clustered around her, some even daring to reach out to caress it. In a flash, Zhao Miao Miao drew her twin blades, crossing them protectively before Bai Lu, the blade's edge nearly grazing the throat of an eager player. One more step forward, and I shall render your hands useless. The scorpion pendant dangling from her earlobe suddenly came to life, brandishing its pincers menacingly at the crowd. The player snapped back to reality, swiftly retracting his hand, as murmurs rippled through the onlookers. President, you look absolutely stunning in this armor. Indeed, President. This is simply breathtaking. President, donning this armor makes me adore you even more. Bai Lu's ears flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she tugged at the excessively long gauntlets. This armor was evidently designed with a feminine form in mind. The sound of her boots echoed crisply as she stood on tiptoe, akin to a startled fawn stumbling into a vat of maple syrup. When the core member's visor sealed shut once more, a muffled voice quivered with bashfulness. Those who stand out can claim a set of armor. Suddenly, a stir erupted from the back of the crowd. 10 sets of armor glimmered with a ghostly white luminescence under the light. Can I still join the guild now? Long live the president. After whispering a few words into Zhao Miao Miao's ear, Bai Lu departed from the crowd, leaving Zhao Miao Miao to face a multitude of players. Essentially, it was a grand proposal. Those who became core members would have the opportunity to receive a complete set of armor, which could not be resold. And should one choose to withdraw, the armor must be returned. Furthermore, a new servitude agreement would need to be signed. Regardless, those who had not joined the Wangchuan Guild were eagerly opting in, for not only would they receive a salary for playing the game, but they would also be bestowed with a top-tier set of gaming equipment. What could be more enticing? After the core members claimed their rewards, a few sets of armor remained, which would ultimately be allocated to the most suitable players through a tournament. The registration area for the tournament quickly became inundated with players. As a burly man wielding a long knife unceremoniously kicked his teammate off a cliff, declaring, "Those who stand in my way shall perish. That guild leader's armor is mine." However, this incident caught the attention of Song Yu, who immediately instructed Xiao Qi to use her authority to boot that player offline. Subsequently, a new announcement was issued. All players are prohibited from causing harm to other players and NPCs in any form. Violators will face severe sanctions from the system. Accounts of offenders will be suspended. Upon reclaiming shelter number 7, the player may still create a new character, while those with serious infractions will be expelled from the game world permanently. First rule, no physical or psychological harm to players' NPCs. Second rule, no exploiting game glitches for intimate encounters. Third rule, no public nudity in front of NPCs. These regulations aim to uphold fairness and order within the game world, fostering a positive environment for all players. Players are encouraged to monitor one another and adhere to these guidelines. Is this rule specifically aimed at me? On the arena, a player was poised to deliver a fatal blow to another who refused to surrender, when suddenly he received an announcement. The blood-stained claw weapon was swiftly retracted and concealed behind his back, as he crushed the arm of the player beneath his foot. Zhao Miao Miao observed the scene, squatting atop a stack of logs, gnawing on wild fruit, unperturbed by the fate of the players in the arena. Her Scorpion-S stinger perched nonchalantly upon her shoulder. The remaining players numbered 128, but in an instant, 2 more had vanished. Xiao Qi fixed her gaze on Song Yu, her eyes brimming with compassion and a plea for mercy. "Brother, can't you let him go?" In this harsh apocalypse, losing 2 individuals at once felt unbearable. "No." Song Yu's response was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Noticing Xiao Qi's uncertainty, he eventually elaborated. "Xiao Qi, we established these rules to uphold order within the game world. If we show leniency this time, what purpose do the rules serve? Who would abide by them in the future? These 128 players, along with those who may join later, deserve to exist and compete in a fair and orderly environment. Surely you do not wish to see them slaughter one another to the brink of annihilation." Having spent considerable time with Song Yu, Xiao Qi understood his character all too well. His fear of potential harm from the players was the reason behind such stringent rules. She bit her lip, lowering her gaze, yet inwardly murmured, "This was anticipated from the outset. These players cannot attack the shelter's inhabitants." With a sigh, she remained silent. Perhaps this was for the best, to prevent conflict among the players. Chapter 096. The second level of the glazed tower. Upon selling his fifth set of knight armor, Song Yu had already amassed a profit of 100,000, convertible into a staggering 1,000,000 catastrophe points. However, he refrained from immediately entering the glazed tower to unlock access to the second level. Instead, he found himself caught up in an exhilarating spree of selling equipment. His excitement was palpable. Only after distributing the gear to all the affluent players did he finally take a moment to count the catastrophe points he had earned. A sum unlike anything he had ever witnessed before. Each set of knight armor yielded a profit of 20,000. Originally, the weapons and armor within the glazed tower required merely 150,000 for exchange, yet considering the wealth of potential buyers, he had hiked the price by an additional 20,000. Who could have anticipated that he would sell such an astonishing number of sets? With each set generating a profit of 20,000. He had transformed that into a remarkable 200,000 in catastrophe points. In an instant, his total catastrophe points surged to 353. 100, a number so grand it was beyond imagination. If only he had employed this strategy from the very beginning. Once he had completed all subsequent tasks, he sought a secluded corner to delve into the functions behind his newfound abilities. Closing his eyes, he once again traversed the mist and entered the glazed tower's entrance, this time making a beeline for the staircase leading to the second floor. The ancient staircase exuded an air of elegance and grandeur, its smooth, brownish-yellow jade steps guiding him upward, each step reminiscent of walking upon water suspended in the sky, gentle and buoyant. Upon reaching the threshold of the second floor, a cold, luminous barrier loomed before him like an impenetrable wall, thwarting his desire to advance. The entrance remained tightly sealed, guarding against any unauthorized intruders. It resembled a piece of immaculate white jade, exuding a soft and cool radiance, as beautiful as a dream. His right hand gently made contact with it. A prompt appeared, inquiring whether he wished to expend 1,000,000 disaster points to unlock the privilege. Having grown accustomed to the sudden emergence of virtual interfaces, he decisively tapped yes with his fingertip. Instantly, 1,000,000 disaster points were deducted from his account, leaving a balance of 1,353,100. With plenty remaining, he nonchalantly dismissed the notification and turned his gaze towards the second floor, eager to discover what awaited him. Before his eyes, the pristine white jade transformed into a flowing substance, gradually dissipating from view. The visage that was meant to be revealed unfolded before him. Curiosity propelled him forward as he hastened up the stairs. The second floor bore no distinction from the first, saving him the time of meandering. After a thorough exploration of the second level, he finally grasped the general situation. Just as he had envisioned, the weapons on offer were all modern firearms. The weaponry section immediately captured his attention. M1911, Glock 17, Desert Eagle, AK-47, M16, Type 95, MP5, Uzi, MG42, M2HB. An extensive array of firearms was at his disposal. Both renowned and obscure names could be found within the inventory list. The prices were relatively reasonable, comfortably within the range acceptable to Song Yu. With over 1,000,000 points still at his disposal, Song Yu's mindset had significantly shifted. After updating his arsenal, selling these items to them would undoubtedly make them enamored, while also yielding substantial profits. This thought left him momentarily dazzled. However, the joy in his heart was impossible to conceal. The upward curve of his lips was more difficult to suppress than the mask of anguish. As he passed through the distant firepower zone, this sentiment became even more pronounced. A plethora of sniper rifles, mortars, howitzers, cannons, and rocket launchers appeared on the list, with prices that swiftly made him hesitate. Yet, with sufficient funds, they could significantly ameliorate various issues related to inadequate firepower. It was, however, somewhat regrettable that he did not encounter any missile-type weaponry within. Upon arriving at the vehicle section, Song Yu found himself particularly enamored with the Wuling Shinshe for reasons that were abundantly clear. The array of vehicles, both civilian and military, was impressively diverse. The sight of those land kings equipped with cannons made his mouth water uncontrollably. His affection was overwhelming. He longed to acquire a Type 99A tank for sheer exhilaration. This was a dream cherished by every man. Yet upon glimpsing the price, he decisively retracted his outstretched hands, leaving the treasure trove of vehicles behind with great reluctance. The protective gear section was even simpler than the first floor. Helmets and bulletproof vests were a given, along with goggles, protective gloves, ballistic shields, 3-proof suits, and gas masks. Observing the knight's armor, which offered no comprehensive protection against zombies, he realized that exposed arms and legs rendered one vulnerable to a single bite, which could spell doom. The second floor featured an additional special area. Song Yu found himself momentarily perplexed as to its purpose. This designated section was inaccessible to him. Yet the countdown above piqued his curiosity. 71, 32, 12. He could only surmise that it was the appointed time for the gates of the special area to open. Fortunately, he did not dwell on it for long and promptly purchased 2 sets of knight armor, expending 300,000 disaster points, along with 2 QSC 92.5. 8mm pistols for a total of 30,000 disaster points, and a Type 95 assault rifle for 115,000 disaster points. Additionally, he acquired 100 rounds of ammunition for 3,000 disaster points. After these purchases, Song Yu found his points dwindled to a mere 905,100. Nevertheless, he felt a swell of happiness, having finally secured the means for self-protection. As he slowly reopened his eyes, he noticed Xiao Qi quietly keeping vigil beside him. The nearby fire crackled energetically, its vibrant flames dancing freely, subtly raising the ambient temperature and bestowing a touch of warmth. The evening twilight gradually unfurled like a delicate veil, enveloping the world in a gentle haze. In this dimming light, distant objects became increasingly indistinct, as if they were merging into an inkwash painting, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. Upon emerging, he instinctively raised his hand to gently stroke Xiao Qi's head. At that moment, Xiao Qi was lost in thought, gazing blankly at the fire, her mind seemingly adrift in distant realms. Upon sensing the touch, she instantly became alert, akin to a startled kitten. Swiftly turning her head, her eyes brimmed with wariness as she exclaimed, "Who?" However, once she recognized that it was Song Yu before her, her previously tense expression softened in an instant. A smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with joy as she softly remarked, "You're awake." Song Yu replied quietly, his voice still tinged with a hint of hoarseness. He effortlessly handed over the equipment and weaponry from his backpack to Xiao Qi, his gaze filled with anticipation as he envisioned how she would look adorned in the armor. "Try on this exquisite suit of armor," he instructed, pointing at the intricately designed piece that shimmered with metallic luster. Following this, he picked up a small yet chillingly crafted handgun and presented it to Xiao Qi, earnestly advising, "Take this handgun for self-defense. In this apocalyptic world, any added assurance is undoubtedly beneficial." Xiao Qi accepted it, bestowing a gentle kiss on Song Yu's forehead, the soft touch seemingly laden with unspoken sentiments. She then dashed away. They were aware of each other's secrets, and words were unnecessary. A mere glance or gesture was sufficient to convey their mutual understanding. This was the essence of their trust in one another. Chapter 097 Update Announcement. The chaos surrounding contribution points has led to a storm of complaints from players. Despite their frustrations, they remained uncertain about whom to approach for resolution. Even if they logged off to post on forums, their grievances would soon be drowned out by the clamor of those demanding the release of quotas. The announcement stated that inquiries could be directed to customer service, yet it failed to provide any relevant contact information. Consequently, players resorted to venting their frustrations amongst themselves, often using terms like scammers and deceitful. Song Yu and Xiao Qi frequently overheard the players' lamentations. In response, Song Yu resolved to continue the contribution point exchange service while simultaneously introducing a selection of firearms, including guns, artillery, and ammunition. Xiao Qi spent an entire night incorporating the weapon names that Song Yu had provided, though images were, of course, absent, to facilitate better communication among players in the future. Xiao Qi also reconstructed a messaging channel for communication and announcements. Upon opening, one can directly leave messages, facilitating future connections or the arrangement of operational task details. Following the announcement, it received widespread acclaim from the gaming community. Survival of the Apocalypse System Update Announcement, version 2.1.0. Esteemed survivors, in our endeavor to enhance the gaming experience and in response to player feedback, we hereby present the following updates. 1. Upgrade to the contribution point redemption system, effective immediately. The redemption channel for contribution points is reopened around the clock. A new category, strategic equipment, has been added, allowing players to exchange contribution points for firearms and ammunition. 2. Implementation of the firearm arsenal. The following weapons have been introduced to the battlefield, currently represented by textual descriptions. Individual equipment: M4A1 assault rifle, AK-47, Type 95 assault rifle, Desert Eagle handgun, fragmentation grenade, among others. Heavy fire support: RPG-7 rocket launcher, M2 flamethrower. 3. Deployment of the strategic communication network. A new universal message board feature has been added, and the interference resistance algorithm for voice channels has been optimized, resulting in a 40% increase in call clarity during electromagnetic storms. Important note: records of contribution point exchanges can be traced and verified in the character panel under Strategic Log. The customer service response system is currently being upgraded. For urgent matters, please submit through the message board's GM emergency channel, limited to once daily. In the battleground of the apocalypse, there are no eternal enemies, only the interplay of interests and the wisdom of survival. Let us join hands to pierce through the darkness and reclaim the world that rightfully belongs to humanity. The survival of the apocalypse operations team soon. The message board received its first comment. Now, this is more like it. The open contribution points redemption has finally been implemented alongside the introduction of firearms, marking a commendable effort by the officials. It is my fervent hope that they refrain from repeating past missteps and heed the voices of the players. The moment the first comment appeared, it swiftly attracted the attention and responses of fellow gamers. Indeed, it is to be hoped that the trading system can operate smoothly, without any further complications. Otherwise, we players may reach a breaking point. Speaking of these firearms, they appear quite enticing. Yet one wonders about the redemption costs. Let us not be deterred by exorbitant prices. Haven't you seen? I believe it might be best not to look. Assault rifles are approximately priced at 125,000 Doomsday coins, while contribution points stand at a staggering 250,000. The AK-47 is somewhat less expensive, yet still demands 10 Doomsday coins. With 200,000 contribution points, do you still wish to make a purchase? Such prices are outrageous. I cannot even earn that much in a month. The lamentations of players permeated the comment section. Yes, it indeed feels like these offerings are tailored for affluent players, leaving us ordinary gamers merely to gaze longingly. We must continue to toil. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us in the future. Alas, it seems we have no choice but to accept this fate. 1 Blue Star coin equals 10 Doomsday coins, which equals 10 Cataclysm points, equating to 20 contribution points. Although players may find themselves unable to afford the expensive weaponry, they can still acquire a handgun. With just 40,000 contribution points, one can take a firearm home. While those who have taken loans of 100,000 contribution points remain unsold. In that moment, the shadows of unspent currency dissipated entirely, and without hesitation, a handgun was procured. The diverse types of ammunition naturally come with varying prices. A 9mm bullet requires 10 disaster points, whereas it costs 20 in the marketplace, and converting them into contribution points demands 40. This player, feeling a pang of regret, purchased 100 rounds with his contribution points before decisively exiting the shop. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, when the cannon fires, gold flows like water." In this moment, his contribution points were nearly depleted. Not long after, a keen-eyed and astute player began shouting in the chat channel, "I've calculated that 1 bullet costs 40 contribution points, while killing a zombie yields 100 contribution points. So, for each zombie slain, one stands to gain an assured profit of 60 contribution points." It seemed he overlooked a crucial factor, his own accuracy, along with the fact that zombies could only be killed with a headshot. The ammunition expenses could potentially leave him bankrupt. It is likely that players would not attribute their struggles to their marksmanship, but rather to the game as challenging ballistics. Players who had purchased weapons eagerly descended the mountain. As Song Yu was browsing the message interface, Bai Lu suddenly placed an order for weapons worth 1 million. Handguns, assault rifles, rocket launchers, and ammunition were all included. A significant client. Song Yu immediately sat up, brimming with excitement. He swiftly equipped all the weapons she had purchased and transmitted them to her. After calculating the transaction, Song Yu realized he had earned a commission of 230,000, equivalent to 2.3 million disaster points. He felt overwhelmingly fortunate. At that moment, Song Yu believed he was on the verge of soaring to new heights. Unfortunately, after a night had passed, he suddenly fell ill. He developed a high fever. weakly lying on the pile of grass beside the fire, his consciousness wavering between clarity and confusion. Xiaoqi remained by his side, frantic with worry, attempting to care for him. Having never been ill herself, she was at a loss on how to handle the situation. Feeling as restless as an ant on a hot pan, Song Yu's parched lips trembled slightly as he intermittently issued faint instructions to Xiaoqi. She hurriedly followed his guidance, soaking some fabric before rushing back to gently place the damp cloth on Song Yu's burning forehead, hoping it would alleviate his fever. However, his condition continued to deteriorate. The recent rains had left the mountain steeped in moisture. In this desperate moment, Xiaoqi had no choice but to seek assistance from the other players. She sent out a plea for antibiotics, urgently requesting help, and if anyone knew how to obtain them or happened to have some in reserve, they should contact her immediately, with a promise of generous rewards. As soon as the message was sent, the channel erupted with activity. Can players even fall ill? But we have never collected any medicine. Players exchanged comments, with most expressing their helplessness but also offering suggestions. Clearly, none of the players had ever considered collecting medicine, as they had never experienced illness themselves, and thus no one had any fever or cold remedies on hand.